10,000 years of martial arts, human beings are extinct. Chapter 1. Have you ever woken up from one nightmare and found yourself in another nightmare? Lu Shang is now. Lu Shang. The stern voice exploded in my ears like thunder. Lu Shang looked up dizzily. The daze and helplessness that just woke up from sleep still remained on his face. The middle-aged man on the podium pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and stared at him with a look of hatred. There are more than 200 days left before the college entrance examination. Don't want to work hard and still have the mind to sleep in class? With your grades, after graduation, you may not be able to go to the construction site to move bricks. Do you know what is the minimum blood standard for cement workers on the construction site? 0.8. Has your qi and blood reached 0.8? Lu Shang lowered his head. While rubbing his swollen temples, he obediently listened to what the head teacher said. The little fat man sitting on his left secretly turned to look at him. Are you having nightmares again? Lu Shang nodded without speaking, but his eyes were full of helplessness. He has been dreaming the same dream repeatedly and frequently for 3 days. Lu Shang couldn't describe what kind of dream it was. He just remembered that the scene in the dream was very dilapidated, desolate, and depressing. He stood at a loss in a wilderness, surrounded by wandering monsters. Is a nightmare. Lu Shang is very sure of this, because after encountering this dream, he became very lethargic, and the quality of sleep was extremely poor. Although I sleep for more than 10 hours a day, the state of the whole person is the same as continuous insomnia all night. So much so that in these 3 days, Lu Shang's blood value dropped by 0.02. 0.02. How many tonics do you need to take? And how many days of hard work can you make up for it? Lu Shang's mood was simply terrible. After school, Lu Shang walked listlessly on the way out of the school with his school bag on his back. Someone called his name and chased after him, blocking him. Lu Shang, go online? It's the little fat guy in class during the day. His name is Lu Qiming, and he is one of Lu Shang's few friends. Facing Lu Qiming's invitation, Lu Shang shook his head. No, go home. Going home so early? It's not like your style. Go online. I'll cover all the drinks and internet fees today. Lu Qiming patted his chest and sincerely invited. Lu Shang still shook his head and explained, I really don't want to go. I want to go back early to catch up on sleep. You slept all day in class today, and you haven't woken up yet? Lu Qiming had an exaggerated expression on his face. Lu Shang didn't bother to explain. He waved his hand and continued walking. Lu Qiming wanted to persuade him again, but at this time a few boys ran over quickly. Lu Qiming, are you going to surf the internet? Come on, right now. Lu Qiming took one last look at Lu Shang, said nothing, left Lu Shang and ran towards the other boys. Lu Shang watched Lu Qiming's back as he went away, and students in black and blue school uniforms kept passing by him. These people rushed to the school gate in a bustling manner and quickly scattered away at the school gate, like a muddy river, going away amidst the bustle. Why? Lu Shang sighed softly, and the thoughts in his mind began to surge. He almost forgot that he had lived in this world for nearly 18 years. Lu Shang's memory of his previous life is very vague now, and sometimes he even wonders if it was just a dream. It was a dream that he would recur from childhood to adulthood, like the one he's been dreaming about lately. No house, no car, single, white collar, walking, falling off a cliff, waking up. Lu Shang muttered one key word after another in a low voice, and his eyes gradually became distant until he read the last word. Through? Yes, Lu Shang came from time travel. In the world of his previous life, there was no martial arts, and there were no monsters running out of cracks in the ground. What is broadcast on the TV news is not monster attacks and martial arts duels. The headaches for the students in the school are not the blood value, combat effectiveness index, and actual combat class results, but the endless mathematics, physics, chemistry, and foreign language test papers. Sometimes Lu Shang quite misses that world, because that world at least peaceful, quiet. Lu Shang pushed open the door. He saw his father Lu Haihai lying on the armrest of the sofa with his upper body bare, and his mother Zhang Yufan was tearing off a piece of plaster to find a suitable spot on Lu Haihai's back. Lu Shang noticed his father's patched back. His eyes hurt, and he shouted, I'm back? Are you hungry? Why don't you eat an apple first, and I'll cook right away? Zhang Yufan said to Lu Dahai, while pressing the plaster on Lu Dahai's body. Lu Shang shook his head, dragged his school bag, and walked towards his room. He stopped halfway, turned his head to the sofa, and said in a low voice, Why don't you go back and buy a blood moxibustion instrument? That thing can stimulate qi and blood, relax tendons, and is also very effective for massage and healing. My classmate's family has one. Hey, what kind of injury is it for me? Just bear it for a few days and it will be fine. If you have this money, you might as well save it and buy supplements for you. Lu Dahai quickly rejected Lu Shang's proposal and then tried to turn his head to look at him. How is your qi and blood value recently? Have you broken through 0.85? I read the news today that the qi and blood value of this year's undergraduate scoreline for the college entrance examination has been raised by 0.01. I see. I'm going back to my room to exercise now. When Lu Shang heard this, his heart tightened, and he rushed into his room as if fleeing. He couldn't do it with a guilty conscience. If Lu Dahai knew that his blood value had not improved, but dropped instead, he would have to jump up from the sofa and beat him hard with a shoe board. Chapter 2. Lu Shang closed the door and breathed a sigh of relief. Only when he was in this small room that belonged to him alone did he feel a little relaxed. The room is small, with a single bed and desk in the corner. In the middle is a 2 by 1.5 black yoga mat, surrounded by dumbbells, grips, sandbags, and other exercise equipment. This is Lu Sheng's martial arts training room and restroom. Lu Sheng put down his school bag, took off his coat and pants, and sat down on the yoga mat. He came back immediately after school. In fact, he mainly wanted to exercise more, so as to make up for the decline in qi and blood value due to nightmares in the past 2 days as soon as possible. At his age, all aspects of his body are developing rapidly, and it should be the stage when his blood value is skyrocketing. Unless it is an injury or a serious illness, it is almost impossible for the blood value to drop. So what happened to Lu Sheng can be regarded as very serious, and it must be corrected and contained in time. After calming down, Lu Sheng took a deep breath and said silently in his heart, "The 13th radio gymnastics start." Afterwards, Lu Sheng's body began to move one after another. These movements are somewhat similar to yoga, but they are very different from yoga. It is quite appropriate to use gymnastics to describe them. The 24 forms of martial arts body training promoted by the World Martial Arts League are said to be created by the masters of the Martial Arts League based on ancient yoga, ancient martial arts, and ancient jiu-jitsu. They are most suitable for laying the foundation for martial arts beginners. But the version I am practicing now is already the 13th version after revision and correction, and the effect is several times better than the first version of the first generation. Since more than 300 years ago, the world underwent drastic changes. A crack appeared in the sky and the earth, and a large number of grotesque and terrifying monsters spewed out. The development track of this world has completely changed. After most of the thermal weapons lost their effectiveness against monsters, humans began to look for new ways and means to defend themselves. Perhaps because of the appearance of monsters facing the tremendous pressure of genocide, a certain gene lock in the human body is broken, and individual strength can easily climb to a height that was unimaginable before. So martial arts began to shine. Martial arts develop rapidly and change with each passing day. It has been developed until now, and it has become a social trend for the whole people to practice martial arts and practice hard. But even so, humans are still at an absolute disadvantage on the battlefield of competing with monsters for living space. There are news of towns falling almost every day, and the human population continues to drop sharply. This is what the head teacher often told Lu Sheng and the others. You were born in a turbulent era, and you must shoulder the responsibilities of this era. You are practicing martial arts for the rise of mankind. Each of you is the fire of martial arts. Hoo-hoo. Lu Sheng stopped his physical movements, sat on the yoga mat, and slowly adjusted his breathing. He did the 24 movements of body training 3 times in one breath. A thin layer of sweat broke out on his body, and his originally pale face became a little more flushed. If you don't have nightmares anymore, you should be able to make up for the lack of blood in a week. Lu Sheng thought silently in his heart. So far, Lu Sheng has not found the reason for his nightmare. He checked the information on the internet with his mobile phone, and there are generally 4 causes of nightmares: sleeping position, diet, disease, and spirit. The first 3 factors can be ruled out. Is it possible that it is caused by the high psychological pressure near the college entrance examination? Lu Sheng could not confirm. It stands to reason that a person like him who has gone through 2 college entrance examinations should have a much better psychological endurance than normal people. Not so. Lu Sheng was resting while thinking wildly. Thinking about it, sleepiness slowly came up like a tide. Lu Sheng yawned unconsciously, his eyelids drooped, his body slowly lay down, and he gradually fell asleep. The sky is leaden gray, the earth is black, and there is a trace of gray mist everywhere. Depressed, desperate, desolate. When Lu Sheng woke up, the first thing he saw was the scene in front of him. It's this nightmare again? Lu Sheng was completely helpless. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Lu Sheng grabbed the flesh on his arms and face, trying to wake himself up from the dream, but it was of no avail. Until a certain point in time, he will remain in this nightmare. There was a strange sound in my ear, as if someone was stuck in the throat, accompanied by rustling mopping. Coming, Lu Sheng wailed in his heart. Soon, the gray fog not far to his left dissipated, and a tall, stiff figure appeared in front of his eyes. The skin color of the humanoid is gray, the eye sockets are sunken, and there are no eyeballs, only a pair of holes. There is a long gap in the face, and the gray-white face bones and black flesh and blood can be clearly seen. The figure is stiff and slow, wearing a onesie that resembles the victory uniform, but is already dirty, with dirt everywhere. It was almost exactly the same as the zombies Lu Sheng had seen in the movies of his previous life. Chapter 3. Run? The first reaction in Lu Sheng's mind. He's done this before. The jumpsuit zombie was very slow and couldn't catch up with him. Previously, Lu Sheng gradually lost consciousness while running away, and then woke up. But this time, Lu Sheng changed his mind. Stop running. Lu Sheng rolled up his sleeves in a rather lonely manner. Anyway, it's a dream. It doesn't matter if you get bitten. Maybe you can wake up faster if you die in the dream. Thinking about it, Lu Sheng took the initiative to stride towards the one-piece zombie. Although my grades in school are not good, my blood value is still 0.8. Whether it is strength or speed, it exceeds the standard of a normal adult male in the previous life. Are you afraid of a mere zombie? According to the standards of the World Martial Arts League, the chi and blood value of a first-level warrior is 1.5, and the combat power is 150. Now Lu Sheng can almost be regarded as half a formal warrior. Although Lu Sheng's actual combat class results are very poor, and he only knows a few simple fighting skills, but it does not affect his current momentum in the slightest. Function legs. Lu Sheng shouted the name of the moves he had read in the novels of his previous life. After a run-up, He kicked hard on the tall zombie's chest. The tall zombie took a few steps back. Its clumsy body was unable to stand under such a huge impact and fell on its back to the ground. On his jumpsuit, there was a clear shoe print of size 41.5. It seems, but that's all. With this kick, Lu Sheng's confidence instantly increased. Seeing the tall zombie in a jumpsuit struggling and trying to stand up again, he hurried up to make up the knife. Lu Sheng punched the tall zombie twice in the face with his bare hands. It was as if the fist had hit a dried coconut shell, causing the back of Lu Sheng's hand to ache. Lu Sheng bared his teeth while looking around for tools that could be used. Soon a watermelon-sized stone was found a few meters away. Lu Sheng grabbed the rock and pointed it at the tall zombie's head. The weakness of the zombies in the movie is in the head, so it should be fine, Lu Sheng muttered in his mouth and exerted a lot of force on his hand. Crack! The crisp sound of the bridge of the nose breaking. A stone the size of a watermelon was completely embedded in the tall zombie's face. The tall zombie's body twitched twice, and then completely remained silent. Nailed it! Lu Sheng confirmed that the tall zombie was completely dead, so he sat down on the ground, gasping for air. I have to say, this dream is really real enough. Lu Sheng could even feel the sound of his heart beating violently. Still awake, Lu Sheng muttered, and was about to stand up. At this moment, he saw that the tall zombie in front of him collapsed like gravel, and quickly weathered and disappeared in just a few seconds. And there were strands of black smoke steaming from the weathered corpse of the tall zombie, rushing fiercely into Lu Sheng's chest like an arrow. Lu Sheng was taken aback, and before he had time to react, he felt a wave of heat emanating from his chest, accompanied by a large number of small memories, flashing across his mind quickly like a movie scene. What do you want to do after graduation? Join the base defense team. I heard that the training of the defense team is hard and dangerous. It's okay. This is my dream all along. Laugh. From now on, you are a member of the number 1359 base defense team. Number YH48549. Yes, sir. I will not let you down. Excited. Breathing method, body training technique. These two things I taught you. I practiced them for eating, sleeping, and going to the toilet. With more strength, there will be more chances to save your life when you encounter strange beasts in the future. Understood, sir. The second team. The second team. The third team. Damn it. Where are the people? Are they all dead? Stop. Who are you? Number YH48549. Met, sir. What are you doing here? Which team are you in? Report, sir. Squad 7. Immediately. Get your captain to meet me. Report. Report, sir. The captain. They are all dead, and I am the only one left in the 7th team. Silence. The gate of the base is broken. Strange beasts everywhere. Black mist. What is that? Lu Sheng slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with deep sadness. He seemed to be watching a long movie. The protagonist is a tall and handsome teenager. The first half of the movie seems dull and boring. Basically, it is a scene of young people's hard training. The second half gets heavy, one battle after another. Every battle is accompanied by blood and death. The companions around the boy decreased one by one. The sky is always gray, and sadness and pain fill every inch of memory. In the end, the picture was frozen on the broken city wall, and the terrifying beasts and large swaths of black fog swept over the sky. Even Lu Sheng couldn't help being moved by the desperation and depression before the world was about to be engulfed by darkness. What did this guy go through before his death? Lu Sheng murmured. There is no doubt that the memory he just accepted should be the memory of the tall zombie he killed before his death. And this memory is like a doomsday disaster movie. Also, why can I get his memory after killing him? Because it's in a dream? Many doubts arose in Lu Sheng's heart. It's a pity that no one can answer his question, and all the answers can only be found by himself. Lu Sheng picked up his mood and started walking on the wilderness. Soon, several wandering zombies appeared before Lu Sheng's eyes. These zombies were wearing dirty and tattered overalls, and one of them was wearing a yellow helmet on his head, which looked much worse than the previous jumpsuit zombies. This time, Lu Sheng was not afraid, and rushed towards the zombie wearing a yellow helmet. Crack! Lu Sheng rushed forward and twisted his arms, breaking the opponent's neck neatly. Seeing the zombie's head rolling to his feet like a broken ball, Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment. He looked at his hands in disbelief. When did I become so strong? Lu Sheng recalled his series of actions just now. It seems that it has been used countless times in actual combat, and it has almost become instinctive, and it is used subconsciously. That kind of precision and ruthlessness is a realm that he never dared to imagine before. Could it be the reason why I absorbed the memory of the One Piece zombie? Analysis by Lu Sheng. The One Piece zombie seemed to be a combatant named Base 1359. Although his strength was not strong, he had experienced many battles and had rich practical experience. Lu Sheng absorbed his memory and naturally inherited this part of his skills. It's against the sky. Lu Sheng couldn't help sighing. It's easy to gain the experience of others' lifetime. If this is not a dream, because it is a dream, no matter what incredible things happen, it seems normal. It was quite strange to say that Lu Sheng clearly realized that he was dreaming, but he just couldn't wake up. At this time, the zombie who had just been instantly killed by Lu Sheng also began to weather, and a black line of smoke also emerged from his body and penetrated into Lu Sheng's body. Lu Sheng quickly absorbed this part of the memory. The memory of this time made Lu Sheng a little disappointed. The hard hat zombie was just an ordinary plumber repairman, and there are very few things that interest Lu Sheng in his memory. Almost nothing. The only thing that is valuable is that the helmet zombie's memory shows that he and the jumpsuit zombie should come from the same place. Base 1359. It seems that I need to find that base 1359. Maybe there, I can find the truth behind this dream, Lu Shang said to himself. Now he has completely regarded this dream as a puzzle plus upgrade game. Hunting zombies wandering around in the wilderness can provide him with experience to level up and clues to the next step. As for what the clues point to, Lu Shang doesn't know and doesn't care. He was simply passing the time so that the nightmare would be more interesting and less torturous. If I want to upgrade faster, I still need to find combat zombies to hunt and kill. Their memory is more helpful to me. As for how to distinguish between combatants and non-combatants, just look at the clothes. After Lu Shang cleared his mind, he quickened his pace and began to selectively choose his own hunting targets. Lu Shang ran for a while in the wilderness and soon encountered a fighting zombie who was wearing a jumpsuit similar to the victory team, just like the first zombie he killed. Because he didn't care about injury or death, Lu Shang rushed towards a zombie without any worries. This zombie looked a little more advanced than the first one, with an extra weapon in his hand. The rusty iron rod more than 1 meter long had a broken fracture at the tip, and it was impossible to tell what kind of weapon it was. Roar. Seeing Lu Shang's mouth, the zombie let out a series of ugly roars, and then slowly picked up the iron rod in his hand and hit Lu Shang. Lu Shang narrowed his body and nimbly dodged the iron rod's attack, then leaned close to the opponent and stabbed the opponent's throat hard with an elbow. Crack. There was a crisp neck cracking sound. The iron rod zombie's head was turned backwards at a strange angle, and Lu Shang knocked it down with a punch, then grabbed the iron rod in the opponent's hand and quickly made a knife on its head. Once, twice. When the iron rod zombie's body starts to weather, it means the battle is over. A black line of smoke drilled into Lu Shang's body. The base fallen. Defend. Doomsday fire. Lu Shang slowly opened his eyes. The memory absorption this time allowed him to gain a lot of skills and experience related to spear weapons, but other than that, his memory was very chaotic. Lu Shang suspected that this guy had gone crazy before he died. Various grotesque beasts flashed from time to time in the reading screen, and the memory was filled with a strong atmosphere of despair and depression. Continue. After sorting out this memory, Lu Shang picked up the iron rod, a half spear to be precise, that he had just obtained, and prepared to continue exploring. But at this moment, a dull voice came from his ear. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 dash. With this sound, everything around Lu Shang became illusory and unstable. Lu Shang was woken up by a loud beat asterisk 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 G on the door. He tried to open his eyes and slowly sat up from the yoga mat. Then I heard a clear and indifferent female voice coming from outside the door. It's time to eat. How long will you stay in the room? It was the voice of younger sister Lu Qinghe. Lu Shang could imagine Lu Qinghe's expression now through the door. There is a little impatience in the indifference. Lu Qinghe has always looked down on this big brother. Lu Shang is going to be 18 this year, and his blood value is 0.8. It has dropped to 0.78 in the past few days. His combat index and actual combat class results are in a mess, and his total score is in the middle and lower reaches even in Baihano. With such a result, Lu Shang's college entrance examination is not enough for the last undergraduate course. But Lu Qinghe is different. She has just turned 16 this year, and her chi and blood value has already exceeded 1.0 in the last test, and her combat effectiveness index has exceeded 100. She is also quite talented in actual combat, currently studying in the genius class of Baihe No. 1 Middle School, the best in Baihe City. If this trend continues, it is entirely possible to impact the eligibility for admission to key Wuhan universities in 2 years. To sum it up in one sentence, Lu Qinghe is a genius, an out-and-out genius. Compared with Lu Qinghe, Lu Shang was mediocre to the point of mud, a cliché combination of a mediocre big brother and a genius sister. Although the Lu family didn't prefer any child because of differences in martial arts talents, Lu Shang felt that this was the reason why Lu Qinghe had a bad relationship with him all the time. Perhaps in Lu Qinghe's heart, without the burden of her mediocre big brother, she who can get all the resources of the whole family can rush to a higher level now. Understood. Come right away. Lu Shang responded, and the knocking on the door stopped abruptly. At this time, Lu Shang also regained consciousness, and he obviously realized that he had just experienced another nightmare. However, unlike before, Lu Shang didn't feel any discomfort after this nightmare. Even, the condition is surprisingly good. I didn't feel tired or sleepy. I felt very energetic. Lu Shang was a little surprised. He tried to recall everything he experienced in the dream. After a while, Lu Shang was shocked. Those memories I got from the zombies, I remember them all clearly. The various fighting skills I inherited are still firmly engraved in my muscle memory. Even, Lu Shang waved his fist against the air. Even the strength seems to have grown a bit. This is especially incredible. You know, strength comes from chi and blood. The increase in physical fitness must be the result of the increase in chi and blood. Lu Shang felt that his strength had increased. Didn't he feel that his blood value had increased? Can a dream increase chi and blood? Arabian Nights. Lu Shang couldn't believe it, and suspected that these were his own illusions. Of course, the most direct way to verify the authenticity of this feeling is to do a comprehensive physical test. Eat first. After dinner, go to a martial arts gym to test. Lu Shang quickly calmed down the turbulent mood, tidied up a little, and then walked out of the room. The only thing about Lu Shang, who has been a man for 2 lifetimes, is better than his peers, is probably his calm mind. Lu Shang put his head down and stuffed his mouth with big mouthfuls of food, like someone who has been hungry for days. When he picked up the cleaned empty bowl and handed it to his mother Zhang Yufan asking for another bowl, he suddenly found that the three people at the dinner table looked at him with strange eyes. Only then did Lu Sheng realize, the amount of food I eat today seems to be exaggerated. Forget it, I'm full. Lu Sheng hesitated for a moment, wanting to take the bowl back, but he was snatched by Lu Dahai. What's the matter? Can you still be hungry at home? Damn, my child. Go and steam a pot of rice, and fry 2 more dishes by the way. Mom Zheng Yufan answered, and got up to go. Lu Dahai looked quite happy, looked at Lu Sheng with a smile, and said, it's like this when boys are developing. They don't feel full after eating. Their hair just popped up. I'll buy some supplements tomorrow. The puberty period is a good time to increase vitality. Don't waste it. Lu Sheng nodded. Where can it go if it goes up again? It will be 18 soon. Lu Qinghe next to him stuffed a piece of braised pork into his mouth, making a disdainful sound while chewing. Lu Dahai glared at her and said, don't beat your brother up all the time. It's a good thing to be able to raise a little bit. Those who graduated from Wuhan University with a bachelor's degree and those who graduated from a junior college are completely treated differently. Lu Qinghe pouted, but said nothing. Lu Sheng remained silent. To be honest, he was taken aback by the amount of food tonight. He ate 7 bowls of rice and still didn't feel full. You know, Lu Qinghe usually only eats 5 bowls of rice. And Lu Qinghe's qi and blood value was more than 0.2 higher than that of Lu Sheng, and he had always eaten twice as much as Lu Sheng. Perhaps the blood value has really increased, and it's not my illusion. Lu Sheng thought to himself. Mother Zheng Yufan quickly fried 2 more meat dishes and served them. Lu Sheng ate 2 more bowls of rice, said hello to his family, and went straight out the door. He couldn't wait to test his current values in all aspects. Hongchuan Wuguan. Lu Sheng found it along the navigation of his mobile phone and stopped in front of the nearest martial arts gym. The appearance of this martial arts gym is not big, and the decoration is neither bad nor bad. It can be regarded as a very ordinary private martial arts gym. The owner of the hall, an I Hongchuan, is a 4th-level martial artist. He is good at family boxing. He once won the top 10 of the 23rd Baihe City Martial Arts Exchange. There was an enrollment advertisement posted at the entrance of the martial arts hall, and Lu Sheng read it out. The words, Level 4 Warrior, on the advertisement caught Lu Sheng's attention. According to the standards issued by the World Martial Arts League, a warrior with a peak blood value of more than 200 and a combat power index of more than 100,000 can be called Level 4. The blood value is equivalent to more than 200 of me, and the combat power index is more than 100 times that of mine. Lu Sheng roughly imagined that realm in his mind, and the result he got was very exaggerated. The higher the level of martial arts, the greater the gap between the next level. A 4th-level warrior, even in the entire Baihe City, can be regarded as a master, a figure with a head and a face. From this point of view, this martial arts school still has some foundations. But this has nothing to do with Lu Sheng. The fee standard in the admissions advertisement was simply not something he could afford. For a martial arts student from an ordinary family like him, it is already very difficult to maintain the supplements needed for daily martial arts practice, let alone enroll in extracurricular classes to learn boxing techniques to improve actual combat skills. That is the treatment that only children from wealthy families are entitled to. For children from ordinary families, it is enough to lay a solid foundation and work hard to improve the blood value. If Lu Qinghe has an idea, the family may give her the money. Forget it. Besides, there is a way to absorb the memory of zombie martial arts in dreams, and I don't really need such tutoring. Thinking about it, Lu Sheng strode into the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. There is a reception desk at the entrance of the martial arts hall. The person in charge of the reception desk is a girl in her 20s, who looks quite beautiful. Seeing Lu Sheng, the girl quickly put on a professional smile and greeted him. Is this classmate here to enroll in the martial arts improvement class in our martial arts school? Lu Sheng shook his head. Let me test the blood value and combat power. General martial arts gyms will provide similar testing services. The test results are almost the same as those in schools, and the cost is not high. The girl at the front desk glanced at the school uniform Lu Sheng was wearing, nodded, and said, okay, wait a minute. With her eyesight, she can naturally see that Lu Sheng is the kind of child from an ordinary family, and there is no need to waste words on him. Go along the corridor to room number 8. There is a test machine in it. Can you operate it? Do you need me to find someone to help you? The attitude of the girl at the front desk was not bad, and she didn't mean to look down on Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng said he could, then took the rental card given by the girl at the front desk and followed her guidance to find a special testing room. The instrument for testing blood is somewhat similar to a printer. There is a small groove at the lower end, and a disposable sterile sampling needle is placed next to it. Lu Sheng opened a sampling needle, took a little blood from the tip of his left middle finger, and put it in the groove of the instrument. A light blue light fell on the dark red blood, and then the instrument made a soft beep sound, and a value jumped out on the LCD screen of the blood tester. 0.963. The blood value is accurate to 3 decimal places. When Lu Sheng saw this value, although he had expected it in his heart, he couldn't help but clenched his fists. The blood value has really increased, and the increase is not small. It has increased by 0.18, nearly 0.2. And this was just the result of him hunting and killing 3 zombies in his dream. Facts have proved that everything I got in that dream can indeed be brought into reality. This is no longer a simple game of killing monsters and upgrading, but real practice. Lu Sheng held back his agitated heart. No one would be willing to be mediocre, let alone him who has been mediocre all his life. Now that he finally saw the dawn of being able to shine in martial arts, How could he not be excited and happy? Test the combat power index again. The equipment used to test combat effectiveness is much larger, as tall as a person, and in the middle of the equipment is a groove filled with cushions. When testing, just punch hard into the groove. The memory of the one-piece suit zombie has the technique of punching strength. Try it. Lu Sheng didn't know the strength of the two jumpsuit zombies he killed, but they were definitely stronger than him now. And the skills and experience accumulated by the two through many penances and battles during their lifetimes are undoubtedly even more treasures for him now. Drink. Lu Sheng took a deep breath, and the muscles of his right arm followed the skill trajectory in memory and punched the force gauge hard. Boom. A number popped up on the force gauge. 113. Combat power 113. It has already exceeded the standard combat power index represented by his blood value of 0.96. This should be the bonus brought by the skill. Then Lu Sheng tested the left arm punch again. The value was a little less than the right arm, but it was more than 100. After several tests, Lu Sheng finally withdrew his fist contentedly. Last year, the scoreline for Baihe City's martial arts undergraduate course was 1.05 for vitality and 105 for combat power. In other words, I have almost reached the standard of the undergraduate line now. Even if you can't dream again now, you will be able to enter any Nibbin martial arts university in more than 200 days after the college entrance examination. Of course, Lu Sheng's ambitions now won't stop there. The blood value standard for an official first-level warrior is 1.5. And the combat power index standard is 150. Lu Sheng's goal is to become an official first-level martial artist recognized by the Wuming before the college entrance examination, or even higher. The benefits for formal warriors are so good. Even if you don't do anything every month, you can still go to the Wuming to receive thousands of allowances. The minimum recruitment standard for many high-paying occupations is also a first-level martial artist. If I can reach the standard of a first-level martial artist before the college entrance examination, it is even more likely that I will enter a key Wuhan university. After a few years of advanced study, come out. Whether it is to teach in a martial arts school or apply for an officer, you will have a great future. At this moment, Lu Sheng deeply felt how bright his future was. And all of this was brought to him by the dream a few hours ago. After the test, Lu Sheng paid a test fee of 100 yuan, and then went home quickly. He couldn't wait to enter that dream again to explore. Damn, I actually lost sleep? Lu Sheng sat up from the bed helplessly, scratching his head in distress. Perhaps because of eating too much dinner and the increase in blood value, Lu Sheng's mental state is surprisingly good now, with a clear mind and no sleepiness at all. It's only 7 o'clock. It's too early to go to bed now. Forget it. Let's do some exercise first. If you're tired, you can fall asleep naturally. Lu Sheng glanced at the time and finally decided to do some exercise before going to bed. The content of the exercise is naturally the 24 body exercises that he called the 13th set of radio gymnastics. It just so happens that the blood value has skyrocketed, and it needs to be consolidated. Scientific research shows that the qi and blood index of the human body is not constant. It has a peak and valley. When you exercise vigorously, or after taking supplements, the blood value will reach a short-term peak. And when you are resting, or sick or injured, and your qi and blood are running low, your qi and blood value will slide to the bottom. Therefore, warriors usually need to carry out a series of high-intensity training after tonic to ensure a permanent increase in blood value, so as to maximize the effect of tonic. This is common sense. Lu Sheng's qi and blood value skyrocketed by 0.18 today, so corresponding exercises are also essential. The first type. Lu Sheng began to practice on the yoga mat following the 24 exercises that he had done countless times. But after practicing for a long time, Lu Sheng felt something was wrong. No. How could I do this? Lu Sheng stopped his movements suddenly, with a strange look on his face. He has been practicing the 13th edition of the 24 body training exercises released by Wuming since he was in elementary school. After 7 or 8 years of practice, it has almost become a body instinct, and he can perform the movements with his eyes closed. Not to mention how standard it is, but at least it won't go wrong. But just now, he clearly felt that he had subconsciously performed another set of movements, and this set of moves was something he had never learned before. I see. Lu Sheng quickly understood what the problem was. He absorbed the martial arts memories of the two zombies in one-piece suits. In addition to their fighting skills and experience, he also inherited their training memories, by the way. And what he just practiced was the body training technique that two zombies in one-piece suits practiced repeatedly during their lifetimes. The body training technique of the one-piece suit zombie is completely different from what I practice now. With a curious thought, Lu Sheng decided to practice the body training technique that the two zombies in one-piece suits remembered. The movements are much more than the body training technique I practice now. There are more than 200 movements. Some movements seem difficult, but I have inherited the memory of the two of them, which means that I have practiced them countless times. It is not very difficult to do them. As for the effect, hiss. When Lu Sheng performed a movement, a certain part of his body felt a tingling sensation like an electric shock. This feeling was very strange, as if there was a scalding hot current flowing in his body. He was so comfortable that he almost groaned. This feeling seems to have only happened once when I first tried to practice the 24 postures. It's been so many years. This is the second time. Lu Sheng seemed to have discovered the new world all at once. He began to concentrate on practicing this body training technique. If there is a second person in the room at this time, you will see that Lu Sheng's body is constantly twisting and making strange movements one after another. These actions are linked together, Unexpectedly, there is a wonderful and harmonious beauty. During this process, Lu Sheng's body continued to tremble slightly. His body temperature continued to rise. A large amount of white air evaporated from the surface of his body, and the sweat that flowed down almost wet the yoga mat under him. Call. Lu Sheng finally made the last move. The whole person fell apart on the yoga mat, completely like a frame. But he felt that his condition was unprecedentedly good. His whole body seemed to have undergone a deep massage from the inside out, as if he could hear the muscle cells all over his body cheering and singing. Gulu gulu. A strong sense of hunger came from Lu Sheng's brain. How long has it been since I had dinner? Lu Sheng felt incredible. The empty stomach kept reminding him that his body was in urgent need of energy. Lots of energy. And there is only one reason for this. Lu Sheng's blood value has increased again. Unbelievable. Surprise was written all over Lu Sheng's face. He just did the body training technique once, and he was able to increase his chi and blood again. If this situation gets out, he may be immediately regarded as a genius in martial arts. Of course, I'm not a genius. Lu Sheng is well aware of this. All of these are just the effects of the body training technique he just practiced. The result of one exercise is better than my previous 1 year, or even several years. The effect is dozens or even hundreds of times that of the 24 exercises. No, it's not just because of body training. It's also about breathing. I just subconsciously used a wonderful breathing method when practicing body training. The combination of the two has such a terrifying effect. Lu Sheng instantly thought of some pictures he had seen in the memory of the One Piece zombie. Teach you the breathing method, body training technique, eat, sleep, and go to the toilet for me to practice. Wonderful breathing method, wonderful body training technique. Lu Sheng didn't know what the breathing method and body training technique that the One Piece zombie had practiced before his death, but he was sure. These two methods of practice are much more advanced than the 13th version of the body training technique he is practicing now, which is known as the joint creation of the Masters of the World Martial Arts League. Very many. It turns out that this is the real treasure in the dream. Lu Sheng clenched his fist hard, his eyes burning. His biggest advantage is that no matter how complicated the practice methods and skills he got in his dreams, he can use them smoothly without any barriers due to the bonus of the practitioner's previous memory. This directly saved Lu Sheng a lot of time and energy, and it was a shortcut for Tong Tian. After a short rest, Lu Sheng walked out of the room, looking for food that could replenish energy. Fortunately, there is still a lot of bread and fruit in the refrigerator. Lu Sheng ate and drank a lot, barely filling his stomach. Then go back to the room and continue to practice the mysterious body training technique that contains 268 movements. Lu Sheng did this exercise 4 times in a row, and he was almost obsessed with the pleasure of clearly perceiving the growth of his own strength. At the end of the practice, Lu Sheng was so exhausted that he found it difficult to even move his little finger. He even had an illusion. My body is like a sponge that has been wrung out countless times, completely wringing out all the water, and slumped limply on the yoga mat. The belated sleepiness finally began to sweep over Lu Sheng's brain. Lu Sheng fell into a deep sleep, then woke up again from the dream. Looking at the familiar gray and oppressive sky above his head, Lu Sheng felt at ease for the first time. On the wilderness in the distance, zombies wandering around in the gray mist can be vaguely seen. Lu Sheng grinned, with an expression on his face as if a pervert saw a young girl, and rushed towards those zombies. Lu Sheng, go online later. Wu Hei is short of you. As soon as the school bell rang, Lu Qiming rushed over to greet Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng shook his head and refused. No, going back to catch up on sleep again? Haven't you stopped having nightmares recently? Lu Qiming couldn't understand. Lu Sheng said lightly, it's not about catching up on sleep. It's about practicing, preparing for the college entrance examination. Cut. Lu Qiming had a disdainful expression on his face. Which one of us is with whom? You still pretend in front of me. Lu Sheng didn't bother to explain to him. People like Lu Qiming simply don't understand how much joy is in cultivation. The pleasure of rapid growth and strength is simply not what computer games can bring. Forget it. It's up to you. Seeing that Lu Sheng was determined, Lu Qiming stopped persuading him. Anyway, you're only hot for 3 minutes. Based on his understanding of Lu Sheng, in a few days, the mental head on Lu Sheng would pass away. At that time, the two of them will not be double swordsmen in internet cafes. Will the ghost of the canyon be worried? It's time to go to the martial arts hall to test again. On the way home, Lu Sheng was thinking to himself while walking. It has been a week since he went to the martial arts gym for a test last time. During these 7 days, Lu Sheng indulged in practice every day, just like being poisoned. As soon as I got home from school, I would go back to my room and do body exercises a few times to enjoy myself. After dinner, I would do a few more sets. Then I would go to bed on time at 10 o'clock, hunt zombies in my dreams, and absorb memories. If it wasn't for not having a proper reason to explain to the school and parents, he would even skip classes and practice at home every day. I'm here to rent the equipment and do a test. It was the last time at the Hongchuan martial arts gym. Lu Sheng came to the testing room familiarly. Take blood first. Test chi and blood. Lu Sheng watched the blue light of the tester gently scan his blood. He was extremely looking forward to his current test results. After a week of hard work, with the double blessing of the mysterious body training technique and the breathing method, what kind of height can I achieve? Drop. Vigor and blood value. 1.324. Lu Sheng clenched his fists hard, his eyes filled with surprise. Reasonable, unexpected results. Compared with the previous test, the blood value has skyrocketed by 0.36, which is close to 0.4. Others who take drugs every day are not as fast as he is. Test the combat power again. Lu Shang walked to the instrument for measuring combat strength, inhaled, and punched. Compared with the previous test, Lu Shang punches faster now, and his movements are more concise and smooth. This is also due to the large number of combat skills absorbed during this period, among which there are many experience skills related to unarmed combat. Lu Shang's punching style now is no less than those old boxers who have violated their boxing skills for 10 or 20 years. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and a number jumped out from the combat effectiveness testing instrument. 168. A strong light shot out from Lu Shang's eyes. This result surprised even himself. The combat effectiveness index is 168, already exceeding the combat effectiveness standard of a first-level official warrior. That is to say, as long as I can make up the blood value, I will soon be able to participate in the first-level warrior assessment. Lu Shang was very excited. The goal that I didn't even dare to think about in just 1 week is close at hand, as if it is within reach. This feeling is quite strange. The gap between the combat power index and the blood value has widened. This situation can only be achieved by those geniuses who also practice martial arts. Now, I can also be regarded as a genius. Lu Shang was smiling. He could imagine how surprised his teachers, classmates, and family members would be if his current strength exploded. You have used our Hongchuan martial arts secret medicine bath to assist your practice for so long, and your blood value should have increased a lot. Let's test it. There were footsteps and voices at the door. Lu Shang moved his ears, quickly cleared the data on the tester, and then walked out the door. When approaching the door, Lu Shang saw a tall, smooth-skinned beauty leading a young man about his age walking towards him, passing him by. It's a student who came to rent an instrument for testing, probably from a nearby high school. An Aishuang glanced at Lu Shang, who was walking out of the door, and casually said to the young man beside him, "Students like this who can't even afford a tester at home probably won't get very good grades." The young man behind an Aishuang smiled. The young man has fair skin and looks a bit handsome. His clothes are much more refined than those of ordinary families, and he speaks with a natural sense of superiority. Maybe. An Aishuang nodded. Although the boy's tone of voice made her a little uncomfortable, it was undeniable that what the other party said was not wrong. As the saying goes, poor culture and rich military. In martial arts practice, resources also accounted for a large part of the factor. A child from a well-to-do family eats various supplements since childhood, and before he starts to practice, his blood value is much higher than that of others, and he still has spare energy to practice various martial arts in the future, and the gap between him and his peers continues to widen. And children from poor families can't even eat enough, and taking supplements once in a while will cost the whole family's savings. How can they compete with those children from rich families? It was as if the child who had just walked out had become so skinny, obviously lacking nutrition for a long time. Let's do a test first. An Aishuang calmed down and instructed the young man to start the test. The test results will come out soon. The blood value is 1.253, and the combat power index is 130. The young man said happily, "The blood value has increased by 0.03 compared to half a month ago. Senior sister and I, this medicinal bath is really effective. It is much better than the supplements I usually take." And Aishuang also showed a smile on her face and explained, "If you usually take too many tonics, there will naturally be some remaining medicinal power accumulated in your body. Our NI family's medicinal bath is to stimulate these medicinal powers in your body. The effect in the first month will indeed be significant, and then it will gradually weaken, and you need to continue to take various supplements for assistance." Supplements? My family has a lot of them. The point is that they are effective. The young man waved his hand nonchalantly. The increase in qi and blood value made him very excited. Suddenly, his eyes rolled, as if remembering. He quickly walked to the instrument that Lu Shang used just now, and said to an Aishuang, "Senior sister and I, can you call up the test results of that guy just now? I want to see how big the gap is with others." The object you want to compare now should be the geniuses in the school, the top students, not ordinary people. I know. I just want to increase my self-confidence. Senior sister and I, please." And Aishuang couldn't resist the young man's plea, so she walked to the instrument helplessly and recalled the result of the previous tester. "That guy is as thin as a bamboo pole, and his blood value is probably not even 1. He should be a little older than me." Hee. As the young man muttered, a sense of pleasure after his vanity was satisfied began to appear on his face. But when the data was presented in front of him, the young man's expression suddenly froze. The whole person stayed in place, staring straight at the data on the display screen, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. The blood value is 1.324, and the combat power index is 168. "Really?" The boy screamed directly and shouted in disbelief. That guy just now. Can his blood value be so much higher than mine?" And Aishuang was also taken aback. With a blood value of 1.32, in Baihe City, no matter which high school it is, it can be regarded as an upper-level result. However, what was even more exaggerated was the combat power index of 168, which exceeded the blood value standard by more than 30, which proved that the opponent obviously had considerable attainments in actual combat. When I had qi and blood at 1.3, my combat power wasn't that exaggerated. Just now, the young man who I thought was from a poor family and malnourished at a glance is actually an out-and-out genius. Senior sister and I, have you adjusted the wrong data? Impossible. This is unscientific. Why does that guy? The boy was still fiddling around the instrument, muttering unwillingly. He originally wanted to find some sense of superiority from Lu Shang, but he was severely beaten, and now he is not to mention how depressed he is. Okay, if you know how good others are, don't work harder. When the college entrance examination, there are still many geniuses like this. While comforting, Shuang secretly remembered the appearance of Lu Shang she had seen before. Puff breathe breathe dash. In the room, Lu Shang sat on the ground in a strange posture. As his movements continued to change, his breathing was also constantly adjusted in a wonderful rhythm. After finishing the last movement, Lu Shang relaxed his body. Sweat flowed down his muscle lines like a stream, and his whole body was emitting a faint heat as if he had just stepped out of a steam room. The fighting zombies in the dream have basically practiced this body training technique before they were alive. Everyone has different levels of proficiency in different parts. Now I can perfectly perform the whole set of movements very proficiently. The same set of body training techniques, let different people practice. The effect of practice will be different. For example, you are better at the first 30 movements, and I am better at the last 30 movements. Different movements correspond to different muscle groups, and the result is the difference in physical fitness of each person. And Lu Shang absorbed the memories of so many zombies in one-piece suits and integrated almost everyone's good parts, so that his attainments in this set of body training techniques and matching breathing techniques have reached a very high level. The results are still very good. I can feel it almost every day, and there are muscle groups that have not been exercised before. If it is said that this body training technique develops the human body 100%, then the 24 body training exercises promoted by the Wuming may not even develop 1% of the human body. The gap between these two sets of body training techniques is really too big. Lu Shang couldn't help sighing. After practice, Lu got up and wiped his body briefly with a towel. Just after changing into dry clothes, there was a familiar knock on the door. Lu Shang, come out to eat. No. Lu Shang replied, quickly packed up and walked out of the room. The whole family was already waiting for him at the dinner table. There were 7 or 8 dishes on the table, most of which were meat dishes. On the place belonging to Lu Shang, there was a pot full of white rice. That's right, a pot, because I can't find a container bigger than a pot at home. Xiaosheng, come and eat. Mother Zhang Yufan asked Lu Shang to sit down. Lu Shang nodded, sat down, and began to dig into the rice. Over the past week, Lu Shang's appetite has become more and more exaggerated. From the beginning, it was only twice the size of her younger sister Lu Qinghe, and now it is close to 5 times the size of Lu Qinghe. There are 2 big eaters in the family, and my mother Zhang Yufan is also a big project to cook every day. Really edible. Lu Qinghe looked at Lu Shang's face buried in the rice, muttered something, and then, not to be outdone, took a few bites of rice into his own mouth. Lu Dahai looked at the pair of children eating with a smile, and was in a good mood. Open up and eat. There is a lot of food. What's wrong with Xiaosheng recently? After eating so much, he's getting thinner and thinner. Zhang Yufan squeezed Lu Shang's well-defined arm, and said with some concern, what do you know? Boys develop like this. Lu Dahai put a piece of pork ribs into Lu Shang's rice bowl, and asked with a smile, have you measured your qi and blood recently? Has it gone up? Without raising his head, Lu said sullenly, I tested it, and it has risen a little. There was light in Lu Haihai's eyes, and he couldn't help asking, how much has it increased? Quick, break one soon. With rice in his mouth, Lu Shang replied vaguely. He didn't dare to tell the truth, for fear of scaring his parents, and it was hard to explain. It's about to break one. Okay. Even though most of the progress was concealed, this result surprised Lu Haihai very much. I'll buy some supplements for you tomorrow, and the blood value will increase. It can't be supplemented by just eating. Lu Shang raised his head. His gaze stayed on the plaster sticking out of his father Lu Dahai's shoulder for a while, and he didn't speak. Lu Dahai is just an ordinary porter, and his mother's salary in the supermarket is not high. For such a family, it is quite difficult to support the daily martial arts practice of 2 children. Buying extra supplements will only make the burden on parents even heavier. From the usual chats between his parents, Lu Shang learned that Lu Dahai had already started looking for work to work overtime after get off work, and his mother was also doing other part-time jobs. Must find a way to make money. Lu Shang secretly made up his mind. On the wilderness shrouded in gray mist, 2 figures were fighting. Lu Shang's opponent is a zombie wearing a blue jumpsuit. This type of zombie was much stronger than the zombies in gray jumpsuits he had encountered before. More powerful, faster, and even retains certain fighting skills. This is the one in front of him. The blue jumpsuit zombie roared, stretched out its thick arms and grabbed Lu Shang fiercely. The arm made a hoo-hoo sound of breaking through the air on the way. Lu Shang's eyes remained unchanged. He took a few steps forward and put his shoulder against the blue jumpsuit zombie's big arm to block the punch. Then he quickly reached out and hugged the latter's neck in an ambiguous gesture. Down. Give it a hard yank. The knee blasted out like a cannonball, hitting the zombie's chin hard. Crack. The head of the zombie in the blue one-piece suit showed a strange angle, completely hanging behind the shoulders. After shaking for a while, he fell to the ground. The corpse quickly weathered, and a black line of smoke emerged, quickly entering Lu Shang's body. Squad leader, good at boxing. When Lu Shang opened his eyes, it meant that the memory had been absorbed. This elite monster in blue jumpsuit brought Lu Shang a lot. After absorbing this memory, Lu Shang felt that his understanding of boxing had reached a new level. It seems to have touched a bottleneck faintly. Upwards is a new world. Fist, palm, leg, footwork. Every fighting zombie has its own specialties. Although these memories overlap to some extent, they also complement each other, like a puzzle, complementing my deficiencies in actual combat skills bit by bit. So far, boxing has the most memories, and it is also the first to touch this kind of bottleneck. Lu Xing thought to himself. The biggest benefit that the dream world brought him was that he could continuously absorb memories and integrate them into himself. Lu Shang easily obtained the results that others spent a lot of time and energy on. This is equivalent to Lu Shang stepping on the shoulders of countless predecessors and moving forward quickly. During this period of time, absorbing the memories of a large number of zombies in one-piece suits, in addition to making Lu Shang's progress in martial arts practice leaps and bounds, there is another gain. It's the news about base 1359. With clues obtained from memories, Lu Shang gradually pieced together a real route to base 1359. The direction is right. As long as I keep walking, sooner or later I will find base 1359, and this day should not be far away. Lu Shang looked ahead, where was shrouded in a large amount of gray fog. Occasionally, one or two shambling figures flashed in the fog. With a firm gaze, he strode over. About the solution to this problem. In class, Lu Shang listened carefully to the teacher's lecture. Since his practice became regular, Lu Shang found that his brain has become much more flexible. According to Lu Shang's guess, a large amount of memories should be absorbed in the dream, and the storage process of these memories stimulated the development of the brain, which improved his memory, brain operation speed, and other aspects. In other words, to be smarter. Speaking of fantasy, that is the improvement of understanding. Anyway, now that Lu Shang is studying textbook knowledge, he feels very relaxed. Knowledge points that I couldn't understand before, but now I can understand them after reading it once, and I became a student master directly. Liberal arts knowledge is not completely useless to Lu Shang. After all, the college entrance examination also requires liberal arts, but it doesn't add much to the total score. Okay, after class, as the bell rang for the end of get out of class, the math teacher stopped the lecture and announced the end of the get out of class. By the way, he reminded, the next class is a practical class. Students, remember to gather in the practical classroom early. After finishing speaking, the math teacher walked out with the textbook and teacup in hand. Lu Shang tidied up his class notes and books and prepared to leave the classroom after tidying up. Practical classes are usually arranged in the school's Wuguan Road, which is a few minutes away from the teaching building. In addition to changing clothes, you have to leave immediately if you want to avoid being late for class. This is why even a math teacher dare not delay the class. Hey, Lu Shang. As soon as he walked out of the classroom, Lu Shang heard someone calling him from behind. Lu Qiming ran up quickly, subconsciously wanting to hug his shoulder. But halfway through his hand, he retracted inexplicably. Wait for me. Let's go together. Lu Qiming didn't know what happened to him either. In the past, he and Lu Shang often played and joked, and all kinds of physical contact did not matter. But now, when he was close to Lu Shang, he actually felt an inexplicable sense of timidity. Just like there is an invisible aura surrounding Lu Shang's body, repelling him fiercely. You have really changed a lot recently. Lu Qiming tried to walk beside Lu Shang, but his tone of voice was a little cautious unconsciously. Yeah. Lu Shang didn't notice Lu Qiming's strangeness and replied casually, after all, the college entrance examination is coming, and you know my family's situation. If you don't work hard, you will completely become a burden to the family. That's right. Our family conditions are similar, so I'm going to start working hard. Lu Qiming deliberately took a step behind Lu Shang and immediately felt a lot more relaxed after following him. He didn't have to face the aggressive aura emanating from Lu Shang. He could speak more smoothly. But my family is better than yours. I'm the only one in my family. Lu Shang nodded. Lu Qiming's words are correct. If there is only one him in their family, or only his younger sister Lu Qinghe, the pressure on the parents will undoubtedly be much less. However, your sister's talent is so good, it won't be a problem for her to be admitted to Wuhan University in the future, get a full scholarship, and various other subsidies. The locker room is here. Let me open the door for you. Lu Qiming quickly ran past Lu Shang and opened the locker room door for Lu Shang one step ahead. The two who were supposed to be best friends, now one of them seems to be reduced to the other's follower, but Lu Qiming didn't realize this at all, as if everything was logical and as it should be. Scholarship? There was a light of thought in Lu Shang's eyes. Lu Qiming's words gave him an inspiration. He has been thinking about how to make money recently. On the one hand, it is to reduce the burden on the family, so that parents don't have to work so hard. On the other hand, with the continuous improvement of his martial arts cultivation, he must need a lot of money to support it. Take the simplest food as an example. Lu Shang now eats those ordinary meals, which are increasingly unable to keep up with the nutrients needed to increase his blood value. If it continues, it will inevitably slow down his progress, and it will also become a terrible dung-making machine. The way Lu Shang thought of making money before was to become a first-level official warrior, so that he could receive a monthly allowance of several thousand yuan from the woman. The money could be used to buy some things to replenish energy and blood. Now Lu Qiming's words made him think of another way. Scholarship. Every school will give some material rewards to students with good academic performance, and Baihe No. 3 Middle School is no exception. I remember that the first-class scholarship of Baihe No. 3 Middle School seems to be a full 10,000 yuan. If you can get this money, Lu Shang suddenly had an idea in his heart. And if he wants to win this money, he must show some talent and strength that a first-class scholarship winner should possess. Lu Shang, how did you lose so much weight? In the locker room, Lu Shang and Lu Qiming were changing the martial arts uniforms required for the actual combat class. Lu Shang, who took off his coat and pants, showed a body with clear lines and smooth lines like a cheetah. It's just a little thinner, which is due to the rapid growth of qi and blood and insufficient nutrition. Hair needs a cut. Lu Shang looked at his familiar yet unfamiliar face in the mirror. Thin, handsome, with a knife-like sharp light occasionally bursting out of his deep, dark eyes. Even if he just stood there calmly now, he would give people an inexplicable sense of shock. It makes people feel hairy, just like when ordinary people encounter wild animals such as tigers and leopards in the wild. This is the result of the increase in qi and blood and the absorption of a large amount of dream memory, which Lu Shang himself hadn't noticed before. I've grown a little taller. Lu Shang changed into the martial arts uniform, looking at the obviously short sleeves and trouser legs, thinking silently in his heart. His previous height was 175. During this period of practice, his height skyrocketed to nearly 1.8 meters, and the martial arts suit that originally fit him immediately looked smaller. After changing their clothes, Lu Shang and Lu Qiming walked into the Budokan together. The entire Budokan is very large, and it is divided into pieces of fields made of upholstered mats. Each field is equivalent to a practice classroom for combat lessons. They were obviously not the only class attending classes during this time period. Lu Shang and Lu Qiming found their class venue and walked over quickly. Everyone sat in a circle around the edge of the field, and a middle-aged man with a muscular body and slightly tight loose martial arts uniform stood in the middle. This actual combat lesson is to consolidate what I taught you before, the content of basic fighting skills. The teacher of the actual combat class was Zhong Jinghua, an official second-level warrior. It was said that he had been on the battlefield and had confronted strange beasts head-on. The huge scar on Zhong Jinghua's deliberately exposed right arm is the best evidence. This is also the capital he is most proud of, and he has boasted to the students more than once in class. Next, Zhong Jinghua began to formally explain the use of various fighting techniques to the students, and even called a boy to go up to practice with him. In Lu Shang's view, these fighting skills taught by Zhong Jinghua are simple and superficial, and what he absorbed from the dream memory is far superior to these. Call Yang Yifei to go up every time. Can't we give ordinary people a chance? Shit. Lu Shang suddenly heard Lu Qiming beside him complaining sourly. Only then did he notice the boy Zhong Jinghua called up to practice martial arts with him. The boy's name is Yang Yifei. He comes from a good family background. His martial arts grades are top-notch in his grade. Coupled with his handsome appearance, he is quite popular even in school. Now, Yang Yifei, who was wearing a white martial arts uniform and cooperated with Zhong Jinghua in his calm moves, attracted the eyes of the girls below. If you were given a chance, you wouldn't be able to grasp it. Even if you withdrew your strength, Mr. Zhong's fist wouldn't be able to catch everyone. Lu Shang glanced at Lu Qiming and said calmly. Lu Qiming's face turned red, and he muttered, "Who made Yang Yifei's family well off, and took all kinds of tonics for food, and I heard that his blood value is almost 1.2. Lu Qiming looked unconvinced, as if he and Yang Yifei were raised in the same environment, he would definitely be able to do better than Yang Yifei. Lu Shang didn't talk to him anymore, but just watched Zhong Jinghua and Yang Yifei's demonstration calmly. On the surface, it looks like he is listening carefully, but in fact Lu Shang has already been thinking about the scholarship in his mind. When, what method to use, and raise this matter with the teacher. Okay, the demonstration is almost done. Next, let two students come up to the actual combat, and I will guide alone. After Zhong Jinghua finished the drill, he casually called out to Yang Yifei who was beside him. Yang Yifei, don't go down, and find another person to practice with you. Yes. Yang Yifei looked normal, as if he was used to such special treatment. Which classmate is willing to come up and challenge Yang Yifei? Zhong Jinghua asked loudly, and the students below all avoided wherever his eyes swept. Is there no one? Zhong Jinghua frowned slightly, a little dissatisfied. Every time they talk about actual combat exercises, these students shrink back, like ostriches, wishing to bury their heads in the ground. So how can he teach them? Many people privately said that he was partial to the top students in his class. These people don't even think about it carefully. Every time in such a situation, apart from top students like Yang Yifei, how many people would dare to stand up and accept his guidance? Many people like to complain that there is no opportunity, but they don't understand that opportunities slip away quietly when they shrink back again and again. Zhong Jinghua glanced at each student, feeling gradually disappointed. Just when he was about to order someone to come up casually, he suddenly met a pair of dark and deep eyes. Zhong Zhenghua's eyes lit up, and his eyes fell on a thin student with calm eyes. Among the crowd avoiding his gaze, a person who dared to look him in the eyes suddenly appeared, so eye-catching and abrupt. Okay, that classmate is you. You come up to practice with Yang Yifei. Zhong Jinghua pointed to the student who was different and said loudly, Lu Shang, Teacher Zhong is calling you. Lu Shang recovered from his thoughts and suddenly realized that he had been hit by Zhong Jinghua and asked him to come on stage to practice against Yang Yifei. The classmates on the left and right looked at Lu Shang with gloating and speculative eyes, and even Lu Qiming gave him a self-seeking look. Little transparent students like him and Lu Shang are as likely to win the lottery if they are selected by the teacher to answer questions in class. I don't know what kind of unlucky Lu Shang is today to be selected as a training partner in the actual combat class. Lu Shang quickly calmed down. If you are clicked, you will be clicked. And it's not like you haven't been clicked before. He stood up and walked towards the middle of the field. When Lu Shang stood up, Zhong Jinghua froze for a moment. At that moment, he had an illusion, as if he saw a fierce tiger slowly getting up from the pile of sheep. The temperament naturally exuded from Lu Shang made Zhong Jinghua almost think that what he saw was not an ordinary high school student, but a warrior who had experienced many battles walking towards him. Teacher. Lu Shang walked up to Zhong Zhenghua and greeted him calmly. Zhong Zhenghua noticed the strong, streamlined, and powerful muscle lines exposed under Lu Shang's obviously short sleeves, and his eyes brightened. Why didn't I find out before that there is such a good seed in the class? Zhong Zhenghua looked Lu Shang up and down with a faint appreciation and asked, "What's your name?" Lu Shang. What was the score of the last blood test? Lu Shang thought for a while and replied truthfully, 0.802. Is it only 0.8? It's a bit low. It doesn't look like it. Zhong Zhenghua frowned. Could it be that I have lost my sight? Zhong Zhenghua shook his head, did not continue to think deeply, and said, "You come to practice with Yang Yifei and use the fighting skills I just taught. After the end, I will point out the shortcomings of your movements." Yes. Lu Shang nodded, then walked to stand opposite Yang Yifei. With a relaxed expression, Yang Yifei nodded slightly at Lu Shang and reminded, "My blood value is already 1.22, and it might be a little heavy later, so be careful." Lu Shang didn't feel anything, just nodded casually. There were low exclamations from the group of students below. Damn it. Yang Yifei's blood value is 1.22, and I haven't even reached 0.9. It's too strong. I'm afraid it can be ranked in the top 10 of the grade. As expected of Yang Yifei. Hearing these exclamation voices, Yang Yifei was obviously benefited. With a faint, confident, and calm smile on his face, he said to Lu Shang, "Are you ready?" "I'm coming." "Can." Lu Shang nodded. "I am coming." Yang Yifei let out a low cry, and he sprang out like a cheetah, rushing towards Lu Shang quickly. Even Zhong Zhenghua, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but nodded slightly when he saw his performance. As for the students watching below, they were already prepared to be amazed. The little stars in the eyes of each girl also began to coalesce and take shape. Lu Qiming even turned his head slightly, looking at Lu Shang with an expression of not being able to bear to look directly at him. Then, the next moment, boom, a figure flew out from the middle of the field, flew 5 or 6 meters away, and fell heavily to the ground. "Yang Yifei is so handsome." Yang Yifei. A girl's adoring voice sounded in time, which seemed particularly abrupt. The girl was halfway through shouting when she suddenly realized something was wrong. All the people around kept quiet and stared fixedly at the center of the field with an expression she couldn't understand at all. The girl turned her head to take a closer look and was stunned for a moment. On the edge of the venue, the pale and embarrassed figure clutching his chest was the male god she admired, Yang Yifei. As for Lu Shang, he was still standing in the middle of the field, and he didn't seem to have even moved a step. Quiet. The place fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared at Lu Shang in a daze, and Yang Yifei, who fell to the ground with a pained expression and couldn't believe their eyes. Lu Shang, with just one move, his blood value exceeded 1.2, and Yang Yifei, a genius ranked in the top 10 in his grade, was sent flying? They wonder if they are dreaming. Even Zhong Zhenghua was stunned. Then he realized something very quickly. "I didn't look away." "Hurry up. Find 2 people to help Yang Yifei go to the infirmary." Zhong Zhenghua gave orders quickly, and the others just woke up from a dream and acted quickly. It's just that looking at Lu Shang's eyes again, it's like looking at a monster. "Mr. Zhong, Lu Shang tried to explain to Zhong Zhenghua that it was not on purpose, that he did not want to use the martial arts he taught. But when Yang Yifei rushed over, his fighting instinct drove him to do so subconsciously. When he realized that he wanted to cooperate with the duel, Yang Yifei had already flown out. Who knew he couldn't help but fight? "Stop talking, just follow me." With a wave of Zhong Zhenghua's hand, he greeted Lu Shang and walked out in a hurry, not caring whether the practical lesson was over or not. Lu Shang could only follow obediently. After the two left, a burst of heated discussions erupted in the venue. Damn it, is Lu Shang on drugs? Why is he so violent? Even Yang Yifei can't beat him. That guy is Lu Shang, right? The Lu Shang we know? Yang Yifei's qi and blood is 1.22, but he couldn't even stop Lu Shang at once. So how much is Lu Shang's qi and blood worth? Hiss. Amidst the exclamations and discussions, Lu Qiming opened his mouth wide and stared blankly at the direction Lu Shang was going away. His mind is still in a daze. "Didn't you say that your last blood test score was 0.8? Does this look like 0.8? As soon as Zhong Zhenghua brought Lu Shang to the office, he stared at him fiercely. Lu Shang was a little helpless and said, "Mr. Zhong, you also said that what you asked about was the result of the last test." Zhong Zhenghua was at a loss for words for a moment, thought for a while and said, "I'll give you another test now." Lu Shang nodded. After a while, the test results came out. Zhong Zhenghua sat down on the chair and fixedly looked at Lu Shang with a complex look that was hard to describe in words. It's a kind of shock with joy, joy with surprise, surprise with doubt, doubt about yourself, doubt about facts. Complex eyes. "When was the last time you were tested?" Zhong Zhenghua took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and asked Lu Shang. Lu Shang thought for a while and replied, "The last monthly exam took about less than a month. If it is counted as a private test, it should have been a week ago." Less than a month ago? Zhong Zhenghua didn't know what to say. He glanced at the test results again. Blood value, 1.532. Combat power index, 192. 2 jaw-dropping statistics. It has exceeded the evaluation standard of a first-level warrior. Although the testing equipment in the school is not as accurate as that of the Wuming, the fluctuation will not be too large, and the actual results are basically close to each other. That is, the student named Lu Shang standing in front of him now can already be said to be an official first-level warrior. He is only less than 18 years old this year, and there are more than 200 days before the college entrance examination. In their Baiha number 3 middle school, in the actual combat class he led by Zhong Jinghua, there was a real first-level martial artist who was less than 18 years old. Zhong Jinghua still needs to digest this result carefully. Although it is said that a first-level martial artist who is less than 18 years old is not that great in Long Country or Baiha City. However, among them Baiha-san, that is definitely the top genius. Du Miao Miao. At least none of the college entrance examination freshmen of Baiha number 3 middle school and senior 3 can reach this height, and there are almost none. Moreover, Zhong Jinghua saw more than this. What he really valued was the combat effectiveness index of the student named Lu Shang in front of him, as well as his performance in the actual combat class. The combat power of 192 exceeds the blood value standard by more than 40. You know, before becoming an official first level, oh no, it should be a third-level warrior. The combat power index of a warrior basically follows the blood value, because the blood value represents speed and strength. How much chi and blood you have will naturally be able to play as much destructive power. There is a threshold for a warrior from level 3 to level 4, and many people will stay at this stage, exercising their muscles and bones. At this time, the role of martial arts will really begin to manifest, and the combat effectiveness of warriors will also have a relatively large leap. Before that, skills might bring about various gaps in actual combat, but the increase in combat power was very small. Just like Zhong Jinghua himself, a second-level warrior. The chi and blood value is 15, and the combat power is only more than 1,500, which exceeds the standard of chi and blood value by dozens of points. Looking back on it like this, Lu Shang, who was able to pull the combat power index to more than 40 points above the standard of blood value at the first level of martial artist, what a monster. In the actual combat class, others didn't see Lu Shang's move to fly Yang Yifei, but he saw it clearly. Even he was a little amazed at the skill displayed in Lu Shang's punch. This is definitely a fighting martial arts genius. At this time, Zhong Jinghua had an extremely strong premonition in his heart. They Baiha number 3 middle school. This time, maybe you really found a treasure. Lu Shang watched Zhong Jinghua's eyes flickering quietly, probably thinking about something quickly. After being a little nervous at the beginning, Lu Shang has completely calmed down now. Although the exposure of his strength this time caught him off guard, but think about it carefully. This happened to be a good opportunity. It happened to take this opportunity to apply for a scholarship to the school. With his current strength, there was no reason why he would not be able to pass. This test also gave Lu Shang a new understanding of his own strength. He has almost reached the evaluation standard of a first-level warrior, and it is time to participate in the formal assessment of a first-level warrior. Now Lu Shang is really short of money. At this time, Zhong Jinghua also sorted out his mood. With your current grades, you can apply to enter the school's top class. Zhong Jinghua also didn't ask why Lu Shang's chi and blood nearly doubled in a month. Nothing more than a few. He has been hiding his strength before. The body suddenly enters a period of rapid development, and the talent hidden before is gradually developed. These two situations have happened to other students, and there is no need to delve into it. If the pursuit is tight, it may also arouse students' resentment. Teacher, I think it's good to stay in the current class, and there is no need to change classes. Lu Shang replied. Zhong Jinghua nodded with a complicated expression. He also didn't think it was necessary. The cultivation of chi and blood value depends entirely on the students themselves, and what the school teachers can teach is nothing more than some practical skills. At this point, Lu Shang has even surpassed many teachers. Then what request do you have? If you think the school can help you and provide you with convenience, you can put it forward now. Zhong Jinghua asked. Lu Shang was waiting for this opportunity. I want to apply for the school's martial arts scholarship, and I hope to have more free time to go to school. Lu Shang brought up two thoughts in his mind at the same time, and the second one came to him on the spur of the moment. Lu Shang has always felt that his stay at school is more of a waste of time. If he can spend more time practicing body training and exploring dreams every day, his strength may grow faster. I'll apply for the school's special scholarship for you, 30,000 yuan, and the money will be in your hands in about 2 days. Regarding the class time, the school needs to hold a meeting to discuss it, but there should be no problem. After all, you are a genius. Geniuses should have some privileges. Zhong Jinghua quickly responded to Lu Shang's request. Besides, I can promise you, if you represent our Baiha number 3 middle school in the city and get a ranking in the city, the school will give you another reward. During the period before the college entrance examination, if you have any material requirements, you can also ask the school. As long as it's not too much, the school can satisfy you, and I personally can also give you some help. When Zhong Jinghua said this, his expression was quite formal, as if he had treated Lu Shang as an equal existence. Lu Shang could understand Zhong Jinghua's thoughts after a little thought. For a talented student with a bright future like him, now is undoubtedly the best time, and it is also the time to win him over with the least price. Thank you, school. Thank you, teacher Zhong. Lu Shang expressed his gratitude, thought for a while, and added, one more thing, Mr. Zhong. I hope that my current grades and the treatment I get at school will not inform my family for the time being. I see. Zhong Jinghua nodded. Regarding the sudden surge in Lu Shang's strength, warriors like them can understand it, but it's hard to say it to ordinary families. In case Lu Shang's parents find out after finding out about it, and do something that will affect Lu Shang's progress in martial arts practice, this is something that no one wants to see. It's nothing, Mr. Zhong. I'll go first. Go. Zhong Jinghua waved his hand and watched Lu Shang walk out of the office. A few minutes after Lu Shang left, Zhong Jinghua, who was sitting on the chair, suddenly jumped up. The calmness on his face no longer exists, replaced by deep joy and complacency. Lu Shang, a Lu Shang came out of my Baiha number 3 middle school, a first-level official warrior who is less than 18 years old, with a combat power close to 200. Before the college entrance examination, I have to hide Lu Shang as a secret weapon. When the college entrance examination starts, I will scare those people in Zhong Air again. Haha, I am excited when I think of the expressions of those guys. The headmaster must be notified of this news as soon as possible. Zhong Zhenghua walked out of the office with a happy face. When Lu Shang returned to the class, the actual combat class had already ended, and all the students had already returned to class. When Lu Shang walked into the class, the originally noisy classroom fell silent for an instant. Then all eyes focused on him. Shocked, amazed, curious, admiring, awe-inspiring. Lu Shang walked back to his place with a normal expression. The moment after he sat down, the originally quiet classroom gradually became noisy again. It was as if, when the tiger stepped into the flock, the whole flock fell silent. And when the tiger rested, the panicked lambs resumed their hustle and bustle. Lu Shang is that tiger. Not long after Lu Shang took his seat, he saw the pale-faced young Yifei limping in while being supported by someone. He noticed Lu Shang at a glance, and there was a look of resentment in his eyes. But when Lu Shang's eyes met, young Yifei immediately shy away to avoid it. Obviously, he was scared by Lu Shang's punch in the actual combat class. Next to him, Lu Qiming wanted to come up to talk to Lu Shang several times, but he didn't dare to open his mouth several times. Lu Qiming looked at Lu Shang, who was sitting on the seat and was flipping through a book casually, feeling a little confused for a moment. He suddenly realized that the best friend around him had become so strange and distant. Baiha City, the central shopping mall. In a shop with the name Wu Yaotang, a tall and straight boy in a school uniform was staring at the products on the counter and browsing. The shopping guide walked up to the boy and asked politely, "Sir, what kind of tonic do you want to buy?" The boy raised his head, revealing a handsome and thin face, and shook his head. "I'll just look around and not buy." "Okay." The shopping guide lady walked aside very tactfully. The boy dressed as a student in front of her is obviously not her potential customer group. This boy was exactly Lu Shang, who came to hang out after school. A scholarship was about to be awarded, and Lu Shang couldn't wait to run to the mall to plan the use of the money. It's not that he couldn't hold his breath and was thinking about how to spend it before Qian got it, but that he really wanted to increase his strength. In the past few days, with the continuous improvement of body training and breathing techniques, Lu Shang felt more and more the strong hunger coming from his body all the time. That is a sign of the rapid growth of qi and blood and the shortage of the system. Every inch of muscle cell in his body is yearning for the nourishment of energy. Although his father Lu Dahai bought him a tonic to take last week, it was still a drop in the bucket, and there was not much relief. If such a malnutrition state is maintained for a long time, the body may cause permanent, irreversible damage, and the strength may even regress. Because martial arts practice is actually a process of constantly tapping the potential of the human body. The increased qi and blood value of a warrior is the embodiment of the human body's potential being constantly stimulated. But the potential will be consumed, and if it is not replenished in time, it will in turn harm itself. The way to supplement is to take in a lot of external energy through food supplements, medicine supplements, etc. After all, the energy supplement that food can provide is a small amount, and the medicinal materials that are rich in a lot of nutrients needed by the human body are the bulk. And these precious medicines are naturally worth a lot. Therefore, poor culture and rich military is not a common saying that is casually said. There are two main types of supplements on the market: external application and internal application. External application is further divided into medicated baths, smears, acupuncture, and moxibustion, sticking, and so on. Compared with internal tonics, external tonics are milder in nature, faster, and better absorbed. However, the operation is cumbersome and the conditions are harsh, and the benefit effect will become worse and worse with the number of times of use, and the prescription needs to be changed constantly. I still choose oral supplements. Lu Shang has been focusing on oral tonics. However, the price of oral supplements made Lu Shang frown. The nourishing blood powder my father bought for me last week cost 3,000 yuan per pair. This is the most common tonic. There are also Peishue powder, Zhuanggu powder, Yangyuan powder. Each price is much more expensive than Yangshui powder. The most expensive Yangyuan powder even costs 15,000 a pair, which is too exaggerated. Zhong Jinghua and Lu Shang promised to win him a special scholarship of Baiha number 3 middle school, 30,000 yuan. Lu Shang originally thought that the money was quite a lot, but now that he saw it, it was not enough at all. 30,000 yuan is only enough to buy 10 sets of Yangshui powder and 2 sets of Yangyuan powder. If Lu Shang had applied for a first-class scholarship of 10,000 yuan according to Lu Shang's original plan, he would not even be able to afford a pair of Yangyuan powder. Martial arts practice is too expensive. Only now did Lu Shang understand how much money he had spent behind those brilliant martial arts top students in the school, such as young Yifei. Children from ordinary families like him and Lu Qiming, how can they compare with others? How can they compare? In this age of martial arts, it is too difficult for a noble son to come from a poor family. Lu Shang also realized at the same time how heavy the burden on parents is. Lu Qinghe's idea is correct. With her martial arts aptitude, if she hadn't been dragged down by a mediocre big brother like me, her achievements would indeed be much higher than now. It's as if Lu Dahai decided to provide him and Lu Qinghe with 2 sets of nourishing blood powder each month. Lu family's limit. If all these 4 nourishing blood powders can be provided to Lu Qinghe alone, the result will naturally be obvious. Thinking about it this way, Lu Sheng's desire to make money became more determined. Whether it's for my own practice or for Lu Qinghe's martial arts path, I should work harder. Lu Sheng didn't look any further and walked out of the mall. The central shopping mall is quite far from the community where Lu Sheng lives. Lu Sheng chose to walk home instead of taking a bus. Under the daily high-intensity practice, the process of walking home like this is a good way for Lu Sheng to relax. Go for gold today. I have recently practiced swordsmanship, and I will take you to kill. Come on. I'm afraid it's not a nursery school. How dare you look down on my swordsman? Wait, I have to show you my skills. A few high school students in school uniforms and carrying school bags were playing around, running past Lu Sheng in groups and rushing into the nearest internet cafe. There was a ripple in Lu Sheng's heart. More than a month ago, he was like these people, dawdling in school every day, and there was an internet cafe after school. Just like a fish living in the sand, blinded by the illusion and turbidity in front of him, he is muddled every day, spinning in place without direction or motivation. Now, he came out of the water with a clear mind, knowing exactly what he wanted and where the way forward was. Do you regret it? Lu Sheng asked himself softly. I don't regret it. Lu Sheng answered firmly with calm eyes. It seems that he has given up some happiness, but now he is undoubtedly more fulfilled and satisfied. At this time, all kinds of boxing memories suddenly flashed in Lu Sheng's mind. A large number of fragmented pictures flashed across his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to grasp something. It seems like something is broken. Lu Sheng's mind became extremely clear, and something new was born in his heart. Breakthrough. Lu Sheng looked at his hands, feeling a little lost. He clearly felt that the boxing bottleneck he had achieved by absorbing a large amount of memory before was broken at this moment, and his understanding of boxing reached a new height. It's a state that's hard to describe. Get rid of the chaff and save the chaff, and look brand new. Now Lu Sheng feels like he can perfectly master any kind of boxing technique in his mind. It is possible to use boxing techniques to make the most appropriate response in different situations. Integrate. That's probably what it means. I heard the teacher say in class before that those powerful martial arts masters will get some wonderful insights in certain environments and moods, which will make their own martial arts undergo a great transformation. Know your mind. This situation is called epiphany in martial arts. Did I just have an epiphany? Lu Sheng didn't know, but that's also not important. He only knew that his strength should be improved again. If the current him fights against the previous him, the winner may be decided within a few strokes. This is the gap brought about by boxing attainments. Lu Sheng had the urge to go to the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall to do another test right now, but he held back immediately. The strength of strength will not change because of the number of tests. Strength is your own, and you won't run away because you didn't test it in time. Besides, it's quite late today. If you delay for a while, you will inevitably be questioned by your parents when you go back. Thinking about it, Lu Sheng quickened his pace. I'm going back to my room. Lu Sheng put down the bowl and chopsticks, greeted his family members calmly, then turned and went back to the room. What's wrong with Xiaoxing today? Is he feeling unwell? Mother Zhang Yufan looked at the bowl of rice in front of Lu Sheng and said with some concern, Today I ate half a bowl of rice less than yesterday. Lu Qinghe shook her head speechlessly, then got up and said, Mom and Dad, I also went back to my room to exercise. Said that Lu Qinghe quickly ran back to his room. Perhaps because of the huge changes that happened to Lu Sheng recently, Lu Qinghe felt an inexplicable sense of crisis in his heart, and his practice became more diligent than before. Lu Dehai patted his wife's palm and comforted him with a smile. The child has grown up, is sensible, and knows to study hard. This is a good thing, and we don't need to worry about it. Oh, by the way, the money is for you, and I will give it back to Xiaoxing by some big bones with Qinghe and make up for it. You want to pick up casual work again? Didn't you still complain of back pain yesterday? Can your body take it? What's the matter? Just put on 2 plasters for me later. Where can I post it? Listening to the conversation of his parents in the living room, Lu Sheng took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. After his qi and blood increased, his 5 senses were also greatly strengthened. Even through a door, he could still hear voices outside. A certain string in Lu Sheng's heart became more and more urgent. After doing 2 sets of exercises to clear away the distracting thoughts in his mind, Lu Sheng gradually fell into a dream state. Now he can easily control his brain to fall asleep in a very short time. On the familiar wilderness, Lu Sheng's figure quietly appeared. A burly zombie immediately noticed Lu Sheng's appearance and quickly rushed towards him with a low growl. Without any hesitation, Lu Sheng rushed forward quickly. Block, punch. In just 2 strokes, Lu Sheng wrung the neck of the burly zombie in unrecognizable clothes in front of him. A black line of smoke appeared and quickly merged into Lu Sheng's body. Martial arts practitioner. Lu Sheng breathed out lightly after absorbing the zombie's memory. My strength has indeed increased. The fight just now gave Lu Sheng a more intuitive understanding of his current strength. He had encountered this kind of burly zombie more than once before. This is a new type of fighting zombie that is different from the one-piece suit zombie, and its strength is erratic. Some are weaker than zombies in gray one-piece suits, while others are stronger than zombies in blue one-piece suits. The fighting power of this kind of zombie can only be barely distinguished by observing the opponent's size. The one that Lu Sheng just dealt with is not weak. It can even be said that it is the strongest he has ever encountered, both in terms of strength and speed. It is close to twice that of ordinary blue one-piece suit zombies. The combat power is estimated to have reached the standard of a first-class official warrior, but even so, he still couldn't survive 2 moves under Lu Sheng's hands. After the breakthrough, the boxing technique is very strong, which gives me a sense of calmness that can be easily manipulated. Against opponents whose skills are weaker than mine, it is almost like an adult beating a child. There was a bit of joy in Lu Sheng's eyes. After dealing with this zombie, Lu Sheng continued to move forward. He has been walking on the gray mist wilderness for an unknown amount of time, and according to his estimation, he should be very close to the number 1359 base in the memories of these zombies. According to the memory of the zombies before their death, base 1359 should have been destroyed in a black mist and an almost endless wave of alien beasts. It's strange that I haven't encountered a single alien beast for so long. Could it be that all the alien beasts lived in the ruins of the base? Or in other words, they withdrew after destroying the base. Lu Sheng is unknown. Although the strength of martial arts has improved rapidly, the dreamland is still a dangerous and unknown field for him. So far, Lu Sheng has never died in a dream, and he doesn't know what the consequences of dying in a dream will be. He doesn't want to try. Along the way, Lu Sheng killed several more zombies. The martial arts memories obtained from these zombies quickly filled his gaps in legwork, palm technique, footwork, etc., constantly approaching the bottleneck. At the same time, the boxing attainments that have reached a new level continue to climb slowly but firmly to a higher level. Just as Lu Sheng punched a zombie's head away and was absorbing memories, his eyes suddenly froze. Lu Sheng saw the direction directly in front of him. The gray mist dispersed like flowing water, and then the outline of a dilapidated and magnificent building slowly appeared in his field of vision. Finally reached the legendary base 1359. Lu Sheng's heart was extraordinarily calm, and he was also more careful. Sometimes, the unknown also represents danger. What's more, Lu Sheng has witnessed countless times in his memory that base 1359 was submerged in the overwhelming tide of alien beasts. That feeling of despair and depression always weighed heavily on his heart like a boulder. Lu Sheng is fast but light on his feet. The closer to the giant city, the more zombies wandering in the gray mist, and as the number increased, the strength of these zombies also continued to increase. Lu Sheng already felt the strong and dangerous atmosphere that he had not seen for a long time from several zombies. Fortunately, the perception of these zombies has not improved much due to the improvement of individual strength. As long as he is careful enough, he will not attract their attention. Wang Shan ran to death. Lu Sheng ran for more than half an hour before gradually approaching the giant city. This is still the state of his running in a hurry. It is conceivable how big the giant city is. Finally, Lu Sheng came to the foot of the giant city. He hid under a ruined wall and looked up at the city in front of him. This majestic city was truly displayed in front of him. It is difficult to describe how big this city is. Lu Sheng needed to raise his neck to an angle close to the limit, so that he could barely see the top of the city wall. The whole city is surrounded by towering walls. This reminds Lu Sheng of an anime in his previous life where he hid in a huge siege against the evil titan. Compared with that anime, the city wall in front of me is undoubtedly much higher. It's hard to imagine that there is any power in this world that can tear apart such an impenetrable line of defense. But what Lu Sheng saw, there are huge, shocking tear marks. From the outside, the whole city looks like a huge broken bowl full of gaps. The ruined wall that Lu Sheng is leaning on now is just an insignificant fragment knocked off the giant bowl. Thinking about the desperate scenes he saw in his memory, Lu Sheng's expression became serious. Perhaps the doomsday scenes he has seen in his memory are not even 1/10,000th of the real situation. Height determines field of view. Those zombies who could be easily killed by him, the desperation they could see during their lifetime was undoubtedly just the edge of the real horror. Base 1359, that is to say, there are at least 1,000 more bases like this. So, where are the remaining bases, and are they still intact? What has happened to the people in this world, and are there any survivors alive? Many doubts arose in Lu Sheng's heart about the origin of this world, about the origin of his dream, about the mysterious body refining technique and breathing method he is practicing now. He walked towards the giant city. He felt that the truth was waiting for him ahead. Lu Sheng didn't see where the gate of the city wall was, so he found a huge gap that was torn from the top of the wall all the way to the bottom and approached carefully. Just 10 meters away from him, there were several terrifying zombies wandering around. As long as Lu Sheng gets a little closer to them, he will feel a huge sense of horror that his scalp tingles. Right now, he feels like he just got out of Novice Village's trumpet and wandered around the map of high-level monsters. Any mob around him has the ability to instantly kill him. The closer you get to the base, the stronger the zombies will be. It's hard to imagine what kind of martial arts power these zombies, who gave me a huge sense of threat, were before they were alive. Lu Sheng sighed in his heart. No consciousness, no perception, only a bit of fighting instinct left in the body to drive. Such a state can bring him such a strong sense of danger. These zombies were definitely unimaginable masters before they were alive. Lu Sheng carefully kept a distance from each zombie. After repeated experiments, he found that the safe distance between him and the zombies was about 10 meters. As long as you don't get close to the zombies for 10 meters, you won't be discovered and attract hatred. Lu Sheng approached the gap he saw little by little, carefully avoiding the zombies wandering around. I couldn't hide, so I picked up a stone from the ground and threw it into the distance to attract the attention of the zombies. In this way, he successfully reached the foot of the target wall without any risk. Although the gap was big, it was still 7 or 8 meters high. Fortunately, Lu Sheng already possessed the strength of a first-level warrior, and his figure was strong. With the help of the depressions and gaps in the wall, he could easily climb onto the gap. I'm afraid the thickness of this city wall is more than 20 meters thick, and it was beaten like this. Lu Sheng walked in through the gap, secretly speechless. Walking all the way to the inside of the wall, the scene of the city was presented in front of Lu Shang. All kinds of high-rise buildings, streets, and styles are very different from the real world where Lu Shang lives. There are many means of transportation that Lu Shang doesn't recognize scattered on the street, although most of these have been destroyed and dilapidated now. But above the ruins shrouded in gray mist, Lu Shang can still imagine how prosperous the city once was. The level of technological development should far exceed the world I am in now, and also surpass the previous life. Lu Shang jumped off the city wall and landed on a vehicle that looked like a rowboat, with smooth lines and a sense of technology. It should be a world with a high degree of civilization, whether it is a technological civilization or a martial arts civilization. No wonder the body refining technique and breathing method I got from memory before are so powerful. One must know that in the world Lu Shang lives in now, martial arts have only been developed for less than 300 years. Many aspects are in the groping stage. It was also mentioned in history books that when martial arts first emerged, the most powerful martial arts masters in the world were only at the 5th level. But now, human beings already have many 7th level masters, 8th level grandmasters, and even 9th level martial arts saints. Such a powerful civilization is still falling under the claws of alien beasts. What about us? Lu Shang was suddenly a little worried. In reality, his world is also fighting against the invasion of alien beasts. Even though martial arts experts among human beings continue to emerge, the living space of the entire human being is still being compressed and reduced. This is broadcast on the TV news every day. No matter what, it is a great opportunity for me to come here. This world has failed. My world may not fail. I can still absorb nutrients from this civilization, and when I become stronger in the future, I may be able to spread the advanced martial arts knowledge here. Lu Shang's eyes became firm again, and at the same time, there was a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. This piece of devastated civilization ruins brought him too much shock and impact, and his mentality has also undergone some changes. There are a lot of zombies inside the city walls, but their strength is generally relatively weak, and it is rare to see a few advanced monsters. This is easy to explain. The city wall protects the vulnerable civilians, and those who are powerful naturally gather on the front line of the battlefield. Lu Shang's exploration progressed a lot faster. He walked into a tall building. This is an ordinary residential building. Lu Shang randomly found a house and walked in, but there was no one in the house. The house is divided into several small rooms, but the overall space is very small. There is a table in the middle of the living room, and some tableware and tableware are scattered on the table. Lu Shang imagined that the family was eating at that time, and then the end suddenly came. Lu Shang's mood was inexplicably depressed. There were no zombies in the house. Lu Shang speculated that under the terrifying black mist, ordinary people might not even have the qualifications to transform into zombies. It is also possible that it once became a zombie, and after a long period of time, it decayed because it was too weak. Lu Shang walked into a room and found something like a photo frame on the bedside table in the room, but there was no photo inside. Lu Shang speculates that this may be something like an electronic photo album. After the energy is exhausted, the photos inside will naturally disappear. One of the remaining rooms should be the children's room. There is a small single bed in the corner of the room, as well as a bookcase and a desk. Lu Shang tried to find some items that could record information, but the civilization of this world is too developed, and books have long been completely freed from the shackles of paper, so he got nothing. Finally, Lu Shang found a palm-sized disc on the desk, which was lead gray in color and less than half a centimeter thick. There were traces of writing on it. Tian, Hong, technology. Lu Shang wiped off the dust on the disc and made out a few small characters engraved on the bottom of the disc. After reading these words, Lu Shang was shocked. He actually knew these words. The characters used by this fallen civilization are exactly the same as those used in the real world. Parallel world? Or is there any connection between the two worlds? Lu Shang's eyes flickered, and he felt as if he had grasped something. He quickly picked up the disc and studied it carefully. The surface of the disc is very smooth. No buttons can be seen. Lu Shang didn't know what the disc was, so he could only search it inch by inch. Soon, he found a groove about 1 millimeter deep at the center of the disc. Lu Shang stretched out his hand and found that the groove was about the size of his thumb. Fingerprint unlock? Lu Shang thought, and gently put his thumb into the groove. After waiting for about a minute, Lu Shang almost gave up. At this time, a sound of D was heard, and then the disc in his hand began to emit a faint blue light. The blue light is getting stronger and stronger, but it is not dazzling. This dusty and lifeless room seemed to gradually wake up with the appearance of this blue light. Welcome to use Tianheng technology. A soft female voice came from the disc. Then the blue light on the disc began to quickly condense a female silhouette. It can really start. A trace of excitement welled up in Lu Shang's heart, but this excitement didn't last long. The disc in his hand seemed to have exhausted all its energy and quickly dimmed. After a few seconds, it turned into a cold iron plate again. Call. Lu Shang let out a breath, and a strong light shot out from his eyes. It seems that there is still some energy left in this city. If I'm lucky, maybe I can find more information about this world. Lu Shang picked up the disc and quickly walked out of the room. He began to search door to door, and in the process, he found some discs in different colors and styles from the first one. Lu Shang speculates that the disc may be something similar to a computer, which is found in many families, and most of them are found in study rooms and bedrooms. Lu Shang gathered about dozens of similar discs, and finally tried to open them one by one in one place. A soft blue light flickered on and off before his eyes. Most of the discs have run out of energy, and the rest are either damaged or remind Lu Sheng that they do not have sufficient access rights. A password is required. Lu Sheng felt helpless. Finally, when Lu Sheng picked up a silver gray disc, things finally turned around. This disc was found by Lu Sheng from a box, which seems to have not been opened in time. Welcome to use Tianheng technology. Lan Guang condensed into a hand-high, soft-looking woman, wearing a pink one-piece suit, with perfect body proportions. Lu Sheng waited for a while, and he was relieved when no prompts such as the password pupil model popped up. How to use it? Lu Sheng hesitated for a moment, but almost instantly, the Blu-ray beauty in front of her smiled and said, "Users who use optical brains for the first time can operate according to the following prompts." Fortunately, there is a tutorial for beginners. Lu Sheng heaved a sigh of relief. Soon, he mastered the operation method under the intelligent guidance of the optical brain. The next step is to slowly understand the process of this world. Lu Sheng took a breath, thought for a while, and issued an order. Help me call out the news information of the latest date. Connecting to Skynet. Skynet connection failed. Connecting to the civilian database of base 1359. Connection succeeded. The next moment, a large amount of information flashed across Lu Sheng's eyes. Wherever Lu Sheng's eyes rested, the text at the corresponding position would immediately enlarge and be presented in front of him actively. On June 21st, 11024 in the military calendar, the number 2 main base successfully launched the 58th batch of life exploration spacecraft, targeting the Lyra galaxy. On July 12th, 11024 in the military calendar, base 105 fell. On September 24th, 11024 in the military calendar, Admiral Sun Kang was successfully promoted to the 10th level star realm, becoming the 472nd 10th level star realm powerhouse in the history of the World Wushu League. Currently, the Wuming League has a total of 23 10th level star realm powerhouses. On September 30th, 11024 in the martial arts calendar, bases 114, 893, and 1022 fell, and the World Martial Arts League will hold the 274th Grandmaster meeting at the main base of number 1. On October 3rd, 11,024 in the military calendar, bases 585, 697, and 1253 fell. November 19th, 11024 in the military calendar. Lu Sheng quickly browsed the news presented to him by the optical brain. All kinds of information are constantly impacting Lu Sheng's brain nerves. The 10th level powerhouse, the planetary immigration plan, the Grandmaster meeting. Just as Lu Sheng expected, the martial arts civilization in this world is much higher than that of the world he lives in, and he has even explored the path of martial arts 10th and 11th level above the 9th level. But even so, the most news that Lu Sheng saw was the news of the fall of martial arts bases one after another. The martial arts civilization in this world is incomparably brilliant, and it has multiplied to an unimaginable height. But the enemies they face are even more terrifying. Even the 10th and 11th level of martial arts powerhouses cannot protect the human race that is crumbling under the claws of alien beasts. Later, they even decided to abandon their home planet and began to try to find a second habitable planet for life. But judging by the news, Lu Sheng lowered his eyes, and the speed of the blue light information flashing in front of him also slowed down. Until the day when base 1359 fell, the exploration spacecraft that were launched did not come back with any exciting news. Lu Sheng mourned for them. From the cold news, what he saw was the helplessness and sorrow of a glorious civilization when it was going to perish. Lu Sheng stopped reading the news and instead said, "Help me call up the history of the world. World historical data is being retrieved." Retrieval of world data successfully. Lu Sheng looked at the newly slid out message. In the first year of the martial calendar, the northern part of the ancient eagle country, the southern part of the ancient lion country, the eastern part, and the western part of the ancient dragon country. The surface cracked, and a large number of creatures from different worlds emerged from it. When he read the first line of world history, Lu Sheng's brain seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, and it hummed and shook. Lu Sheng suspected that he had read it wrong, so he leaned closer and read it word by word. In the 34th year of martial arts, the world's first inner martial artist was born in Gulong Kingdom. In the same year, the World Martial Arts League was established. In the 42nd year of martial arts, the classification system of martial arts was established. Mr. Yang Qianhe, the martial arts master of Gulong Kingdom, became the first 5-level master in the Martial Arts League. The 104th year of Budo. Lu Sheng sat on the ground in a daze. He was always calm, and his emotions and anger were invisible. But at this time, his face was full of shock and disbelief. He looked through the world's previous hundreds of years of history and found that these histories highly overlap with what he learned in history class. The time, historical figures, historical events are exactly the same. The information from Budo 3:10 to Budo 3:15 in the past few years gave him the illusion that he was flipping through old newspapers in recent years. Lu Sheng finally got an unbelievable result. This world, and the real world he has been living in, it's exactly the same. The information he just read is not at all the history of another world's martial arts civilization from prosperity to extinction, but the future of their world. 10,000 years in the future. The year 11024 of the military calendar. That is to say, the world I live in now will be completely destroyed in more than 10,000 years, perishing in the overwhelming black mist, perishing in the endless tide of alien beasts. Lu Sheng's face turned pale. He couldn't accept this result. Just a minute ago, He was paying a moment of silence for the fall of this mighty civilization, and a minute later, he realized that he was mourning for the future of his own civilization. Not necessarily. It may not be the same. It may be a coincidence. It may be a parallel world. Lu Shang comforted himself, trying to calm himself down. He needs more facts to verify. Lu Shang tries to zoom in on history to find clues from smaller clues. But at this time, the optical brain prompts, insufficient authority, visitors cannot query. Lu Shang frowned slightly and said, generate users. Please provide a genetic blood sample. It is really remarkable that the optical brain of future technology needs genetic blood samples to establish users. Lu Shang didn't know if it would work in the dream, but he still bit his index finger and dripped a drop of blood on the groove in the middle of the optical brain. After Lu Shang dripped blood on it, Guang now fell into silence for more than 10 minutes. Just when Lu Shang wondered if this thing had crashed, the optical brain finally let out a crisp beep sound. But it is not a reminder that a new user has been successfully established, but the human gene blood sample was detected, and the Tinder project was launched. Connecting to number 1359, Tinder Resource Library. Connection succeeded. Privilege enabled. The next moment, before Lu Shang's eyes, a large piece of information jumped out. Name, Lu Shang. S*X. Male. Lifespan, June 297 in Budo, August 334 in Budo. Martial arts strength, level 4 warrior. Available authority, level 2. At the top of this piece of information is a photo of the character himself. In the photo was a middle-aged man with a handsome appearance and a resolute face. Lu Shang was very familiar with him. This person is himself. Lu Shang calmly continued to read the introduction about his life. Graduated from Baihe No. 3 Middle School in Baihe City, and entered Baihe Wuda University with the first place in the school and the 23rd place in Baihe City. 3 years later, he graduated from Baihe Wuhan University and joined the military region. After serving in the Tianan military region, Budo died at the age of 37 in August 334 on the battlefield of the Southern War Zone. Unmarried. Highest rank, lieutenant officer. Military exploits. First-class military exploits 3 times, second-class military exploits 5 times, third-class military exploits 12 times. No outstanding contribution. That is to say, I will die at the age of 37. I will die on the battlefield with strange beasts. I will only be a 4th-level warrior until I die. Historical evaluation. There is also a character's historical evaluation at the bottom of the data, which is marked with 2 stars. It just corresponds to Lu Shang's level 2 authority in the Tinder Resource Library. Lu Shang took a deep breath. His eyes became extremely complicated. It was hard for him not to believe that this was the future he was about to face. Because the Lu Shang in the data had exactly the same life trajectory as him before the age of 18. Even the sudden surge in strength, more than 200 days before the college entrance examination was recorded. In the face of the heavy history, his sudden transformation from a mediocrity to a genius is not even a ripple. To be precise, after his transformation, Curry is not considered a genius at all in the huge human race data. Because in the history of more than 10,000 years, there are too many geniuses who are 100 times, 1,000 times, more outstanding than him, and it is impossible to count them. The so-called leaving a name in history can only be done by a few people. Immediately afterwards, Lu Shang searched all the familiar people around him. As a result, except for younger sister Lu Qinghe, whose historical evaluation reached 1 star, no one could reach 1 star, and most of them had half-star or even no-star evaluations. Lu Shang speculated that his 2-star evaluation might be due to the military exploits he gained after joining the military region and his final sacrifice on the battlefield. After all, it can be regarded as contributing life to the continuation of human civilization. Not quite the same. Lu Shang said to himself, it is said in the data that my score in the college entrance examination was 2.012 in blood value, 257 in combat power index, A in actual combat, etc., and I was admitted to Baihe Wuda with the 23rd place in the city. If you leave the dream space aside, based on the speed at which I only practice body training, breathing techniques, and the blessing of existing resources, it is normal to achieve this result after more than 200 days. However, if you count my practice and gains in the dream space, then I should be far more than this achievement. 2 strong rays of light suddenly shot out from Lu Shang's eyes. More than 200 days, more than 200 days of dreaming, more than 200 days of harvest. I don't believe I'm making that much progress. How can I, Lu Shang, be only the 23rd in the city? My ranking should be included in the country, and my name should be known by more people. My future. Lu Shang clenched his fists tightly. It must. Not only that, since it is the future, it can be changed. My own future can be changed, and so can the future of the human race. If the human civilization in the future is going to perish, then I, Lu Shang, will be the one who changes history and turns the tide. Lu Shang looked at the words Tinder Resource Library, flashing blue light on the optical brain screen, and spoke calmly and firmly. I am the seed of fire, and I will surely start a prairie fire. At this moment, the depression, bewilderment, and disappointment in Lu Shang's heart were swept away and replaced by unprecedented firmness and confidence. His temperament has undergone a new transformation, and there seems to be a flame burning in his eyes. Martial arts, one should go forward bravely. If the front is doomed to be a desperate situation, then forcefully carve out a way out in the desperate situation. This is Lu Shang's belief. Xiaosheng, why didn't you change your school uniform? Don't you have to go to school today? Zhang Yufan brought pots of breakfast to the table. and curiously asked Lu Sheng, who was sitting at the table in casual attire and eating breakfast. Lu Sheng picked up a meat bun casually, nodded and said, "Yes, the teacher said that you can choose to study at home in the future. Is there such a thing?" Zhang Yufan muttered suspiciously, but she was working several odd jobs at the same time. And Zhang Luo was rushing to work after breakfast, so she didn't have the energy to think too much, so she didn't ask any more questions. Lu Qinghe, who was next to her, originally wanted to say out of habit, "I haven't heard that the third middle school has such a new regulation recently," but when she met Lu Shang's dark and deep eyes, she forcefully said this sentence, swallowed it back. This guy. Lu Qinghe took a bite of the bun in his hand. Recently, Lu Shang, the big brother, has undergone more and more changes, and he is no longer mediocre and cowardly. Before, she just felt that Lu Shang had become a little deep and mysterious. But today, Lu Shang felt to her like a mountain, a piece of iron, a ball of fire. Sitting next to Lu Shang, she even felt oppressed that she couldn't breathe. This feeling is too bad. Lu Shang didn't pay attention to Lu Qinghe's strangeness. After he had a quick breakfast, he went back to his room to practice body training. After finishing the fourth exercise, Lu Shang's cell phone rang, and it was an unfamiliar number. "Lu Shang, your scholarship has come down. Come to school this afternoon to get it." As expected, it was Zhong Zhengguo's call. "Understood, Teacher Zhong. By the way, why didn't you come to class today? It's not about your school time. Will the school still have a meeting to discuss it? Unfortunately, I still remember not notifying your parents and asking for your private mobile phone number from your classmates. Mr. Zhong, I don't have much time, so I can't waste any more." Well, ignoring whether Zhong Zhenghua on the other end of the phone could understand his words, Lu Sheng hung up the phone. Since returning from the dream last night, Lu Sheng's mentality has completely changed. Before that, Lu Sheng was still cautiously hiding his own strength, not daring to reveal too much, not daring to let too many people know. He took many factors into consideration. It was difficult to explain to his family. Rigidity is easy to break. Muxiu Linfeng must be destroyed and so on. But now, Lu Sheng doesn't think about these anymore. He just wants to show his sharpness. He just wants to shock others. Only by showing more talents can we get more resources. He needs to rush to the top as quickly as possible, and then find a way to change the future. I can't wait for a moment. In addition, Lu Sheng also wanted to use this to verify an idea in his heart. Lu Sheng repeatedly practiced body exercises, combined with breathing techniques, again and again. The purpose is to squeeze out your energy as quickly as possible, produce a sense of fatigue, and then enter the dreamland. When Lu Sheng finished the 27th round of body exercises, he was finally so tired that he collapsed on the ground, unwilling to move even a little finger. Drowsiness hit, and he gradually fell asleep. Opening his eyes, he saw the light brain in front of him in the same place he left yesterday. Lu Sheng skillfully turned on the optical brain, and then gave instructions. Call out all the martial arts-related practice methods, perceptions, and notes that I can inquire within my authority. Querying. Soon, a huge amount of information appeared in front of Lu Sheng. It is densely packed, all of which are related to martial arts. Too much. With the accumulation of more than 10,000 years, the inspiration and wisdom of countless people, even if Lu Sheng's authority is only level 2, the knowledge he can get is massive. Lu Sheng thought for a while, then continued, screen the exercises that are most suitable for a first-level martial artist and the most valuable content. Screening the content in front of Lu Sheng decreased rapidly, and finally, the information left in front of him. Only 3 remain. Stellar Body Forging Technique. Introduction. Cultivation Method Introduction. Created by Wang He, the 11th level powerhouse of the Wuming League, and included in the Fire Plan. Natural Breathing Method. Introduction. Introduction to the exercises. Created by Yang Yizhou, the 11th level powerhouse of the Martial Arts League. It was included in the Fire Plan. Crystal Ideas. Introduction. Cultivation Method Introduction. Created by Duan Yifeng, the 11th level powerhouse of the Wuming League, and included in the Tinder Plan. Among the 3 exercises, the first one is bigger than the first one, and the creators listed after the exercises made Lu Sheng's eyes jump wildly. Level 11, Level 11, Level 11. Today's martial arts experts in the world are only at the 9th level, but before Lu Sheng, there are 3 inheritances of the 11th level experts. Although they are just introductory chapters, their value is beyond words. Lu Sheng noticed that the backs of these 3 exercises are all marked, have been included in the Fire Plan. Recalling the prompt, Tinder Project has started, when he opened the database yesterday, Lu Sheng seemed to understand the meaning of Tinder Project. Those strong men standing at the top in the Martial Arts League in the future should have anticipated the upcoming fate of the race. There is nothing they can do, so they can only preserve the essence of what they have learned all their lives. I look forward to the latecomers who can continue this fire for them. Lu Sheng couldn't help sighing. It's a pity that they never thought that it was not the latecomers who picked up this kindling, but their ancestors. Lu Sheng looked at the 3 exercises, thought for a while, and said, check out the follow-up exercises. Insufficient permissions, query failed. Please increase access permissions. Really? The Tinder Resource Library is an out-and-out treasure house, but obviously opening this treasure house also requires conditions. The condition is sufficient access rights, and the access rights are closely related to the strength, achievements, reputation, and contributions of the visitors. Lu Sheng did not continue to try, but began to concentrate on reading the 3 exercises in front of him. The martial arts crystallization of the 11th level top powerhouse, Lu Sheng word for word, for fear of missing a single word. Soon, He read all 3 exercises. There was deep shock in Lu Sheng's eyes. Although he has not yet started formal practice, he has already been shocked by the magnificent and unconstrained concept of the exercises. Stellar body refining technique sets the human body as a miniature universe, and when it is practiced to the depths, the density of the martial artist's body will reach an extremely terrifying level. The defense and strength are unimaginable, and the blood is as blazing as a star, like a galaxy. Majestic, the natural breathing method, combined with any martial arts practice, can make the progress of the practice method skyrocket. Moreover, the natural breathing method can allow the warrior to enter the state of harmony between man and nature, which has an incomparably huge effect on the improvement of the martial arts realm. Benefit: crystal view thought, purifying the mind and strengthening the will, involves the most mysterious part of spiritual power in martial arts practice. These 3 exercises have different emphases, but they are selected by the optical brain and are the most suitable for first-level warriors to lay the foundation of the supreme exercise. Introductory chapter. Lu Sheng couldn't wait to start trying. Although it is said that the results of practicing in the dream space cannot be brought into reality, but if you practice first in the dream space, you can get started faster in reality. The first thing Lu Sheng practiced was stellar body refining technique and natural breathing method. Even if it is an introductory article, the grade of these 2 exercises is too high. Without the blessing of memory proficiency, even Lu Sheng, a first-level warrior, tried for a long time before barely getting started. When Lu Sheng made the last movement of stellar body refining technique, his whole body trembled like an electric shock. That incomparably intense pain and numbness quickly swept through every corner of Lu Sheng's body like a raging tide. Even the muscles and meridians at the tip of the little finger are vibrated and exercised. This pain lasted for more than half an hour before it gradually weakened, followed by an unparalleled sense of comfort. Lu Sheng was immersed in the intense pleasure of practice, and his soul seemed to be going out of his body. If the effect of the body training technique he practiced before is 1, then the effect of stellar body training technique plus natural breathing method is 1,000, or even higher. But what he practiced the first time, which was promoted by the Wuming, was the 24 basic body training techniques, and the effect was completely negligible. It is no different from radio gymnastics. After one practice, Lu Sheng collapsed on the ground, unable to move at all. Taking advantage of this time, Lu Sheng began to try to practice crystal conception thoughts. The concept of crystal view ideas is wonderful and mysterious. Its first step is to allow the practitioner to visualize a human form in his mind. A human form completely carved out of crystal. This crystal human form must be full of impurities at the beginning, and then with the breathing, all the impurities are removed bit by bit, and finally it is spotless. Although Lu Sheng doesn't quite understand the ideas and effects imparted by crystal view thoughts, but he also knows that spiritual will is very important to martial arts practice. A warrior with a firm will and no distracting thoughts will far surpass a warrior with a slack will and a lot of desires, no matter in terms of combat effectiveness or speed of practice. Therefore, there have always been many ascetics in the martial arts world. However, although crystal conception thought is miraculous, it is also very difficult to practice. Even with the help of the optical brain, he built a 3-dimensional crystal human figure in front of Lu Sheng, but he couldn't build his own crystal human figure in his mind once. It can only come slowly in the future. It took Lu Sheng a long time to recover from the exhaustion of practicing star body refining technique for the first time. This can be regarded as the most exhausted time in his dream. After barely recovering some of his physical strength, Lu Sheng ordered the light brain again. Inquiry: the most suitable tonic for first-level warriors to replenish qi and blood. Querying. Ugh. A large amount of information appeared in front of Lu Sheng again. Simulation conditions, 300 years of martial arts, can realize the prescription. Filtering. Information dwindles rapidly. Soon, a few articles appeared in front of Lu Sheng. In addition to the formula of each medicine, these contents also list the form, current name, and former name of each medicinal material in the prescription, saving Lu Sheng a lot of hard work. Lu Sheng wrote down these prescriptions one by one, and then chose to wake up. It stinks. As soon as Lu Sheng woke up, he smelled a strong stench. He hurriedly got up and found that his whole body was covered with a layer of black and shiny sludge. It is from these sludge that the stench emanates. It's because of stellar body refining technique and natural breathing method. Although I only practiced it in the dream, some of the effects are still transmitted to reality. It's like normal people dreaming about sad things. In reality, they will cry. Dreaming about something that is extremely frightening will cause nervous convulsions in reality. This is the instinctive reaction of the brain to stimulate the muscles. And just this kind of muscular instinct produced such an exaggerated effect. Lu Sheng felt that he still underestimated the superimposed effect of star body refining technique and natural breathing method. After figuring out the reason, Lu Sheng hurried to take a shower. The blood value should increase again, but I don't know how much it has increased. Lu Sheng, who came out of the bathroom with wet hair, looked up at the clock on the wall and thought, it's almost time to go to school. At least say hello to me first next time. Zhong Zhenghua handed a bank card to Lu Sheng and reprimanded him with some dissatisfaction. Understood, Teacher Zhong. Zhong Zhenghua wanted to say something more, but when he saw Lu Sheng's calm face like water, he closed his mouth again. Go. Come to the school to report at least once a week from now on. Zhong Zhenghua waved his hands helplessly. Yes. Lu Sheng put away his bank card, turned around and left. Seeing Lu Sheng's leaving back, Zhong Zhenghua felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart. It's a strange feeling. I can't put it into words. If you have to describe it. The original Lu Shang, Zhong Zhenghua can still see through. But now Lu Shang, Zhong Zhenghua couldn't see through at all. And this change only took a short time in the middle. Zhong Zhenghua shook his head. Don't think about things you can't figure out. Finally, I have some money. Lu Shang walked out of Zhong Zhenghua's office, feeling a little more at ease in his heart for the first time. Of course, it is impossible to directly use this money to buy supplements. That would be a waste. The best method of control is to buy materials and deploy them yourself. Lu Shang has just collected several tonic prescriptions from Curry, a kindling resource, and they are coming in handy. Of course, although these kinds of prescriptions are selected by the optical brain and can be realized in his era, but which ones are suitable for the current Lu Shang still need further screening. The screening condition in this step is mainly money. Lu Shang directly found an internet cafe near the school and checked online. I don't know if Zhong Zhenghua saw his most valued student, after negotiating with him the conditions for free control of school time, turned around and entered the internet cafe. Would he be so angry that he vomited blood? Skilled registration on the plane. The internet cafe was filled with smoke, so Lu Shang sat down at a random place. On his left and right sides, several social youths were playing games. He looked about the same age as him, with colorful hair and tattoos on his arms. After discovering that Lu Shang sat down and turned on the computer to look up information, a few social youths laughed and stopped looking. Lu Shang ignored them and looked up the information one by one for the prescriptions in his mind, mainly to inquire about the price of medicinal materials, then calculate the cost of each prescription and find out the most suitable one according to the cost performance. Soon, Lu Shang identified 2 tonics that were suitable for him: Lingji Zhuangxue decoction and Yangsui pill. The constituent medicinal materials of these 2 tonics can basically be bought on the market, and the price is not expensive, which is within Lu Shang's acceptable range. Among them, the effect of Yangsui pill is even better, but Lu Shang found out that one of the medicinal materials needs to be freshly picked to be effective within a few hours, and the origin of that medicinal material is not in Baihe City. Then choose Lingji Zhuangxue decoction. It happens that the preparation of Lingji Zhuangxue decoction is relatively simple, suitable for a novice like me. Lu Shang made up his mind. Now there is only one question left for him to consider. Where do you prepare the soup? No matter how simple the preparation of soup and medicine is, it needs professional utensils. A little difference in heat and dosage, the effect may be much worse. It's unrealistic to buy a set by myself, because I don't have enough money. It is best to be able to rent someone else's use. Lu Shang was a little distressed. There should be places like this where drugs can be dispensed, drug research institutes, or larger pharmacies, and pharmaceutical companies should have them. But the question is, why should others rent it to you? Such an important place as the blending room involves the commercial secrets of various pharmaceutical companies. How could it be possible for people to enter it casually, let alone borrow it for personal use? Forget it. First buy all the medicinal materials needed for Lingji Zhuangxue decoction, and then think of a way. Sir, are you kidding me? It's absolutely impossible. Seeing that the face of the pharmacist in front of him turned dark, Lu Shang got up and left quickly. The 7th house is really unrealistic. Lu Shang, who walked out of the pharmacy, sighed softly, with a look of helplessness on his face. He has already bought all the medicinal materials needed for Lingji Zhuangxue decoction, and even bought several more than expected, because the money in the card that Zhong Zhenghua gave him was not 30,000, but a full 80,000. The extra 50,000 is probably Zhong Zhenghua's private sponsorship. The process of renting a compounding room was not smooth at all. Lu Shang went to 7 pharmaceutical companies and pharmacies in a row, but all of them were rejected. The last one, if it really doesn't work, you can only buy some crude equipment online to try. Lu Shang looked at the 8th pharmacy that appeared in his field of vision, thinking to himself, the signboard of Xingshantang hangs on the door of this pharmacy. Such a store name is rare in Baihe City. Lu straightened his clothes and walked in. The pharmacy is not big, and there are some cabinets with medicines on display inside. A young man in a white coat is lying on the counter playing with his mobile phone. Hearing the sound of Lu Shang entering the door, the young man raised his head and glanced at him, then quickly lowered his head. Whatever you want to buy, you can see for yourself, and come back to me to check out. At the end, he seemed to think of something and added, don't think about taking the things and running away. There are surveillance cameras in the store, and the pictures are clear. After speaking, the young man began to focus on swiping his phone again. Lu Shang's eyes flickered. The store's business does not seem to be doing well. No matter which pharmacy he entered before, no matter how bad the salesperson inside was, he would come up to him symbolically and ask him what he needed. But the clerk in this store was nice, and he just ignored him, not looking like he wanted to make a deal at all. How could a shop with such a style be able to thrive? Of course, whether its business is good or not has nothing to do with Lu Shang. Lu Shang approached the counter and reached out to press the mobile phone in the young man's hand. Do you want to die? The young man's eyes moved away from the phone screen, and he was about to get angry in an instant. But when he looked into Lu Shang's eyes, he felt the aggressive aura emanating from him, and he softened in seconds. You? What do you want? The young man took 2 steps back quickly, looked at Lu Shang with some fear, and glanced at the mobile phone under Lu Shang's hand from time to time. Lu Shang said calmly, I want to ask you something. Does your pharmacy have its own pharmacy dispensing room? How about it? So what if you don't? Aren't you here to buy medicine? The young man said quickly. Lu Shang stretched out a finger and tapped the glass counter lightly and said lightly, if there is, I would like to discuss a business with you. 5 minutes later, Lu Sheng followed the young man to the door of a room behind the pharmacy. The young man's expression seemed a little nervous, and he repeatedly confirmed with Lu Sheng. It's agreed, 200 for an hour, less than an hour will be counted as an hour, and you can use it for a maximum of 3 hours. After 3 hours, also, you have to pay first, the 200 rent first. Lu Sheng simply took out 200 yuan and handed it to the young man. The young man's eyes lit up. He took the money and quickly stuffed it into his pocket, then took out a key, opened the door, and told Lu Sheng, "Okay, go in quickly. Be careful not to break things, or you will be compensated according to the price." "I know." Lu Sheng walked straight into the room. Behind him, the young man pretended to be nonchalant and quickly returned to the store, but his face could not hide the joy. "There is such a good thing. Isn't this money picked up for nothing? Just delete the surveillance records later." Lu Sheng inspected the room with satisfaction in his eyes. This mixing room is not big, but it has all the necessary utensils, enough for him to operate. It can be seen that the pharmacists of Xingshantung take good care of these utensils and use them frequently. Every utensil is spotlessly clean. Lu Sheng wasted no time. The young man who agreed to rent his adjustment room obviously had no right to speak and was sneaky. He must achieve his goal as soon as possible, and the people from the provincial Xingshantung came back to add trouble. Ling muscle strengthening blood soup. Lu Sheng put on a white pharmacist's uniform and a mask, and began to process the medicinal materials one by one according to the prescription instructions of Lingji Zhuangxue decoction. Compared with the final deployment, this step is the most difficult and most important. Fortunately, the preparation of Lingji Zhuangxue decoction is really not difficult. It is almost the same as an ordinary chemical experiment, but the process is a little more cumbersome. Gulu gulu. Lu Sheng carefully poured the boiled medicinal soup into a flask. I didn't expect the first time to go well. Lu Sheng watched the inside of the flask gradually cool down, turning into a beautiful light green medicinal soup, and felt a little joy in his heart. But whether it is considered a success or not can only be known after experiencing the effect. Lu Sheng pulled off his mask and directly poured all the medicinal soup in the flask into his mouth. The medicinal soup entered the throat and quickly flowed into the stomach. Lu Sheng didn't even know what it tasted like. He stood there and waited quietly for a few seconds. Soon, he felt a hot current rushing out of his body, and it traveled all over his body within a few breaths. Every inch of muscle cells in Lu Sheng's body was greedily absorbing this heat flow. It is as if the dry land is suddenly watered, and the sponge that has been exposed to the sun is thrown into the water. A trace of white air evaporated on Lu Sheng's surface, and the blood in his body surged, and his whole body felt gradually filled. After 10 minutes, this feeling gradually weakened and finally disappeared. Lu Sheng stared brightly at the flask in his hand. He knew that he had succeeded. The effect of Lingji Zhuangxue decoction was even better than he expected, almost more than 10 times that of the nourishing blood powder he had eaten before. And the production cost is even less than twice that of nourishing blood powder. Lu Sheng also felt that his skin had become slightly firmer. This is stated in the prescription. Since Lingji Zhuangxue decoction is called Lingji Zhuangxue decoction, naturally it not only has the effect of strengthening blood. While strengthening the blood, it can also increase the skin density of the user, reduce pores, whiten and moisturize the skin, etc. Additional effects. The tonic of the future is Niobi, the crystallization of wisdom of more than 10,000 years. If you take it out, you can throw it on the 18th street. Lu Sheng couldn't help sighing. The effect of the Lingji Zhuangxue decoction he just took has not been fully absorbed, and there is still a part of it in his body, which needs to be stimulated by practicing star body training. Of course not now. The top priority is to prepare all the medicinal materials in hand as soon as possible. With a successful experience, Lu Sheng's follow-up deployment went very smoothly. Bang bang bang. Lu Sheng opened the door with a blank expression on his face. "Didn't you say that you are not allowed to disturb me in the middle? Our boss is coming back soon. Come out quickly." The young man at the door looked nervous and kept urging. Lu Sheng's expression froze, and he didn't talk nonsense to him. He quickly cleaned up the mixing room, took the prepared medicine, and walked out of the mixing room. Although the time was much earlier than my budget, fortunately, the preparation of the 12 Lingji Zhuangxue soup was completed, which was considered a complete success. Lu Sheng gave another 200 yuan to the young man, and then left the charity hall. Before leaving, the young man specially left Lu Sheng's mobile phone number, saying that he can contact him by phone next time if he needs it. It seems that he plans to develop a long-term business. Lu Sheng carried 12 servings of muscle strengthening blood soup in his pocket, and his steps were steady and swift. Now that he has the blood tonic, he just wants to improve his cultivation. He Lingsu dragged his tired body out of the car. He Lingsu is only 20 years old, with a graceful figure and a soft face. He should be enjoying life like a flower, but he took on the burden of the family early on. The He family made a living by pharmacy in the era, and their ancestors even had a 5th-level pharmacist who was famous in Baihe, but when it was passed down to her father's generation, they fell down. When the He family was in the generation of Grandpa He Lingsu, it was still prosperous, and the branches of Xingshantung spanned several provinces, with a total of more than 100. But now, only the 2 in Baihe City are still alive. Martial arts are developing rapidly, and the medical industry that is born with martial arts is also changing with each passing day. Every day, new and better prescriptions are developed, and old prescriptions are cracked and eliminated. The reason why my He family has declined to this point is because the concept is too conservative and outdated, sticking to the old rules and not thinking about making progress. I don't even think about whether the martial arts tonic that was popular 100 years ago can still sell well now. At that time, many people couldn't even afford a pair of nourishing blood powder with a monthly salary. Only by bringing forth the new through the old is the best way to save my He family's current predicament. He Lingsu has always done the same. During this period of time, she has been looking for a new martial arts tonic everywhere as a signboard to save the He family's business. But after half a year, little effect has been achieved. Yesterday, I just found out that an old pharmacist in the city next door had recently developed a new tonic, and He Lingsu rushed over there nonstop. As a result, the car drove halfway and received a call from the other party, telling her not to come, and the new drug had already selected a partner. He Lingsu returned empty-handed. "Miss He, you are back?" As soon as she entered, the young man in a white coat greeted her immediately. He Lingsu was depressed and didn't have time to talk to the other party, so he just nodded indifferently. She has taken over the family's pharmacy for so long, so she naturally knows the private morals of the two shop assistants. This clerk named Ma Fei is lazy, likes to go to work, and sometimes steals tonics from the store to sell. She has warned her several times and refuses to repent. If she hadn't recruited a suitable replacement, she would have let the other party pack up and leave. "It's so beautiful. If only I could be my girlfriend." Ma Fei had been staring at He Lingsu's back as he completely disappeared from his field of vision, and then reluctantly withdrew his gaze. He Lingsu has always been Ma Fei's dream goddess. The reason why Ma Fei stayed in Xingshantung and refused to leave was because he fantasized that it would be nice if He Lingsu liked him one day. Although the current business of Xingshantung is not very good, after all, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and he has a double harvest in love and career, and he has directly reached the pinnacle of life. Although this possibility is a little smaller than the chance of winning the lottery, what if? It's hard to tell the taste of a rich lady. Isn't that how it's written in urban YY novels? The mediocre poor boy. Ma Fei was laying on the counter and looking jolly, when suddenly He Lingsu's figure appeared in front of him again. Miss He. Ma Fei stood up in a jerk and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. At this time, He Lingsu's pretty face had completely turned into frost, and his face was extremely gloomy. "Did you sneak someone into my pharmacy mixing room?" "No. No." Ma Fei hastily shook his head in denial. Looking at the other party's faltering and flickering eyes, He Lingsu was almost sure. "Forget it. You don't have to come to work tomorrow," He Lingsu said indifferently. "Ah. Miss He, listen to my explanation." He Lingsu ignored Ma Fei, turned around and left. She was already in a bad mood today, but when she encountered this kind of thing again, her emotions immediately exploded. He Lingsu usually does research on new drugs in it when he is free. It can be said that he knows everything in the compounding room like the back of his hand. Just now, when she walked into the adjustment room, she suddenly found that many things in the adjustment room had been touched. Even her clothes had been worn, exuding a strong manly smell from inside to outside. Hole. I'm so mad. He Lingsu lost his temper while tidying up. She picked up the pharmacist's gown that had been worn by someone with tweezers and threw it directly into the trash can. All utensils must be washed again, and the table must be wiped and disinfected. He Lingsu is a clean freak. If the current conditions did not allow it, she would even throw away everything and buy a new set. And an unwashed bottle? He Lingsu suddenly noticed that there was a used flask in an inconspicuous corner of the mixing table. Some light green liquid remained in the bottle. "Hey, it's so disgusting." He Lingsu was full of disgust, put on his gloves and threw the thing directly into the trash can. But after throwing it away, He Lingsu somehow picked up the used flask from the trash can for some reason. "I'm so stunned." He Lingsu laughed at himself. Recently, her mind is full of new drugs, and now she even wants to pick up unknown liquid medicines in the trash can and study them. Having said that, He Lingsu skillfully extracted some residual medicinal liquid from the flask and began to do pharmacological analysis. 10 minutes later, F***K. This can be found. It's too bad luck. Ma Fei was packing his things with a mournful face, preparing to pack up and leave, thinking that starting from tomorrow, it will be difficult to see the goddess in his heart again. Ma Fei is full of regrets. "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have earned those hundreds of dollars, brat. You killed me." Ma Fei walked out of the charity hall with his things and looked back reluctantly. "God, can you let me take another look at my goddess?" Ma Fei sighed in his heart. The next moment, a miracle happened. He Lingsu really appeared in Ma Fei's vision. Not only that, He Lingsu also ran towards him quickly, with a face full of tension, anxiety, and urgency. Ma Fei, where are you? Damn it, you can't really have left. I rely on." Ma Fei was stunned. His fantasy come true? Those the plots seen in those novels, seem to have really changed from fantasy to reality, and are rushing towards him step by step. A great joy and excitement rose in Ma Fei's heart, and he quickly said, Lingsu, I'm here." He Lingsu's eyes lit up when he saw Ma Fei standing at the door and waving at her excitedly. "You haven't left yet?" He Lingsu rushed out, grabbed Ma Fei's clothes, and said eagerly, "Just in time. I have something very important to ask you." "Say, as long as I know Susu." Ma Fei's face was filled with excitement and happiness. He Lingsu frowned when he heard Ma Fei addressing her, but she didn't have time to care about it at the moment. "Who did you bring into the adjustment room today? I want to see him. Immediately. Ma Fei was stunned. It seemed a bit different from the lines he had imagined. "Are you deaf? I said I wanted to see the man you brought into the mixing room today. If you can find him, I promise, not only can you continue to work in Xingshantang, but your salary will be doubled." Air. Oh, Ma Fei woke up like a dream, hurriedly took out his mobile phone. "I have his contact information. Give it to me." He Lingsu is anxious to death now, lest he delay every minute. It's no wonder that she behaved like this, mainly because the results of the pharmacological analysis report she just detected, it's amazing. The effect of nourishing blood is more than 10 times that of the blood supplementing drugs currently on the market that cost less than 100,000 yuan. And it also has the effects of whitening, muscle building, and so on. Not only that, according to the analysis results, the main components involved in this liquid medicine are all relatively common medicinal materials on the market. According to preliminary estimates, the manufacturing cost of this liquid medicine is no more than 5,000 yuan. The most important thing is that there is currently no tonic on the market that overlaps with it. In other words, this is a new drug, a new type of tonic that has just been developed and is not yet on the market. Combining various factors, He Lingsu seemed to see an unprecedented business opportunity beckoning to her. The He family may be saved. Hoo-hoo. The small room almost becomes a steamer. Strong white air filled the entire room, and if someone stepped into it, they would almost think they had entered a sauna. Lu Shang is the source of this white gas. Every pore on his body was emitting thick heat. His whole body was like a kettle that had been boiled. In the hazy water vapor, the muscles on Lu Shang's body could be seen shaking slowly and rhythmically. It seems to be breathing, becoming fuller a little bit. The explosive power contained under the skin can be felt even with the naked eye. Soon, Lu Shang finished the last move, but he didn't open his eyes, but just sat there. His chest heaved up and down. A large amount of white air was inhaled from his nose and then exhaled from his mouth, like spirit snakes swimming in the room. I don't know how long it lasted. The water vapor in the room gradually dissipated, and Lu Shang slowly opened his eyes. This stellar body refining technique is worthy of being the most powerful body refining technique 10,000 years later, and it has developed the potential of the human body so much that it is simply unimaginable. If this continues, maybe a star can really be bred in my body. The natural breathing method is also amazing enough. It seems to have a strong recovery ability. Without the cooperation of this breathing method, the effect of body training would not be so good. Lu Shang clenched his fists hard, feeling the explosive power between his fingers and palms, his face showing a bit of joy. The vitality has increased a lot. The effect of Lingji Zhuangshui decoction is very good. With my current physique, it is almost enough to drink 2 servings a day, and I can't absorb any more. Calculated in this way, 12 medicinal soups are enough for me to drink for 6 days. After 6 days, I will find a way to prepare some more. Jingle bell. The mobile phone beside him suddenly rang. Lu Shang picked up the phone. When? A week from now. Before the other party could speak, Lu Shang hung up the phone with a calm face. It was the young man in the charity hall who secretly rented his adjustment room to call him. The other party said what the eldest lady of their Xingshan hall wanted to see him now. Lu Shang said yes, but the time must be the next time he needs to use the mixing room. Next, it's time to concentrate on practicing. Lu Shang never forgot what he was carrying on his shoulders. How? What did the other party say? He Lingsu stared at Ma Fei expectantly. Hey, give me the phone, and I'll tell him myself. He Lingsu snatched Ma Fei's cell phone directly, and before he could answer it, he heard Ma Fei's helpless voice. It's already hung up, then call back. He Lingsu didn't give up, but soon she heard a prompt from the mobile phone that the user you dialed has turned off. I'm so anxious to death. He Lingsu thumped Ma Fei's cell phone twice as if venting, which made Ma Fei next to him look pained. Miss, that's my mobile phone. If I want to smash you, I'll smash your own. Miss He, in fact, that person has already agreed to meet us. What? He Lingsu's beautiful eyes lit up. Really? What did he say? He said yes, but in a week's time. 1 week. The surprise on He Lingsu's face quickly faded. 1 week is too long, too many variables. No way. He Lingsu shook his head. She had just experienced the thing of being taken first, but she was only half a day late. 1 week? The day lily is cold. Miss He, now it's not about whether we can do it, but whether the other party can do it. The initiative lies with the person, Ma Fei patiently explained to He Lingsu. Of course I know that the initiative is not with us. He Lingsu said coldly, it's just that I can't wait for this week. He Lingsu ordered Ma Fei, from now on, you will be responsible for helping me find that master. The sooner the better. I will reward you 5,000 for completing the task 1 day earlier. No, $10,000. Real. Hearing that there was a reward, Ma Fei immediately cheered up. Miss He, you must keep your word. When do I say nothing too much? He Lingsu was a little impatient. Her current mood was both excited and nervous, eager and frightened. It was difficult to describe the emotion of worrying about gains and losses. Ma Fei happily counted how many rewards he could get, then suddenly remembered, and said worriedly, Miss He, are you making a mistake? The person who asked me to borrow the allocation room was only in his teens, or a high school student. Will it really be the pharma master you mentioned? Student. He Lingsu frowned slightly and whispered to himself, then maybe there is a master pharmacy standing behind him? Oh. Ma Fei nodded with a vague understanding. Scholarship? At the dinner table, Lu Dehai, Zhang Yufan, and Lu Qinghe stared at Lu Shang with wide eyes, as if they were listening to him telling a story. You mean, you bought this thing for me with a scholarship? Holding a white flashlight-like instrument, Lu Dahai asked again in disbelief. It's a blood moxibustion instrument. Lu Shang corrected, and then took out another 2,000 yuan and put it on the table. There is still 2,000 yuan left, and I will use it for my mother's food expenses. Is there any left? Lu Dahai's eyes widened, wondering whether his eyes were dazzled or his ears heard wrong. Zhang Yufan was overjoyed. She put $2,000 into her arms and hugged Lu Shang and babbled. My son can get a scholarship too. It's amazing. Lu Qinghe next to him couldn't help muttering. What kind of scholarship can have so much money? What kind of scholarship can you get? Study Progress Award. My blood value has risen rapidly during this period, so I was awarded. Lu Sheng didn't bat an eye when he told a lie. Lu Qinghe obviously didn't believe it and wanted to say a few more words, but after meeting Lu Sheng's eyes, he closed his mouth again. Lu Dahai and Zhang Yufan obviously believed it. The main reason is that Lu Sheng has changed a lot recently, especially his appetite. It's amazing. They have seen all these changes, plus the good thing that their son has won an award, so they have no reason to doubt it. It would be nice to keep the money to buy tonics. What kind of blood and instruments to buy? Isn't this a waste of money? Oh, my son won a scholarship for the first time, so what's wrong with buying you a gift? Besides, you've been complaining about your backache recently, and it just happened to be useful. I watched TV and said, this thing works really well. How could it be better? Lu Dahai talked about waste, but in fact, he was happy in his heart. Before I finished the meal, I took the blood moxibustion instrument and ran to the sofa alone to tinker. Her mother, Zhang Yufan, also beamed, counting the $2,000 over and over again like a baby, thinking that she would save it for Lu so that she could use it for college. Lu Sheng saw all this in his eyes, and his heart was peaceful and soft. He practiced so desperately because he wanted his family to live a better life. Let Father Lu Dahai feel more relaxed. Let Mother Zhang Yufan not have to worry about money every day. Let Sister Lu Qinghe. Lu Sheng turned his head and glanced at Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe was staring at him furtively. After noticing his eyes, he immediately turned his head to the side, pretending to be indifferent and nonchalant. Well, Lu Qinghe doesn't count for now. Let's talk about it later when she becomes sensible. Lu Sheng silently added a sentence in his heart. Base 1359. Lu Sheng stood in the middle of a dilapidated street. 10 meters away from him stood a tall zombie. This zombie was missing a left arm, and there was a huge wound more than 30 centimeters long on his chest. It tilted its head slightly, its empty eye sockets staring at one direction for a long time. Lu Sheng looked in that direction, and he saw the huge gap in the city wall that he passed by when he came. Lu Sheng was silent for a moment, then slowly took a step forward. This step seemed to touch a certain mechanism, and the quiet one-armed zombie suddenly turned its head to look at him. Without any words, the latter rushed towards him quickly. With calm eyes, Lu Sheng took a deep breath and leaned slightly to meet him. Two figures collided fiercely in the empty and dilapidated street. One touch, an instant. One of the figures stepped back a few steps. Lu Sheng looked slightly condensed. This one-armed zombie was an opponent he had chosen for a long time, and the dangerous aura it brought him was not particularly strong. But even so, Lu Sheng was still at a disadvantage in an instant when he met him face to face. At least twice as powerful as me. Lu Sheng didn't panic. Countless experiences and skills surged in his mind. He punched calmly, parrying every attack of the one-armed zombie precisely and appropriately. The speed and strength of the one-armed zombie are stronger than Lu Sheng, and they are tireless and painless. But its weaknesses are equally obvious. It is missing an arm, has no intelligence, and can only fight according to the fighting instinct left in its muscle memory. Lu Sheng now has the possibility of defeating it head-on. Call. Lu Sheng moved flexibly to dodge the fist of the one-armed zombie. Taking advantage of the gap that the opponent showed at this moment, Lu Sheng clenched his right fist and punched the one-armed zombie hard on the forehead. The punch followed a perfect arc, and during the punch, the muscles in Lu Sheng's arm moved as fast as a living thing. Boom! The head of the one-armed zombie exploded directly. The power of this punch far exceeded the power of any punch Lu Sheng had before, and a lot. The one-armed zombie crashed down. Lu Sheng walked up to it, looked at its mutilated body, and chanted in a low voice. Heroic spirits are immortal. The body of the one-armed zombie quickly weathered, and a lifetime of experience and skills melted into Lu Sheng's body as a black line of smoke. Lu Sheng absorbed it silently. Today, he no longer regards these zombies as the monsters that gave him level-up experience, but has an inexplicable mood, admiration, remembrance, or commitment. Every time Lu Sheng absorbed the memory of a zombie, the responsibility on his shoulders became heavier and his feet became firmer. 5th level powerhouse. Lu Sheng absorbed the memory of the one-armed zombie and learned from the memory that the other party was a 5th level warrior before his death. Moreover, he is a 5th level powerhouse who is especially good at boxing. The perception of boxing in his memory directly allows Lu Sheng to take a big step forward in the new realm of boxing after the breakthrough. No wonder the strength of the fist is so strong, and I don't know if I have reached the standard of a 2nd level warrior. Lu Sheng has been practicing stellar body refining technique, natural breathing method, and crystal conception for nearly a week, and he is almost finished drinking the Lingmush and strengthening blood soup. He felt that his qi and blood value had increased a lot, but Lu Sheng didn't know exactly how much he had increased. Even if the qi and blood value does not reach the standard of a 2nd level warrior, the combat power must have reached it. If you used the secret method just now, combined with the natural breathing method. The secret method that Lu Shang refers to is actually a technique of exerting force. Very brilliant power-generating skills are recorded in the introductory chapter of Stellar Body Refining Technique. This kind of power-generating technique can allow warriors to explode several times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times more than normal, and their combat effectiveness will directly skyrocket. However, this kind of exertion technique requires a lot of physical fitness of the user, and Lu Shang can only achieve quadruple exertion now. It was also very scary. It is equivalent to letting a first-level warrior burst into combat power equivalent to a second-level warrior, or even a third-level warrior in an instant in actual combat. This effect is simply against the sky. If it spreads in reality, it will definitely cause a sensation in the martial arts leagues all over the world. Lu Shang directly named this method of exerting force, stellar force. Waking up from the dream, Lu Shang opened his eyes. His brain is very clear, without the slightest sense of fatigue. Lu Shang discovered this early on. He cultivated in a dream, and while fighting, his brain and body were also resting. This is equivalent to him spending twice as much time as ordinary people to practice martial arts, which can be regarded as his unique advantage. After waking up, I continued with the stellar body training technique, the natural breathing method, and practiced the crystal concept for a while. After a week, Lu Shang's progress in the idea of the crystal concept is quite gratifying. He has almost successfully built a crystal human figure and has reached the official entry point. After some practice, Lu Shang went to take a shower, only to find that none of the family members were at home after the shower. Looking at the time, it was only after 8 o'clock in the morning. Lu Shang thought about it and decided to go out. It's been a long time since I tested my qi, blood, and combat power. I just want to test it. If it meets the standard, I'll pass the warrior assessment, by the way. Let me rent the test equipment, thank you. It's still the same place, Hongchuan Wuguan. The pretty girl at the front desk stared at Lu Shang's face for a while, then smiled and said, "Brother, you're here again? Is it because the midterm exam is coming soon? So you care about the result?" It can be seen that this beautiful girl at the front desk already knows herself. Is it very frequent? Lu Shang was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized, yes, this is the third time I have come here this month. He himself felt that every time he came to the test after his strength had increased by a relatively large margin, but that was because his strength had grown too fast. For normal people, 3 times a month is already a lot. It takes about a week or so to test. Even the schools that care most about students' grades only test once a month, monthly exams. Because qi and blood fluctuate, unless you test it every day, the results of repeated tests in a short period of time will be inaccurate. Unless it is the kind of martial arts genius whose qi and blood increase rapidly, there will be a relatively obvious increase in qi and blood every few days. Haha, yes. Lu Shang had no words to respond to the teasing of the girl at the front desk, so he could only vaguely and perfunctorily pass it on. Walking into the familiar testing room, Lu Shang randomly found an instrument. It just so happened that there was no one in the room, which was convenient for him to play. It's better to test the blood first. This is a point that Lu Shang is more concerned about. Lu Shang took the blood and put it in the groove of the blood tester. Soon, with a soft beep from the machine, a value jumped out, 15.632. It has grown so much? Lu Shang himself was startled. Fortunately, he thought that he could not reach the standard of a second-level martial artist, but the result was far more than that. If you think about it carefully, the supreme martial arts in the future 10,000 years of martial arts, plus the most advanced tonic in the next 10,000 years. With the 2 blessings, it would be strange if he didn't have such an exaggerated increase. Let's test the combat power again. There was a gleam of light in Lu Shang's eyes, and he punched hard at the force measuring instrument in front of him. Test normality first. Boom. There was a muffled sound, and a value jumped out on the screen of the force measuring instrument. 3,137. So tall. Lu Shang was taken aback. Because of absorbing a lot of combat skills and experience, his combat power index has always exceeded the corresponding blood value standard. But the extent of the excess this time was too great, fully twice the standard. It was completely unexpected by Lu Shang. Maybe it's because of boxing? Lu Shang thought for a while, and quickly found a clue. His boxing realm had broken through once before, and he never tested his combat power after that time. It is estimated that the boxing technique of the new realm has increased his combat effectiveness, resulting in a soaring combat effectiveness. In this case, my ultimate combat power will be much higher than I expected. Lu Shang got a little excited, and he decided to test again. This time, he decided to use the stellar force technique. 5 minutes later, Lu Shang came out of the dynamometer room. The expression is calm, showing no emotion or anger. "Brother, is the test over? Are you satisfied with the results?" The girl at the front desk greeted him with a smile. Lu Shang smiled slightly. His handsome face made people feel like a spring breeze. Very satisfied. The girl at the front desk blinked playfully. "Then I wish you the best of luck in your exam." "Thanks." Lu Shang waved his hand and strode out of the martial arts hall. The girl at the front desk looked at the back of Lu Shang leaving and muttered with a smile, "You kid who pretends to be cool. You look pretty when you smile." "Who are you talking about?" A voice suddenly came from behind the girl, startling the girl. The girl turned her head to look at the speaker and immediately stood up. "Senior sister and I." An eye Shuang stared at the direction Lu Shang was leaving with interest in her eyes. She saw Lu Shang when he was going out and recognized him as the little genius from Poor People who had surprised her once before. "Is this person just here for a test?" "Yeah, I've been here 3 times this month. I guess I'm nervous about the midterm exam," the girl at the front desk said solemnly. And Ai Shuang said casually, "Which machine did he measure?" take me to have a look. And Ai Shuang had nothing to do, and she was a little curious about whether Lu Shang had made any progress during this time. Okay, senior sister and I. The girl at the front desk quickly led in Ai Shuang to the instrument that Lu Shang had just used. He was the only one who used this instrument today, and the data can be easily found. The girl at the front desk called out the data for an Ai Shuang while talking. A few seconds later, Lu Shang's test result popped up. Wait for the two to see the data displayed above. The girl at the front desk let out a scream. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly, and she covered her mouth with one hand. And Ai Shuang's face changed even more abruptly, with a look of extreme shock and disbelief written all over her face, and her eyes showed a deep sense of disbelief, as if she couldn't believe her own eyes. This instrument, is it broken? And Ai Shuang spoke with a difficult tone. The girl at the front desk was stunned for a few seconds before she reacted abruptly and blurted out, "Impossible. It was overhauled yesterday? That means..." And Ai Shuang took a deep breath, trying to calm down the turbulent waves aroused in her heart, and said slowly, "This achievement is real." The girl at the front desk nodded blankly. Half a minute later, an Ai Shuang's voice could be heard from the test room, which could be heard even in the martial arts hall. "Now, immediately, find me the boy who just tested. Let everyone go. He often comes to our Hongchuan martial arts school. He must not live far away. There must be someone nearby who knows him. Go." "Yes, senior sister and I." "Master, please go to the Warrior Association." Lu Shang got into the taxi and reported his destination. The taxi driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He glanced at Lu Shang in the rearview mirror and said with a smile, "Young man, are you going to the Wuxia Association for business?" Looking at Lu Shang's age, he really couldn't connect Lu Shang with the martial artist assessment. Lu Shang also realized this, nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, looking for someone." Hearing Lu Shang's answer, the taxi driver immediately got excited and started talking. "Young man, depending on your age, you should be in the 3rd year of high school this year. My daughter is about the same age as you. She is a senior in high school this year. TSK. That blood value is so worrying for us." The taxi driver was obviously a chatterbox. He talked about everything from the college entrance examination to university, and then from university to employment, chattering endlessly, which almost annoyed Lu Shang to death. The key point is that Lu Shang was too embarrassed not to respond to him, and would ask, "Yes, and master, you are right," from time to time. On the surface, Lu Shang pretended to be listening to the taxi driver very seriously, but in fact he regretted it very much. "I knew I should tell him that I went to the Warrior Association to participate in the 2nd-level Warrior Certification Assessment. In this way, he must think that my brain is sick, and he doesn't want to talk to me." Lu Shang thought silently in his heart. Finally arrived at the destination, Lu Shang paid the fare, got out of the car quickly, and let out a long sigh of relief. The taxi driver poked his head out of the cab and said goodbye to Lu Shang warmly. "Young man, it's a pleasure chatting with you. Next time we meet, I'll introduce my daughter to you." Lu Shang smiled and nodded politely, thinking to himself, "I hope there will be no next time." Turning around, it was Wuxia. It was a rather grand building, with a signboard of Baihe City Martial Artists Association standing at the door. Lu Shang walked in calmly. Walking into the lobby of the Martial Arts Association, there are not many people inside, and it can be seen that there are still not many people who have the opportunity to come here. Lu Shang followed the notice posted on the wall all the way to find the window in charge of the martial artist assessment and identification, and processed it. "Participate in the 1st-level martial artist certification assessment?" The staff at the window looked at Lu Shang's ID card and took a special look at him. Lu Shang nodded. It stands to reason that his current strength can already apply for the 2nd level. But Lu Shang went around and couldn't find a window for handling the 2nd-level martial artist assessment. "Fill out the form, then pay 1,000 yuan for the assessment fee, and then go over there." The staff at the window explained Lu Shang patiently and carefully. After all, Lu Shang is here to participate in the martial artist assessment, no matter whether he can pass or not. At least he must have certain confidence in his own strength. Considering Lu Shang's age, he might still be a young genius, so there's nothing wrong with having a better attitude. After Lu Shang filled out the form, paid the money, and followed the staff's guidance, he came to the door of a room with a Warrior Examination Room sign. Walking in, 3 or 4 people were sitting inside. An examiner in overalls glanced at Lu and said, "Give me the watch and find a seat for yourself." Lu Shang handed over the form in his hand, and then found a corner to finish it. After Lu Shang came in, after waiting for a while, several people came in one after another. One of them had a centipede-like scar hanging on his face, a strong man with a fierce face, and a pure-looking girl with a purple headband that attracted the most attention. Lu Shang glanced at the girl with the purple hairband and felt that she was about the same age as him. It just so happened that the girl was also looking at him, and the two of them moved their eyes away after interlacing their eyes for a while. The people in the room looked at each other, but in fact Lu Shang was also in the attention of others, because among all the people who participated in the assessment, he and the girl were the youngest. "Okay, everyone is here, let's start first." The examiner saw that the seats in the room were full, and announced the official start of the assessment. The first one, Li Xingji, the 1st-level warrior assessment. A tall and thin young man stood up from his seat and walked to the testing equipment in the middle of the room. "You should know how to test. First measure the vitality and blood, and then measure the combat power index. There are a total of 3 chances to measure the combat effectiveness index, in case you are too nervous to perform normally." Examiner explained. The thin and tall young man nodded and replied, "Understood." Then, he started testing. It can be seen that as the first person in the room to test, The young man is still a little nervous. I held the blood collection needle several times while measuring qi and blood, but no blood was drawn. But fortunately it passed. Blood value 1.531. It's a pity that the following combat index test youth failed to meet the standard 3 times in a row. In fact, it was a little bit close. The results of the 3 times were more than 140. I don't know if it was too nervous or not strong enough. The assessment failed. How could it be? How could it be? The thin and tall young man who was washed down had a pale face, lost his mind, and kept muttering, "Obviously, when I tested at home, I exceeded 150 every time." Seeing his appearance, the examiner couldn't bear it and said, "The instruments of the Martial Arts Association are officially customized, and they are more accurate and rigorous than those sold outside. You still have some strength. Go back and settle down for a month. It will probably be enough for you next time." The tall and thin young man nodded, pursed his lips, and quickly walked out of the room. Things like emotions are contagious. When the rest of the people saw the first tall and thin young man who failed the assessment, their expressions became tense and serious. Zhao Changfeng. The examiner reads a name. A burly figure stood up slowly. It was the fierce-looking man with scars on his face. Isn't he coming later? Why can he be ranked second? Someone cried out in disbelief. The examiner looked at him coldly and said, "Because I just saw his application form now, he should have been ranked first." The people in the room were stunned for a moment, not understanding the meaning of the examiner's words. Then they heard the examiner speak the rest of the words. Third-level warrior assessment. Hiss. There was a sudden gasp in the room. Everyone looked at the scarred man in shock, with a trace of awe in their eyes. 3-level warrior assessment. In other words, this man possesses the strength of a 2nd level and close to 3rd-level warrior. No wonder the examiner said that he should have been number 1. In the world of warriors, strength is paramount, and the strong should enjoy their own privileges. The man with the scar walked silently to the testing equipment, took blood, and tested. A number quickly popped up on the blood measuring instrument. 107.256. The people in the room looked terrified. A qi and blood value of more than 100 means that the man with the scar has met the standard of a 3rd-level warrior in terms of qi and blood. Then measure the combat effectiveness index. The man with the scar faced the test instrument and punched it. The speed of this punch was so fast that many people didn't see it clearly. They only felt a blur in front of their eyes and a muffled sound in their ears before it was over. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered. He saw the man's punch clearly. The way he starts and punches seems to come from a certain boxing style. 10,831. A value popped up on the force gauge. There was a slight gasp in the room. Pass. The combat effectiveness index has exceeded the standard of a 3rd-level warrior. This also means that from now on, the man with the scar is a 3rd-level official martial artist recognized by the Martial Arts Association. Now everyone's eyes on the man with the scar changed a bit. Admiration, but also with a trace of envy. A 3rd-level martial artist can be regarded as the number 1 figure in the entire Baihe city. No matter where you go, you can get good treatment. Congratulations, Zhao Changfeng. From now on, you are a 3rd-level warrior recognized by our Baihe City Warrior Association, and you can enjoy a monthly martial arts allowance of 30,000 yuan. For the first time, the examiner showed a bright smile on his face. As he spoke, people in the room looked at the man with the scar more enviously. The scarred man silently listened to the examiner's words, then walked back to his original position and sat down. Lu Sheng gave him a strange look. This guy didn't leave after the assessment, and he looked like he was going to watch to the end. Of course, no one will have a problem with that. For a 3rd-level martial artist, it doesn't matter if he sits here until dark, as long as he is happy. Then a few more people went up for the test. All of them were 1st-level warriors. Some pass, others fail like the lanky youth. Finally, Lu Sheng, the 1st-level warrior assessment. It's Lu Sheng's turn. Lu Sheng stood up calmly. He noticed that everyone in the room was looking at him. Among them are the man with the scar and the girl with the purple headband. Even the examiner looked at him a few more times. After all, there are not many examiners at Lu Sheng's age, which in itself represents talent. Don't be nervous. Just come as you usually do. It was rare for the examiner to speak softly. Lu Sheng nodded, then picked up the needle to draw blood. The bright red blood gently rolled down into the groove of the blood measuring instrument, and the blue light of the test fell. Everyone looked at the display on the instrument, some serious, some casual. The next moment, the value is displayed. 15.701. Boom. The whole room exploded in an instant. More than half of the people jumped up from their positions, and the man with the scar and the girl with the purple hairband also stood up abruptly. One of them with a casual face even slid to the ground. F***K. It's real or fake? Am I right? It's past 15 o'clock? Second-level warrior? Is the machine broken? It should be broken. Everyone stared at the value on the blood measuring instrument in disbelief, their eyes gliding back and forth between the instrument and Lu Sheng. Even the inspector's hand holding the form shook violently, and then he quickly checked the machine. Then he said to Lu Sheng very seriously, "Student, can you please take the test again? It stands to reason that there is only one chance to test the qi and blood value." But the result Lu Sheng measured was so amazing that he had to confirm it again. Lu Sheng nodded, picked up the needle, and took another drop of blood for testing. 15.693. Similar to the first time, the fluctuation does not exceed 0.01. This proves that everything is fine with the instrument, and it also proves that Lu Sheng's results are real. The room fell into an inexplicable silence. Then, the sound of gasping for air began to sound one after another. The way a group of people looked at Lu Sheng changed completely, like watching a monster. This guy, Dad is the richest man in Baihe City. How many tonics have you taken? A person stared at Lu Shang with a complicated face and choked out a sentence for a long time. The others looked at Lu Shang with similar expressions, same as constipation. Lu Shang was so young that he could tell at a glance that he was a high school student. How old can a high school student be? 17? 18? Like their nephews, or even their sons. As a result, the value of qi and blood was as high as more than 15 points, and exaggerated to outrageous value. This guy started taking tonics after he was born. Someone spoke sourly. A person next to him muttered, even if it's just a high blood value, it's more than 15 points in real terms. As long as the combat power is a little bit passable. TSK. 18 years old, a second-level warrior. The others stopped talking. That's right, even if Lu Shang is really a pot of medicine, but with a blood base of 15.7 points here, no matter how bad the combat power is, it won't be much worse. In other words, Lu Shang basically passed the examination steadily, and it is very likely to be the assessment of the second-level warrior. A high school student becomes a level 2 martial artist. These people almost groaned. The expressions of the man with the scar and the girl with the purple hairband are also extremely complicated. The performance of the two was considered calm among all people, but the shock on their faces and eyes still couldn't be hidden. At this time, the examiner's attitude towards Lu Shang has reached a new level. Become extremely gentle. Don't be nervous, just relax. You can take the combat power index test as many times as you like, and play the one you are most satisfied with. The others twitched as they listened. Didn't it say that everyone can only test 3 times? What do you mean? You can take as many times as you like. Lu Shang took a deep breath and said to the examiner, no, just once. The examiner was stunned, but still hadn't reacted. Then I saw Lu Shang punching. Others just saw a hand gesture. In the entire room, only the man with the scar suddenly shot out a frightened light in his eyes, and he subconsciously took 2 steps forward. Boom! There was a dull bang, louder than the Scarman's test just now. Everyone's heart beat violently with the loud noise. Wait for them to see the numbers displayed on the force measuring instrument. Just for a moment, everyone is stunned. The mouth is wide open, the eyes are dull, and the expression is like seeing a ghost. 111. The examiner tried to read the number with a dull expression. Soon he realized that he had read countless ones. Shut up quickly, and then read it quickly. 15,709. 5 digits. The fighting power is over 10,000. More than 15,700. Close to 16,000. Far beyond the combat power index standard of a second-level fighter, he directly reached the third-level field, which is a full 5,000 more than the test result of the scarred man before. There was a deathly silence in the room. Everyone stood up and stood still in one motion. The man with the scar clenched his thick knuckle palms into fists, his eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe it. The girl with the purple hairband tightly covered her mouth with one hand, for fear that she would cry out. Others' brains were buzzing even more. Like the lack of oxygen, the brain had long lost the ability to think. When something exceeds the scope of one's cognition and understanding too much, the human brain will fall into a short-term, deadlocked state. Obviously, these people are in such a state now. Lu Shang was not surprised by this result at all. He had already tested it once in the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. That time it was more than 15,600, which was a little lower than the current measurement. The boxing technique after breaking the bottleneck, combined with stellar power and natural breathing method, my combat power index directly reached 10 times the standard of blood value. Is this the charm of martial arts skills? Lu Shang sighed in his heart. After admiring his results, Lu Shang turned to look at the examiner. Okay, there is no need to take the second test. The examiner nodded subconsciously as if waking up from a dream, and then read out his usual lines. Congratulations, Lu Shang. You have successfully passed the examination of a first-level martial artist. From now on, you are. The examiner couldn't continue reading halfway through. The main reason is that he doesn't know what level to rate Lu Shang. Lu Shang applied for the first-level martial artist assessment, but his real strength is far beyond the first level, or even second level. The combat power is exaggerated to level 3. How should this be judged by the other party? Level 1 or level 2, or level 3? The examiner looked embarrassed. If this situation is not handled properly, it may cause Lu Shang's dissatisfaction. And to offend such a talented martial artist with a bright future, don't even think about his job. Thinking of this, the examiner quickly said to Lu Shang, about your grade evaluation, I need to report it and discuss it before making a decision. Don't worry, Lu Shang. The Martial Arts Association will not bury any talent. Oh no, a genius. Especially with a genius like you. Lu Shang was a little stunned, but he quickly accepted the result. It means let him go back and wait for the notice. Then can I go back first? Lu Shang wanted to ask a few more questions, but found that the examiner had already run out of the assessment room, leaving most of the people who hadn't taken the assessment alone. Lu Shang was helpless and could only shake his head, ready to go out. When he was about to reach the door, a figure suddenly stood in front of him. It was the man with the scar on his face, Zhao Changfeng. The man held out a hand to him, his eyes burning. Lu Shang hesitated for a moment, then reached out and shook the scarred man. Lu Shang. After Lu Shang said his name, an uncontrollable excitement flashed in the eyes of the scarred man, as if he had received some kind of honor. He nodded and took the initiative to make way for Lu Shang. Lu Shang was thoughtful. Is this a gesture or make friends? He didn't know much about the rules among warriors, but he subconsciously thought of a knowledge point he saw in a history book. In the ancient martial arts era, Every warrior regarded it as an honor to meet more powerful warriors. Does Zhao Changfeng mean that? Wang Dameng. Out of the corner of Lu Shang's eye, he saw another person running towards him with outstretched hands in the room, and other people who reacted seemed to have this tendency. He quickly fled out of the assessment classroom. This kind of etiquette is a bit interesting for one person, but it becomes a joke for too many people. Besides, what kind of cats and dogs are the remaining guys? Seeing the back of Lu Shang running out of the room, many people showed regretful expressions on their faces and slapped their thighs hard. A genius with terrifying talent like Lu Shang. Even if you think about it with your A****, you can know that in the near future, this name will surely resound throughout Baihe City. And such a good opportunity to get to know important people in Baihe City in the future was missed by them in vain. The intestines will regret it. Apart from remorse, some people can't help but secretly envy Zhao Changfeng, who was the first to come out. Seeing Zhao Changfeng's face regaining his composure on the surface, but in fact the corners of his eyes were filled with joy that could not be hidden, everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. He really deserves to be a third-level martial artist. His brain is so fast. Lu Shang walked around the Martial Arts Association Hall, feeling that there was nothing to do, so he was ready to go home. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. Lu Shang. Lu Shang turned his head and saw 3 girls standing not far away. The 3 girls were about the same age, all a little younger than him, and the one standing in the middle looked at him with a complicated expression. Who would it be if it wasn't younger sister Lu Qinghe? Lu Qinghe? Why are you here? Lu Shang walked towards Lu Qinghe and the 3 of them. I should be the one asking you this sentence. Lu Qinghe retorted angrily. Skip class, don't go to school, sleep in the room every day. And now what do you come to the Warrior Association? Lu Qinghe stared at Lu Shang with the expression of a detective. Lu Shang was slightly embarrassed. It's fine if you skip classes and don't go to school, but even Lu Qinghe knows that he stays in the room and sleeps most of the time. It seems that my younger sister is very concerned about me recently. Lu Shang prevaricated. Come to do something. Now it's over. Who will believe it? Lu Qinghe snorted. At this time, a girl with a round face and a pink hairpin beside Lu Qinghe looked at Lu Shang and said, Qinghe, this is your brother? He's pretty handsome. After speaking, she blushed and turned her head away. Another girl with a slimmer figure also echoed, yeah, it's not as frustrating as you usually say. It's clearly a little big brother. It's still a top-notch little big brother. You too. Lu Qinghe looked at the 2 good girlfriends who had betrayed one after another and was almost speechless with anger. The boy who knows how to eat and sleep all day is handsome and handsome, with 2 faces. Lu Shang saw that Lu Qinghe was deflated, and he felt a lot better. He stretched out his hand and said to the girl, Hi, I'm Lu Shang, Lu Qinghe's younger sister. Qinghe must have caused you a lot of trouble, right? You're the one who causes trouble. Lu Qinghe talked back angrily. The 2 little girls were easy to talk to, and the slender one nodded with a smile. Hi Lu Shang big brother. My name is Feng Fan Fan, and my friends call me Fan Fan. This is Su Nu. Qinghe does cause us a lot of trouble, but we are good friends, and we should take care of her. Feng Fan Fan. Lu Qinghe had an expression of going crazy. Really just borrow the donkey down the slope. What does it mean that you really don't cause less trouble? Usually in school, whoever is like your own mother pulls the 2 of you with shit and pee. It's fine to black her, but it's too much to black her in front of the brother I hate the most. Lu Shang greeted the 2 little girls with a smile. After chatting for a few words, we talked about the topic at the beginning again. What are you doing here? Lu Qinghe rolled his eyes at him, obviously not wanting to answer. It was the girl named Su Nua who quickly explained. We came here with senior sister Yang Yuan. Senior sister Yang Yuan is our senior sister in the martial arts club and has a good relationship with us. Yeah, senior sister Yang Yuan is amazing. She is a genius ranked in the top 3 in our school. This time I am here to participate in the first-level warrior assessment. Sister Yang Yuan must pass. The 2 little girls made things clear with each sentence. After Lu Shang understood it clearly, he looked up at the clock and said, Since you are waiting for someone, then I will not hinder you. I will invite you to dinner next time we meet. Good Lu Shang big brother. Who wants you to treat me to dinner? The 2 cheerful voices were mixed with Lu Qinghe's powerless, stubborn mouth. Lu Shang smiled slightly, reached out and rubbed Lu Qinghe's head, which made Lu Qinghe blushed and wanted to hit him, and then left the Martial Arts Association without looking back. Mad. Lu Qinghe straightened her hair that was messed up by Lu Shang and said something angrily. There was a strange ripple in my heart. She vaguely remembered that Lu Shang liked to rub her hair like this when she was young, and the relationship between the 2 of them was still very good at that time. Later, I don't know when it started, but the relationship faded away. But just now, it seemed that he had returned to the past in an instant. Qinghe, your brother looks very good. He is tall, white and handsome, but he is not like a butter boy, very sunny. Feng Fan Fan looked at the direction where Lu Shang left, smacked his lips and sighed, as if he was still thinking about something. Yeah. Su Nua beside him also nodded frantically and echoed, He's a god. You 2 are blind. Lu Qinghe felt powerless. Oh, right. Feng Fan Fan suddenly remembered something and said, What do you think your brother is doing in the Martial Arts Association? I just saw him walk out of the martial arts assessment room. Is your brother also here to participate in the martial artist assessment, just like senior sister Yang Yuan? Su Nua interrupted. How can it be? Lu Qinghe looked at the 2 of you with the eyes that you 2 are sick and can't be cured, and said, My brother is a student of Baihe number 3 middle school, and he doesn't go to class every day. Can he participate in the warrior assessment? The Sao can also climb the tree. Absolutely impossible, Feng Fan Fan muttered. But I did see your brother come out of the martial artist assessment room with my own eyes just now. That's why you read it wrong. Lu Qinghe's tone was extremely affirmative. Feng Fanfan still wanted to say something. At this moment, Su Nua looked in one direction and exclaimed in surprise, Sister Yang Yuan has come out? The three of Lu Qinghe quickly greeted a tall, beautiful girl with a purple headband on her hair. Sister Yang Yuan, how are you? Have you passed? As soon as they met each other, Lu Qinghe couldn't wait to ask. His delicate face was full of anticipation. Yang Yuan is the person Lu Qinghe admires most in school, not one of them. The top genius of Baihe No. 1 Middle School, the evildoer whose vitality and combat power index reached the standard of a first-class warrior at the age of 18. The strongest woman in the martial arts club. Numerous halos and titles have created the shining golden senior sister Yang Yuan in front of her. The faces of Feng Fanfan and Su Nua were also full of anticipation, and there was a trace of nervousness. It seems that whether Yang Yuan can pass the warrior assessment is more important than their own affairs. Yang Yuan had a strange expression on her face. It was indescribably complicated. Don't mention it. There is an accident. The assessment has been suspended. It is estimated to wait until the afternoon. Yang Yuan shook her head. The three of Lu Qinghe were a little surprised and quickly asked, what accident? Can the assessment be suspended? Yang Yuan smiled wryly and said, a monster, evildoer. The examiner who was directly scared left us and ran away. Can the assessment not be suspended? What kind of monster, evildoer? Lu Qinghe and the three of them were in a fog. Yang Yuan sighed and said with a complicated look in her eyes, actually, it's because of a boy about my age, maybe a little younger than me. During the assessment, the blood value of 15.7 was measured, and there were more than 15,700 combat power. Do you think it's scary? Fortunately, I always thought I was a genius before, and I met that guy. Yang Yuan sighed faintly. I only know what a real genius is. After Lu Qinghe and the others listened to Yang Yuan's words, their three small mouths opened wide, their eyes widened, as if they had been hit by a hold spell. I was so shocked that I didn't know what expression to use. About the same age as senior sister Yang Yuan, a blood value of 15.71, more than 15,700 combat power. Are there such people in the world? In other words, can such a person be considered a human being? Now they finally know why the martial artist assessment will be suspended. A monster like this appeared in the martial arts assessment. It is estimated that the entire martial arts association will be a sensation, and if it is not complete, it will be on tomorrow's morning news. Sister Yang. Feng Fanfan suddenly came to his senses and asked curiously, what's the name of this person? Do you know? Lu Qinghe and Su Nua pricked up their ears and stared closely at Yang Yuan. Yang Yuan nodded and spoke a name. Lu Shang. That person's name is Lu Shang. Speaking of which, I had the opportunity to meet him just now, but I was so shocked that I reacted a step slower and missed the opportunity to meet this kind of person. Hey, I don't know if we can meet again. Yang Yuan sighed, with regret on her face. As she was talking, she suddenly realized something was wrong. Looking up, the expressions of Lu Qinghe and the others became extremely strange, especially Lu Qinghe. The whole person seemed to be in a daze. Yang Yuan blinked, feeling surprised, and was about to ask. Suddenly, I heard Su Nua faintly utter a word. Qinghe, your brother's name is Lu Shang, right? And just walked out of the warrior assessment room. Now, it was Yang Yuan's turn to be stunned. Lu Shang walked all the way back home. I felt a little hungry on the way, so I bought dozens of meat buns by the way. While chewing and walking slowly, when he was approaching the gate of the community, Lu Shang saw a group of people hurriedly running across the road in front of him. Lu Shang saw that the clothes on those people looked familiar, and after careful thought, he remembered that he seemed to have seen them in the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. Several ants stood at the gate of the community and looked around, discussing while watching the excitement. Who is it? Such a big battle? From Hongchuan Martial Arts, I heard that they are looking for someone. I have searched in several nearby neighborhoods, asking door to door. Who messed with Hongchuan Martial Arts? What a bad luck. If this posture is found, at least several legs will be broken, isn't it? These martial arts practitioners are fierce. Lu Shang heard about it, but didn't pay much attention to it. He just knew about Hongchuan Martial Arts and had been to it a few times. It was none of his business for Hongchuan Martial Arts to find someone to seek revenge. Walking all the way back to my home, I just finished eating the last bun. It was a rare opportunity for Lu Shang to go out and relax, so he sat on the sofa and rested for a while. The phone rang once in the middle. Lu Shang picked it up and saw that it was the guy from Xingshantang again. He just pressed it and refused to answer it. Although the Lingji Zhuangxue decoction was almost finished, Lu Shang was not panicked at all. The other party is looking for him so frantically, he must be asking for something. As for what to ask him, Lu Shang thought for a while and guessed that it had something to do with the Lingji Zhuangxue decoction. He remembered that he left in a hurry and left a flask without cleaning it. It was probably the liquid medicine left in the flask that made the other party discover something, and that's why they wanted to find him so urgently. When Lu Shang took out the Lingji Zhuangxue soup, he already had a rough idea in his mind. His martial arts practice needs a lot of funds to support, and as his strength improves, he will need more and more. How the money came from naturally fell on the prescriptions in his mind. It is no bragging to say that Lu Shang can easily exchange a lot of wealth with a random prescription for the future. But how to take it, when to take it, and to whom to take it. All aspects need to be considered. Whether Xingshantang has this qualification and whether it is worthy of his prescription, Lu Shang needs to investigate before deciding. As for now, Lu Shang is eager to verify one of his guesses and ideas all the time. This matter is very important, and it is directly related to his subsequent martial arts path. Fall asleep. Dream world. Base 1359. Facing the optical brain, Lu Sheng calmly said, "Call out my biography." Calling. In the next second, a large amount of information was presented in front of Lu Sheng. The moment Lu Sheng saw his photo, his heart skipped a beat. Then he knew that his thoughts were right. In the photo, the original handsome and resolute middle-aged Lu Sheng has disappeared. In its place, there was an old man with gray hair and high spirits. Name, Lu Sheng. S**X. Male. Lifespan, June 297 in Budo, July 383 in Budo. Martial arts strength, level 6 warrior. Life experience, became a second-level martial artist at the age of 18, causing a sensation in Baihe City. Later, under the recommendation of the Baihe City Wushu Association, he participated in the talent training camp of Dongning Province and entered the top 20 training camps. In the same year, he entered Dongning Wuhan University with the first place in the city, 32nd in the province, and 145th in the country. 3 years later, he graduated from Dongning Wuhan University and served in the military. 5 years later, he retired as a lieutenant and founded the Holy Martial Art Museum in Baihe City, promoted to a 6th-level martial artist at the age of 45, and failed to become a 7th-level grandmaster at the age of 55. In July 383, Budo died at the age of 87 due to a strange beast attack in Baihe City. Married with 2 daughters and 1 son. This time, Lu Sheng's life history has become much richer, so Lu Sheng read it carefully. At the end, he found that the historical evaluation of the characters under him had also become higher, becoming 2.5 stars, which was increased by half a star. Of course, the authority is still only level 2. Sure enough, the future can be changed, or at least my own future can be changed. A week ago, I was a 4th-level warrior at the age of 37. A week later, I successfully lived to be more than 80 years old, and the upper limit of my strength has reached level 6. If it hadn't been for an accident, I might have lived longer. The difference between the two lies in my strength improvement within this week. The strength is different. The results obtained in the college entrance examination are different. The universities entered are different, and the final destiny is completely different. Before I graduated from Baihe Wuda, I chose to join the military region. Now I chose to open my own martial arts gym after graduating from Dongning Wuda. In the end, I even hope to become a 7th-level master. The current effort is too important. The choice determines the fate. This sentence is not just casually. In addition, Lu Sheng also found one point. This biography didn't mention any information related to stellar body refining technique, natural breathing method, and crystal conception thought. It seems that the exercises I got in the dream space, as long as I don't choose to expose them, will not be exposed. Will it have any impact on subsequent lives? Turning off the optical brain, Lu Sheng's eyes became extremely firm. Through verification, my idea is correct. Destiny can indeed be changed. But if I want to truly change the fate of the human race and leverage the development trajectory of the entire world in the next 10,000 years, my current strength is far from enough. A 6th-level quasi-grandmaster is insignificant. A 7th-level grandmaster, an 8th-level grandmaster, and even a 9th-level martial saint are very difficult to achieve. Perhaps when I reach the height of a 10th level or even 11th level powerhouse in this era, I will have the slightest chance of turning the tide. Even in the next 10,000 years, 11th level martial arts experts will be rare, let alone in the current 300 years of martial arts. The road that Lu Sheng wants to take is too difficult. However, he will keep going and do his best. Baihe City Martial Artists Association President's Office. 59-year-old Xiao Yuhe has black hair and a ruddy complexion. There are almost no wrinkles on his face, and he can't tell that he is an old man who is about to enter his 60th year. But for a 6th-level peak martial artist who is about to enter the realm of a master in martial arts, this is not surprising. Xiao Yuhe is writing a character for God, using a brush and concentrating on it. Xiao Yuhe once visited an old master, and the other party said that his accumulation in other aspects is enough. Only spiritual cultivation is a little short. As long as 100,000 God characters are written, it is possible to truly step into the realm of a master. So far, Xiao Yuhe has written 46,721, and this is the 46,722. President. The door was opened suddenly, and a person rushed in quickly. Xiao Yuhe's hands trembled, and a little ink fell on the paper, ruining half of the writing. Xiao Yuhe glanced at the word with some pity, put down the pen casually, picked up the towel at hand to wipe his hands, and said, "What's the matter? You're in such a panic that you don't even know how to knock on the door." The person who came was Xiao Yuhe's secretary, in his 30s, wearing a pair of glasses, gentle. "I'm sorry, President. I'll pay attention next time." The secretary apologized sheepishly, and then his expression became serious. "I have something important to report." "Explain." The secretary picked up the document in his hand and briefly reported the matter. Xiao Yuhe's expression was calm at first, but gradually his expression began to change when he heard the last word. The teacup he just picked up shook violently, and the hot tea spilled all over the table. "Bring me the information. Hurry up." Xiao Yuhe didn't care about cleaning the table, so he hurriedly urged. The secretary hastily handed over the document in his hand. Xiao Yuhe took the document and read it carefully. Soon, his eyes began to gradually widen, and the muscles at the corners of his eyes and mouth twitched slightly. In the end, a huge surprise bloomed from his face. Good. Xiao Yuhe stood up abruptly and blurted out with an excited expression, I didn't expect that Baiha City could produce such a genius. After a short period of excitement, Xiao Yuha's emotions gradually calmed down. He lowered his head and thought for a while, then calmly said, "Bring me the student's assessment video, and I'll watch it again." Yes. Soon, a latest laptop computer was placed on Xiao Yuha's desk, and the assessment video began to play on the screen. At a glance, Xiao Yuha found the boy named Lu Sheng shown in the information. Lu Sheng in the picture is tall and straight, with a handsome appearance, and his gestures give people a sense of calmness and confidence. Xiao Yuha's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but praise. The young man is calm and has the air of a general. The secretary next to him hurriedly nodded in agreement. Then, Lu Sheng in the screen began to test his blood. Xiao Yuha already knew the result from the data, but when he really saw the value of 15.701 appearing in front of his eyes, he couldn't help but tremble slightly. Mainly, it is too young. According to the data, this boy named Lu Sheng is only 17 years old and more than a month old this year, and he has just entered the 3rd year of high school. At this age, you have this blood value. The impact it brings is too great. For ordinary high school students of his age, most of the vitality values stay at around 1. It's good to be able to get to 1. The 198th High School Vital Blood Survey in Baiha City, the average blood value was only 0.783. Lu Sheng was 20 times higher than the average. The best high school in Baiha City, Baiha No. 1 Middle School, the most outstanding genius in history. How much blood is worth? Nothing over 2.0. President, do you think this Lu Sheng took a lot of tonic? The secretary chimed in. Xiao Yuha shook his head. Impossible. You have seen Lu Sheng's family conditions. His parents are ordinary people. They can't afford many tonics at all. The secretary thought for a while and said, "Others funded?" Xiao Yuha glanced at the secretary. "Do you know how many tonics he needs to take when his blood value reaches 15.7 at his age?" Xiao Yuha stretched out a finger and said calmly, "It's enough to wipe out a family with over 100 million assets. It's not necessarily enough. Moreover, even if ordinary people let him eat, it is impossible to reach his height. Genius. You can't just throw money at it." The most crucial point, Xiao Yuha didn't say anything. As a 6th-level peak martial artist, he knew very well how vain the blood of a warrior who rose by taking tonics was. It was an empty frame that could be seen at a glance. There is no sense of solidity like Lu Sheng. Furthermore, Lu Sheng's subsequent combat effectiveness index test results are also the best evidence. Boom. There was a muffled sound in the picture. It was the sound of Lu Sheng punching. More than 15,700. The secretary almost groaned inside. "If I am not responsible for the maintenance of the association's instruments every week, I must suspect that this is a malfunction of the instrument." Xiao Yuha didn't speak. His eyes were fixed on the computer screen, and his fingers kept pressing the slow-motion button of the video. After a while, Xiao Yuha leaned back slowly, making an obvious inhalation movement. "The boxing method of the perfect realm," he said every word. "Perfect boxing technique." The secretary froze for a moment, with a confused expression on his face. Xiao Yuha waved his hands and said, "This is a term in our martial arts world. You are not a warrior. You don't understand. You only need a little," Xiao Yuha said with a complicated face. "As far as I know, there are no more than 10 people at his age who have practiced boxing to perfection." The secretary was shocked. There is a feeling of ignorance. 17 years old, perfect boxing skills, TSK, TSK, TSK. Xiao Yuha was emotional for a while. However, even with the perfect boxing method, it is difficult to achieve more than 15,000 fighting power on the basis of the blood value of 15.7. The perfect boxing method can only double the combat power at most. Xiao Yuha frowned fiercely. He rewound the video again and watched it again. Watch it, then go back and forth. During this process, Xiao Yuha's eyes gradually burst into light. A chi and blood value of 15.7, a combat power of 10 times the standard blood value, an ordinary family. Finally, after seeing it for the 5th time, Xiao Yuha suddenly stood up from his seat, startling the secretary next to him. "It must be like this. It must be. Otherwise, it cannot be explained at all." Xiao Yuha clenched his fists with uncontrollable excitement. His excitement and joy far surpassed any time before. The secretary quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He has been Xiao Yuha's secretary for several years, and he has never seen Xiao Yuha behave like this. It's like winning the lottery. "President," the secretary called cautiously. As a result, Xiao Yuha laughed happily. "Haha, Xiao Su. Our Baiha Martial Arts Association has really found a treasure this time. Talented warriors. How many warriors can there be a talented warrior? There can be one in our Baiha city, and still so young, with such outstanding talent in boxing. Ha ha ha." According to the data, this student named Lu Sheng, when he was in the 2nd year of high school, his grades in all aspects were still very mediocre, even low. But just after entering the 3rd year of high school, within a short period of 1 or 2 months, his energy and blood have skyrocketed, and his abilities in all aspects have skyrocketed, reaching the level of a 2nd-level warrior, which is almost the height of a 3rd-level warrior. In such a situation, Xiao Yuha could only think of a special group of warriors. Talented warrior. Martial arts practice is a process of constantly tapping the potential of the human body. In this process, some people may awaken some powerful abilities beyond ordinary people's imagination. These people are called talented warriors. It's only possible that some talented fighters will experience a sharp increase in blood value at the early stage of awakening their talent, which coincides with the changes that happened to Lu Sheng. As for his outrageous combat power that far exceeds that of a normal warrior, it should be the innate ability he awakened, perhaps something like strength. At this time, Xiao Yue's thoughts were clear, and all doubts about Lu Shang were dispelled in his mind, leaving only happiness and joy. As a 6th-level powerhouse, he naturally knows how valuable a talented warrior is. If it is said, there may be one official warrior out of 1,000 ordinary people. Then, out of 1,000 warriors, there may not be a single talented warrior. One can imagine how precious it is, not to mention a talented martial artist like Lu Shang. Xiao Yuhe has been the president of the Baihe City Martial Artists Association for almost 8 years. Originally, he felt that this was the end of his life, and he would honestly be the chairman of the association for a few more years and finally retire in this position. But Xiao Yuhe now sees the hope of promotion. If I can cultivate the seedling Lu Shang well, and when he grows to a certain height, the rewards he brings to me may allow me to climb up again. Xiao Yuhe is not an official fan, nor is he obsessed with power. What he really cares about is what comes behind the power. Resource. If he can go up to another level, the resources he can get are not comparable to that of a mere head of the Baihe City Martial Arts Association. And with the help of these resources, it is entirely possible for Xiao Yuhe to set foot in the place he dreamed of. Level 7. Grandmaster. If I have enough resources, I still need to hide in the office and write every day? K. The 100,000 divine characters. Xiao Yuhe has long been tired of writing crookedly. Now he feels like vomiting when he sees the word God. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuhe could hardly hold back the excitement and joy in his heart and quickly arranged for the secretary. Quick, hurry up and arrange a car for me. I want to go to Ilya Lu Shang's house in person, pay a good visit to his parents and thank them for giving birth to such a good son. Yes, President. Ai Shuang stood at the entrance of the martial arts hall, pacing back and forth, looking a little irritable. A muscular young man wearing a Hongchuan martial arts uniform ran in panting. Senior sister and I, how about it? Ai Shuang's eyes lit up all of a sudden, and with a bit of anticipation and urgency, she asked, any news? The young man wiped the sweat from his forehead, nodded and said, yes. His name is Lu Shang, a student of Baihe No. 3 Middle School, and he is in the 3rd year of high school this year. His father works as a porter in Shenhang Logistics, his mother works as a cashier in Jiajiafu Supermarket, and there is a younger sister in the family. The whole family lives in Building 15, Bailan District. Good. Ai Shuang clenched her fist hard, with a look of joy on her face. Seeing this, the young man next to him was a little puzzled, and couldn't help asking curiously, Senior sister and I, why are you looking for this Lu Shang? Did he offend you? Let me tell you, senior sister, she is only a child. There is no need to force people to death like this. Shut up. Ai Shuang couldn't listen anymore, and interrupted the young man angrily. What is it all about? Is she, Ai Shuang, the kind of person who calls a group of people to trouble other people's families for a little personal grudge? Really speechless. The young man shut up obediently, not daring to say more. After all, Ai Shuang is the daughter of the gym owner, and she is very powerful. Almost no one can beat her in the martial arts gym. She is an out-and-out master sister. At this time, Ai Shuang answered a call. New. Ai Shuang hung up the phone, complexities written all over her handsome face. This call was from her friend in the Martial Arts Association. I knew it would be soon, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Ai Shuang took a deep breath. Her eyes returned to the calmness of the past and strode out the door. Take me to Lu Shang's house. By the way, let the brothers and sisters go and buy some gifts, suitable for parents, elders, and little girls aged 16 or 17. It's more expensive. Mr. Zhong, tomorrow I have to meet the student named Lu Shang that you mentioned in your mouth. The school committee will never agree to grant the scholarship without seeing his achievements with his own eyes. And the vice principal sitting behind the desk pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said coldly, as far as I know, this student named Lu Shang hasn't come to school for almost 2 weeks. Have you contacted his parents? Zhong Zhenghua frowned and said, Vice Principal, you still don't believe what I said? Only relying on the grade report form you handed in? Sorry, it's really not enough. The vice principal shook his head. A trace of anger flashed in Zhong Zhenhuo's eyes, but he was more helpless. He always thought that he still had a little say in the school, but now he realized that he was only a 2nd-level martial artist, and he was nothing in the eyes of the school committee. Just an ordinary practical teacher. There are many people who are qualified for this position. After a moment of silence, Zhong Zhenghua compromised. Well, I guarantee that within this week, Lu Shang will definitely go back to school. But at his own request, can he not notify the parents? No. The vice principal refused indifferently. Not coming to school for more than a week is already a serious violation of discipline. I didn't choose to expel him immediately. It was already to save face for you. And Teacher Zhong, I have to remind you that your handling of this matter is very wrong. You are covering bad students, do you know? Zhong Zhenghua wanted to say something, but the vice principal had already waved his hand, expressing that he didn't want to talk to him anymore. Zhong Zhenghua stood up. Then, Vice Principal, I'll go back first. The vice principal hummed indifferently, looked down at the document, and didn't intend to send it to him at all. Zhong Zhenghua sighed lightly and was about to leave. At this moment, a person rushed in from the door in a hurry. Good news, great news. Haha. An old man with gray hair came in. Seeing the old man come in, the vice principal sitting behind the desk immediately stood up. Principal Ding, why are you here? Zhong Zhenghua also hastily said hello. Hello, Principal Ding. The old man's surname is Ding, and he is the principal of Baihe No. 3 Middle School. Not only that, he also holds positions in the Baihe City Education Bureau and the Wushu Association, and he is a powerful 5th-level martial artist. Even in the entire Baiha city, there are prominent figures. At this time, Principal Ding was full of spring breeze, and his old face full of wrinkles almost turned into a flower with a smile. Principal, what are you so happy about? Principal Ding's face was full of joy, and haha explained, I just received a call from President Xiao, saying that our school has a martial arts genius named Lu Sheng. TSK, 17 years old, with a blood value of 15.7, and the combat power index is even more exaggerated to more than 15,700, reaching the standard of a 3rd-level warrior. If President Xiao hadn't told me personally, I would have thought it was a joke. It is said that he is still a talented warrior. Principal Ding was talking to himself, without noticing that the expressions on the faces of Zhong Zhenghua and the vice principal became exaggerated bit by bit. School principal, you just said that the martial arts genius is, what's his name? Zhong Zhenghua stammered and spoke. Lu Sheng. Principal Ding said a name, then patted Zhong Zhenghua on the shoulder with a smile, and praised, speaking of which, Teacher Zhong also has a lot of credit. If I remember correctly, the actual combat lessons in Lu Sheng's class have always been it's all you are carrying. Lu Sheng, blood value 15.7, more than 15,700 combat power, 3 levels, talented warrior. Zhong Zhenghua felt dizzy for a moment, as if he had stepped on cotton under his feet, and he could hardly stand still. It seemed to be drunk, and it seemed to be living in a dream. As for the vice principal next to him, his eyes widened, and his mouth was wide enough to fit a teacup into it. I was so shocked that I couldn't utter a word. Lu Sheng was awakened by a sudden knock on the door, and had to exit from the dream clock ahead of schedule. Brother, come out quickly. Someone is looking for you. The younger sister Lu Qinghe shouted at the door. Her tone seemed a little anxious. Got it now. Lu Sheng responded with a thoughtful expression on his face. Lu Qinghe's behavior today is very strange. Slamming on the door was too gentle, and she didn't call herself Big Brother before, but called her daimyo directly, reminiscent of her saying that someone was looking for her. Lu Sheng probably understood what was going on. Lu Sheng tidied up a bit and walked out of the room. Lu Sheng's house is small. The bathroom is facing the living room, with Lu Sheng's and Lu Qinghe's rooms on both sides, so Lu Sheng saw it as soon as he walked out of the room. Lu Dahai, Zhang Yufan, and Lu Qinghe are all in the living room, and there are 2 strangers, a man and a woman, sitting beside them. Next to the sofa, there was a pile of expensive gifts just by looking at the packaging. Little saint, come quickly. Seeing Lu Sheng walk out of the room, Lu Dahai and Zhang Yufan, who were confused, immediately called him over. The others also turned to look at him. Lu Sheng saw Lu Qinghe with a complicated face, and the other 2 had a smile on their faces and a little flattery in their excitement. Mom and Dad. Lu Sheng walked over calmly, and Lu Qinghe quickly made room for him to sit down. These 2 are. Lu Sheng looked at a man and a woman sitting on the sofa. Zhang Yufan quickly introduced. This is President Xiao Yuhe of the Baiha Martial Artists Association. This is, Zhang Yufan was thinking. And Aishuang hastily added, Hongchuan Martial Arts School. Yep. Zhang Yufan remembered. Miss and I from Hongchuan Martial Arts School. Student Lu Sheng can be regarded as a frequent visitor of our Hongchuan Martial Arts School. He should be no stranger to our martial arts school. Speaking of which, we have met once, classmate Lu Sheng. And Aishuang smiled, showing everyone's demeanor. Lu Sheng nodded and said, hello, President Xiao, and Miss and I am Lu Sheng. Seeing Lu Sheng's calm face, and Aishuang couldn't help but secretly sighed in her heart. She deserves to be the top talent in Baiha City, and she really is different. The people outside knew that his test results in the Martial Arts Association in the morning were going crazy, but he, the client, seemed as if nothing had happened. Just now, I was still sleeping in the room, which is really heartbreaking. Xiao Yuhe was also full of appreciation in his heart. He has seen a lot of geniuses, but none of them are like Lu Sheng, who is calm and unflappable. This character alone is much better than ordinary people don't know. It's simply a natural martial arts seedling. The 2 of you came to see me. And Aishuang closed her mouth tactfully and handed over the right to speak to Xiao Yuhe. Although the Hongchuan Martial Arts School has a certain reputation in Baiha City, it is far behind Xiao Yuhe, the head of the Martial Arts Association. This is a big man whom even her father and I Hongchuan looks up to and fawns on. Stamping casually, Baiha City will tremble 3 times. And such a boss can now come to Lu Sheng's house in person and live in a small house of less than 90 square meters. It shows how much Xiao Yuhe attaches great importance to Lu Sheng. Xiao Yuhe smiled and said, I'm here this time, mainly to represent the Baiha City Warrior Association, and to present you, Lu Sheng, with an official warrior badge. Lu Sheng's eyes lighted up slightly. He went to the Martial Arts Association to take part in the assessment today for this purpose. On the other hand, Lu Dahai and Zhang Yufan, who were on the side, were stunned when they heard this sentence. Official warrior badge? To Lu Sheng? What the hell? Not long after Lu Dahai and Zhang Yufan came back, they came to the door one after another. One claimed to be the president of the Martial Arts Association, and the other said it was from some kind of martial arts school. If it was normal, Lu Dahai and Zhang Yufan must have kicked them out as liars long ago. But whether it is Xiao Yuhe or an Aishuang, their image and temperament are not like ordinary people. Especially Xiao Yuhe, with the strength of a 6th-level peak warrior and the magnanimity cultivated by a long-term residence, the powerful aura exuded by his gestures. As ordinary people, they have only seen this kind of character on TV. In addition, an Aishuang huffed and moved in a bunch of gifts. That's why I invited them in muddle-headedly, sat down and chatted for a while. In fact, Lu Haihai and Zhang Yufan didn't know what they were doing to find Lu Sheng at all. and they even worried that Lu Shang might have caused trouble outside. Now, Xiao Yue actually said that he came to award Lu Shang an official warrior badge. Lu Dahai looked confused and said cautiously, Xiao, President Xiao, right? Are you making a mistake? Our Lu Shang is still a high school student. Xiao Yue laughed and said, it's because I'm a high school student, so outstanding, that I decided to come to commend him in person. With that said, Xiao Yue took out a beautiful brass badge from his pocket and put it in front of Lu Shang. Little Lu Shang, on behalf of the Baihe City Martial Artists Association, I am now formally notifying you that you have successfully passed the assessment of a second-level official martial artist. From now on, you will be a second-level official martial artist certified by the Warrior Association. Xiao Yue said kindly, because of your excellent performance in the Combat Power Index test, it has far exceeded the category of a second-level warrior. So we decided that your monthly martial arts allowance will still be based on the standard of a third-level warrior. Issue. Not only that, because of your outstanding talent in martial arts, our Baihe City Martial Artists Association will also give you a bonus of 1 million yuan. I hope you can make persistent efforts in martial arts in the future and create greater glories. Boom. After a series of news from Xiao Yue came out, Lu Dahai and Zheng Yufan, who were sitting on the sofa, were immediately stunned. The eyes are straight, the mouth is wide open, and the brain is buzzing. If he wasn't sitting on the sofa, he would probably have collapsed to the ground. Lu Shang, level 2 warrior, enjoy the treatment of a third-level warrior, 1 million martial arts bonus. Lu Dahai and Zheng Yufan wondered if they were dreaming. 1 million. Pinch me. Am I still awake? Lu Qinghe next to her was also shocked, but she behaved slightly better than the couple. Lu Shang was very calm. Except for the 1 million bonus, everything else was within his expectations. Thank you, President Xiao. Lu Shang rudely collected the badges and bonus checks on the table. There's not much to say about the check, mostly the badge. Lu Shang knew about it online before. The badges of warriors from level 1 to level 3 are yellow. The badges of warriors from level 4 to level 6 are silver. The badges of level 7 masters are gold, and the badges of level 8 masters are diamonds. Further up, Lu Shang is not clear. There are only a few 9th level martial saints in the world, so it doesn't matter if you need a badge or not. The one in his hand is surrounded by a circle of patterns, and the number 2 marked in the middle is the badge representing the second level official warrior. It looks like it is made of brass, but it is actually doped with a lot of rare and precious metals, and its value is higher than gold. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing I want to inform you, Xiao Yue said. In 2 days, there will be a training camp for college entrance examination candidates in the province, and the association is going to recommend you to go. President Xiao is talking about the talent training camp held by the provincial association. At this time, An Shuang, who was sitting next to her, suddenly interjected cautiously. Xiao Yue turned his head and glanced at her. You also know about this training camp? An Shuang nodded and said, I've heard that. It is said that only the most talented martial arts geniuses in Dongning province are eligible to participate, and less than 10 people can go in each city. Right? Xiao Yue nodded, turned around and looked at Lu Shang with a gentle face. Why are you interested? An Shuang saw this scene in her eyes, and her heart was full of displeasure. She has not only heard of it, she also signed up back then. As a result, An Hongchuan used a lot of contacts, both as gifts and through connections, but he still didn't go in. One can imagine how difficult it is to be selected by this training camp. How many people squeeze their heads and want to squeeze in? Right now, Lu Shang is doing well. The head of the Martial Arts Association invited him personally and asked him if he was interested. It's like begging him to go. Can. Lu Shang nodded. Judging from the content of the chat between An Shuang and Xiao Yue, this genius training camp should have only advantages and no disadvantages. If so, why not go there? Good. Xiao Yue looked quite happy and then stood up from the sofa. Since the things have been delivered, I won't bother. Before leaving, Xiao Yue shook hands with Lu Dahai and Zheng Yufan and sighed solemnly. Thank you for raising such an outstanding son. Lu Dahai and Zheng Yufan kept sending Xiao Yue out, their minds still in a daze. Is it true or not? A second-level martial artist, a 1 million bonus. Is it really a mistake? Could it be the one with the same name as our family Lu Shang? Lu Haihai looked over Lu Shang's warrior badge and checked over and over again. And Shuang couldn't help but smiled and said, Uncle Aunt, there is no doubt that it is your son Lu Shang. Lu Shang went to the Martial Arts Association this morning to take the martial artist assessment, and his grades were excellent. Don't you think even Chairman Xiao was alarmed? I guess it will be on the news tomorrow. Still on the news? Lu Haihai froze for a moment. Over there, Zheng Yufan, who was holding a mobile phone, exclaimed in surprise, It's really Xiao Yue, the president of our Baihe Warrior Association. It's written all over the internet, and there are photos. Now, it's time to tell you why you came. Lu Shang set his eyes on An Shuang and said calmly. An Shuang was taken aback. At this moment, she felt that Lu Shang's temperament had completely changed. It was restrained before, but now it is a little more relaxed, like a silent lion showing its fangs inadvertently. For a moment, An Shuang even had the illusion of facing her father An Hongchuan in the aura that emanated. There was a slight sense of tension and oppression in her heart. You know, she is a serious third-level warrior. I'm here this time. After all, An Shuang is usually in charge of the first gym, so she quickly calmed down and said, I want to invite you, Lu Shang, to be our honorary disciple of Hongchuan martial arts. Honorary disciple? Lu Shang frowned. What is it? It's a disciple. You don't have to come here. Of course, you can come anytime you want. All courses and equipment are free, and you can even let my father teach in person. You can also enjoy the highest level instructor treatment. In fact, it's just a name. And you don't have to bear any obligations? And Aishuang quickly explained. She just came up with the name of this honorary disciple. Generally speaking, there are only honorary teachers and honorary coaches, and there have never been any honorary disciples. However, Lu Shang is too young to hire him as a coach. The martial arts school mainly values his terrifying talent, so an Aishuang came up with this name. A 17-year-old second-level martial artist has even reached the height of a third-level warrior. With such a signboard put out, the Hongchuan Martial Arts School will explode completely in Baihe City. How many parents will rush to send their children in? It's much better than finding a coach of level 4 or even level 5 warriors to sit in charge. And Aishuang thought so. No, Lu Sheng firmly refused. The treatment can be negotiated. And Aishuang hastily backed down. But Lu Sheng changed the subject and continued, honorary members are fine. You can publicize that I usually exercise in your martial arts gym. This is indeed true. There are too many meanings involved in the word disciple. And I, Hongchuan Lu Sheng, the curator of the Hongchuan Martial Arts School, had never met before. So how could he admit that he was the other party's disciple, even in name only? He didn't want anyone to use his name to go out and bluff. Although he has a good impression of Hongchuan Wuguan, but it's just a good impression. If you can accept it, that's it. If you can't, then I'm sorry. Lu Sheng said lightly, of course, I may still go to your martial arts gym for testing in the future. After all, it is closer to home. And Aishuang's eyes struggled for a while and finally softened. Okay, then honorary membership, the conditions remain the same. I just hope that this honorary title is bought out by our Hongchuan Martial Art Museum. Can. Lu Sheng nodded. This means that in the future, Hongchuan Martial Arts will pay Lu Sheng a sum of money every month, which is equivalent to the salary of the highest-ranking coach in the martial arts school, which is about 100,000. And Lu Sheng only needs to admit to the outside world that he often goes in and out of the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. Lu Sheng thinks the business is doing okay. Then I won't disturb everyone. And Aishuang stood up and said goodbye. Although the final result is a bit different from what I expected, it is not unacceptable. And Aishuang is very clear. After Lu Sheng's test results spread in Baihe City, it will cost more than the current price if he wants to get this title. Speaking of which, their Hongchuan Martial Arts School is considered lucky. The location of the martial arts gym just happens to be near the Lu Xinjia community, and the near water and the tower first get the moon. After sending an Aishuang away, the house was finally clean. Lu Sheng glanced at his parents who were still fiddling with badges and checks and said hello to them. Then I'll go back to my room first. Just call me for dinner. Turn around and leave after speaking. The martial artist badge and 1 million check that Xiao Yuhe personally delivered just now seemed to him to have no existence at all. Lu Qinghe was in deep shock. This state started when she was in the Martial Artists Association in the morning. When Yang Yuan said that name, Lu Qinghe wondered if she heard it wrong. In other words, the two are not the same person at all. It was the first time Lu Qinghe saw senior sister Yang Yuan like that. In her heart, senior sister Yang Yuan should be beautiful, aloof, always proud, and always a shining genius, an idol she has always admired. But at that moment, Yang Yuan's face showed deep depression, powerlessness, helplessness, and lack of self-confidence. It was the first time for her to look at senior sister Yang Yuan and still need to look up at someone. And that person turned out to be her big brother. How is this possible? Even if Lu Sheng has indeed changed a lot during this time, her image, temperament, appetite, grades, and other aspects became almost unrecognizable to her. But no matter how it changes, it is impossible to reach such a height all of a sudden and become someone that senior sister Yang Yuan needs to look up to. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It is definitely the same name and surname. A mistake? Lu Qinghe kept telling himself this. As a result, after returning home, even more outrageous things happened. Xiao Yuhe, the president of the Baihe City Martial Artists Association, actually came to visit him in person because of Lu Sheng. Lu Qinghe knew Xiao Yuhe. Once Baihe No. 1 Middle School held a school-wide event, and the school specially invited this important figure. At that time, Xiao Yuhe was sitting in the middle of the summit platform, and the principals and directors on both sides were laughing with him, their faces full of brilliance, as if it was an extremely honorable thing to invite Xiao Yuhe. Lu Qinghe was completely dumbfounded. Then this big man, who can only be seen on TV, began to praise and encourage Lu Sheng in various ways with a pleasant face, and even personally awarded him a warrior badge and bonus. Lu Qinghe is all too familiar with this situation. From childhood to adulthood, every time after the test results came out, the head teacher called her to go on stage to accept the praise, and this expression was on her face. But that's the teacher in the school. Who is Xiao Yuhe? The head of the Baihe City Martial Arts Association, one of the most influential people in Baihe City. Between the two, there is no comparison at all. Watching my parents turn it over and over in their hands, there is only a bronze badge that I can bite into. Lu Qinghe thought. Once, a classmate in the class secretly took her father's badge to school to show off to them, and she saw it once. But that is only a first-level martial artist badge. It's the first time Lu Qinghe sees the second class. And bonuses. A whole million in bonuses. For the first time, Lu Qinghe knew that there were so many scholarships to such an outrageous level. There were too many shocks. Lu Qinghe was almost dumbfounded by the shock. She sat on the sofa for a long time. He waited until his mood eased a little before standing up. Mom and Dad, I'm going back to my room, Lu Qinghe said. No one left her. Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufin were still staring at the two things in their hands and chatting endlessly. Inexplicably, a trace of sadness appeared in Lu Qinghe's heart. This seems to be the first time she has been ignored by her parents since she was a child, or because of big brother Lu Sheng. So cool. Is there any result yet? He Lingsu walked up and down the store impatiently. Ma Fei replied cautiously, Occasionally I can get in touch, but each time I hang up without saying a few words. It's really useless. Didn't you pat your chest and tell me that there is absolutely no problem? Fortunately, I still believe you. He Lingsu stomped his feet, pointed at Ma Fei's nose and cursed. Ma Fei looked aggrieved, but he didn't dare to refute a word. Who told him to promise things so full before? But now it's good, and his face is completely lost. He Lingsu was irritated. It's been a week. For more than a week, she has not been able to meet the mysterious pharmacist. He didn't even know what the other person looked like, or what his name was. If you can't see people, you can't get new medicines. Without new drugs, the He family could not get out of the predicament. That's why He Lingsu was so anxious to get angry. After a week, she hardly slept well, and even her skin became darker. All her time and energy were devoted to this new drug, and she didn't go when she got several news about other new drugs. I'm afraid that if people walk away, they will miss this side. Logically speaking, there is no need for this at all, and more fish can be caught by casting more nets. But this time, the situation cannot be dealt with by common sense. For more than a week, He Lingsu continued to analyze the pharmacology and ingredients of the mysterious liquid. The deeper the results, the more amazing things get. This kind of tonic, which I don't know what it is more effective in strengthening blood than all other tonics on the market. It meets the standards of the Pharmacists Association's first-level and second-level tonics, and even surpasses some third-level tonics. Not only that, there are as many as a dozen kinds of various additional effects. There are almost no side effects, and the resistance cycle is frighteningly long. And under the condition of having such excellent medicinal properties, the estimated cost of this kind of tonic, it turned out to be only twice as much as Yangshuo powder. God, Yangshuo powder is not considered a serious tonic. Okay, there is no name of Yangshuo powder in the official first-level tonic list. Today's Yangshuo powder can only be regarded as a health medicine at best, and only families with little money will buy this kind of thing as a tonic for martial arts practice. The most critical point is, He Lingsu searched the database of the Pharmacists Association, but could not find any information related to it. Nothing like that. What does that mean? This means that, 9 out of 10, it is a new type of tonic that has just been developed. A great new drug with epic-making significance. This is also the reason why He Lingsu is so stubborn, clinging to it, putting all his eggs in one basket. What kind of basket is this? This is clearly a golden mountain that can bring the He family back to life. Only, now this golden mountain is invisible, and she has not yet found the way to the foot of the golden mountain. He Lingsu sighed softly and rubbed his temples wearily. Miss He. At this time, Ma Fei's call came from his ear. What? He Lingsu replied angrily. This guy Ma Fei is not good at fart, but his bragging ability is top-notch. Now she hates Ma Fei when she sees him. I found the master. What? He Lingsu froze for a moment and jumped up suddenly. Where is it? Where is the master? Ma Fei had an extremely strange expression on his face. His eyes were fixed on one direction, and he pointed. It's right there. He Lingsu turned his head immediately, but what he saw was the TV set in the lobby of the pharmacy. At this time, a news message is playing on the TV. Yesterday, an extremely outstanding martial arts genius appeared in our city. At the age of 17, he passed the assessment of a second-level official warrior, and his combat power index even reached the standard of a third-level warrior. This achievement has far broken the peer record of our city's martial arts association. Even Mr. Xiao Yuha, the president of the Martial Arts Association, expressed his high appreciation and encouragement to this young martial arts genius. And this martial arts genius is Lu Shang, who is currently studying in Class 3 and 5 of Baihe No. 3 Middle School. It is understood that student Lu Shang, He Lingsu, was staring at the TV screen in a daze when he heard Ma Fei's faint voice in his ear. Miss He, I borrowed the pharmacy dispensing room of our Xingshantang before, and the person we have been wanting to contact during this time is this Lu Shang. What? He Lingsu's eyes widened suddenly. Lu Shang, martial arts genius. Pharmaceutical master. He Lingsu looked at the young and immature face with handsome features announced in the news, and his mind buzzed, as if 100 planes were flying over her head at the same time. Lu Shang was sitting at his desk, browsing the internet. After obtaining the official second-level martial artist certification from the Wushu Association, Lu Shang found that he could log in to a website called Warrior's Home with this. This site details the various powers that official warriors possess. It's not just a monthly allowance that ordinary people envy, and there are many perks. For example, warriors and their families do not need to queue up to see a doctor. There are special discounts for buying a house or a car, and children get extra points for school and college entrance examinations, etc. There are also obligations that warriors should fulfill. There is only one thing. That is, when the country needs it, the official warriors of the Wooming League must unconditionally respond to the call and go to the front line of the battle. In addition, this warrior's home also provides many services, similar to buying tonics, weapons, exercises that can only be used by various warriors. There are even online lectures, teaching martial arts, which need to be paid to watch. Warriors of different levels have different permissions. The higher the authority, the higher the value of the things and content that can be accessed. Lu Shang closed the website and said to himself, this is similar to the rules of Tinder Resource Bank. He has the crystallization of the wisdom of the entire human martial arts civilization for more than 10,000 years. This so-called family of warriors is really useless to him. Unless it is necessary to buy products on it, you generally need to check the information and ask questions. If Curry can't find the answer, it will be even more impossible for this family of warriors. Lu Shang stood up from the computer and dragged out a small wooden box 1 foot square from under the bed. This box originally contained some memories of Lu Shang, toys I played with when I was young, love letters from female classmates, old photos from the past, etc. It is now used by Lu Shang to charge medicine. Opening the box, there were 12 glass test tubes neatly arranged inside, 11 of which were empty. Lu Shang took out the last potion. The light green liquid medicine looks like flowing emerald under the light. Lu Shang pulled out the cork and drank the medicine in the bottle. The last bottle. Lu Shang felt the scalding heat gradually surging in his body and began to perform the star body refining technique, posture silently. We have to prepare another batch of tonic. Xiao Yuhe gave him a bonus of 1 million, a monthly allowance for warriors, and a naming fee remitted from Hongchuan Martial Art Museum. For the time being, he no longer needs to worry about the money to buy supplements. Even equipment that specializes in the preparation of medicines can be afforded. Why do you suddenly want to go to Shuhai City? Shuhai City is not as big as our Baihai City. I have to go there to buy something. While packing up Lu Shang's things, Zhang Yufan babbled. Lu Dehai sat on the sofa and looked at his proudest cub with a smile on his face and said, "Oh, the child has his own plan when he grows up, so why do you care so much about him? Let him go." Zhang Yufan nodded and said, "It's good to go out for a few days, to avoid the limelight." In the past few days, Lu Shang's family has become the star family of the entire community. I don't know how many people come to visit and drop by every day. Walking on the road will also be held back by people. Praise, ask for advice. At first, Lu Haihai and Zhang Yufan enjoyed it quite a bit, but later it was too much trouble. Now Zhang Yufan doesn't even dare to go out to buy groceries. Lu Qinghe is similar. As soon as she entered the school, she was surrounded by crowds. Everyone in the school knew that her brother was the famous martial arts genius Lu Shang. Now Lu Qinghe receives every day, asking her to help get Lu Shang to sign, ask Lu Shang to have dinner, and letters to Lu Shang with love letters can fill up a whole drawer, and the new messages on the mobile phone are always $9.99 plus. Even yesterday, senior sister Yang Yuan began to ask her about her brother Lu Shang consciously or unconsciously. What the hell is going on in this world? Sitting at the dining table, Lu Qinghe took a bite of the bread in his hand, with sadness in his expression. In just a few days, her big brother, who only knew how to skip classes and sleep, became a martial arts genius and a city star. And her genius younger sister, who has been hailed as other people's child since she was a child, has become a poor little girl who no one cares about. The family is like this, let alone the person involved, Lu Shang. This is one of the reasons why Lu Shang is going out today. Okay, I'm going to go, and I won't be able to catch the car any later. Lu Shang zipped up the suitcase and said to Lu Dehai and Zhang Yufan, "Mom and Dad, I won't come back after finishing my work in Shuhai. Go directly to the training camp in the provincial capital of Dongning. Chairman Xiao said that the camp entry ceremony will start in 2 days, and I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up when I come back." How long will the training camp be? About a few months. I don't know too well. The length of the training camp is uncertain. Sometimes it is long and sometimes it is short. According to Xiao Yuhe, the longest training camp for geniuses lasted even half a year. Then you should be careful when you are outside alone and pay attention to the temperature and temperature. Do you have enough money on you? Do you want to bring some more clothes? Zhang Yufan was worried and kept nagging. After a few more minutes of delay, Lu Shang was able to go out smoothly. Before leaving, seeing Lu Qinghe sitting at the table and eating breakfast, Lu Shang couldn't help but went up and rubbed her head vigorously. "Let's go. Remember to listen to your parents at home, work harder, and avoid trouble." Unexpectedly, this time Lu Qinghe didn't talk back to him, but gave a soft, "Oh." Shuhai City, Wild Fox Mountain. In the lush forest, 2 figures are struggling to climb up. It was a young couple, wearing mountaineering suits, looking embarrassed and out of breath. "It's all your fault. The tour guides have said that it's difficult to get here, and official first-level warriors may not be able to get there, so you have to go." "Well now, I can't climb anymore. I guess we won't be able to reach the top of the mountain until it's dark." The girl in the couple stopped, stretched out her hand to support a tree, and began to complain about her boyfriend. The boy scratched his head in embarrassment and argued, "I was thinking that both of us are official first-level warriors, so let's try it out." Who knew it was so hard to walk? But it should be almost to the top of the mountain. "Hold on, baby." The girl shook her head. "I don't care. I can't walk anyway. Either you carry me up or I won't go." "Don't make trouble. Your blood value is higher than mine. Let me carry you." "Who is joking with you? Can you recite it?" "No, back." Seeing that this conversation was about to slowly turn into a quarrel, the boy between the two seemed to see something suddenly. His expression became serious all of a sudden. He pointed to the girl and said, "Look, that person." "Don't change the subject." The girl said so, but she still looked in the direction the boy pointed. "I saw that on the mountain road they had walked before, a figure was approaching them. The speed of this figure is terrifying." The distance they took almost an hour to walk was shortening at a speed visible to the naked eye under this person's feet. Where the person passed by, the leaves and plants on both sides separated to the 2 sides, like a dark green wave, rushing towards them. "Hiss!" The girl gasped. Her expression moved. "Third level, at least a third-level warrior. This is too fast. And we know how difficult this road is all the way up. We 2 level 1 warriors are almost exhausted climbing here. He can still maintain such a fast speed now, and his energy and blood are so thick that it is frightening. Maybe even a 4th level warrior." The boy also nodded heavily. Both of them are official warriors. and they still have vision in all aspects. Although because of the steepness of the mountain road, when viewed from above, they were blocked by the huge mountaineering bag on the other side's back, and the two of them couldn't see the appearance of that figure clearly. But one thing is certain. This must be a senior whose martial arts cultivation is far superior to theirs, and whose strength is between the third and fourth ranks. As the figure continued to approach, the faces of the two also showed awe. Tacitly walked a few steps to the sides to make way for the visitor. Finally, the figure came close to the two of them, just at the moment when the other party passed by the two of them. The eyes of the two people opened wide, as if they saw something extremely incredible, and they were extremely shocked. Ugh. The person carrying the mountaineering bag quickly ran past the two of them, and quickly left in the blink of an eye. I rely on it. The boy couldn't help but swear, and turned to look at his girlfriend. I'm not wrong, right? His expression was a little dazed. The girl also opened her mouth wide, with a dazed expression, obviously not yet recovered from the huge shock. Just when the man passed them by, they see the person they identified as a martial arts senior turned out to be an extremely young-looking boy. Looking at the appearance of only 17 or 18 years old at most, even the fluff on the lips has not been completely removed. So young? Level 3? Even a level 4 warrior? Boys are a little skeptical about life. Thinking of his experience of sore back and backache all the way up, he felt that all his martial arts practice in the past 10 years had been practiced on dogs. Puff, breath, dash. Lu Shang jumped over a young couple and rushed towards the top of the mountain. His chest rose and fell rhythmically, and the interval between each breath was far beyond ordinary people. His steps were as fast as cannonballs. With every step, a distance of 7 or 8 meters can be crossed, resulting in an extremely fast speed. I didn't expect that the power of the stars can be used in body skills. 4 times the power of stars, plus absorbing a lot of dream memories, my attainments in body skills have also reached the bottleneck period, and the speed is at least faster than that of normal second-level fighters. 5 times. There is also the natural breathing method. I only know now that the natural breathing method is used in this way. Although Lu Shang's qi and blood value has increased again in the past few days, it is still far from reaching the level of a third-level warrior. He was able to maintain this speed all the way until now, all because of the natural breathing method. This method of breathing will be hailed as the strongest and supreme in the martial arts world in the next 10,000 years. When Lu Shang's physical strength reached its limit, it finally burst out with incomparable brilliance. Every time Lu Shang took a breath, it seemed as if he could absorb some energy from the air around him. These energies greatly supplemented his exhausted physical strength. Driven by the natural breathing method, Lu Shang's body continuously burst out new strength. Whenever he feels that he can't hold on anymore, the natural breathing method can always squeeze new motivation in his muscles. Lu Shang knows that this is a performance of breaking through the limits of the body time and time again. Boom! Lu Shang's feet landed heavily on a platform. He has reached the top of Wild Fox Mountain. At this time, Lu Shang was steaming all over his body, and his whole body exuded a high temperature far exceeding that of ordinary people. He seemed to be able to hear the sound of blood surging in his veins. Lu let out a long breath, and he seemed to relax a lot. Breakthrough. Lu Shang clenched his fist slightly, and could clearly feel that the blood value in his body had skyrocketed a lot. The increase in blood value means that my physique has also improved, and I can continue to practice with stellar strength. I guess. Lu Shang felt it and estimated it can be 6 times stronger. This means that his extreme combat effectiveness index will skyrocket again. In fact, these are secondary. Lu Shang felt that the biggest achievement of this mountaineering was to understand the magical effect of the natural breathing method. Quick recovery of physical fitness greatly improved my endurance and constantly stimulated my potential. This is fine in normal practice, but if it is used in battle, it will be truly terrifying. Just imagine, Lu Shang, who has the natural breathing method, can recover his physical strength extremely quickly, and his endurance is several times, 10 times, or even dozens of times that of ordinary warriors. In the process, he can continue to break through his physical limits. Under such conditions, not to mention opponents at the same level, even enemies stronger than him may be slowly worn to death by him. It is simply strong when you meet the strong. Breakthrough of qi and blood, and the fresh medicinal material needed for Yangsui pill. The purpose of coming to Shuhai City can be regarded as fulfilled. Lu Shang is in a good mood. The reason he came to Shuhai City is to nourish the marrow pill. One of the medicinal materials of Yangsui pill needs to be picked fresh to be effective, and this medicinal material can only be found on the Wild Fox Mountain. Lu Shang came to Yehu Mountain to buy medicine, and ran up to climb the mountain by the way. Unexpectedly, mountaineering will also be rewarding, and both blood and stellar strength have broken through. The trail that Lu Shang took when he came up was steep and difficult, and usually no one walks it, so there is no platform leading to the top of the mountain. Lu Shang stood here and enjoyed the scenery for a while, feeling that his physical strength had almost recovered, and then walked slowly down another road. Going down is much slower than going up. When he reached the foot of the mountain, a middle-aged man with dark skin, short and thin, squatting on the side of the road and smoking a cigarette came up immediately when he saw him. Young man, the medicine you want has been taken, and it is not far away. Come and get it with me. Lu Shang nodded and followed the black and thin middle-aged man. Because the herbs that Lu Shang wanted had to be freshly picked, he hired someone to help him pick them. This black and thin middle-aged man was the herbal picker he hired. The middle-aged Show took him to a quite remote place, and there were several bamboo medicine baskets on the ground. Lu Shang saw 4 or 5 men standing not far away, as if they were waiting for something, and glanced at them from time to time. The medicine is in the basket. The black and thin middle-aged man casually picked up a medicine basket and handed it to Lu Shang. There are lavender herbs in the medicine basket, some of which are still covered with dew and soil, and they seem to be freshly picked. Lu Shang was very satisfied and nodded. Yes, I want 10 plants. According to the agreement before, each plant is 500, that is 5,000. Unexpectedly, the black and thin middle-aged man shook his head. No, it's 1,000 per plant, and you have to buy all the medicine here. What? Lu Shang frowned. The black and thin middle-aged man smiled at him, showing his yellow teeth. Little friend, you are not a native of Shuhai. As he said that, several men who had stood watching from a distance walked over slowly and stared at Lu Shang maliciously. They were obviously in the same group as the black and thin middle-aged man. Lu Shang narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the black and thin middle-aged man in front of him. Are you planning to buy and sell by force? The middle-aged Heisho sneered and said, Little friend, let me teach you one thing for your parents. When you are out of the house, you have to confess when you should. You know? Don't think about calling the police. There is no monitoring and no one else here, and the police will not believe you as a foreigner when they come. Pay honestly and save us from being rude to you. Several men showed fierce looks on their faces, and they were about to surround Lu Shang. Lu Shang thought about it, bent down and picked up a fist-sized rock from the ground. It's the kind of large cobblestones that are used to pave roads and can be seen everywhere. You still want to resist? Brat. The black and thin middle-aged man's eyes were cold, and he wanted to direct people to rush forward. But the next moment, the expression on his face froze. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of broken stones, no larger than half a pinky finger, fell from the gap between Lu Shang's fingers. With the continuous rubbing of Lu Shang's palm, these gravels were quickly ground into finer stone chips. The black and thin middle-aged man and the group of people behind him were stunned. Their eyes were fixed, and they couldn't say a word. What did you just say to me? Lu Shang looked at him calmly. No, nothing. The black and thin middle-aged man took a few steps back abruptly. His black face turned pale with fright, and he stammered, Take everything. You don't need money. Not a penny. Behind him, the other men looked at Lu Shang as if they were seeing a ghost, full of horror. Lu Shang shook off the dirt on his hands, and the palms exposed under the dust were as clean as ever. Lu Shang picked up a medicine basket casually, walked up to the middle-aged Heisho and said solemnly, I will also teach you one thing for your parents. In business, you should be honest and honest. After finishing speaking, he walked away. The black and thin middle-aged man and his accomplice stood there in a daze for a long while, until Lu Shang's figure had disappeared for a long time, and then suddenly a sentence popped out of his mouth. F***K. Are high school students all F***G perverted these days? Originally I wanted to pay, but you don't want it, so? Lu Shang returned to the hotel where he was staying with the whole medicine basket. A little episode has no effect on him. Lu Shang is very clear that the darkness in this world cannot be completely eliminated, but he can make himself strong. As long as it is strong enough, it will be like a light source. Wherever it goes, the darkness will automatically retreat and dissipate. Lu Shang's original plan was to make 10 marrow-nourishing pills and try the effect first, but I got so many medicinal materials by accident, so I simply prepared more. The refinement of yang sui pill is much more difficult than that of Lingji Zhuanxue decoction. With his own strength, it may be difficult to complete all the refinements in a short period of time. So Lu Shang thought of a way. He found many pharmacies in Shuhai City, and then handed over the processing of the medicinal materials needed for yang sui pill to these pharmacies. Doing so can save you a lot of effort. The main reason is that the step of processing medicinal materials has no technical content and is very cumbersome. Lu Shang himself only needs to be responsible for the final preparation of the medicine. It's just that in this case, you need to travel to many places every time you get the medicine, but it can greatly reduce the possibility of prescription leakage. In this way, Lu Shang began to live a full and regular life every day. Take medicine, make medicine, practice, and sleep. Then it's taking medicine, refining medicine. 3 days later, Lu Shang was sitting on a hotel bed in a nightgown. He took out a black pill like Melisu from a glass vial and gently threw it into his mouth. Chew. Swallow. A few seconds later, a huge heat stream erupted from Lu Shang's body. Like an earthworm, the heat burrowed into Lu Shang's bones, bringing him an extremely tingling and numb feeling. Lu Shang's body was not idle either, and he began to practice slowly following the movements of the star training technique, while also cooperating with the natural breathing method. As Lu Shang practiced, a faint mist gradually began to fill the room, and the temperature became higher and higher. In the end, the huge room was filled with white mist, and the center of the room was filled with heat. It was as if a star was actually being conceived in the nebula. Call. Lu let out a long breath. The hot exhalation blows away the thick white mist in the room. Lu Shang stood up and turned on the air conditioner to ventilate the air. While walking into the bathroom, he silently thought about the marrow-nourishing pill he just took. The nourishing effect of yang sui pill on qi and blood is many times better than that of Lingji Zhuanxue decoction. What's more, after Lu Shang took one pill, he couldn't completely absorb the medicinal power of yang sui pill in a single practice, and there was still a lot left in his body. You must know that he practiced stellar body refining technique, plus natural breathing method. It is conceivable how terrifying the medicinal effect of yang sui pill is. No wonder yang sui dan is a high-grade tonic and Lingji Zhuangxue decoction is just a medicinal soup. Lu Sheng only recently learned about this tonic classification. He was afraid that the refining of yang sui pill would be too difficult and the failure rate of his own preparation would be too high. So he specially hunted down the memories of several zombies who had been pharmacists in the dream space. This kind of people is still easy to find. You can basically find them in any pharmacy. And Lu Sheng's knowledge about medicines comes from the memories of these pharmacists. Even after 10,000 years of martial arts, yang sui pill is one of the most suitable supplements for warriors below the 3rd level. Because yang sui pill not only replenishes qi and blood, but also has a certain tempering effect on the bones of the user. And the process for a 3rd level warrior to be promoted to a 4th level warrior is the process of a warrior fighting hard. Currently, there are 2 supplements that Lu Sheng has been taking: Lingji Zhuangxue decoction and yang sui pill. The former has a tempering effect on the skin of warriors, while the latter is aimed at bones. In a sense, in the process of taking these 2 tonics, Lu Sheng has already been subconsciously and subtly exercising his muscles and bones. The benefits of this will not be felt until he is promoted to the 3rd level. The time it takes him to complete the 3rd to 4th level is definitely much less than that of ordinary people. A total of more than 50 batches of medicinal materials were prepared, and 25 marrow washing pills were finally refined. It seems like a lot, but I don't know how long I will stay in the training camp. It may not be enough. Lu Sheng looked at the several vials filled with marrow washing pills in front of him and thought to himself. The production rate of nearly half is actually quite high. Judging from the memories of the few pharmacists he absorbed, it is thankful that a 1st and 2nd level pharmacist can refine the marrow washing pill successfully once in 4 times. It stands to reason that Lu Sheng, a novice who has just been in contact with pharmaceuticals for a short time, shouldn't have such a success rate, and he doesn't know what caused it. The same is true for the preparation of Lingji Zhuangxue soup before, and the success rate is frighteningly high. Lu Sheng didn't think he would be a pharmaceutical genius. He speculated that it might be related to the fact that he had absorbed a large amount of dream memory, and his mental strength and other aspects were much stronger than normal people. Lu Sheng tidied up everything in the room and carefully put a few bottles of yang sui pill in the suitcase to prevent it from being broken. If it wasn't for these 2 days that he needed to rush to the provincial capital of Dongning to attend the entrance ceremony of the talent training camp as soon as possible, he really wanted to stay here for a while. After all, only Shuhai City has the fresh medicinal materials for refining Shisui pill. If you want to replenish it after eating, you have to come to Shuhai again next time. It is very troublesome to go back and forth. Dream space. Lu Sheng shuttled through the dilapidated streets of the 1359 base. Wherever he passed, the zombies wandering around unconsciously fell down one after another and quickly weathered. Straight black lines of smoke, like suckling swallows returning to their nests, drilled into Lu Sheng's body one after another. Call. Lu Sheng stopped, looked at the empty street behind him, and found a place to sit down and rest. During this time, he began to consciously clean up the 1359 base. Clean up those weak zombies first, leaving those strong bones behind, and then slowly chew them. At present, this cleanup work has just progressed to 2 streets. Too much absorption. Need to digest? During the cleaning process, Lu Sheng absorbed too many memory fragments, which contained a large number of useful and useless memories. These memories flooded into his mind, causing his brain to feel strongly swollen. Lu Sheng closed his eyes and began to practice crystal view thoughts. In his mind, a human figure completely carved out of crystal is gradually taking shape. Only the feet are left unfinished. As Lu Sheng continued to visualize, the outline of this human figure gradually became clear and clear. Finally, a complete crystal human form appeared in Lu Sheng's mind. The body of this crystal humanoid is filled with a lot of black and gray impurities. It is so dense that almost the entire human form is dyed black. Puff breath dash. Lu Sheng's chest rose and fell, breathing continuously following the rhythm of the natural breathing method. Strangely, the crystal figure in his mind seemed to be breathing in sync with his body. With the continuous breathing of the crystal figure, the black impurities in the crystal were discharged little by little. During this process, Lu Sheng clearly felt a burst of coolness in his brain. The countless memories he absorbed before, the parts that are useless to him, are being cleaned out in large quantities. And those useful to him, martial arts knowledge, comprehension, skills, and experience, it is also being sorted out continuously. Movement, boxing, leg, palm, spear, sword. Lu Sheng has hunted and killed too many zombies, so he has mastered many martial arts skills. At this time, under the combing of this clear stream, all these martial arts are improving steadily and rapidly. For example, although the previous Lu Sheng obtained the memory inheritance of these martial arts skills, but these skills are only stored in his brain, in memory, heaped together in a mess, with no regularity. Before Lu Sheng, when he wanted to use it, he searched through the pile of memories. But now, the brain began to take the initiative to process these memories into different categories, actively helping Lu Sheng's body absorb and digest. If it is said that Lu Sheng's countless memories in the dream space are a legacy, then from this moment on, Lu Sheng can truly inherit this legacy. Each martial artist chooses a different direction of practice according to his own talent. Some are good at kicks, some are good at boxing, some are good at weapons. No one can do it, and at the same time, all aspects of martial arts are concurrently studied. And there are very few people who can currently study several disciplines. Because manpower is exhausted, how can one person's power be comprehensive? But now, an exception occurs. Lu Sheng, who can inherit the opponent's previous martial arts by absorbing memories, is beginning to move towards an incredible and unprecedented situation step by step. Perhaps, one day, a human being who is good at all martial arts may really be born in the human race. And this person is Lu Sheng. I stand on the shoulders of countless people. I am comprehensive and flawless. This is my martial art. Perfect martial arts. Lu Sheng stared at the crystal human figure that kept breathing and became clearer in his mind, and thought silently. It turns out that this is the correct way to open crystal view thoughts. When the crystal figure in his mind became completely clear, the memories left in Lu Sheng's brain were also thoroughly sorted out. Terrible. Lu Sheng savored everything about himself carefully and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This terrible sentence is what he said to himself. After sorting out all the memories of Lu Sheng, there are more than 10 martial arts that have reached the bottleneck in his body at this time, including leg skills, palm skills, finger skills, spear skills, sword skills, knife skills. There are two kinds of martial arts beyond the bottleneck, namely body skills and boxing skills. Among them, the realm of boxing is infinitely approaching the next new realm. Before, I was able to achieve 10 times the combat power of the blood value standard in the martial artist assessment, and now the stars power has broken through to 6 times. If there is another breakthrough in the realm of boxing, how many times should the combat power skyrocket? This memory combing helped Lu Sheng a lot, directly improve his skills in all aspects, and the overall strength has been enhanced by how much. Not only that, after a thorough combing, Lu Sheng felt that his brain was a lot clearer. The speed of thinking about problems, the efficiency of understanding and absorbing new knowledge, etc. have all improved a lot. Even, some aspects of the body have undergone some wonderful changes. There are 92 zombies in the next street, among which there are 6 hard bones that need to be cleaned up separately. Lu Sheng closed his eyes and said to himself. When he opened his eyes, there was a strange light in them. This is the new ability that Lu Sheng got after getting a thorough introduction to crystal ideas. Now I can detect any object within 100 meters around me through obstacles, and even the structure of the concrete wall underground. I can see clearly. This ability is amazing. It feels to Lu Sheng as if a perspective hanger is turned on in the game. Within 100 meters, every detail is complete. Using it in battle is to predict the enemy in advance. I can clearly see the slightest change in the opponent's pupils, muscles. Lu Sheng was very excited. He understood that he had entered the most mysterious realm of spiritual power in martial arts practice. The main practice of crystal conception is spiritual power. The practice of spiritual power is 100 times more difficult than the cultivation of blood and combat power. And I have a unique condition, which is to absorb the memory of zombies. These memory fragments, after being tempered and purified by the crystal concept, are the best spiritual food. Lu Sheng turned on the optical brain that he carried with him and entered spiritual power as a keyword search in the optical brain. As a result, a large amount of information was queried. It turns out that as early as 100 years before martial arts, there were spiritual powers, and there were even people who specialized in practicing spiritual power. It's just that such people were very rare. Until the late stage of martial arts civilization, a large number of martial arts specifically aimed at cultivating spiritual power were abandoned. Only when it is developed, the number of such people will gradually increase. According to the data, such people are collectively referred to as psychologists. Like martial arts, psychic masters are also divided into many levels. It's just that it is very difficult to be promoted as a psychiatrist, and the combat power that can be displayed is also extremely terrifying. According to the data, a first-level psychiatrist who is proficient in spiritual combat skills can easily deal with 10 or more first-level warriors, and can even challenge 4th-level warriors. It's too perverted. It's simply a god-level hidden profession in the game. Lu Sheng couldn't help sighing. He was curious as to what level his current mental power strength had reached, but without professional mental power testing equipment, he couldn't judge it at all. Judging from the limit range alone, I have already reached the level of a 2nd-level psychiatrist. I don't know about the strength. Base number 1359 has special equipment for testing mental strength, but they are all placed in the most central headquarters of the base. Lu Sheng's current location is about tens of kilometers away from the central headquarters. In the middle, God knows how many terrifying zombies wandered around. Although Lu Sheng is the fire seed, chosen by civilization, these zombies have no memory, so they should beat him or beat him. We can only talk about it later. Lu Sheng temporarily let go of this idea with a little regret, and then searched for the fighting skills of the psychiatrist through his optical brain. The result shows insufficient access rights. All right, Lu Sheng was a little speechless. His 2 levels of authority were still too low. You have to become stronger. On the one hand, you can increase your authority to unlock more skills in the Tinder resource library. On the other hand, you can also challenge stronger zombies and obtain stronger memory inheritance. Lu Sheng secretly made up his mind. Before that, the cultivation of spiritual strength could only rely on crystal conception ideas. Of course, he can also try to study it himself. It would be even better if we could be lucky enough to kill a zombie who was a psychiatrist during his lifetime and inherit its memory. On the high-speed train from Shuhai City to the provincial capital of Dongning, in 2 rows facing each other, sat 2 men and 2 women, both of whom looked very young. If my parents hadn't forced me to go to this kind of cram school, saying that the teacher was an old instructor who retired from the previous extreme martial arts school, a 5th-level peak martial artist, I really didn't want to go there. Anyway, my chi and blood value has already exceeded 1.3, And it is easy to reach the standard of a first-level warrior before the college entrance examination. But if it can make the strength stronger, why not do it? Say yes. On the seat, a boy with an average appearance and wearing a famous brand was talking endlessly. The fat girl with a round face and glasses sitting opposite him couldn't help but nodded, with a trace of admiration on her face. But the girl sitting next to him had an indifferent expression, and there was even a look of boredom flashing in her eyes. Lee Yihan was almost annoyed to death by the boy around him, who showed his superiority in all aspects inside and out. It seems that with a chi and blood value of 1.3, it would be awesome to enroll in a martial arts cram school run by a level 5 martial artist. If the other party didn't take the initiative to mention it, and she didn't intend to learn about it, maybe Lee Yihan would look at this boy differently. But showing off this matter over and over again will only make her more disgusted. But Lee Yihan was too embarrassed to tell the other party to shut up, so she could only choose to endure silently. But even when encountering such annoying flies, Lee Yihan didn't regret taking this high-speed train too much. The reason is, the other boy sitting directly opposite Lee Yihan was very good-looking. That boy got into the car with Lee Yihan and sat opposite by the window. She looks about the same age as her. The boy was sleeping with his head lightly leaning against the window. Lee Yihan can look at each other unscrupulously. The boy's skin is very fair and delicate, but he doesn't have the slightest bit of a creamy niche, because his facial features are very tough and masculine. The bridge of the nose is high and the brows are deep, giving people a sense of beauty. It happens to be Lee Yihan's favorite type. It was the existence of this boy that Lee Yihan could endure the chattering noise of the fly next to her, and did not choose to switch seats. Just when Lee Yihan was quietly admiring the other party's prosperous beauty, the high-speed train vibrated slightly, and the boy leaning on the window moved and slowly opened his eyes. Lee Yihan originally planned to look away immediately, but the other party's suddenly opened eyes attracted her firmly. What kind of eyes are those? Lee Yihan swore that it was the first time she saw such beautiful eyes when she was so old. It is as clear as crystal, without any impurities, and as deep as a starry sky. There seems to be a strange light in the center of the pupil. The boy's eyes seem to be two black whirlpools, which absorb Lee Yihan's mind little by little. How are you? Lee Yihan suddenly came back to her senses, and suddenly found that the handsome boy had already approached her, just in time to ask herself, I'm fine, I'm fine. I'm lost in thought. Lee Yihan's pretty face flushed instantly, and she explained in a panic, feeling her ears burning. What a shame. Staring at others so directly. You don't think I'm a nympho? Lee Yihan wailed in her heart, wishing that a crack would suddenly appear under the high-speed rail seat for herself to slip in. It's fine. Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. He had just escaped from the dreamland, and the spiritual power he was cultivating hadn't had time to fully recover, so he didn't know what effect it would have on ordinary people. Hi, my name is Huang Yuan. We are chatting. Are you from Shuhai too? The round-faced girl sitting next to her took the initiative to greet Lu Sheng, which relieved Lee Yihan's embarrassment temporarily. Lu Sheng was not too impressed with this kind of high-speed rail forum, but he shook his head politely and said, My name is Lu Sheng, and I'm not from Shuhai. I'm from Baihe City next door. No wonder your accent doesn't sound like a native of Shuhai. The boy next to Lee Yihan also joined in the conversation. My name is Lu Feng. I'm from Shuhai No. 1 Middle School, and my energy and blood are 1.3. Speaking of the last sentence, the boy named Lu Feng raised his chin unconsciously, showing a little pride. For this kind of person who talks about his blood value, Lu Sheng thinks it is no different from the kind of shabby who hangs a thumb-thick gold necklace all over his neck, for fear that others will not know that he is an upstart. But out of politeness, Lu Sheng nodded at the other party. At this time, Lee Yihan also recovered from her embarrassment, blushing and whispered, My name is Lee Yihan, from Shuhai No. 2 Middle School. Haha, then we are really destined. We are about the same age, and we happen to take the same high-speed train to the provincial capital of Dongning. Lu Feng smiled and said, What do you all go to the provincial capital of Dongning? I go to a cram school, which is opened by an old teacher with a level 5 strength. It is said that he has brought out several city champions. Lu Sheng resisted being speechless, and replied honestly, I went to a training camp, and I was working in Shuhai before. Lee Yihan and Huang Yuan also stated their respective goals. In fact, the purpose of the four people is similar, either to go to tutoring or to go to special training. After all, they are all approaching the age of the college entrance examination, and they are all worried about the blood value. In the ensuing chat, Lu Feng naturally took over the dominance of the topic. He seems to have a lot of ideas about Lee Yihan, and has been trying to get Lee Yihan's attention. Of course, the words and means used are so clumsy, not to mention Lee Yihan. Even Lu Sheng couldn't bear to look directly at her. Only Huang Yuan, the most innocent of the four, listened with great interest, and from time to time let out admiration and admiration. Because the high-speed rail is about to arrive at the station, it is difficult to enter the dreamland again, and Lu Sheng is quite bored. He could only listen to Lu Feng's chattering bragging, staring at Lee Yihan who was sitting opposite him, imagining in his heart that at this moment Lee Yihan's favorability for Lu Feng kept popping up, -1, -1. Finally, with a pleasant sound, the high-speed train has arrived. Dongning City, the capital of Dongning Province. Call. Stepping off the high-speed rail, Lu Sheng let out a long breath. The high-speed rail compartment is too stuffy, and it is not comfortable to sit for too long. Yihan, do you want to take a taxi? My cram school has a special car to pick me up. I can let the car drop you off. Beside, after getting off the car, Lu Feng continued to show his hospitality to Lee Yihan. He even took care of Lu Shang and Huang Yuan. You two can go together too. Although the tone sounds reluctant, Li Yihan didn't appreciate it and refused decisively. It's too much trouble. I don't need it. No trouble, Yuxi. Why don't we add a Weibo first? Then Lu Shang and Huang Yuan watched Lu Feng leave the platform like a licking dog chasing a goddess in a third-rate idol drama. The four of them walked to the gate of the high-speed rail station. There were a lot of private cars and taxis parked here, as well as some group buses. One of them is a commercial bus with a unique shape and a banner of "Special for Talent Training Camp" hanging on the body, which is particularly eye-catching. In order to show his erudition, Lu Feng took the initiative to say to Lu Shang and others, "Did you see that car? If I guess correctly, this car is the special pickup for the students of the talent training camp held by Dongning Provincial Capital this time." Bus? Huang Yuan next to him asked curiously, "What is a talent training camp?" Lu Feng shook his head and said, "I don't know too well. I just know that it is a very powerful training camp, which brings together all the martial arts geniuses in the entire capital of Dongning Province. No more than 10 people can participate in each city. There is a boss in the class next to me, whose chi and blood value has broken 1.5, which has almost reached the standard of a first-level official warrior. In this way, it was also wiped down." Lu Feng sighed sincerely in an extremely envious tone. In a word, the people who can enter this training camp are all the top geniuses, the kind of god-level figures who are so awesome. Wow. Huang Yuan let out a deep exclamation. Even Li Yihan's interest was aroused, with a curious and fascinated look on his face. At this moment, Lu Feng glanced at Lu Shang at the side, and seeing Lu Shang's silent appearance, his heart suddenly moved. "Lu Shang, didn't you come to Dongning to participate in the training camp? Where's the special car for your training camp?" Just finished introducing a top-notch training camp, and then asked about the training camp reported by Lu Shang, obviously with a bit of teasing in it. Lu Feng did it on purpose. Who made this boy named Lu Shang so handsome? The beautiful Li Yihan was secretly staring at him all the way. "See if I don't give you a bad smell," Lu Feng thought to himself. Before Lu Shang could speak, Li Yihan frowned and spoke. "Lu Feng, is this interesting to you? You are a disgusting person, right?" Lu Feng quickly explained with a playful smile. "No, I just asked casually to find out how Lu Shang will get there. If there is no car, I will let our cram school car take him." Li Yihan's face was full of disgust. At this moment, Lu Shang, who had kept his mouth shut all this time, suddenly spoke. "No, the car for our training camp has arrived." Well, Lu Feng was taken aback. He didn't expect Lu Shang to have such an answer. "Where is it?" "Lu Shang, I'll go with you. If the special car from your training camp can take me along the way." Li Yihan spoke quickly, as if expressing her support for Lu Shang, and by the way, gave Lu Feng a hard look. Lu Shang frowned, thought for a while and said, "I don't know if it's okay. I have to ask first." "Okay, I will wait for you." Li Yihan looked desperate. Lu Feng's face on the side was almost green with anger, so he was the one who was self-defeating. No matter how slow Huang Yuan's brain was, she realized that there was a conflict between Lu Feng and Lu Shang. On the one hand, she thinks that Mr. Lu is very nice, good-looking, and good-tempered, and on the other hand, she wants to rub Lu Feng's car. For a moment, he hesitated and didn't know who to help. At this time, the three of them noticed that Lu Xing moved and walked quickly in one direction. "It seems to be asking for a special car. This kid really has a special car to pick him up." Lu Feng was talking bitterly, but in the middle of the sentence, he suddenly got stuck. Not only him, Li Yihan and Huang Yuan were also stunned and slowly opened their eyes wide. I saw that Lu Shang went straight to the Dongning Provincial Talent Training Camp, which they discussed just now, which was defined by Lu Feng as a top-notch talent training camp that only god-level figures in each city can participate in. They saw Lu Shang walking in front of the special car. A person got out of the car, the two talked for a while, and then Lu Shang walked back slowly. "Let's go." The teacher who led the team agreed. Lu Shang greeted Li Yihan with a calm face, and walked up to Huang Yuan. By the way, Huang Yuan too. Li Yihan nodded in a trance, and then followed behind Lu Shang. Huang Yuan followed quickly with a shocked and exaggerated expression on her face. Among the four of them, there was only one left, Lu Feng, who stood there in a daze. From the beginning to the end, Lu Shang didn't give him a second glance. "Hold!" Lu Feng suddenly came back to his senses and yelled in disbelief, "Fake! I'm just pretending to be with Lao Tzu. I'll see how you get kicked out of the car later." Then, he watched helplessly as Lu Shang led Li Yihan and Huang Yuan into the uniquely shaped commercial bus with the banner of Genius Training Camp. The door of the passenger car was closed quickly, then started, and went away. The whole process was extremely smooth and natural, without any episodes or accidents. There is no plot that Lu Feng is most looking forward to. Now Lu Feng was completely dumbfounded. He was wondering if there was a possibility of having the same name. Perhaps there was more than one Genius Training Camp in Dongning City, and Lu Shang participated in another one. But unfortunately, Lu Feng once saw a real Genius Training Camp pick up and drop off the trainees just in front of the Shuhai Martial Arts Association, and it was exactly the same as the one on Lu Shang. So that is to say, Lu Feng was confused. Li Yihan got into the car, sat down, and the car drove a long way, but she was still in a daze. Last minute, Lu Feng was still talking about how high the talent training camp is, and how many people can enter this training camp and get in this car. In the next minute, Lu Shang led her up. Casually, it's like getting on the bus in front of your own house. The process is wonderful and mysterious, as if in a dream. Huang Yuan was also in the same mood as her, but her expression was much more exaggerated than hers. Her eyes were still wide open, and her face was full of lingering shock. On the other hand, Lu Sheng remained calm. After getting into the car, he faced the window and quietly watched the scenery outside the window. I have to say that the conditions of the talent training camp are quite good. It is a special car. It is really a special car. Except for the three of Lu Sheng, there was no one in the car. Only one driver in white gloves was driving intently. On the way, I specifically asked about the destinations of Li Yihan and Huang Yuan, and then sent them to the place one by one. Lu Sheng. Before getting off the car, Li Yihan bit her lip, hesitating whether she should ask Lu Sheng for contact information. But before she had the courage to say it, Lu Sheng was already waving goodbye to her. Looking at the slowly starting bus, Li Yihan suddenly felt empty inside. She had a strong premonition that after this time, it might be difficult for her to see Lu Sheng again in her life. The transparent car window reflected Lu Sheng's clean and handsome side face, which sparkled in Li Yihan's eyes as always. But Li Yihan knew very well how big a gap existed between her and Lu Sheng. Getting on and off the car may be two worlds at all. She is like a commoner girl who accidentally broke into the prince's ball. After a strange period, she is destined to return to reality. Arrive. As the car stopped slowly, the driver turned his head to remind him. Lu Sheng nodded and got off the bus with his suitcase. What is presented in front of you is a heavily guarded huge military base. Both sides of the base are blocked by high electrified wire fences, and in front of them is a closed big iron gate. Soldiers in uniform stood guard at the gate. There were also a dozen boys and girls who seemed to be about the same age as Lu Sheng, and they were also carrying suitcases and bags. Lu Sheng noticed that these people all wore a brass-colored badge on their left chests. First-class warrior badge. It's a pity that Lu Sheng's second-level martial artist badge was left at home and was kept by his mother Zhang Yufan as a treasure. Otherwise, he could take it out now to pretend to be a bully. From Baihe City, delivered. The driver left a word, started the car, turned around and drove away. A group of teenagers and girls were left staring at Lu Sheng and whispering. The one from Baihe City? Didn't the one from Baihe City go in a long time ago? Why is there one left behind? I guess it came in later. I didn't even see that I didn't even pass the official martial artist assessment. Baihe City has always been the lowest in the province in the college entrance examination. Hee. Lu Sheng listened to these arguments. His face was calm, and his heart was still. With his current strength, these brats who are just up to the standard of a formal warrior are not his opponents even if they are all up. For this kind of people who are far weaker than himself and have no vision, he feels that they are worthless even if he takes one more look at them. After waiting for a while, a small door under the gate of the base opened from the inside, and a middle-aged man in military uniform with a square face and a serious face came out. He took the roster and counted the number of people, and finally his eyes fell on Lu Sheng. Who are you? The middle-aged man looked down at his hand, raised his head and said, the Lu Sheng mentioned by Xiao Yuhe, head of the Baihe Martial Arts Association? Lu Sheng nodded. The middle-aged man looked clear. Xiao Yuhe, head of the Baihe City Martial Arts Association, specifically mentioned to him that a student in Baihe City didn't come with a special car this time, so let him pay attention. Now people are here. The middle-aged man made such a special remark, and the taste immediately changed in the ears of other boys and girls on the field. It turns out that he is a person under the special care of the head of the Baihe City Martial Arts Association. No wonder. It's amazing. The relationship with the head of the Municipal Martial Arts Association. Some people are eccentric. Lu Sheng was fine, but the middle-aged man in military uniform raised his eyebrows and sternly said, keep quiet. A group of people immediately shut their mouths obediently. The middle-aged man counted the number of people again, making sure that there is no problem, and then said to Lu Sheng, then you go in with the people from Qingyuan City and go to your camp entry ceremony. Others were fine, but Lu Sheng got a different taste from this sentence. A batch goes in? What's the meaning? Does this so-called entry ceremony have to go in batches? However, even though he felt that there was something weird about it, Lu Sheng followed the team obediently and walked into the gate of the base under the leadership of the middle-aged man. After entering, there is a big playground with many buildings in the distance. The middle-aged man led them around the playground and finally came to a low room. Put down all the accompanying luggage, and someone will come and collect it for you later. The middle-aged man gave the order indifferently, pointed to a small door in front of the low house, and said to everyone, go in one by one. The students in Qingyuan City didn't know why, but they obediently obeyed the middle-aged man's instructions and walked into the small door one by one. Lu Sheng came last. When everyone entered the small gate, the iron gate behind them closed heavily with a bang. There was the sound of chains being locked outside the door. The faces of the students changed a little. At this time, the middle-aged man's voice sounded again. Go to the opposite exit, and you will pass the camp entrance examination. If you can't get there, wherever you come from, let me go back there. What? Someone immediately yelled. Didn't it be agreed that it was just an entry ceremony? Why is there still an assessment? Before he finished speaking, he heard a click sound from the machine. The floor of the small room where Lu Sheng and the others stood was completely split from the middle. A group of boys and girls couldn't stand upright and fell down screaming. Before the mechanism on the ground was activated, Lu Sheng had already noticed it. To be precise, from the first second that Lu Sheng stepped into this room, he already knew that there was a mechanism on the surface of this room. Besides, below the room is a narrow and complicated passage. Boom, bang, bang. The sound of the body falling to the ground was accompanied by a few slightly painful moans. The boys and girls landed one after another. After all, they were all first-level official warriors. Even though they were a little caught off guard, Most of them reacted quickly after the mechanism was activated. Only a few were too flustered and chose to land on their backs or butts. Lu Sheng landed firmly on the ground without even making a sound. His mental power wrapped around his feet like flowing water and then provided a support force upwards. The process that led to his whereabouts just now can be described as floating. This is one of the ways of using the spiritual power that Lu Sheng figured out in the dream space. Although he can't learn special mental power manipulation skills now, Lu Sheng has still researched some subtle uses of mental power. As the eyes, mental power can detect in all directions within 100 meters without blind spots, and the perspective hanging is the basic function. Then it is to attach the mental power to the surface of the body. For example, on the legs, it can not only reduce air resistance, generate propulsion, greatly increase the speed of body skills, but also achieve an effect similar to light kung fu. Lu Sheng estimates that if his mental power is strong enough, he can even use his mental power to float in the air. There is also the fist, which can enhance the explosive power of the fist to a certain extent. Even used alone, Lu Sheng has tried it, and he can grasp a weight of about 20 kilograms entirely by mental power. This is almost equivalent to the distance fetching described in the novel, Superpowers, and the like. There are also direct use of mental power to beat people. Lu Sheng only tried this on the zombies in the dream space, and the effect was not very satisfactory. Considering that zombies are almost unconscious, the power of this move may be much stronger than he expected. In short, mental power is like a panacea for Lu Sheng. It can be used anywhere, and it works wherever it is used. It is simply not too good. Presented in front of everyone at this time is a closed passage with 4 walls made of pure steel plates. About 2 meters wide, it can accommodate 4 people walking side by side. Someone reached out and knocked on the wall, and there was a dull sound from inside the wall. The faces of the students in Qingyuan City became ugly. This proved that the surrounding walls were much thicker than they had imagined. Lu Sheng stood in the corner and watched the group of teenagers doing various researches. In fact, when he first came down, he had clearly explored everything below. The steel plates on the surrounding walls were more than 50 centimeters thick, and there was still cement behind the steel plates. Basically, there was only one road in front of me. In addition, there are some unexpected gadgets hidden in the walls. Of course, all these need to be discovered by the teenagers themselves. It seems that this is the so-called camp entry ceremony. Among the students in Qingyuan City, a tall, thin, handsome boy with a brow full of pride said with a sneer, "I thought it would be some special trick. So that's it? It's boring." Someone shouted, "Lin Xiaoyu, did you know that this camp entry ceremony is tricky? F***K. Don't remind everyone. I just fell, and now my butt hurts like it's about to burst." The boy named Lin Xiaoyu glanced at the other party with disdain and said, "You don't even have the ability to adapt to changes. How dare you call yourself a formal warrior?" You, the young man who was ridiculed, looked ashamed and indignant, but he didn't dare to take any action. "Okay, stop arguing. We all came from the same city, and we entered this training camp with great difficulty. We don't want any of our companions to be eliminated. Hurry up and find a way to pass this assessment." A tall, sweet-looking girl came out to smooth things over. "Is there any way? Just keep going forward." Someone pursed his lips and said, "Didn't the person who led us in just now say that we have passed the barrier when we reach the exit? Let's walk together as a group. Even if there are any tests in the future, we will definitely pass. After all, we have 10 first-level official warriors." Suddenly, someone pointed at Lu Sheng in the corner and said, "Then what about this guy? He's not our Qingyuan City." Immediately, the eyes of a group of people all focused on Lu Sheng. These people stared at Lu Sheng, their expressions gradually becoming playful. "It's just right. I don't know what danger is ahead. Let him be a thunderbolt," someone proposed. Immediately someone agreed. "That's a good idea." The beautiful girl who called everyone to unite before couldn't bear it. "This isn't good. She is here to participate in the training camp anyway." The boy named Lin Xiaoyu comforted her with a smile. "What's the matter? A person like him who came in through connections and has never passed the first-level official martial artist assessment will be rejected in a few days even if he enters the training camp. Out. Never mind. That is." Lu Sheng listened amusedly, shook his head, and stood up. "Yo, quite proactive." Lin Xiaoyu nodded and said, "Boy of Baihe City, if you behave well later, we may consider pulling you and letting you get away with us." Lu Sheng smiled calmly and said lightly, "Beasts always travel alone, but cattle and sheep travel in groups." After finishing speaking, Lu Zheng walked into the passage without looking back. The teenagers in Qingyuan City were all taken aback when they heard what Lu Sheng said. Lin Xiaoyu quickly reacted, with a look of shame and indignation on his face. F***K. Do you dare to say that I am a cow and sheep?" Lin Xiaoyu rushed forward, raised his fist, and tried to hit Lu Sheng on the back. At this moment, in the passage between Lin Xiaoyu and Lu Sheng, the steel plates on both sides suddenly shrank, and a black shadow emerged from the wall. Lin Xiaoyu was startled and shrank back abruptly. Immediately afterwards, it seemed to be a chain reaction. The sound of click, click, steel plates shrinking continuously sounded in the passage, and black shadows sprang out one after another. In just a few seconds, the originally somewhat empty passageway seemed to have been filled with tall and burly bodies. There are black shadows blocking the way almost every few meters, leaving only a small gap between each other. When the teenagers in Qingyuan City saw the black shadow clearly, their expressions changed. Someone blurted it out. "Organ puppet." Each of the black shadows that appeared in the passage was nearly 2 meters high. Long hands and feet, smooth surface, No facial features except for a pair of reddish eyes. Their whole bodies are made of dark yellow unknown alloy, and the joints are covered with thick rubber, giving people an extremely thick and solid sense of security. Of course, if it is a dark mass standing in front of you, this sense of security instantly turned into a sense of oppression. The teenagers in Qingyuan City are like this at this time, including Lin Xiaoyu. The faces of a group of teenagers all became extremely ugly, as if they had eaten flies. The puppets of the weakest organization have the strength of more than a formal warrior. There are so many here. Is the training camp trying to kill us? F***K. This place is so small, there's nowhere to run. What should I do? Although the mental power had already detected the existence of these guys, Lu Sheng still felt a little strange when they popped up completely and appeared in front of him. The mechanism puppet is actually a kind of martial arts robot named after the mechanism wooden man popular in the ancient martial arts era. It can be regarded as the product of the combination of technology and martial arts. The bodies of these mechanism puppets are completely made by modern industry, but advanced programs containing various martial arts moves are stored in their brains. When it is activated, it can exert a fighting power comparable to that of a formal warrior. Lu Sheng had only seen this kind of thing on TV before. Some wealthy families will buy this kind of mechanism puppets as bodyguards, and some high-end martial arts gyms will use mechanism puppets as sparring partners. It is said that the highest level organ puppet is comparable to a 4th level warrior, but the cost is much higher than the cost of training a 4th level warrior. It was the first time that Lu Sheng saw this kind of high-tech product, so he couldn't help being a little curious. So he approached one to observe more carefully. Fool! Lin Xiaoyu, who witnessed this scene behind him, showed a speechless expression on his face and said, "This bumpkin in Baihe City has probably never seen a mechanism puppet. This kind of mechanism puppet that has been released from restrictions will immediately sense the approach of a moving object. Attack." The puppets of the 1st level organs are made of special alloys, and their fists are so hard that they can cause internal bleeding to a 1st level warrior. This kid didn't even have a 1st level martial artist, but he dared to put his head on it. He was probably going to be beaten into a concussion. The other teenagers also showed gloating expressions on their faces, waiting to see a good show. Only the sweet-looking girl had a worried expression and opened her mouth to remind Lu Sheng, but she was afraid of attracting the attention of the puppets. As Lin Xiaoyu said, Lu Sheng took 2 steps forward slightly. There was a red light in the eyes of the 2 mechanism puppets blocking him, and they raised their fists almost at the same time and hit him hard. Snort! Lin Xiaoyu folded his arms around his chest with a playful expression on his face. Before Lu Sheng said that he was a cow and sheep, he was worried that he didn't teach Lu Sheng a lesson, and now he is happier than anyone else to see Lu Sheng's misfortune. Careful! The sweet-looking girl couldn't help but finally cried out. Just when everyone thought they were about to see a horrible scene, what happened in the next second made them all open their eyes wide. Boom! Boom! 2 muffled sounds. 2 dark alloy fists the size of a sea bowl, one on the left and one on the right, were held firmly by a long, white palm. During this process, Lu Sheng's body didn't even shake a bit. I actually picked it up. I caught it. The youths in Qingyuan City showed incredulous expressions on their faces. Lin Xiaoyu, who folded his hands on his chest, was also stunned for a moment and suddenly stood up straight, wondering if he had read it wrong. The puppets of the 1st level organs are puppets with copper skin and iron bones, and their extreme combat power is close to 1,000. They still have basic martial arts moves in their minds to deal with the operation of the program, completely crushing most of the 1st level warriors in actual combat. Even some 2nd level warriors may not be able to suppress it. After all, this is a machine and not a human being, so it won't get tired or get hurt. Although Lin Xiaoyu has always been very confident, he also believes that he would never dare to face the fist of a 1st level organ puppet. The strength gap is there. Isn't it looking for abuse? But now, he unexpectedly saw that student from Baihe City, who came in through connections, whose strength hadn't even reached the level of a 1st level martial artist. Actually, just relying on 2 fleshy palms, he forcibly received the full blows of the 2 mechanism puppets. This scene was even more astonishing than seeing the old man selling pancakes downstairs, suddenly leaping 3 meters high, and suddenly turning into a martial arts master. Just when Lin Xiaoyu and a group of youths from Qingyuan City were in a daze, an even more astonishing scene happened. Crunch! The tooth-piercing sound of mechanical extrusion and collision sounded. The teenagers widened their eyes and watched. Under a pair of white and powerful palms, the arms of the 2 mechanism puppets are being lifted bit by bit at a constant speed. Because of the conflict between the machine parts and the program instructions, a large number of sparks burst out from the arm joints of the organ puppet, accompanied by bursts of piercing sounds. Lie groove! A teenager opened his mouth wide and made an unbelievable sound. This guy's strength is stronger than that of a 1st level organ puppet. Damn, is he still human? The others also looked shocked and could hardly find words to describe their inner feelings at this moment. That sweet-looking girl had already covered her mouth with her hand, and her beautiful round eyes were full of shock and surprise. Ha ha ha. At this time, a burst of laughter suddenly sounded out. Everyone followed the sound, only to see Lin Xiaoyu laughing, shaking his head and laughing at himself. I was almost deceived by the people in the training camp. These are puppets of 1st level institutions. They are clearly semi-finished products that are less than 1st level. The combat power is far inferior to the real level one. It's just a bluffing appearance. It should be like this. If there are so many real 1st level puppets here, how could anyone pass the test? Lin Xiaoyu pointed at Lu Sheng, who had pinched the two mechanism puppets with sparks flying all over his face and shouted at everyone with an exaggerated expression. Do you really think that a person whose strength is not even a first-level warrior can be at the same time? Can it withstand the attacks of two first-level agency puppets? The teenagers blinked their eyes. Their expressions were a little dazed. Obviously, they couldn't keep up with Lin Xiaoyu's train of thought. Forget it. Explaining to you idiots is also difficult. Lin Xiaoyu gave up and waved his hands, moving his body slowly while walking forward. If you don't understand, then just keep your eyes open and watch how I cleared the level. Lin Xiaoyu shook his hair, accelerated his feet, and rushed towards the two mechanism puppets in front of him confidently. Lin Xiaoyu's figure was as fast as an arrow, and in the blink of an eye he arrived at the two organ puppets. The eyes of the two silent mechanism puppets instantly glowed red. Punch at the same time. Boom! A figure flew back suddenly and slammed heavily on the innermost wall with a bang. Lin Xiaoyu's body slowly slid off the wall like a poster. His expression twitched, and he slowly raised a hand as if trying to grab something. F***K. This is not a first-level organ puppet. It's AF**********G second level. After saying this, Lin Xiaoyu tilted his head and passed out directly. The teenagers in the arena watched what happened in the blink of an eye. Their mouths opened little by little, and their expressions were so shocked that they couldn't utter a word. The internal structure is far more complicated than I imagined. Lu Shang's mental power penetrated into the body of the mechanism puppet, studied it carefully for a while, and then quickly lost interest. He suddenly let go of the fists of the two mechanism puppets that were pinched by him. The two mechanism arms, which had been in a state of conflict between parts and programs, finally reached their limits under this huge drain. With a crash, it was directly ripped off from the shoulder. The strength is almost equivalent to that of a second-level warrior. Lu Shang can know what happened behind him without turning his head, so he is naturally aware of Lin Xiaoyu's tragic situation. I don't know where this guy's brain is wrong, but he dared to confront the two puppets of the second-level agency head-on like him. Where did he have the confidence? Try defense again. The organ puppet that was missing one arm didn't intend to stop its operation at all. It continued to raise the remaining arm and hit Lu Shang hard. But this speed of punching was too slow in Lu Shang's eyes. With just a simple tilt of his head, Lu Shang easily dodged the passing arms of the two mechanism puppets. Then, punch. Boom. This punch hit a mechanism puppet hard on the chest. The thick alloy chest made a tooth-piercing sound of steel squeezing, and then quickly sank. Boom. A large group of ignition lights burst out. A big hole like a burst appeared on the back of this mechanism puppet, and a white and powerful fist penetrated it. Lu Shang pulled his fist out of the mechanism puppet's body at will, and blocked another attack of another mechanism puppet along the way. Nearly 2 meters tall, the red light in the eyes of the mechanism puppet flickered for a while, then gradually extinguished, and then staggered to the ground, making a dull sound. Boom. The hearts of the youths in Qingyuan City at the starting point of the passage also trembled violently. Horrible. This is the only thought in their minds about Lu Shang right now. Seeing Lu Shang take down the two mechanism puppets with ease, these teenagers inexplicably recalled what Lu Shang just said in their minds. Beasts always travel alone, but cattle and sheep come in groups. Compared with the current Lu Shang, the group of them trembling in front of the government puppets really looked like a group of frightened cattle and sheep. In their eyes, Lu Shang's tall and thin back, which did not appear to be generous, quickly became tall and majestic. Obviously, the other party is just a teenager who is about their age. Boom. Boom. Loud noises echoed in the narrow passage, and the eyelids of the teenagers jumped wildly following the sound. Monster. The teenagers couldn't find a more suitable word to describe the figure that was fading away in the distance. Looking at the mechanism puppets that fell to the ground like scrap iron, the hearts of the teenagers wailed. This is a genuine secondary organ puppet. Level 2, not level 1. It's not even a half-finished product. Just look at Lin Xiaoyu, who was half dead on the ground. These existences that are like iron walls are as fragile in Lu Shang's hands as scarecrows planted in the wheat field. At this moment, these teenagers in Qingyuan City, who have been praised by countless people as geniuses, monsters, and other people's children since childhood, finally feel, in this world, what kind of existence are real geniuses and monsters? Why let the mortals and such monsters be in the same training camp? Mom, I want to go home. Lu Shang knocked down every mechanism puppets that stood in front of him one by one. With the spiritual power to detect the internal structure of the puppets, he can easily find out where the core of each puppets is. Weak point attack. It's easy. Almost no second blow is needed to knock down every mechanism puppet. Just when Lu Shang had just squeezed the head of a mechanical puppet, his expression suddenly changed. He clearly saw that, right in front of the passage, there was a figure approaching him quickly. Lu Shang's eyes shone slightly, and there was a look of anticipation on his face. Has the second level finally opened? It must have made me wait too long. At the same time, a handsome young man with a mole hidden in his left eyebrow was rushing quickly along the passage. He held something that looked like a remote control tightly in his hand. There are more than a dozen buttons densely embedded on the remote control, and each button corresponds to a green light. At this moment, a dozen green lights on the remote control in the young man's hand were rapidly turning red one by one. In just a few minutes, more than 80% of the green lights turned red. Looking at the dazzling red lights, the anxiety on the young man's face almost overflowed. F***K. F***K. What's going on? Why did all the puppets of the organs malfunction all of a sudden? Isn't it a new product that just arrived? The young man was distraught. As the person in charge of this channel, he is not only responsible for the safety of the teenagers who have broken through the level, but also responsible for the wear and tear of the mechanism puppets in the channel. Generally speaking, as long as the mechanism puppets are not completely damaged, everything is okay. Can a group of brats who have just reached the standard of a first-level official martial artist damage a second-level organ puppet? Is it possible? Let them use up their teeth one by one. And it is estimated that at most the paint on the shell of the mechanism puppet will be broken. So the young man was very relieved and hid aside for a while and squinted for a while, preparing to come out to save the scene when the time is almost up. After all, the real purpose of this assessment is to severely dampen the arrogance of these so-called top geniuses in Dongning province, so that they can have a long memory and suffer more. But he never expected that just after he dozed off, the remote control in his hand would start flickering frantically. More than a dozen organ puppets were damaged due to failure. Think about the cost of a mechanism puppet. Nima, even if you sell him, you can't afford it. Thinking of this, the young man's feet speeded up a bit. Finally, the young man reached the front of the passage. From a distance, he saw a thin and handsome young man standing among a pile of scrap metal, slowly pulling his arm out of the chest of a mechanism puppet. The boy noticed his arrival, and there was no surprise on his face, but a little excited. Those eyes, which were as clear as crystal, gradually burst into light, and there was a fighting spirit burning in them. You finally came. The young man's expression was a little confused. His eyes fell on those appalling puppets, and he lost the ability to think in a daze. His heart was bleeding. Suddenly, a gust of wind rang in my ears. The young man stood upright all over in an instant, and subconsciously flew back. Then, a young figure leaped high in front of him. This figure blocked the light on the top floor of the passage, and the shadow cast fell on his face. Only a pair of fiery and expectant eyes could be seen. Come on, the gatekeeper of the second level. I hope you won't let me down. Youth, when did I become the gatekeeper of the second level? Besides, where the hell is the second level? A huge control room. Dong Qingxue sat down at the table with her head down, flipping through the materials. A well-tailored dark blue school officer's uniform showed her figure perfectly, and the slender legs slightly crossed under the table, even under the wrapping of trousers, were still graceful like a picture scroll. Directly opposite Dong Qingxue, in front of a console composed of a huge display screen and a large number of buttons, a slender and handsome young man held a cup of coffee in his hand, and while admiring the scene in front of him, he sighed sincerely. What a pleasant and blissful day. Dong Qingxue raised her head and looked at the guy who had only one star less than her on the epaulets, and the pair of slender Lu Yi eyebrows frowned beautifully on his pretty face. If you really feel empty, please come and help me review the materials. Major Qin Xiaojun. The young man took a sip of coffee, said haha, and said with evasive eyes, I'm busy, Lieutenant Colonel Qingxue. Besides, you are the main person in charge of the talent training camp this time, and I'm just a temporary assistant. Dong Qingxue stared at the young man for a while, and finally had no choice but to give up. The other party was notoriously lazy, and this time it was indeed she who forced the other party to come to help. Dong Qingxue shook her head, and continued to read through the thick documents under her hands. The young man drank a few sips of coffee. Maybe he felt a little bored, so he walked around slowly. His eyes randomly glanced at the materials scattered on the table, and he asked, How is it? How is the quality of this talent training camp? Not so good. Dong Qingxue shook her head, and said lightly, There are only 8 seedlings who can be regarded as meeting our standards, and they are all official warriors who have awakened their talents. 5 of them are average, and the awakened ones are the most common strength talents. The other 3, Dong Qingxue took out 3 documents from a pile and threw them in front of the young man. 1 speed type, 1 defensive type. The chi and blood values of both of them have reached the standard of a second-level warrior. This is the best. Dong Qingxue picked out another one from the 3-point file, pointed to a girl with firm eyes on the profile photo and said, Charlene, 17 years and 8 months old, has awakened her spiritual talent for less than 2 years, and she is close to the standard of a first-level psychiatrist. Martial arts talent is also excellent, and he is about to enter the second level. Isn't this great? The young man exclaimed with an exaggerated expression, Absolute genius. Just like you back then. This look is also very similar to yours, Qingxue. I think this little girl is destined to be with you. Stop it. Dong Qingxue shook her head, but her eyes still touched a little, and she said, This girl is really good, and I have listed her as the key training object for this training camp. The others are good too. The young man tried to find a piece of information that made him pleasing to the eye from the pile of documents on the table. After consecutively scratching away the other 2 of the 3 materials Dong Qingxue picked out, his eyes fell on the first file below. This. The young man picked up a piece of information and shook it in front of Dong Qingxue, and said with a smile, He is handsome enough, like me, and he is excellent in all aspects. His blood value has reached the standard of a second-level warrior, and his combat power, F***K. Perfect boxing. Fighting power comparable to a third-level warrior. You also want to get rid of this kind of good seed? Qingxue, when did your vision become so high? Dong Qingxue shook her head and said, I know which one you are talking about. This Lu Shang was originally selected by me as the first step seed, even comparable to Charlene. But then I took him out again, and you should know why, Xiaojun. Dong Qingxue looked into the young man's eyes. The exaggerated, surprised expression on the young man's face subsided little by little, and finally returned to calm. I know, because of talent. Yes, it's because of talent. Dong Qingxue nodded and said, The upper limit of power talents is really too low. Although it is indeed terrifying in the early stage of martial arts, with the blessing of divine power, warriors with first and second level awakened strength talents can fight tens of thousands or even tens of thousands of combat power. But once in the later stage, the slight strength bonus brought by their talents has no advantage at all under the huge blood value of 6th level and 7th level warriors. In the end, it can only be lost in the crowd. The young man remained silent. As Dong Qingxue said, for strength-type talent warriors, in the later stage of martial arts, the advantages that talent can bring to them will become very small, until they are negligible. A 6th level martial artist has more than 1,000 chi in blood, and a 7th level master has more than 10,000 chi in blood. Just think about it. With the huge energy and blood surging like a river and the combat power of a 1,000,000 level master, how much bonus can that little power bring to strength? The master just comprehends some skills casually, and there is more than that. On the other hand, look at the few that were singled out by Dong Qingxue. Charlene has nothing to say. A psychiatrist, there are baby bumps everywhere. The other two are a speed-type talent warrior and a defense-type talent warrior. These two talents are both talents that are still very useful in the late stage of martial arts. In the late stage of the speed-type talent, the body skills can easily break the speed of sound, and the late stage of the defensive-type talent is directly equivalent to practicing one more master of horizontal martial arts than others. So don't look at the talents and strengths displayed by these two people are not as good as that student named Lu Shang. But Qin Shaojun is almost certain that after 10 or 20 years, the achievements of these two people in martial arts will far surpass the latter. This is the iron law summed up by countless experience and examples for more than 300 years of martial arts. Without exception, do you remember our class? That person, Xiang Peng. Dong Qingxue asked. Qin Shaojun nodded. I know. There were many talented people in that class. In the talent training camp that Dong Qingxue was referring to, there were more than 20 talented warriors. And the Xiang Peng she was talking about was the Wang of that class. When he entered the camp, his chi and blood value was close to that of a 3rd level warrior, and his strength was even more amazing. Almost everyone's nightmare. Looking back now, Qin Shaojun felt that the part that was beaten by the opponent at the beginning seemed to be in pain. One can imagine how terrifying that guy was at that time. Right now Dong Qingxue paused for a moment and said in a more euphemistic way, it's far less dazzling than before. Qin Shaojun nodded silently. In fact, Dong Qingxue didn't know. He had secretly gone to that person once in private. When I went there, I gritted my teeth and wanted to avenge the past. After seeing it, he was depressed and couldn't arouse any interest at all. People are not at the same level at all, and they are talking about revenge or not. This Lu Shang still has talent, but it's a pity. Dong Qingxue picked up the document belonging to Lu Shang, scanned it from top to bottom, and was sincerely moved. This time it was Qin Shaojun's turn to comfort Dong Qingxue. There's nothing to be sorry about. Those who are truly pitiful are these people. Qin Shaojun patted the thick stack of remaining student materials at the bottom and said quite speechlessly, with 1 or 2 points of vitality, you were tricked into coming in with the name of a genius, but in fact, it's all here to make up for it. Not only will I not get any benefits, but I may also be severely hit by these monsters, and I will leave deep and indelible trauma physically and psychologically from then on. Dong Qingxue rolled his eyes at him angrily and said, say nonsense. How can it be so exaggerated? Even if it is a foil, the training camp is of great help to them. How can there be such good cultivation conditions in other places? Qin Shaojun shrugged, non-committal. While the two were chatting, some changes suddenly occurred on the giant composite instrument directly opposite them. Qin Shaojun walked over quickly. Finally, the show. He whistled cheerfully. On the console in front of him, several indicator lights that were originally green suddenly turned red, and a slight reminder sounded. Channel number 3, 2 organ puppets have been damaged by more than 10%. Number 8 also has. Qin Shaojun held the coffee in one hand and quickly manipulated the table with the other. Soon, 2 separate monitoring screens were called up on the huge display screen. Dong Qingxue also came over to watch. I saw that in one picture, a strong and burly boy was presented. The skin on the boy's face and body showed a faint and strange grayish white. The attack of the 2nd level mechanism puppet fell on him, making a dull sound like a hammer hitting the ground, leaving only a faint white mark. Taking advantage of this point, the young man ran amok in the passage like a bull. All the puppets were knocked tottering by him. Some were even hit head-on, and their shoulders and chest were directly sunken. This is the little guy who awakened the defensive talent? Stone skin physique? I remember that we also had one in that class, Qin Shaojun said in a little surprise. Dong Qingxue nodded and said, Qiming. He is serving in the southern military region now, with the rank of captain. Oh yes, his skin has now grown into a steel body. Qin Shaojun made a tisk-tisk sound. On the other surveillance screen, it was a thin boy. The boy's speed was so fast that even the monitoring screen could barely catch his figure. All I could see were puppets on the screen that were constantly being attacked and looked extremely clumsy. Speed type, always very naughty. Qin Shaojun sighed. At this moment, there was a sudden beep on the desktop, and several indicator lights turned from green to red in succession. The loss is 15%, the loss is 23%, the loss is 30%. Qin Shaojun looked at this series of data, and his whole body seemed to become excited. His eyes became brighter and brighter, and he quickly pressed one hand on the operating table. Not long after, The third monitoring screen appeared on the big screen. The content presented in this picture is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. A thin girl walked in the dark, airtight passage with an expressionless face. She hardly has to do anything. Wherever they pass, the mechanism puppets blocking the way in front of them will be bounced away by an invisible force deeply embedded in the steel wall next to them and actively make way for the girl. It's just perverted. Qin Xiaojun looked at this scene that was like the plot of a sci-fi movie, choked out a few words, and looked at Dong Qingxue with undisguised envy in his eyes. You psychiatrists are just like bugs. Why don't you let ordinary people like us live? Dong Qingxue stared at the girl in the picture intently, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, and said, although a spiritual teacher is powerful, the difficulty of cultivation is too high, and the progress is slow after the third level. Moreover, a spiritual teacher with too weak talent is not as good as a warrior, so it is better to specialize in martial arts. However, it is true that it is easier for a spiritual master to break through to the master level. Qin Xiaojun listened to Dong Qingxue's speech sourly and picked up the coffee in his hand and wanted to put it to his mouth. At this moment, a series of ear-piercing reminders sounded suddenly, which seemed so ear-piercing in the empty command room. What's wrong? Both of them were stunned, and Qin Xiaojun quickly operated on the desktop. Aisle 12. When the information belonging to Channel 12 was called out, Qin Xiaojun suddenly let out a strange cry as if he had seen a ghost, and he couldn't even hold the coffee in his hand firmly and spilled it all over the floor. 80% damage, 87% damage. Damage? Damn. There are a total of 20 organ puppets. More than 15 of them have been damaged by more than 80%, and they are almost scrapped. Dong Qingxue, when did you let the 4th level fighters in? Turn out the monitor. Dong Qingxue hurriedly urged. Her eyes were fixed on the big screen. Qin Xiaojun didn't care about spilling his hands full of coffee. He wiped his clothes carelessly and quickly switched out the monitor. When the monitoring screen of Channel 12 was completely presented in front of the two of them, even if they were people who had seen such a storm, their pupils could not help shrinking slightly, and their expressions appeared absent-minded for a moment. In the screen of Passage 12, only a group of pale-faced teenagers shivering in a corner can be seen. One of them was still unconscious on the ground. These people were all looking in the same direction, with terrified expressions, like ordinary people who saw monsters in movies. Following their gazes, what Dong Qingxue and Qin Xiaojun saw was a mess. There are smashed mechanism puppets everywhere, the stumped limbs and broken arms of mechanism puppets, parts that fell from the body, and so on. The camera zoomed in, and Dong Qingxue and the two saw the shocking wounds on the puppets, as well as the wall next to them. The passage walls made of pure steel, each with deeply sunken potholes. The entire passage seemed to have been ravaged by some terrifying monster. Damn it! Dong Qingxue's expression became a little ugly. The cost of the second-level mechanism puppets is not low. So much damage at the same time. And it is not ordinary damage. It is basically equivalent to scrapping. This is undoubtedly a huge loss of funds. You must know that these puppets of the secondary organization were purchased by the base just now. Wipe. Qin Xiaojun couldn't help but said, if you can beat the puppets of the second-level organs like this, the third-level fighters can't do it, right? You have to go up to the 4th-level combat ability. Are there such monsters in this group of students? Qin Xiaojun turned his head to look at Dong Qingxue. Dong Qingxue lowered her head and flipped through the documents. Channel number 12 is arranged for the assessment of Qingyuan City students. There are no outstanding figures in Qingyuan City this year. Could someone get in there? Dong Qingxue frowned, wanted to grab the phone on the table to investigate and inquire, but quickly put it down. Forget it. Just go over and have a look. Dong Qingxue was a little annoyed. Are all the supervisors in Passageway 12 dead? So many puppets and agencies have been destroyed, so I don't know how to stop them. In the middle of speaking, he suddenly stopped. Dong Qingxue and Qin Xiaojun looked at each other, and they thought of a possibility almost at the same time. Perhaps, it's not that the person in charge of supervising Channel 12 didn't come out to stop it, but came out without the ability to stop it at all. Thinking of those shocking pictures I saw before, Dong Qingxue's heart skipped a beat. Go to Passage 12. The two rushed out of the command room in a hurry. Boom. A mechanism puppet was thrown out by an invisible force and fell to the ground. There was red light in the eyes of the organ puppet, and he stood up unsteadily, with a depression of several centimeters in his chest. Charlene looked at this mechanism puppet vigilantly, until she was sure that the opponent, like the previous mechanism puppet, would no longer attack after being knocked down once, and then she was slightly relieved. This is the last organ puppet. This also means that I have passed the camp entry assessment this time. Charlene quickly walked towards the exit. Near the exit, she stopped and glanced thoughtfully in a certain direction behind her. Her spiritual force told her that there was a person hiding there. A person who brings her a strong sense of danger must be at least level 3 or above. Didn't come out to stop me. The proof is not in the assessment. It should be the supervisor in charge of the assessment or something. Charlene guessed in her heart. Charlene reached out to open the exit door, and the light came in from the outside. Only then did her heart relax completely. Charlene walked out of the small door. She suddenly found that there were many soldiers in blue uniforms gathered outside the door. But these people were obviously not coming for her. Each of them had a nervous and adversary look on their faces, and they were staring at one direction next to them. Charlene looked in that direction curiously. She saw another small door. Just when Charlene was wondering, crunch, the small door was pushed open from the inside. The moment the small door was opened, Charlene, who had a keen sense, immediately noticed that the bodies of the people gathered in front of the small door obviously had a tense movement. It seems to be afraid, nervous about something. Charlene, driven by curiosity, unleashed her mental power and cautiously probed into the door. Suddenly, Charlene's body stiffened. She sees a person through spiritual power. One person, dragging another person. That person obviously also sensed Charlene's presence. In the darkness, the man slowly leaned out half of his body, revealing a fair and handsome young face with traces of bright red blood remaining on it. It was a boy about her age. Charlene looked into the boy's eyes blankly. From those crystal-clear eyes, she felt a trace of scorching temperature and deeper coldness that had not yet faded away. Ugh. In an instant, Charlene's mental power shrank back like frightened tentacles, wrapping her tightly. This is an almost instinctive reaction, as if the hand will be retracted immediately after being burned by fire, and the animal will subconsciously run away when it senses danger. Boom! Charlene quickly retracted into the small door she just walked out of, and closed the exit door heavily. She leaned against the door tightly, her full chest heaving up and down violently, and her heart was beating fast. At this moment, Charlene only had one thought crazily echoing in her mind. That person just now is really scary. In fact, I don't really want to explain this kind of setting problem, because I have tried my best to write clearly in the article, and anyone who can figure it out can figure it out. But since it is a free period, let me say a few more words. The difference between strength, speed, and defense is actually easy to understand. The fastest man in the world is almost 1.5 times faster than a normal adult male, while the strongest man in the world is more than 5 times stronger than a normal adult male. What does this mean? This shows that the difficulty of training strength is much lower than the difficulty of training speed and defense. And in this book, the addition of chi and blood to warriors is more about strength. The Combat Power Index test in the book also measures the instant burst of fist power. It's not that the strength talent can't grow, but that after the strength talent grows, it is covered by the effect of the increase in blood value. So the addition to the warrior's overall strength in the later stage is far less obvious than the defense and speed. Even in many games, if you keep only building strength, you must be a piece of garbage in the late game. On the contrary, the agility of the main pile or the defense of blood volume can mix well in the later stage. At least I think so. Well, that's about it. If you really can't accept it, there's nothing you can do. Do you know what's going on inside? When Dong Qingxue and Qin Shaojun arrived at the gate of passage number 12, it was already surrounded by guards from the training camp. A middle-aged man in a military uniform with a square face quickly walked up to Dong Qingxue and reported in a low voice. Several surveillance cameras near the door have been damaged, and it is unclear what happened inside. Where are the supervisors inside? I lost contact 3 minutes ago, and I am preparing to report this situation. Dong Qingxue couldn't see any joy or anger on her face. She said lightly, "Those who enter passageway number 12, give me a copy of all student materials." Immediately. Yes. Soon. The middle-aged man with a square face brought a stack of documents to Dong Qingxue. But the strange thing is that Dong Qingxue shook her head at this time. Forget it. No need. Guozi's face froze for a moment, not understanding why. At this time, there was a dull loud noise from the small door at the exit of passage 12 not far away. Boom. This loud noise seemed to hit the hearts of everyone present. Guozilian and his subordinates suddenly became tense. The soldiers were immediately ready to fight at any time, just waiting for their chief to give an order. They immediately rushed to subdue the person who walked out of the door. Or, subdued. Compared with the nervousness and seriousness shown by her subordinates, Dong Qingxue's expression at this moment seemed a little strange. Her eyes narrowed slightly. She fixedly looked at the position of the small door. Her eyes shone with a strange brilliance, as if she was trying to see the situation inside through the small door. Just when everyone is waiting in full swing. Crunch. A small door opened. It's the passage next to it. A girl with an indifferent expression came out from the door. Seeing such a big battle outside the door, although it was not aimed at herself, the girl was obviously stunned for a moment. The soldiers glanced at the girl and immediately looked away, continuing to focus on the small door in front of them. Finally, the small door belonging to passage 12 was slowly pushed open from the inside. Sunlight cast shadows. In the darkness, a figure slowly poked out half of its body. Everyone's nerves began to tense. But wait for them to see the appearance of that figure clearly. Immediately, he quickly relaxed again. It turned out to be a boy who walked out of the door. Just a half-year-old kid. With a handsome appearance and clear eyebrows, he is a very clean-looking young man. Fortunately, they were so nervous just now, and some of them even had self-deprecating smiles on their faces when they thought of how they looked like they were facing an enemy just now. But the next moment, the smiles on these people's faces froze quickly. They seemed to have seen some extremely terrifying scene. Their eyes were wide open, and expressions of extreme shock and fear were revealed bit by bit in their pupils. The teenager came out of the darkness completely. He raised a hand to cover his forehead, as if to block the sun. The other hand seemed to be dragging something heavy. Rustle, a body covered in dust and blood, was dragged out of the tunnel by the young man with one hand, and it was randomly thrown on the sunny ground. Boom! The body fell to the ground, revealing the face of a young man who had fallen into a coma. A soldier recognized this face and stammered, "Yes, it's the lost Lieutenant Wang. This is an officer at the base, known to many people. The third-level martial artist is quite powerful, and he is responsible for supervising Channel 12 this time." Now, This young martial artist was dragged and thrown to the ground like a dead dog. Everyone was stunned. He stared blankly at the handsome young man standing in the sun with a clean and crystal-clear appearance. For a moment, there seemed to be a trance in front of his eyes. Boom! There was a loud slam of the door. The small door of the side passage was slammed shut, and the girl who was standing there just now was nowhere to be seen. Everyone was stunned, and their minds hadn't turned around yet. Only Dong Qingshue's face remained the same as before. But Dong Qingxue had to admit it. Even though she had already used her mental power to detect the scene in the tunnel, when she witnessed this scene with her own eyes, there was still a big shock in her heart. Even the expression on Qin Shaojuan's face froze. As if aware of the strangeness of the crowd, the young man was silent for a while, trying to explain. He's so powerful, I can't hold back. Quiet. The field fell into an eerie silence. There was the sound of swallowing saliva. A moment later, Dong Qingshue's voice sounded in the field. Student Lu Shang from Baihe City, congratulations on passing the camp entrance examination. Lu Shang was led by a soldier to rest in the camp. Lu Shang's expression was calm, but some emotions slowly surged in his heart. He finally realized that he seemed to have misunderstood the content of this assessment. The third-level martial artist who suddenly rushed out from behind did not seem to be part of the content of this assessment. That is, I hit the wrong person. Lu Shang felt helpless. It's normal for someone to let the other party hide in the passage furtively and then rush out in a hurry. But fortunately, although it was said that he hit the wrong person, the examiner was beaten up by accident. But at least he has successfully passed the assessment. Originally, Lu Shang came to this talent training camp with a more casual attitude. But now, Lu Shang has begun to become interested. Just now, he actually sensed it. In this training camp, there are actually two spiritual masters who have the same spiritual means as himself. One is a girl about his age, who should also be a student of this training camp. The other is the supreme commander of this training camp, Dong Qingxue, Lieutenant Colonel of the Eastern Military Region. This is the information that Lu Shang just learned. When Lu Shang walked out of the number 12 corridor, the two of them released their mental power to investigate him. One of the female students' mental strength is very weak, probably not even 1/10 of Lu Shang's. Dong Qingshue's mental power was much stronger, at least 5 times that of Lu Shang's. Lu Shang was very careful. When he sensed that there was spiritual power probing him, he immediately retracted the spiritual power he released, and no one should have noticed. It's not that it's good or bad to be found, but an instinctive reaction. There are even psychiatrists. It seems that this training camp is not all ordinary people. Lu Sheng thought to himself. Yes, for example, Lin Xiaoyu and his gang in Qingyuan City have been classified as ordinary people by Lu Shang. I don't know how these self-proclaimed geniuses will feel if they know that they have been classified as ordinary people by Lu Shang. Soldiers in military uniform led Lu Shang to a dormitory, briefly explained to him, then turned and left. During the whole process, the soldier looked at Lu Shang strangely. 10 minutes ago, it was this harmless high school student in front of him who beat his superior officer like a dead dog and dragged him out of the passage. Lu Shang walked into the dormitory. The accommodation conditions in the training camp were better than expected. All furniture and appliances are available, as well as a separate bathroom and toilet. There is even a small blood tester in the corner of the room, allowing students to keep track of their qi and blood levels. The point is, this is a single dormitory. In other words, Lu Shang didn't have to worry about being discovered or influenced by others while practicing stellar body refining technique in the dormitory. It's been a long time since I tested the blood value. Let's test it first. Since the last official martial artist assessment, Lu Shang has never tested his blood value again. It's been almost 2 weeks, and he is also very curious about his current blood value. Take blood test. Accompanied by a pleasant D sound, a numerical value appeared in front of Lu Shang, 53.692. Compared with the last time, it has increased by 38 points. Several qi and blood breakthroughs, coupled with continuous consumption of Lingji Zhuangshuo decoction and Yangsui pill, it is normal to have this qi and blood growth rate. At this speed, it is estimated that in another month, I will be able to break through the 3rd level and officially enter the stage of strengthening my muscles and bones. Lu Shang showed some satisfaction on his face. The process of increasing his qi and blood value step by step, and his strength becoming stronger step by step, made him feel very fulfilled and satisfied. Command room of the training camp center. On the ground in the center of the room, there are dilapidated mechanism puppets. These organ puppets are all in dilapidated condition. They are either missing arms or legs, or have lost their heads. Many parts of their bodies show signs of being severely squeezed and twisted. It's like a rag doll that has been ravaged by a titan. Gives a shocking sense of impact. Dong Qingxue and Qin Shaojun were standing in the room, but they were not paying attention to these mechanism puppets at this time, but were staring at the big screen in front of them intently. On the big screen, the closed-circuit surveillance video in Channel 12 is being played. From the time when Lu Shang and the youths from Qingyuan City entered the passage together, to the time when they finally walked out of the passage. When the entire video was played, Dong Qingxue and Qin Shaojun only had 2 capital letters on their faces: shock. Incomparably shocked. The puppet of the 2nd-level mechanism is like a toy in his hands. The lieutenant, who has the strength of a 3rd-level warrior, has never lasted more than a minute under his hands. Qin Shaojun looked at Dong Qingxue in shock and said, "This kid is a monster in actual combat. The combat power is so strong that it is beyond the charts. Not only 15,000, but even 100,000. Which is comparable to level 4 Musha. Didn't the data show that this kid's blood value is only 15? You ask me how I know. Does he look like he has 15 vitality now? Dong Qingshue's expression was equally complicated. Or, he deliberately concealed part of his strength in the martial artist assessment 2 weeks ago. Or, Dong Qingxue paused and thought about it. In 2 weeks, the chi and blood value climbed from 15 to a height that was almost comparable to that of a 4th-level warrior. Such a terrifying growth rate can only represent he is likely to become the second Xiang Peng. Qin Shaojun was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but recall the fear when he was dominated by a man when he participated in the training camp. That overwhelming superiority in strength brings tremendous pressure like suffocation to others. Qin Shaojun remembered that he had nightmares for several weeks after returning from the training camp. Terrible. Back then, Xiang Peng, in their training camp, was simply the overlord, the one everyone looked up to and tried to challenge. Now, Qin Shaojun faintly saw the shadow of the Demon King from the student named Lu Sheng on the screen. Oh no, Lu Sheng is even more perverted than the Devil King of their class back then. Even Xiang Peng at that time couldn't pinch the puppets of the 2nd-level organ like pinching chicken cubs. Then how are you going to arrange this, Lu Sheng, now? Qin Shaojun couldn't help asking. Dong Qingshue's eyes flickered, and she replied, I haven't thought about it yet, but the previous judgment on Lu Sheng must have been inaccurate. So let's train him as the number 1 seed like Charlene for the time being. After all, Dong Qingxue looked at the slender and tall figure of the young man on the screen, took a deep breath, and said slowly, leaving aside the talent and ability, what he has shown so far is already amazing enough. Qin Shaojun understood what Dong Qingxue meant. Judging from Lu Sheng's previous information, 17 years old, a 2nd-level warrior, a talented warrior with strength. This may be a terrifying statistic in the eyes of ordinary people, but to Qin Shaojun and Dong Qingxue who have seen too many geniuses, it is not outstanding. Even in the future, there is a great possibility that everyone will disappear. Xiang Peng is the best example. But if you add prefixes such as perfect realm boxing, combat power comparable to a 4th-level warrior, and easily crushing an official 3rd-level warrior in front of this resume, then it becomes different. Combat power and combat capability are 2 completely different concepts. Just because you can hit tens of thousands of combat effectiveness index during the test doesn't mean you can display this combat effectiveness in battle. And Lu Sheng did it. Still far beyond. This is scary. To use Qin Shaojun's words to describe it, that is, practical monsters, fighting genius, naturally born, Budo seedling. Even if the current Lu Sheng is not a talented warrior, he does not have any natural abilities. This is enough to greatly increase his rating in Dong Qingshue's mind. It's time for dinner. Lu Sheng opened his eyes. He was woken up by the soldiers in the training camp who had just gnawed off a few hard bones in his dream and informed him that he could go to the cafeteria to eat. Lu Sheng glanced at the time. It was already evening, and he was indeed hungry. Following the directions of the training camp map on the table in the room, Lu Sheng found the cafeteria of the base all the way. The cafeteria is very large, divided into 3 floors, and their students eat on the 1st floor. Walking into the cafeteria, all Lu Sheng saw were boys and girls the same age as him. Obviously, they are also the students who participated in the training camp this time. Lu Sheng even saw the group of people in Qingyuan City, including Lin Xiaoyu, with a bandage on his head, queuing up for dinner with the support of 2 people with a pale face. Many students in the cafeteria had obvious bandaging marks on their bodies, and they looked a little embarrassed. It seems that although there is an entry assessment, no matter whether you can pass the assessment or not, you are still eligible to stay. Lu Sheng thought to himself. Lu Sheng found a window where he could get lunch at random, and Lu Sheng lined up silently. The students in front of him did not know which city in Dongning province they were, and they were still discussing about the assessment in the morning. Those organ puppets are too fierce. I just got rubbed accidentally, and now my back still hurts. You think, after all, they are puppets of the 2nd-level organization, and the 3rd-level fighters may not be able to fight head-on. We are lucky that we were not beaten to death or maimed. How could it be possible for us to be beaten to death and maimed? There are examiners here. But one thing to say, this assessment is really abnormal. Don't tell me. I heard that someone beat up the examiners in this class, and they are still lying unconscious in the infirmary. Really? How can the examiner have to be a 3rd-level warrior? Otherwise, we can't protect us under the 2nd-level agency. Is there anyone who can beat the examiner? Listen to his nonsense. I also heard that all the organs and puppets in the assessment channel have been smashed to pieces. Some people saw the base soldiers loading those scrapped 2nd-level organs into the car. This is too exaggerated. It must be fake. Lu Sheng mixed in the team and kept silent. He has now deeply realized how much he played during the day. Finally, it was Lu Sheng's turn. The food in the training camp was surprisingly good. There were more than 30 kinds of meat dishes, most of which were meat that Lu Sheng had never seen before. And there were unlimited refills, which was most suitable for a big eater like him. After casually ordering a meal for 5 people, Lu Sheng looked for a place to stay with the plate. Perhaps it was because the scale of the food in his hands was too exaggerated, which attracted the attention of many people, and many people cast sideways glances at him. The group of people in Qingyuan City also noticed his existence, and they all turned around and ran away as if they had seen a ghost. Some of them didn't even eat their meals, and ran directly to the entrance of the cafeteria. It could be seen that in the passage during the day, the psychological shadow Lu Sheng left on them was too great. Just when Lu Sheng was about to find a place to sit down, someone walked towards him quickly. Lu Sheng, right? She is a tall girl who is still very pretty. I'm also a student of Baihe City participating in the training camp this time. If you don't mind, sit down and eat together. The girl stretched out her hand to brush the hair on her temples, Looking a little embarrassed, Lu Shang was hesitating whether to accept this sudden invitation, but the girl quickly said, "Actually, we met in the Baihe City Martial Arts Association when we participated in the official martial artist assessment. Do you remember?" Lu Shang froze for a moment, then recalled the other party's identity. "You are the—" Lu Shang thought about it for a while, and then affirmed, "Purple headband." The girl smiled, nodded and said, "My name is Yang Yuan." When participating in the assessment at the Baihe Martial Arts Association, this girl, like Lu Shang, was the youngest among all the assessors. But she didn't wear the purple headband today, but changed to a pink one. Speaking of which, we are actually quite destined. I know your sister, Lu Qinghe. Qinghe often mentions you in front of me. Yang Yuan blushed a little when she said this. She has always been regarded as a high-cold goddess in school, but she never expected that there would be times when she would rely on her relationship to get close to a certain boy. Haha, really? Lu Shang smiled, but did not expose Yang Yuan's lie. How could his sister Lu Qinghe often mention him in front of others? It's too late to think him ashamed. However, Lu Shang remembered that Lu Qinghe did mention the existence of Yang Yuan. He met Lu Qinghe and her two girlfriends in the Martial Arts Association before, and the three little girls seemed to be there to accompany Yang Yuan. Since they were all acquaintances, Lu Shang readily agreed, "Yes, where to sit?" Yang Yuan's eyes lit up, and she walked quickly to lead Lu Shang very attentively. "Here, all of us from Baihe City are sitting together." Yang Yuan led Lu Shang to sit down on a long table, and there were 7 or 8 boys and girls sitting on the long table. All of them looked at Lu Shang with curious eyes. During the period before they came to the training camp, the biggest news in Baihe City was this young man of similar age in front of him. It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Shang is the star figure among high school students in Baihe City. Lu Shang smiled at the group, then buried himself in his meal. He is not good at communication, nor does he bother to communicate. Silently watching Lu Shang eat for a while, Yang Yuan, who had been deliberating for a long time, finally broke through the embarrassment. "Lu Shang, do you know anything about this talent training camp?" Without, Lu Shang picked up a piece of pink meat and stuffed it into his mouth without lifting his head. "I don't know what kind of meat this kind of meat is. The meat quality is far firmer than expected, and the taste is quite good." Yang Yuan's mind was not on the food at all. "I understand something. Do you want to know?" Silence. Yang Yuan stared at Lu Shang for a while, expecting some reaction from Lu Shang, but Lu Shang just buried her head in eating, which made her quite embarrassed. "I don't know if I should continue talking." Fortunately, Lu Shang also quickly realized this, nodded symbolically, and said, "You say." As he said that, he picked up another rib of an unknown animal and took a hard bite. "Delicious." Yang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "This talent training camp is jointly organized by the Dongning Provincial Department of Education, the Martial Arts Association, and the Eastern Military Region. Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingxue of the Eastern Military Region is the top person in charge of this training camp. It is said that Dong Qingxue came from the master." Yang Yuan talked for a while and found that Lu Shang didn't seem to be interested in these things, so she quickly changed the direction and continued. "I asked the brothers and sisters who participated in the training camp in the past few sessions, and I learned from them that this training camp is actually a training camp. The hardest part is not how to get in, but how to stay." "What's the meaning?" Lu Shang finally became interested, and the speed of eating slowed down a little. Seeing that Lu Shang was attracted by her own topic, Yang Yuan couldn't help straightening her chest and continued. "It means that there are conditions for those of us who want to stay in this training camp." "What conditions?" Lu Shang asked. Yang Yuan replied, "It's like a kind of points. According to the seniors and sisters of the previous class, every day in the training camp needs to consume a certain amount of points, such as accommodation, food, and training. The teachers in the camp asked questions and so on. Is there a condition for eating?" Lu Shang frowned. "Yes." Yang Yuan replied bitterly. "Do you think we are eating ordinary food now? Many of these meats are stripped from the bodies of strange beasts, and through special treatment, they are cooked into food that is helpful for our warriors to practice. Long-term use is very good for warriors to increase their qi and blood value, and it can also enhance their physique in all aspects without developing resistance to tonics. However, the price is also ridiculously expensive. Just like the second-grade black-toothed sword pork you are eating now, outside, a casual serving will cost tens of thousands of dragon coins, and it still hasn't been processed. If it is properly cooked, the price can reach more than 50,000. If it's not in the training camp, how can the average family afford to eat every day? Unless your dad is the richest man in Baihe City. Not to mention that a lot of meat can't be bought outside, and it's all specially supplied by the military region." "I see." Lu Shang looked at the piece of meat in his hand, quite surprised. "I didn't expect such a piece of meat to be so expensive," which means that he had eaten at least 100 and 200,000 for the meal just now. After receiving a 1 million bonus from the Baihe Martial Arts Association, he still felt that he was quite rich. "Only now did I know that he didn't even have enough food and clothing." In addition, there are many special training rooms in the training camp, which are very helpful for martial arts practice, but they are also difficult to use outside, where you need to pay a lot of money to use them. Yang Yuan said with a worried expression. "It can be said that every extra day you stay in this training camp, the more benefits you get. The remaining condition is points. Earn points. It's hard." "How difficult is it?" Lu Shang felt a little full. These exotic meats were indeed full of energy, and 1 gram was worth several caddies of ordinary beef and mutton. But thinking of the frightening price of these meats, he insisted on continuing to eat. "Very difficult." Yang Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Let's put it this way. So far, There are only 3 people who have points in the entire training camp. The others are still 0 for the time being. In other words, if we don't earn a certain amount of points as soon as possible, we will be punished tomorrow. Get out. Which 3? How did they get their points? Lu Shang couldn't help being curious. Yang Yuan explained, it's today's camp entry assessment, and those who pass the assessment will be rewarded with points. And I heard that only 3 people passed the assessment. One is Chao Yong from Yanglan City, a second-level warrior, possessing the talent of stone skin, which can greatly enhance his defense power, and passed the assessment. One is Meng Jinhe from Dongyang City, who is also a second-level martial artist, a speed-type talented martial artist, and has also passed the assessment. There's one more. Well, she is? Yang Yuan suddenly looked in one direction. Lu Shang followed Yang Yuan's gaze and saw a girl with a cool demeanor walking in the cafeteria with a rice bowl. It turned out to be her. Lu Shang was a little surprised. He remembers this girl. When he came out of the passage, it was this girl who used her mental power to detect him, and then she was frightened by him and hid in the passage again in fear. As if sensing Lu Shang's gaze, the girl looked at him. The moment she saw Lu Shang, the girl froze for a moment. His face suddenly turned pale, and then he turned around and left without hesitation, walking fast. You know her? Indeed. It's normal for you to know her. Many people know her. Charlene from Baoding City. Although she is not a second-level warrior, she is indeed rarer than a talented warrior. She should be the one with the best talent and strength in this training camp. I heard that the senior management of the training camp has already. I'm following her. As far as I know, there are only 3 people who have passed the assessment, and this assessment is really too difficult, even more exaggerated than the previous one. Didn't you see that Charlene who passed the assessment has such an ugly face, and she left in such a hurry? She must have been punished by the assessment. Lu Shang. Yang Yuan's expression was full of emotion. Before entering the training camp, she originally thought that her martial arts talent was good, and she could be regarded as a genius. But after entering, I realized what a real genius, monster, and evildoer is. Originally, she passed the first-level warrior assessment some time ago, and she was still a little complacent. But after entering the training camp, I realized that there are first-level warriors around her age everywhere. Even a second-level warrior who has awakened his talent. Above the talented warriors, there are even rarer and more powerful spiritual masters. A level is higher than a level. Even Lu Shang. Yang Yuan glanced at the talented young man who once shocked the entire Baihe city in front of him, and couldn't help thinking secretly. Even Lu Shang is almost lost in the crowd here. Ordinary talents are nothing, but geniuses who have awakened their talents are considered geniuses. And even if they were talented warriors, most of them failed the assessment. There were only 3 in total. It is said that there is a 4th one, but I guess it is probably fake. Yang Yuan chattered endlessly. Lu Shang replied casually, why do you say the 4th one is fake? Yang Yuan smiled and said, because the 4th pass is too exaggerated. Some people say that the 4th passer is so powerful that he not only blows up a bunch of second-level organ puppets, but even beats up the examiner in the passage. How can you say this is possible? The examiners are all serious 3rd-level warriors, and they are the kind of 3rd-level warriors who are quite outstanding in all aspects. If you want to beat the examiner, you need at least the strength of a 4th-level warrior. Reaching level 4 martial artist at our age? Yang Yuan shook her head and concluded, it's too fake. It's nonsense. Lu Shang didn't speak, just ate in silence. Suddenly Yang Yuan seemed to remember something, couldn't hold back her inner curiosity, and asked Lu Shang, by the way, Lu Shang, you are the strongest among us. You have reached the 2nd level, and you are still a talented warrior. Did you pass the test? When Yang Yuan asked this question, all the students from Baihe City who were sitting next to her turned their heads to look over. They hadn't joined the conversation, but had actually been listening in silence. Now that it involves their most curious question, they can't help but turn their heads. Well, Lu Shang stopped what he was doing, not knowing how to answer. He wants to say that he is the nonsense that Yang Yuan said, but people may not believe him. To be honest, it doesn't seem too good. Lu Shang's hesitant expression fell into the eyes of Yang Yuan and the others, and it immediately changed. Probably not. So sorry to answer. Yang Yuan thought silently in her heart. It's actually normal. The more talented people are, the more proud they are, and the greater the sense of gap they feel after discovering that they are not as good as others. She, Yang Yuan, is still like this, let alone Lu Shang, a well-known martial arts genius and celebrity in Baihe City, who is much more talented than her. Thinking of this, Yang Yuan quickly comforted her. Actually, it's only normal if you don't pass. The entrance examination is so abnormal, how can ordinary people pass? Just as he was talking, suddenly a man who looked like a military officer led a few soldiers into the cafeteria. After scanning around, he walked straight towards Lu Shang. Everyone looked at these people curiously, not knowing what they were here for. I believe in your strength. If you stay in the training camp for a while, you may not be worse than Chao Yong and the others. Yang Yuan was trying her best to comfort Lu Shang, but she didn't realize that several people had already walked to her side. A girl sitting next to Yang Yuan couldn't help tugging at her sleeve. Yang Yuan woke up like a dream, looked up, and saw several sets of military uniforms facing her. Yang Yuan was a little confused, but these people were obviously not here for her. Facing Lu Shang, who had been silently accepting Yang Yuan's comfort, the leading officer said with a serious face, "Student Lu Shang, right? Because you broke the 18 puppets of the second-level organs in our base during the camp assessment, and you also wounded a lieutenant officer who was unconscious and hospitalized. Now we are going to conduct some routine interviews with you. Please cooperate with us. Please cooperate with us to take a trip. The thick voice of the base officer echoed in the huge cafeteria. The base canteen, which was originally noisy, became quiet in an instant, fall into an eerie, dead silence. Almost all the training camp students who were eating were frozen. The expression on his face was frozen, and his body was stiff and motionless. Some even kept their mouths wide open, delivering food into their mouths. It's all fixed now. All of them remained motionless as if they had been hit by a hold spell. Yang Yuan and a group of students from Baihe City, who were sitting opposite Lu Shang, had exaggerated expressions to the extreme. Yang Yuan froze in place with a dazed expression, as if 10,000 planes were flying by in her mind. Destroy 18 puppets of secondary agencies. A lieutenant officer was wounded and unconscious and hospitalized. The rumors are true. The fourth person in the rumors that she judged to be nonsense really existed, and it's Lu Shang. Then she has been comforting Lu Shang before. Yang Yuan was completely dazed. She didn't know what words to use to describe her inner feelings at this moment. She just felt like she was dreaming. Everything that has just been experienced has become unreal. Good. Lu Shang stood up very simply, looked down at the plate on the table and said, "But I'm not full yet. Can I pack another one?" "Can." The officer nodded readily and agreed. "We will send someone to pack a copy for you and send it to your dormitory. Then let's go." Lu Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Then he nodded to the people in Baihe City who were petrified collectively and followed the officer out of the cafeteria. When Lu Shang and others left the cafeteria, the petrified magic on everyone was lifted accordingly. In an instant, there was an extremely intense exclamation and discussion in the quiet cafeteria. Damn it! The rumors turned out to be true. Someone really smashed more than a dozen government puppets and sent the assessment staff to the hospital. The rumored fourth person, Lu Shang from Baihe City hiss. True Nima monster. Abnormal. But Yang Yuan and other students in Baihe City were so shocked that they couldn't say a word at this time. It's not as troublesome as Lu Shang imagined. Routine interviews are really interviews. The people at the base asked Lu Shang a few questions about what happened during the assessment, and then let him go. He was not made to compensate the broken organ puppet, nor was he made responsible for the comatose examiner. When Lu Shang returned to the dormitory, there was actually a packaged meal from the cafeteria on the table. Almost all of them are meat dishes, and they are exotic animal meat. In order not to avoid waste, Lu Shang immediately practiced stellar body refining technique. Under the double blessing of stellar body refining technique and natural breathing method, Lu Shang's stomach full of exotic animal meat was completely digested. The energy in the meat turned into streams of heat, which were quickly absorbed by Lu Shang. It's almost equivalent to the effect of taking a pill of nourishing marrow. Lu Shang is quite satisfied with the energy provided by the different animal meat. He was originally worried that after staying in the training camp for a long time, there would be nowhere to replenish the yang sui pill after eating. But now there is no such worry. The large and filling exotic meat delicacies perfectly make up for this. Feeling that his qi and blood had increased again, Lu Shang felt a little satisfied and just ate the packaged meal. Not long after eating, another soldier came to inform me. Assemble at the base hall at 8 o'clock. It was almost 8 o'clock at this time. Lu Shang tidied up a little and followed the other party to the auditorium. When he arrived at the place, Lu Shang walked into the synagogue. Just a few seconds after he stepped through the door, the auditorium, which was still noisy, fell silent for an instant. Hundreds of pairs of eyes looked at him in unison. Shock, surprise, awe, curiosity, doubt. Eyes containing all kinds of emotions surrounded him. The incident in the cafeteria at night had already spread among the students. Lu Shang of Baihe City, the fourth person who passed the examination according to legend. A peerless fierce man who forcibly smashed 18 puppets of the second-level organs with a pair of fists and even beat the examiner of the official third-level martial artist's strength into the ICU ward of the base hospital. Monsters, monsters, perverts. Under the exaggeration of various rumors, Lu Shang has become a scourge in the eyes of some students. So even though he was thin and handsome and walked in simply and calmly, many people backed away as if seeing a ghost. Lu Shang walked towards the seats in the auditorium, and the students who were sitting there immediately got up one after another, scrambling to hide behind. If you look down from the top, it feels like Lu Shang is carrying some kind of invisible force field with him. Wherever he passed, the crowd retreated one after another. Lu Shang randomly found a seat and sat down. After sitting down, I unexpectedly found that not everyone ran away, and there was one person sitting next to Lu Shang without moving his position. And this person Lu Shang happened to know. It was the girl named Charlene who had the potential to be a spiritual teacher. It was the first time that Lu Shang was so close to Charlene, and unexpectedly found that this girl was really pretty. Yang Yuan's appearance is good enough. Xiaolin's facial features are a little more delicate than hers, and her temperament is also very special. Wenwen is quiet, like a top student in the class, but she seemed to be a little cold, and her body was shaking slightly. It may be that the temperature of the indoor air conditioner is too low. Lu Sheng thought casually in his heart. As expected of Charlene, our only psychiatrist this year, dare to sit next to that monster Lu Sheng, sitting so close. Genius is always proud, let alone a genius like Charlene. Although Lu Sheng is perverted, I bet Charlene is not afraid of him at all. Really? Charlene sat on her seat, shivering. She was terrified. That man, that horrible guy. At this moment, she was actually sitting next to her, and the distance between her and her was less than 3 meters. Charlene could almost hear her long breathing. Hearing the exclamation and discussion of the people behind her, Charlene felt like crying. What genius pride, Pride asterisk asterisk. It's not that she doesn't want to run or change seats, but her legs are weak and she can't stand up at all. Ever since the experience at the entrance of the passage during the day, Charlene would sometimes think of those cold eyes, that side face hidden in the darkness, and that poor young man who was dragged by one leg and lying on the ground like a dead body. It was terrible, like a lingering nightmare. Every time I think about it, I break out in a cold sweat. Charlene couldn't control her body, and her mental strength curled up in her mind, trembling uncontrollably. "Don't come here. Don't lean any further," Charlene shouted in her heart. "Is that Lu Sheng?" 4 or 5 rows behind Lu Sheng's left, a stout young man with dark skin and a bit of hostility on his face was staring closely at Lu Sheng's back. "Strength-type talent fighters. The early stage is really amazing. I don't know if your fist can penetrate my stone skin. Come and try it, haha." In the young man's eyes, there was a blazing fighting spirit that was slightly crazy. On the other side behind Lu Sheng, a handsome boy with a flowing hairstyle was also looking at Lu Sheng. Beside him, a dozen or so teenagers guarded him like stars surrounding the moon. "Jinhe, this Lu Sheng is so arrogant. He has occupied the positions of so many people by himself. However, his strength is really terrifying, and I don't know if it's true. There are a total of 18 second-level organ puppets, and there is also an examiner of third-level warriors." "Yes." Hearing the amazement of the people around him, the handsome boy sneered and said, "It's enough to believe half of the rumors. God knows how many unknown inside stories there are. This Lu Sheng has strength, but his upper limit is just that." Strength-type talent warriors are basically like this. At the beginning, they are so fierce that they have all kinds of exaggerated achievements. But in fact, a lot of potential has been used up, and the later it becomes, the more mediocre it becomes. Aren't we in the early stage now? Isn't it necessary to let him continue to be rampant during this period of time? Some teenagers said unwillingly. The delicate boy said lightly, "Not necessarily. After entering this training camp, the progress is very fast. The comparison is the potential. My potential is definitely stronger than his. Plus, I am a speed-type talent warrior, so my advantage over him is obvious. No matter how strong his strength is, he must first be able to keep up with my body skills and speed. I thought every battle was a narrow and claustrophobic environment like the assessment passage. I didn't bring out my speed advantage during the assessment." The handsome boy smiled, his face full of confidence and calmness that everything was under control. "This should be Chao Yong. Then this is Ming Jinhe." The mental power was slightly dispersed, and the entire auditorium could be seen in a panoramic view, and the performance of the people behind him could naturally be seen clearly. Among them, there were 2 particularly hostile gazes, which caught Lu Sheng's attention. Of course, just a little attention. I didn't take it to heart at all. These 2 guys are just stepping into the second level of warriors. 2 weeks ago, Lu Sheng might have looked at them a little bit. Now, there is nothing to pay attention to something that can be crushed to death with a single hand. As I killed more and more zombies in the dream space, the strength of the zombies became stronger and stronger, and I seemed to become more and more violent. He wasn't like this before. It was as if in the assessment channel, the puppet was not enough to beat the organs, so he beat the examiner as well. In the past, he should have thought about it carefully, and then guessed the identity of the opponent, so that this unnecessary battle would not have happened. Lu Sheng pondered for a while. Find out why. Mentality change. As his strength continued to grow stronger, his original mentality also quietly changed. His strength has become stronger, so he doesn't bother to think about and weigh many things. Because using strength to directly crush the past, everything will become much simpler. Weak people need resourcefulness to achieve their goals, while strong people are only used to talking with their fists. It was as if there was a stone lying in the middle of the road. People with weak strength will think about whether to find a way to move this stone away, or to take a detour. The strong will not think so much. Just kick it away. It's a strong man's mentality. Lu Sheng was surprised to find that in a trance, he had grown to such a height. He is no different from the muddle-headed, submissive young man back then. Just as he was thinking, 2 people walked in outside the auditorium. A man and a woman, both wearing dark blue proper military uniforms. Lu Sheng noticed the badges on the shoulders of the 2, which were the shoulder badges that only school officers were qualified to wear. And those who are eligible to obtain such a military rank in one military region need at least 5 levels of strength. He clearly remembered his first experience in life. Even though he had won a lot of military exploits, he was still a lieutenant until his death, just because it is only a 4th-level warrior. Both the man and the woman looked quite good, and their whole body was filled with a powerful aura. After the 2 entered, the noisy auditorium quickly fell silent. "I'm Dong Qingxue, the chief instructor of the Genius Training Camp in the capital of Dongning. This is the deputy chief instructor, Major Qin Xiaojun." The woman of the pair introduced herself straight to the point. Lu Sheng met both of them once, at the end of his camp assessment. The beautiful Dong Qingxue said coldly, "In the next few days, the 2 of us will be in charge of all your training. Next, let me briefly talk about the rules of this training camp. First, we will not interfere with your practice in life. You are all top martial arts geniuses in each city. I believe that everyone should have a set of practice methods and daily routines that are most suitable for them. This training camp will not set up any courses, and all practice depends entirely on you. To put it bluntly, even if you stay in the dormitory and sleep all day long, we won't care." Lu Sheng's expression became a little weird. Although I know it is impossible, I always feel that this sentence is aimed at myself. The first rule directly exploded among the students, and many people talked about it. No classes? So what are we studying for? A waste of time? F asterisk asterisk K. It's better to be at home. At least there are tutors to give one-on-one guidance. How so? Dong Qingxue coldly interrupted everyone's discussion. It's still too late to choose to leave. The discussion stopped. Although there were many opinions, everyone came here with great difficulty. So how could they be willing to go back? Then I will continue. Dong Qingxue continued. Secondly, all your daily needs in the training camp need to consume corresponding points. Every meal you eat, every dormitory you live in, water for bathing, toilet paper for going to the toilet, everything. You need to pay for it. It's just that the money is replaced by points. To put it simply, in the training camp, points are needed for everything, and points can be exchanged for everything. Even Dong Qingxue paused for a moment, then swept everyone off the court with a cold gaze, and said word by word, if you see someone upset in the training camp, fight with him in private, and then accidentally put the opponent was killed. You can also use points to offset. Of course, we will not be responsible if the other party's relatives trouble you after leaving the training camp. The teenagers kept silent, and were so frightened by Dong Qingxue's words that they couldn't utter a word. Although they are geniuses, they are formal warriors. But when the two cold words, killing, were thrown in front of them, they couldn't help but feel scared. Lu Shang's eyes lit up bit by bit, and there was even a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Interesting. This training camp is very interesting. In the advanced reinforced concrete forest, with such a simple but cruel jungle law established, Lu Shang felt as if he had been thrown into a survival game, and the fun has only just begun. Then how do we get our points? Finally, someone asked a question. Good question. Dong Qingxue said lightly, there are many ways to obtain points. 1. Get the approval of me, Major Qin Xiaojun, or any other instructor in the training camp. As long as we feel that you are good enough in a certain aspect, we will give you certain points according to your mood. 2nd, pass the examination. We will assess you from time to time. As long as you pass, you can get a lot of points. The camp entrance exam during the day is one of them. 4 of you have passed the exam, and the points have been issued to your respective ID cards, which are the room cards of your dormitory. You can check it yourself after you go back. 3rd, help the base to share various back-office tasks. Simply put, it is doing chores. However, the points obtained in this way will be very small, far less than the above 2 ways. After Dong Qingxue finished speaking, there was another burst of heated discussions. Finally, let me explain in detail what points can do. Everyone immediately pricked up their ears. Through Dong Qingxue's introduction, everyone learned about it. Points can be exchanged for various daily necessities, food, and sleep, and can also be exchanged for the guidance of the base instructors, including the most powerful Dong Qingxue and Qin Xiaojun. It can also be exchanged for the use time of some special training rooms in the base. This is what Lu Shang is most interested in, but Dong Qingxue only briefly mentioned a few words in the introduction, and he needs to understand it slowly. Points can also be exchanged for various privileges, not to mention murder privileges, which are too extreme, and basically no one will use them. Lu Shang reckoned that although Dong Qingxue said so before, if you really killed someone in the base, what should you do with you after you go out? In addition, the points can even be exchanged for the qualifications to be recommended to the University of Dongning Province and the University of the Eastern Military Region. This is an exaggeration. It is equivalent to going directly to a prestigious school without the college entrance examination. But when you think about it, it doesn't help. Those who have the ability to obtain these points in the training camp can easily pass the college entrance examination to the provincial university. After the introduction, Dong Qingxue didn't say any nonsense, and left after announcing the end of the meeting with Qin Xiaojun. The rest of the students began to discuss about the few rules that Dong Qingxue said just now. Basically, people from one city gathered to discuss. When Lu Sheng saw Yang Yuan and others from Baihe City consciously approaching him, he ignored them and walked out of the hall. Well, seeing the back of Lu Sheng leaving, Yang Yuan couldn't help but sighed softly, even though she had already guessed that this would be the result. Too proud of this Lu Sheng, he doesn't take us seriously. Someone from Baihe City said angrily. Who made him strong? There is a reward for passing the assessment. You don't have to worry about points in a short time. Someone said sourly. No matter how many points you have, there will be a day when you will run out. No matter how strong you are, you will still be strong now. He is not the only one who passed the assessment. Xiaolin from Baoding City, Chao Yong from Yanglin City, Meng Jinhe from Dongyang City. Which one is weaker than him? Even if his strength is temporarily inferior to him, but in the training camp, sooner or later he will catch up. And everyone has a team to support him, and he is alone. When someone asks him to trouble him, it depends on how he handles it alone. Maybe you will come back and beg us when the time comes. Haha, what you said makes sense. I began to look forward to Lu Sheng's expression at that time. Yang Yuan listened to other people's discussion and remained silent. These people's analysis seems to make sense, but they seem to have overlooked a very important point. Without the support of a great master like Lu Sheng in the early stage, their group of geniuses who are at the bottom of the city, whether they can survive until the end of Lu Xion's decline is a big question. Finally gone, that horrible guy. Charlene let out a long sigh of relief. As if she had let go of a heavy boulder in her heart, she felt relieved. As long as Lu Sheng appeared beside her, Charlene felt uncomfortable and felt out of breath. Now that 010 Lu Sheng has left, she has slowly returned to her original genius appearance. Practitioners from Baoding City gathered around spontaneously. As the recognized #1 genius among them, Charlene naturally became the core of the students in Baoding City. Charlene was quietly listening to the discussion and analysis of her companions, when suddenly someone patted her on the shoulder and reminded her, Charlene, the The chief instructor asked you to go to her after finishing the work. She has something important to explain to you. Oh, I see. Charlene blinked her eyes, but she didn't know why the chief instructor Dong Qingxue suddenly came to her. A thoughtful student next to him had a look of deep envy on his face. You don't need to guess. It must be a good thing for the chief instructor to find Charlene. Everyone knows that Charlene possesses a rare and powerful spiritual teacher talent. And the chief instructor Dong Qingxue, it is a powerful spiritual master warrior. It is estimated that in 1 or 2 days, the chores of the entire base will be covered by these brats. Qin Xiaojun stood under the street lamp, looking at the brightly lit assembly hall in the distance, and said to Dong Qingxue beside him, "This is also a way to dampen their arrogance and sharpen their minds. It is only good for them." Dong Qingxue spoke lightly. "After becoming the chief instructor, your words have become more and more powerful," Qin Xiaojun said with emotion. Dong Qingxue rolled his eyes at him angrily, then turned serious and said, "Act. I thought of it. What do you think?" "I thought about how to arrange Lu Shang." "Oh." Qin Xiaojun's eyes lit up, and he asked quickly, "How do you plan to arrange him?" The appearance of this freak, Lu Shang, was completely unexpected by the two of them. On the one hand, although Lu Shang's talent is outstanding, his potential is limited after all. It's not worth putting too much energy on it, but it's not easy to give up completely. On the other hand, Lu Shang's strength is too strong, and he is not at the same level as other students. Putting him in this group of people to compete, he probably wouldn't feel any pressure. So how to properly cultivate the seedling Lu Shang has always been a headache for the two of them. Now that Dong Qingxue said that she had an idea, Qin Xiaojun was naturally curious. "Whetstone." Dong Qingxue's eyes shone brightly under the light of the street lamp, and she said word by word, "He is the best whetstone, which can stimulate other people to grow rapidly." Qin Xiaojun showed a thoughtful look on his face and asked back, "Then have you ever considered a question? What if this whetstone is too strong and hard, and the knife is broken? So, he can't just be a sharpening stone for one person." Dong Qingxue looked at Qin Xiaojun and said confidently, "Xiaolin, Chao Yong, Meng Jinhe, 3 swords together. If it is not enough, add a few other talented warrior Miaozi." "I don't believe it. It still can't withstand his pressure. If this plan works well, the results of this talent training camp may far exceed our expectations. And Lu Shang is also very likely to raise his upper limit. A fierce 6th-level warrior in actual combat is still not as significant as a grandmaster after all. No matter how weak the master is in actual combat, he can easily overthrow 10 peak warriors at level 6, no matter how strong the latter's combat awareness is." Qin Xiaojun was thoughtful. "I'm going to give Charlene a basic training as a psychiatrist tonight. You can focus on taking care of that Meng Jinhe. You are just the right professional." Dong Qingxue said. Qin Xiaojun nodded. "What about Chao Yong and the others?" "Chao Yong, I will find a way to get Qi Ming's cultivation experience for him, and even let Qi Ming personally guide him online. As for the other seedlings," Dong Qingxue thought for a while and said, "Let's secretly give more points to support." Qin Xiaojun looked at Dong Qingxue with a complicated expression and said, "It can be seen that you really want to lead this training camp well." Dong Qingxue said lightly, "Since it is a task assigned to me, I will naturally do my best to do it well. It is not my style to be perfunctory." In this case, Qin Xiaojun seemed to have made a certain decision and said seriously, "Then I can't hold you back. From today on, don't be salty. Try to be the best martial arts teacher." Dong Qingxue showed a smile on her face and said gratifiedly, "If you had such an awareness long ago, your progress in martial arts will definitely be better than now." Before he finished speaking, he saw Qin Xiaojun frown and thought about it carefully, then shook his head and said, "Forget it. I'm a little tired today because of that kid Lu Sheng's busy work for a long time. Let's not be a salted fish from tomorrow on. I go back to bed first." The smile on Dong Qingxue's face froze instantly. After Lu Shang returned to the dormitory, he first checked the points mentioned by Dong Qingxue at the rally. So much? Lu Shang was a little surprised when he saw the result. There are actually 1,000 points. He didn't know how many points the other 3 people who passed the camp entry assessment got, but this number was really quite a lot. After the rally, the camp officer sent everyone a form. The above lists all the facilities and activities in the training camp, whether points are needed, how many points are needed, as well as the ways and jobs to obtain points, how many points can be obtained respectively, and so on. Lu Shang looked at the introduction on the form. It only takes 5 points to eat a meal in the training camp. Self-service. It's cheaper to get a night's sleep, and 1 point will do. In other words, if only 3 meals a day plus sleep are met, this 1,000 points is enough for Lu Shang to stay in the training camp for nearly 3 months. But if you want to use a special training room or ask the base instructor to guide you, it's not cheap. It takes 10 points to use the gravity training room for 1 hour. It takes 10 points to use the Shinfa training room for 1 hour. It takes 20 points to use the actual training room for 1 hour. Ordinary instructors need to spend BO points to guide once. The chief instructor and the deputy chief instructor need to spend 100 points to guide once. In contrast, ways to earn points. The points that the assessment can provide are quite considerable. For each assessment, no matter how big or small, as long as you pass the assessment, you can get 20 points. If the test scores are good, you can get 50 points. If it is excellent, there will be a full 100 points. Of course, the entrance assessment has just ended, and it is obviously unrealistic to obtain points through the assessment in a short period of time. So there are only other ways, such as various back-office work. However, the points that can be obtained through this method are pitifully small, and only 5 points can be obtained by cleaning the training room once. The smallest martial arts training room in the training camp has several hundred square meters. Lu Sheng suddenly feels sorry for those students who have not passed the camp entrance examination, and the current points are still 0. It can be predicted that for a long time, these guys have to rely on being cleaners to maintain food and clothing. Lu Sheng focused on checking the introductions of several special training rooms. Among them, the ones that interested him the most were the gravity training room and the body skill training room. According to the introduction in the data, these two kinds of training rooms are highly targeted to the warrior's blood value and speed, and the effect is very good. Now Lu Sheng has no shortage of inheritance at all, no lack of experience guidance, and no shortage of tonics for the time being. What he lacks most is this rare auxiliary cultivation environment. If it can be used well, it will undoubtedly greatly increase his cultivation speed to another level. Go and see tomorrow anyway. I have more points. Lu Sheng made up his mind, threw the room card and form aside, and started his daily practice. Stellar body refining technique plus natural breathing method, practiced over and over again without getting tired. With the continuous improvement of Lu Sheng's strength, coupled with the continuous excavation of his own potential in natural breathing method, the burden of stellar body refining technique on him is getting smaller and smaller. It would take a long time to completely drain all of Lu Sheng's physical energy if he just practiced stellar body refining technique. It's much different from the situation where you are so tired that you don't want to move a finger after doing it a few times at the beginning. This also means that the introductory chapter of stellar body refining technique, the exercise effect on Lu Sheng is constantly weakening. Dream world. On the dilapidated street, Lu Sheng wrestled with 4 or 5 figures. All the hard bones left in the 2 nearby streets were attracted by him in one go. Lu Sheng nimbly walked among the zombies, punching and hitting them from time to time. The agility that broke through the bottleneck period was of great help to Lu Sheng in actual combat. The 5 zombies in front of them, no matter which one they were, would surpass Lu Sheng in terms of pure strength. The strongest among them, a tall zombie with half of a dark red headband tied on his head, was several times more powerful than Lu Sheng. Its fist Lu Sheng didn't dare to hit it hard at all, and could only rely on its movement and the cover of other zombies to keep dealing with it. As time goes by, the number of zombies in the warband continues to decrease. After the establishment of the Shirquan martial arts, Lu Sheng has almost no obvious shortcomings, and he can deal with any part and any form of attack skillfully. His brain was running fast, and the various punches, kicks, and palms that were classified into categories in his memory were constantly surging, turning into the purest fighting instinct and freely pinched and swayed in Lu Sheng's hands. The essence of martial arts is the body. As long as the speed and strength are fast enough, all moves are false. But if the speed and strength are not as good as the opponent, then skills are needed to make up for it. Powerful skills are the capital for martial arts geniuses to leapfrog challenges. Lu Sheng is now relying on his strong skills to bully these zombies whose brains are shriveled. During the channel assessment, I met the examiner of the 3rd level warrior. Although the opponent was caught off guard, I still knocked him down and knocked him out within a few strokes, completely crushed. As a practitioner of Shirquan martial arts, my skills are much higher than ordinary warriors. Unless my opponent can directly slap me to death, there is a possibility of a comeback. But against these zombies who don't even have consciousness and only have a little fighting instinct left, they still fight so hard. These guys, how terrifying were their strengths before they were alive. Lu Sheng punched the headband zombie in front of him hard. Perfect boxing method. 6 times the strength of stars, natural breathing method, spiritual force promotion. With all kinds of bonuses, this move almost represents Lu Sheng's current extreme combat power. He doesn't know the exact combat power value, but it has definitely exceeded 100,000. The fist tore through the air, making a sharp and ear-piercing sound, so fast that the naked eye could hardly catch it. Boom! This punch hit the headband zombie hard. The headband on the headband of the zombie instantly dented and disintegrated, and then the entire head exploded. The headless zombie maintained a punching posture and fell heavily to the ground. The body also weathered, leaving only a thick and long black line of smoke rushing into Lu Sheng's body. Call. After absorbing the memory belonging to the headband zombie, Lu Sheng let out a long breath of foul air, opened his eyes, and showed a complicated look on his face. No wonder it's so strong. According to the speculation of the memory picture, the strength of this zombie with a headband may have reached level 6 before his death. It is equivalent to the level of Xiao Yuha, the head of the Baihe City Martial Arts Association. Go one step further. It is the master. If you don't reach the Grandmaster, your strength is already so strong. If I hadn't used my mental strength to block the punch just now, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to take it. Thinking of it, Lu Sheng couldn't help feeling terrified. In the final confrontation with the headband zombie actually almost hit him. It's just that he used his mental power to deflect the zombie's fist with the headband a few inches, causing the opponent's attack to miss, and he counter-killed him. Psychic power still has a great effect. It's no wonder that psychic masters are so powerful. This is the most common use of my spiritual power, but it's only used against zombies. If it's really a level 6 powerhouse, it shouldn't be so effective. Big. A real level 6 warrior would be much stronger than a zombie, with a combat power of more than 500,000. Lu Sheng's spiritual power probably wouldn't be able to shake the opponent's punch trajectory at all. The 2 streets were completely emptied by Lu Sheng, and the harvest was a lot of more valuable martial arts memories. Lu Sheng didn't delay. and sat directly on the ground to practice crystal conception thoughts. After absorbing the memory of the zombies, the effect of practicing crystal conception is the best. Once down, no matter whether it is Shirkwan martial arts or spiritual strength, they can make great progress. 0 Looking for flowers. In my mind, the crystal figure that was dyed black again kept breathing and gradually became clear. When Lu Sheng opened his eyes again, the clarity of his eyes became more and more obvious, like crystal carving. This is the performance of the mental power to improve again. Spiritual strength has increased by more than 30%, and 2 of Shirkwan martial arts have broken through the bottleneck period, and the overall strength has become stronger. Lu Sheng was quite satisfied. This time I gained a lot, especially the memory provided by the zombie with the headband. The zombie with the headband was a master of marksmanship before his death, and he had profound attainments in marksmanship. This memory absorption directly pushed Lu Sheng's marksmanship awareness to the level second only to boxing techniques. Although I haven't touched a real long gun so far, I will be able to use it sooner or later. On the battlefield with alien beasts, the gun is recognized as a big killer, and it's not impossible to use it now. Lu Sheng punched out violently. 0-0. His fists screamed like weapons tearing through the air. The arm is like a gun. It is also helpful for empty-handed combat. After sorting out the harvest, Lu Sheng stood up and returned to his temporary base in the dream space. In fact, it is where he stores his optical brain. During this period of time, in addition to combat training in the dreamland, Lu Sheng used his optical brain to view various materials he was interested in. It's also a way of pastime. As Lu Sheng checked more information on the optical brain, he learned more and more about the development of martial arts in the next 10,000 years. For example, Lu Sheng has been hearing about the talented warriors recently. The emergence of talented warriors is actually a manifestation of human evolution. Martial arts itself is a process of constantly tapping the potential of the human body and constantly promoting its own evolution. During this process, it is normal for the body to experience various incredible changes. Now that the martial arts have been 300 years old, talented warriors are rare, and even one of them appears. For example, Baihe City where Lu Sheng lives, if you don't count him, there hasn't even been one in the past 10 years. But in the future, martial artists with special talents are not to say everywhere. At least they are not rare. Moreover, the talents awakened by talented warriors also have high and low points. The worst is the strength type. It is fierce in the early stage, and it becomes mediocre in the later stage. Unless it is a power-type talent that is perverted to the extreme, it is the existence at the bottom of all talents. The second is defensive type and speed type. These two types of talents are slightly better than the strength type, with greater growth and higher upper limit. There are two in this talent training camp. In fact, whether it is strength, defense, or speed, these talents are all good. It can only be said that one aspect is more prominent than normal people, and it is still within the acceptable range of normal people. Further up, it's a bit outrageous. What about elemental talents? Lu Sheng looked at this part of the introduction with some surprise. Compared with the strength, speed, and defensive talent fighters above, these elemental talent fighters are real monsters, new humans. Elemental talent warriors have the terrifying ability to manipulate wind, fire, ice, thunder, and other natural elements, and their growth and upper limit are more than 10 times that of ordinary Tongtian talent warriors. Isn't this similar to superpowers and mutants? Lu Sheng couldn't help being amazed. According to the data, even in the future of martial arts for more than 10,000 years, elemental talent warriors are absolutely rare. Finally, there is the psychiatrist known to Lu Sheng. In fact, a spiritual master is also considered as a kind of gifted warrior, and it is the rarest, most precious, and powerful existence among gifted warriors. But in the next 10,000 years of martial arts, a mature, systematic method for cultivating spiritual power has long been developed. Example, crystal view ideas. Anyone with a little talent can try to practice. Therefore, in the future, the number of psychic masters will be much higher than that of elemental talented warriors. Whether it's a talented warrior or an ordinary warrior, there is actually one way to go to the end. After reading the material 357, Lu Sheng said to himself, in the early stage of martial arts, talented warriors may have an absolute crushing advantage over ordinary warriors, but in fact, the further they go, the less obvious this advantage is. As far as I know, there are 7th level grandmasters and 8th level grandmasters. Qi and blood are as powerful as a river. A punch can break mountains and crack the ground and divert rivers. Invulnerable to guns and bullets. Aren't these equivalent to the embodiment of strength, defense, and speed talent? Further up, the 9th level martial saint, the 10th level and 11th level star powerhouse possess all kinds of incredible supernatural powers. Calling the wind and rain, controlling the thunder, may not be impossible. Where is it worse than elemental talent warriors? Those with a strong will in martial arts can even control their own cell evolution. Can ordinary spiritual masters do it? Martial arts practice is fundamentally different routes leading to the same goal. In the final analysis, it is all about tapping one's own potential, unlocking the treasures of the human body, and promoting the continuous improvement of the level of life. Lu Sheng himself is a prime example. He practiced stellar body training technique and natural breathing method, which caused his qi and blood to skyrocket, and his combat power far surpassed that of ordinary people. So he was mistaken by the outside world as a talented warrior of strength. In fact, whether he is or not, he himself knows better than anyone else. Mortals always like to classify all kinds of incredible things that happen to others as geniuses and miracles. In fact, Lu Shang clenched his fists, and the light in his eyes danced. What talent can compare to your own hard work and wisdom? Martial arts itself is the greatest miracle of the human race. Turning off the introduction of talented warriors on the optical brain, Lu Shang suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked his life history for a long time. Thinking of this, he gave instructions to the optical brain. Call up my profile. Calling. Name, Lu Shang. S*X. Male. Lifespan, June 297 Budo. March 452 Budo. Martial arts strength, level 7 warrior. Life experience. Became a second-level martial artist at the age of 18, causing a sensation in Baihe City. Later, under the recommendation of the Baihe City Wushu Association, he participated in the talent training camp of Dongning Province and won the first place in the training camp. In the same year, he entered Dongning Wuhan University with the first place in the city, the first place in the province, and the 53rd place in the country. At the age of 40, he was promoted to a 6th-level warrior, promoted to a 7th-level grandmaster at the age of 65. In July 452 of Budo, an old injury occurred, and he died at the age of 156. Lu Shang's eyes suddenly burst out with a strong light, and a little excitement flashed between his brows. 7th grade master. This time, his future changed again, and he even set foot in the realm of a 7th-level grandmaster in his lifetime. Grandmaster. If it was in ancient times, it could be regarded as a prince. Even now, he is also a very important figure. As an official, he can easily take on provincial important tasks. If you join the army, you will be the general of the army. In other words, even if Lu Shang is just going on step by step now, he will at least become a grandmaster in the future. This is how he is not disturbed. If it were someone else, if they knew that they would become a master in this life, they would be so happy that they would be able to grab the ground. Call. Lu Shang took a deep breath, trying to calm down the agitation in his heart. Since I have become a grandmaster, then the evaluation and authority should be improved again. Sure enough, look down. Lu Shang's historical evaluation of the character has indeed reached 3 stars, and the authority has reached level 3. 3rd level authority. Then the level of exercises I can search for in the fire resource curry is also higher. Lu Shang was very happy and quickly gave instructions to the optical brain. Inquiry. The follow-up exercises of star body refining technique, natural breathing method, and crystal conception thoughts. Recalling. Sure enough, this time the optical brain did not remind itself of insufficient permissions. Not long after, 3 exercises were searched out and presented to Lu Shang. Stellar body refining technique, advanced chapter. Cultivation method introduction. Created by Wang He, the 11th level powerhouse of the Wuming, and included in the fire plan. Natural breathing method, advanced. Introduction to the exercises. Created by Yang Yizhou, the 11th level powerhouse of the Martial Arts League. It was included in the fire plan. Crystal View Ideas, Advanced Edition. Introduction to the exercises. Created by Duan Yifeng, the 11th level powerhouse of the Wuming League, and incorporated into the fire plan. Lu Shang casually clicked on the advanced chapter of Stellar Body Refining Technique. Just the first glance made his breathing quicken. Advanced basic form of Stellar Body Refining Technique. To cast the will of the stars to be immortal. To create the immortal golden body. The immortal golden body, Stellar Body Refining Technique. Muscle and bone exercise. Lu Shang knew a long time ago that after a warrior reaches the 3rd level, he must start to exercise his muscles and bones. This is also a stage in which warriors really lay the foundation, widen the gap, and produce transformation. Because at the 4th level, the inner strength of a warrior is bred from the flesh and bones. How well the muscles and bones are torn is directly related to the strength of the subsequent internal strength and the gap in combat effectiveness. And in the advanced chapter of Stellar Body Refining Technique, there is actually a method 0. Call it Immortal Golden Body. From the advanced chapter of Stellar Body Refining Technique, if I can successfully complete this stage of tempering, I can improve myself to an incomparably astonishing level in all aspects. And this stage of training is really laying the foundation for the future development of Stellar Body Refining Technique until the state of immortality, cell rebirth, and physical invincibility. It's normal to think about it carefully. Stellar Body Refining Technique claims to cultivate to the end. You can store the mighty power of a star in your body. If your physique is not strong enough, how can you hold a star? I'm afraid that the heat wave released during practice burned myself to death. Lu Shang took a rough look at the specific practice process of Star Body Refining Technique. At this stage, I suddenly found that the difficulty of the unlocked new movements has increased by an unknown number of times, and many of the movements need to be done together with mental stimulation to be effective. Sure enough, the road to martial arts leads to the same goal, and the cultivation of the physical body is also inseparable from the assistance of spiritual power. Looking at it from another angle, the cultivation threshold of Stellar Body Refining Technique is also very high. Not just anyone can practice it. Possesses the gift of a psychiatrist. Lu Shang summed up a few sentences and continued to read the advanced chapter of Natural Breathing Method. Another burst of shortness of breath. Powerful. After reading the advanced chapter of Natural Breathing Method, Lu Shang can only say these 2 words. The Natural Breathing Method, which was a little mediocre at the introductory stage, finally bloomed in the advanced chapter, which is not inferior to the dazzling brilliance of the other 2 11-level exercises. The advanced chapter of Natural Breathing Method only teaches one thing. That is, how to cultivate a special inner strength. Warrior is promoted from level 3 to level 4, although the blood value does not increase much. but the combat power can undergo a qualitative change. It is because of the emergence of inner strength. And at this stage, the distance between warriors is also completely widened. A talented warrior with a solid foundation and 3.6 talents will far exceed the strength of ordinary warriors. Among them, some people can even carry special attribute abilities in their inner strength. Of course, this can only be done by those elemental talent warriors who are not rarer than pandas. The crushing advantage of elemental talent fighters in the early stage of martial arts is also because of this. In the advanced chapter of Natural Breathing Method, tells how to make an ordinary warrior achieve the same level as an elemental talent warrior. Bring special attributes to your inner strength, even beyond, and more than one special attribute. You can switch back and forth, communicate with nature, find the elemental attributes that suit you, so as to transform your inner strength. Not only that, but the natural breathing method can also continuously temper your inner strength, making the quality of the practitioner's inner strength 10 times that of ordinary warriors, dozens, even 100 times the height. Lu Shang's heart was agitated, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. This method of producing elemental talent fighters can already be described by words such as reshaping the foundation and surpassing the sky. On the other hand, the advanced chapter of Crystal Ideas is a bit mediocre compared with the first two. The content of the advanced chapter of Crystal Conception Ideas is just to replace the visualized crystal figure with a stronger diamond figure. The spiritual power cultivated in this way will be purer and stronger. The three advanced exercises brought too many surprises to Lu Shang, and each one was stronger than the other. For a while, Lu Shang didn't know which part to start to practice well. Just when Lu Shang felt that he had gained a lot, he suddenly remembered something very important. By the way, the authority has been increased, and the combat skills of the psychiatrist should be able to be queried. Thinking of this, Lu Shang immediately issued an order. Call out all the fighting skills that are suitable for the cultivation of a second-level psychiatrist. Calling. In just a few seconds, a large amount of content was presented to Lu Shang. Silver air shuttle, seamless knife wheel, hexagonal star cone. As Lu Shang read through each article, his eyes became brighter and brighter, but his brows slowly frowned. How did this happen? Is the battle threshold for a psychiatrist so high? Lu Shang was a little depressed. It's not that these skills are not strong enough, or that they are not suitable for him, but he currently has no conditions to practice these skills. Almost every kind of fighting technique of a psychiatrist needs to be matched with corresponding different weapons. Moreover, the manufacture of these special weapons has very high requirements, involving various designs of 02. The concept must be customized by professional people, and the materials for making various weapons also have requirements. No, a psychiatrist is simply a kryptonite profession. He now finally understands that the power of a spiritual teacher is not only based on the spiritual teacher itself, but also closely related to the development level of contemporary martial arts technology. The manufacture of many weapons requires high smelting technology, which may not be possible with the current level of martial arts technology. Not to mention those special materials that will be hard to find in the next 10,000 years. Lu Shang didn't give up and continued to give instructions. Simulate the environment, screen, and find the weapons of the psychiatrist that can be created in 300 years of martial arts. Screening. The content in front of me has been greatly reduced, leaving only a few kinds. Lu Shang glanced briefly and continued to speak. Inquiry. The production location of the corresponding weapon materials, the simulated environment, 300 years of martial arts. This is the first time Lu Shang has screened for this condition. This has involved the terrain changes over the past 10,000 years of martial arts and the distribution of precious mineral maps. I don't know if it will work or not. The result was unexpected. There really are. The 300 years of martial arts have been retrieved, and the distribution of all locations where strategic resources may exist. Good guy. The weapon material of the psychiatrist is directly listed as a strategic material. Lu Shang carefully looked at the exquisite and detailed map in front of him, and unexpectedly discovered that there are many marked points in the area belonging to the capital of Dongning province on the map, among which are the places where the materials he needs are produced. Afterwards, check the internet or go there in person to see if anyone has discovered or occupied it. Of course, this has to be after the training camp is over. Now that the materials are available, the only remaining problem to be solved is the construction problem. It's definitely not realistic for me to build these weapons myself. I can only rely on the military or the government, so it seems. The light in Lu Shang's eyes flickered, and he said to himself, I have to find a chance to show my talent as a spiritual teacher. The stronger the talent, the more resources one can obtain, which has always been the rule in the martial arts world. By the way, aren't those first-level powerhouses promoted from psychiatrists? What are they using? Lu Shang thought about it and ordered the light brain in another way. Call out. The psychiatrist training system that has been included in the Fireseed project. Calling. Lu Shang stared at the blue light in front of him and saw the content appearing in the blue light. He knows that what can be included in the fire plan is the real essence and core of martial arts for the next 10,000 years. He really wanted to know, after more than 10,000 years, what kind of astonishing skills would a person at the pinnacle of the psychic master possess? Crystal View Ideas has been included in the Tinder project. The first thing that appeared was the Crystal View thought that Lu Shang had been practicing. Sure enough, Crystal Conception thoughts is the supreme code of spiritual masters. There was very little content this time, and Lu Shang thought that there was no result. But he didn't expect that there would be another content after crystal conception. The Sutra of Divine Illumination of Pluto. Introduction to the exercises. Created by Duan Yifeng, the 11th level powerhouse of the Wombing League, and incorporated into the Fire Plan. Shunjiao Pluto Sutra. 11 level exercises. Duan Yifeng. It is the same person as the creator of the exercises of crystal conception thoughts. Lu Shang was stunned. He searched with the idea of giving it a try, but he didn't expect to find a big surprise. Moreover, this Shunjiao Pluto Sutra is not a fragment, but the whole book. In other words, Lu Shang directly obtained a complete 11th level exercise inheritance. Then why wasn't there when I searched before? Lu Shang muttered and began to read this exercise. After he finished reading all the exercises, he couldn't find words to describe the shocking feeling in his heart. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. This is Lu Shang's evaluation of this exercise. Of course, it is also unimaginably powerful. It's no wonder that the search for combat skills just now didn't turn up. Although this skill is within the scope of the skills of a psychiatrist, it is also specially made for combat. But it is not completely. The core of Shunjiao Pluto Sutra is very simple, and it can be summed up in one sentence. Using mental power, build another body inside the warrior. A body completely woven by spiritual power. It can also be said to be separated, and the fineness of this mental body can reach the level of muscle fibers, cells, and even genes. As for the function of building such a mental clone, there is only one. Amplify yourself. All-round increase without dead ends. Double the power in the true sense. The first level of Shunjiao Pluto Sutra is to use mental power to promote the body to run faster, so as to achieve the effect of increasing qi and blood. Amplify qi and blood. When Lu Shang saw it for the first time, he thought he was wrong. You must know that what he has come into contact with so far, what he can achieve, any method, any means of increasing. Both are increases in combat effectiveness. Whether it is the perfect boxing method, or the power of the stars, or the natural breathing method, or the promotion of spiritual force. They all rely on special power-generating skills or extra driving force to stimulate the collision between muscles, so as to achieve the effect of bursting out a more powerful destructive driving force. His base blood value will not change. But Shunjiao Pluto Sutra directly breaks this point, and it increases qi and blood when it comes up. The follow-up introduction is even more exaggerated to the point that it can increase all attribute abilities, including the effect of mental power itself. This is outrageous. Qi and blood value is the root of everything. Even newcomers who have just come into contact with martial arts know it. The growth of qi and blood value can only rely on hard work, tonic, and a little tempering to become stronger. It is true that there are some methods that can temporarily explode the blood value, but that is only a way to temporarily increase the blood value by suddenly stimulating the potential. It is completely different from what is described in the Shunjiao Pluto Sutra. It's no wonder that the Shunjiao Pluto Sutra is not divided into entry-level and advanced categories. Just give me the full version when you come up, and you can search for it with the third-level authority. Because it is undoubtedly an extremely huge project to use mental power to achieve 390 complete and detailed construction of a perfect clone. It's too tedious and too difficult. It needs to consume too much time and energy, and at the same time have enough understanding of one's own body structure. If you don't start building from the early stage of martial arts, you can't complete it, even if it's the first step. Lu Shang took a deep breath, trying to calm down the turmoil in his heart. He was shocked. I still underestimate the 10,000-year-old wisdom crystallization of martial arts, let alone creating this kind of cultivation method now. Even if you think about it, Lu Shang kept the name Duan Yifeng firmly in his heart. The character who can simultaneously create crystal conception and spiritual illumination of the Hades deserves his admiration from the bottom of his heart. It's rare for a civilization to breed such a character. I'm afraid that even among the 11th level powerhouses, this Duan Yifeng should be considered an absolute top existence. He is an 11th level powerhouse himself, and after going through the Shunjiao Pluto Sutra to increase it in all directions, how can he still be good? But even such a character can't support the collapsed human civilization. Lu Shang was silent. Facts have proved that my idea is correct. The ultimate goal of martial arts practice is to be yourself. Even an 11th level psychiatrist would end up taking the path of using his spiritual power to strengthen himself. Looking back now, crystal conception thoughts does have the meaning of laying the foundation for Shunjiao Pluto Sutra. Crystal view ideas also requires the construction of a crystal human figure. Conversely, if I have achieved something in the spiritual illumination of the Hades, it will be easier and easier to practice the crystal conception. Lu Shang didn't delay any longer, turned off the optical brain, and started practicing directly in the dream space. He has many things to do, and he still has a long way to go. Every minute and every second cannot be delayed. In the following time, Lu Shang devoted himself to the cultivation of the advanced chapter. He didn't care about anything else at all. What training camp, what survival game, what assessment, what special training room. What is more exciting than the crystallization of the wisdom of a peak powerhouse who has practiced martial arts for 10,000 years in the future? No. Except for 3 meals a day, Lu Shang hardly ever stays at home and devotes all his time and energy to practicing the 3 major. Oh no, it should be the 4 supreme exercises. Fortunately, he has enough points. If it is just food and lodging, it is enough for him to stay until the end of this training. And Lu Shang's strength has also improved by leaps and bounds in this kind of sleepless and foodless practice, completely reborn. On the huge training ground, there are various training equipment scattered on the ground, as well as residual sweat, blood, and black footprints. Yang Ming was holding a mop in both hands, trying to fight against the stains on the ground. Yang Yuan, haven't you done it yet? Let me help you. A girl walked in and saw Yang Yuan mopping the floor, so she naturally picked up a mop and ran over to help.
Thanks.
Yang Yuan stopped, wiped the fine sweat from her forehead, and gave the girl a grateful smile. What's the matter? Didn't you help me before? Get it done quickly, or you'll have to stay up late tonight. The girl sighed and buried herself in hard work. Although the movements are not standard, they are quite skilled. Yang Yuan nodded with a complicated expression. It has been almost a month since she entered the training camp. During this time, she can be said to have had a difficult time. Points are required for eating, drinking, lodging in the training camp. And you also need points if you want to experience a better training environment. Points for everything. Where do the points come from? It's not just doing odd jobs, running errands, and working as a cleaner to save up bit by bit. In order to enter the training room once, or ask the instructor for advice, sometimes she has to tighten her belt and go hungry for a meal or two. And the little arrogance that belonged to a genius that he had left had long been exhausted. The current Yang Yuan is just a poor guy who hopes to survive in the training camp. One more day is one day. Staying one more day will be of great help to my future martial arts, Yang Yuan thought to herself. During this time, most of the trainees in the training camp had a hard time like her. Everyone gritted their teeth and persisted, and those who couldn't persist left early. Compared with students like them who live in the lower class, those with outstanding talents appear even more dazzling. Have you heard? Chao Yong from Yanglan City has already challenged the quadruple gravity chamber. The helping girl mopped the floor to her side and raised her head to chat with her. Quadruple? Yang Ming was startled. Really? Could it be fake? The group of guys in Yanglan City have their tails up to the sky now, blowing at everyone. Chao Yong will immediately attack the third-level fighters. After the third level, he will be able to challenge the higher gravity chamber. Maybe he can break the training camp record. Blah blah blah. You haven't seen the faces of those people. The girl's face was full of disdain and contempt, but her eyes could not hide the sourness. Yang Yuan was shocked in her heart. Quadruple gravity. She remembered that she just entered the double gravity room for more than 20 minutes last time, and she almost passed it by her back, so she had to come out early. The wasted points made her feel bad. With 4 times the gravity, she can't be directly crushed to death when she goes in. What a pervert. Yang Yuan sighed, shook her head, and continued mopping the floor. The girl who helped her got excited and continued to tell her all the rumors she had heard. Meng Jinhe from Dongyang City is also a monster. It is said that the completion of the second stage of the Shenfa room has reached 70%, and the highest record in the history of the training camp is only 20% in the third stage. There is also that Charlene, although her performance in the training room is not outstanding, but I heard people say that Chao Yong and Meng Jinhe both consulted with her in private. What do you think? All lost. Are you saying that a psychiatrist is really that perverted? The girl chattered endlessly, and the process contained various exaggerated tones and exclamations. Yang Yuan dragged herself on the ground silently, without saying a word. Suddenly, the girl's words made her body move slightly. Yang Yuan, what do you think Lu Shang has been doing these days? Hiding in the room all day and not coming out, learning from the ancient martial arts masters in the novel to retreat and practice? Aren't you on good terms with him? You know that? The movements of Yang Yuan's hands paused for a moment and soon returned to normal. I have no idea. The girl sighed and said, I guess you don't know either. You said that Lu Shang is also true. I don't know what kind of plane he is working on. When it came in, it was so fierce that everyone in the camp lost their temper. The result was good, and it withered the next day. The girl picked up the mop in her hand and dipped it in the bucket, then shook her head and said, It's been more than a month now, and everyone, including those of us who can't get along, are all so strong. There are quite a few warriors who have broken through to the second level. Lu Shang stays behind closed doors. Probably his strength has long been caught up by others and surpassed. Yang Yuan, do you think he is afraid? I knew that there would be such a result, so I simply acted like a turtle to increase my sense of mystery. The girl looked at Yang Ming fixedly and asked. The figure belonging to that boy could not help appearing in Yang Yuan's mind. When not moving, it is like ice, silent, calm, and low-key. When it erupts, it is like a volcano, reckless and insolent, like a demon king who controls everything. No, Lu Shang is not that kind of person, Yang Yuan said firmly. Then he should come out quickly. He doesn't ask for support. It's good to save us face. The girl was holding a mop with a frantic expression on her face. It's not like you don't know how sad life is now. People in many cities have expert support, and they have finished all the jobs that are easy to score and cost a lot of money. All that is left to us is some dirty and tiring work with few credits. Don't you see that those guys are targeting our people in Baihe City? It's all because Lu Shang was too arrogant when he entered the camp. Since you want to be a turtle now, don't attract hatred at the beginning. This is not cheating us. F***K. The girl picked up the mop and poked it heavily in the bucket, splashing water all over the ground. Yang Yuan forced a smile and said comfortingly, You can rest. I can do the rest by myself. After finishing speaking, I cleaned silently and stopped talking. In a room where 6 walls are lead black like rocks, a strong body sits quietly cross-legged. He is a boy of 18 or 19 years old. He has dark skin and ordinary appearance, but there is a trace of determination and ferocity between his brows. The young man sat in the center of the room, motionless, but seemed to be under extremely strong pressure, and the muscles all over his body were trembling slightly. Sweat condensed into a stream, slowly flowing down from the gullies in his muscles, and the bottom was already wet. I don't know how long the time has passed, but the boy's face began to become difficult and dignified. He tried his best to lift half a finger, moved it little by little, and pressed lightly on a white remote control made of unknown material. Drop! With the beeping sound, the air in the whole room seemed to be lightened. The young man let out a long breath and slowly stood up from the ground, making a series of bone-crushing sounds all over his body. The boy walked out of the room, and a boy who had been waiting at the door immediately handed him a dry white towel. The boy took it casually, and while wiping the sweat off his body, he asked casually, "How long have you persisted this time?" 3 minutes and 52 seconds. The boy quickly reported a number, with excitement and admiration on his face. "Chow Yong, you were so strong. Just now I thought you were going to lose your hold, and I almost pressed you to pause outside, but I didn't expect you to hold on for another 30 seconds. There is a huge one-way glass on the outside of the gravity training room, and people standing outside can clearly see what's going on inside. This prevents the people in the room from causing tragedies because the gravity is too high and physical exertion cannot stop the practice. Is it only a minute or so longer than last time?" Chow Yong of King Zhao frowned and turned to the boy and said, "Next time I go in, I won't press to stop myself. I only need to move my little finger. When the time comes, when you see my movement, you will immediately give it to me." I pause. "Good," the boy said with admiration. "Chow Yong, if you work so hard, you will soon be able to fully adapt to the quadruple gravity, breakthrough master warrior. Who else in the entire training camp will be your opponent by then? A third-level warrior?" Chow Yong read a sentence without ending his sentence. After regaining his senses, Chow Yong asked the boy beside him, "Do you know what Charlene is doing recently?" The boy thought for a while and said, "Charlene seldom haunts the major training rooms. She has individual tutoring from Chief Instructor Dong Qingxue, and she is also a spiritual teacher. The special training method is completely different from ordinary people." "Psycho teacher." Chow Yong's eyes shot out a strong light, and he said, "So what about the spiritual teacher? As long as my defense is strong enough, the spiritual teacher is just a joke. She, Charlene, has the sole tutoring of the chief instructor. Isn't it?" I didn't hum. The hostility in Chow Yong's eyes rose sharply, and he was confident and flamboyant. Many people don't know that Chow Yong's rapid progress is not only because of his outstanding talent, but also because he has a mysterious and powerful online teacher. Chow Yong didn't know much about that teacher, but he could vaguely feel that the other party's strength was terrifying, at least not inferior to Dong Qingxue, the chief instructor of the training camp. The point is that Chow Yong's teacher, like him, is also a defensive talent warrior, and the two are almost in the same line. During this period of time, receiving the other party's online advice every night, Chow Yong's strength can be said to be making rapid progress, and his progress is so fast that he can't even believe it. The reason why I lost against Charlene last time is because I have never fought against a psychic before, and I don't know how psychics fight. If it is now, I may not be unable to win her." Chow Yong was full of confidence. His teacher once said that people like them should fully believe in their own defense and be fearless, so that they can fully display their strength. "Where is Meng Jinhe? How's the situation?" Chow Yong asked again. The boy replied quickly, "Meng Jinhe's cultivation in the Shenfa room has reached 70% of the second stage. In terms of martial arts strength, he should be far behind the main stage." "Meng Jinhe is troublesome." Chow Yong frowned. "Speed-type talent fighters are the most annoying. He hasn't thought of a good way to deal with Meng Jinhe yet, but just ask the teacher later. The teacher will definitely have a way." Immediately afterwards, Chow Yong asked some people in the training camp who had good strength and awakened talent. The boys answered one by one. Finally, the boy hesitated for a moment and said, "Chow Yong, that Lushang in Baihe City is still the same, except for eating. He doesn't go out every day, and he doesn't practice." "Lushang?" Chow Yong was stunned for a moment, then quickly shook his head and said, "I almost forgot the name if you didn't mention it. Don't pay attention to Lushang. He is already useless. What can a person who stays in the room for more than a month without going out to do anything good for? Treating him as an opponent is an insult to his biggest 26B. This result, the second stage, 81% complete, accompanied by the pleasant reminder. A burst of enthusiastic exclamation erupted outside the Shenfa training room. "Damn, the river is too fierce. It's 10% better than last time. 81% of the second stage. I haven't even reached the 81% of the first stage. Are you also worthy of following Hebe?" With a handsome appearance and a slender figure, Meng Jinhe walked out of the agility training room with a smile, and was greeted with eyes of worship, admiration, and amazement. He enjoyed the crowd. "Jinhe, you should be able to enter the third stage soon, right?" Meng Jinhe pretended to think about it, nodded and said, "It should be soon. As long as you enter the third stage, you will not be far from the historical record of the Shenfa room. Entering the river is to break the record of the training camp." A boy said excitedly. "Too awesome. Go into the river. Simply my idol." Meng Jinhe was smiling all over his face, with pride and confidence that couldn't be concealed. "New record? Isn't this an easy thing?" Looking at the group of adoring supporters in front of him, Meng Jinhe was secretly proud. These people definitely don't know, but in fact, they have long been spotted by the deputy chief instructor, Major Qin Xiaojun. "I have been secretly cultivating myself. If not recognizing your own gifts and talents, why focus on developing yourself? Isn't this the greatest acknowledgement of oneself? If this secret is revealed, The group of people in front of them will probably be astonished and envious. Still don't say it. Just like what the deputy chief instructor said, Min, it's better to keep a low profile. Meng Jinhe thought proudly. Charlene sat in a small, dark, airtight room. There was the sound of something breaking through the room, followed by the sound of something falling to the ground. When the lights in the room came on, Charlene opened her eyes. It can be seen that 3 balls the size of ping-pong balls hover around her like planets. Under her feet, there are tennis balls with a small hole in the middle all over the floor. Charlene's face was slightly pale, and her forehead was covered with fine, thin sweat. The door opened, and Dong Qingxue walked in from the door. That's right, you've made rapid progress, and you're already proficient in controlling 3-star cones. When you can skillfully control 6, it means you've officially entered the rank of 10th level Psychiatrist Kongzi. Thank you, Chief Instructor. It's all under the guidance of the Chief Instructor. Seeing Dong Qingxue, Charlene quickly stood up and said hello seriously. Dong Qingxue looked at Charlene in front of her. With some approval in her eyes, she nodded and said, it's also inseparable from your own talent and hard work. After complimenting Charlene a few more words, Dong Qingxue suddenly frowned and said, however, I found that there seems to be a big hole in your spiritual will. What's going on? What kind of psychological shadow has someone left on you? Charlene was startled, and subconsciously a handsome, cold and frightening profile appeared in her mind. She gritted her teeth and admitted, yes, Chief Instructor. The most taboo thing for a psychiatrist is spiritual loopholes. You must pay attention to this issue. Dong Qingxue said seriously. Excuse me, Instructor. Is there any way to make up for the loophole? Simple. Dong Qingxue said lightly. Find the person who left you a loophole and then defeat or kill him. The loophole will naturally disappear. Defeat or kill. Charlene was taken aback, then lowered her head and began to consider the possibility of achieving these 2 goals. Seeing her hesitation, Dong Qingxue couldn't help but said, you are now in a period of rapid growth and strength. It is actually not difficult to do this. Is it not difficult? Charlene bit her lip. A lot of entanglement and fear flashed across her expression. I heard that the terrible guy has been in a decadent state for some time. If his strength stays the same all the time, if he wants to defeat him, maybe he can. Maybe. How? Akba. Dong Qingxue walked out of the room, leaving Xiaolin alone to think about the training, and ran into Qin Xiaojun who was waiting at the door. The talent is very good, but the character needs to be honed. It's too weak. Dong Qingxue commented pertinently. Let's be soft on the outside and strong on the inside. You can teach it slowly. Qin Xiaojun comforted him, and then said, is it too late to regret my original decision now? Dong Qingxue was puzzled and said, what's wrong? Meng Jinhe's talent isn't good? Qin Xiaojun smiled wryly and said, talent is not bad, it's character. Well, let's not mention it. Dong Qingxue said lightly, I've taught you everything. Let's just teach it to the end. Anyway, it's only a month or 2, and it's over by gritting your teeth. All right. Qin Xiaojun was a little helpless. Oh, right. Dong Qingxue suddenly remembered something, looked at Qin Xiaojun and said, Lu Shang, is it still the same? Hearing Dong Qingxue mention this name, Qin Xiaojun froze for a moment, then nodded immediately. It's still the same. He only goes out 3 times a day. Other than that, he stays in the dormitory. No one knows what he is doing there. I shouldn't have said that in the first place. Dong Qingxue suddenly said bitterly. At the time of the assembly, she told everyone that she and Qin Xiaojun would not interfere with anyone's cultivation methods. As long as you like it, you can stay in the dormitory and sleep every day, and no one will care about you. Who would have thought that there are actually people who stay in the dormitory and sleep soundly every day? The key point is that this guy was the one who performed the best in the camp entrance assessment. She rewarded him with a full 1,000 points, 10 times more than the other 3. This point is enough for the opponent to sleep until the end of the training camp. A very good seedling. How did it become like this? Dong Qingxue shook her head regretfully and sighed. Qin Xiaojun couldn't help asking, then you still use him as a whetstone? Grind your a*****. Dong Qingxue walked out without looking back. Leave him alone. Teacher Meng Jinhe well. Otherwise Xiaolin will praise him very badly in the closed camp assessment. Who is afraid of whom? Qin Xiaojun shouted unconvinced. Then, as if remembering something, he sighed lightly. Just when the name, glory, and oppression that belonged to a certain person gradually faded out of everyone's sight, the door of a single dormitory in the training camp finally opened at a time different from the past. Open it quietly. The sunlight shines through the branches of the leaves of the big tree in front of the dormitory and sprinkles on Lu Shang's face, leaving spots on his face. Lu Shang squinted his eyes and stared at the pair of flower-tailed sparrows on the branch for a long time. It wasn't until they flew away that Lu Shang looked away. It's been a month. Lu Shang sighed softly. Compared with a month ago, Lu Shang's figure is now more well-proportioned and upright. He grew taller, and his hair grew longer. The skin is fairer and more delicate than a month ago, and the eyes are clearer and brighter. There seemed to be some inexplicable changes in the temperament of the whole person, but it was hard to tell where it was. During this month, Lu Shang was completely immersed in cultivation. Star body refining technique, advanced chapter, natural breathing method, advanced chapter, crystal conception thought, advanced chapter, and spiritual illumination of Pluto Sutra. The 4 kinds of exercises are practiced together until all the nourishing marrow pills in the hand are eaten, and the progress of the practice becomes a little slower. He just stopped. How much has Lu Shang become stronger this month? No one knows. Even Lu Shang himself didn't know. I want to find a place where I can properly verify the growth of strength. Lu Shang looked at his hands and said bluntly. Soon, He thought of it. Lu Shang raised his foot and walked towards a certain location marked on the base map in his memory. His speed is very fast, and people are gone in the blink of an eye. Not only that, his breath. It seems that there is still a breath of wind. Talent training camps, special training room venues. The venue is huge, almost the size of a football field. There are a total of 8 entrances and exits in the entire venue, and various special training rooms are located in different directions of the venue. At the entrance and exit, 3 boys walked out while talking. I feel that I have made a lot of progress during this period. Next time, I can consider adding double gravity and try it. Then you can help me look at it. I don't want internal organs to bleed into the infirmary. No problem, but if you agree to share a room, if you want to enter twice, you will get a lot of points. Okay, I'll pay half of it. For the low-level training camp students, it is too difficult to obtain points, and every point is precious. However, the cost of using the practice room is too high, so it has become the most popular choice for several people to share a practice room in the form of room sharing. Not only can the value of renting a practice room be maximized, but also they can take care of each other during practice to avoid accidents. While chatting, the 3 of them walk towards a figure. This person is just walking, but the speed is very fast, just a blink of an eye, and the 3 of them lost each other's figure in front of them. I just felt like a gust of wind was blowing across my face. When they came back to their senses, they suddenly found that their bodies turned sideways for some reason, and the middle just made way for a person to pass by. Where does the wind come from while walking? A boy muttered suspiciously. Whatever it is, let's go. Still waiting to go to work. Companion greeting. The boy nodded and was about to continue walking, when he suddenly found that the other one of the 3 was turning his back and staring at the back of the person who passed through them before. Why? Did you see a beautiful woman? The boy stretched out his hand and waved it in front of his companion. There was a little light in the companion's eyes, as if he had discovered some big news. The person who just walked past, have you noticed? Who? The 2 followed the gazes of their companions, only seeing the back of a person who had already walked away. The speed is so fast. The 2 stared at each other. It took a little effort, and it was almost gone, so I still had to walk. Lu Shang. That guy is Lu Shang from Baihe City. The companion screamed with excitement. This guy hasn't been out of his room much since the second day he entered the camp. Except for the cafeteria, he hasn't been to any other places. He even came to the training hall today. What news? The eyes of the other 2 also lit up immediately. It's really him? Can't have a fake? Gang Jing walked next to us. Quick, follow up and have a look. The 3 of them didn't intend to leave, and driven by the heart of gossip, they trotted to catch up quickly. Is this the so-called gravity training room? Lu Shang looked at the small room in front of him. A huge one-way glass is installed on the wall outside the room, which can clearly see the scene in the room. It was empty inside. The walls were pure black. There are a total of 6 such gravity training rooms, most of which are empty. Only 1 or 2 people are standing outside the room, and their attention is also on the glass in front of them. Go in and have a look. Lu Shang took out his ID card and swiped it at the credit card machine outside the gravity training room. The word 365 is displayed on the credit card machine. Lu Shang has a total of 1,000 points, and after staying in the room for so long, there is still a lot left. 10 points for an hour. Lu Shang thought for a while and decided, then come for 3 hours first. Anyway, it's still early for dinner. Points are deducted by the credit card machine, and the number of points becomes 335. Then the door of the training room made a beep, and the door opened automatically. Lu Shang walked in. There is a small open space at the entrance, with dense notices posted beside it. You have to take off your shoes. You can't bring anything on your body. Lu Shang took out all the things in his pockets as he said, put them on a special shelf, and then walked into the room barefoot. I don't know what material the floor of the room is made of. It's very soft. To use the more popular words to describe it is feeling like stepping on shit. The floor will slightly collapse when people walk on it. Lu Shang walked to the center of the room, and there was a white remote control on the ground. You can tell at a glance that this is used to adjust the gravity multiple. Let's start with double the gravity first. No deep breaths, no preparations. Lu Shang casually pressed the start button of the remote control in his hand. F***K. Doesn't this guy need to warm up? Outside the gravity room, the 3 boys couldn't help blurting out when they saw Lu Shang reaching out to press the start button. This guy has been out of the training camp rhythm for so long that he's lost even basic common sense. A boy shook his head and said, the gravity training room is not a joke. They are all formal fighters. The muscles and bones may not matter. They can withstand sudden changes in external pressure. But the fragile internal organs are not so easy. If you don't warm up and make relevant preparations according to the regulations, it is easy to cause internal organs to rupture and bleed. Forgot when we first went in? Call him as crazy as he used to be. It's good to suffer a little bit and have a long memory. Another boy said gloatingly. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Drop. Gravity on alert sound. The 3 boys stared at Lu Shang in the room with smiles on their faces, ready to watch a good show next. Anyway, there is one-way glass outside the practice room. Don't worry about being discovered by Lu Su. Why is there no response? Is it because he hasn't opened yet? It's open. A boy took a special look to the side. There is a small display outside each room, showing the gravity value in the room. Now the display is displaying. One-time gravity has been turned on. Then why didn't he respond at all? A boy leaned closer in disbelief, opening his eyes wide to see more clearly. Lu Shang in the room looked indifferent, as if nothing happened to him. Even the expression didn't change at all. Could it be? The other boy was just about to express his guess, But at this time, he saw Lu Shang in the room, suddenly raised his hand and punched violently. The fist was too fast to see clearly. Bo dash. The three of them froze and looked at each other. Just now was that the sound of fists breaking through the air? The three of them were dumbfounded. Zero. Asking for flowers. The gravity training room has sound insulation, and the sound inside will be weakened and deformed when it is transmitted outside. So the sound of fists piercing through the air is transmitted to their ears, leaving only the faint sound of bubbles puncturing. I rely on. A boy couldn't help shouting. Really? It's hard for me to move even a little bit in a double gravity room. This guy can still make a hollow sound? Anyone with a bit of common sense in martial arts knows that. If you want to make a piercing sound in the air with your fist, you have to punch fast enough. The other two couldn't believe it either. At this moment, they watched Lu Sheng put down his fist in the room, picked up the remote control again, and pressed it. Drop. The prompt sound of the gravity change in the gravity training room. The three suddenly looked at the display screen outside the room. I saw that a line of clear words jumped out on the display screen. 4 times the gravity has been turned on. The eyes and mouths of the three slowly opened almost simultaneously. Just like triplets, their expressions and movements are synchronized, and they turn their heads to look at the scene in Wanwali. This time, Lu Sheng in the room finally changed and reacted a bit. Zero. The relaxed and casual feeling on Lu Sheng's face disappeared, and his expression seemed to be a little more serious. He moved his body to get up from the floor, and then began to move his hands and feet slowly. And a boy with a face full of shock, let out 2 voices full of exclamation points from his mouth. 4 times the gravity. Can you still move under 4 times the gravity? Please pinch me to see if I'm dreaming. His 2 companions were not much better than him, and they also looked like they had seen a ghost, and their expressions were full of dullness. The 3 of them just stood there fixedly, watching Lu Shang in the room continue to move, and the speed of the movement became faster and faster, and the frequency became higher and higher. I made progress today. I lasted for more than 20 seconds under double gravity. The door of a gravity training room next to it opened, and a girl with a pale face and sweating profusely came out of it. The companion who had been waiting at the door hurried up to support him and praised him with a smile. There was a smile on the girl's pale face. Obviously, she was also very happy. The two talked for a while, and suddenly noticed something strange next to them. Look at these 3 guys. They have funny expressions. What are they looking at? Go and see. The 2 girls walked over curiously and glanced at the data on the display screen at the door. Quadruple gravity? The expressions of the 2 girls suddenly changed a little. They should be trotting instead of walking, and they quickly moved towards the glass window. Is Chao Yong in there? It seems that he is the only one in the entire training camp who can enter the quadruple gravity room. Soon, a figure who was constantly kicking and punching came into their sight. The 2 girls froze for a moment, as if they had been petrified. The expressions on his face were gradually assimilated by the 3 boys before. Wow. Groove. The 5 people just stared blankly in front of the glass for quite a while, and after an unknown amount of time, someone suddenly came to their senses and reacted. I'm going to call someone. This shit is too exaggerated. As soon as he turned around, he ran away without a trace. Boom, boom, snapped. On the training field, several boys with baseball bats surrounded Chao Yong and kept attacking him. The hard and flexible baseball bat hit Chao Yong hard, but it made a muffled sound like hitting a stone. The skin of Chao Yong's whole body showed a peculiar rock gray color, and the wooden stick was hit on it, and it was immediately bounced off. Come again. Chao Yong had a hostile look on his face. He could only be beaten passively and could not fight back. There was a wave of anger hidden in his chest, and he felt that it would explode at any time. Chao Yong, take a break. My hands are almost numb. A boy with a baseball bat said with a wry smile. Chao Yong paused, nodded and said, okay, let's practice later. Although these people were in awe of his talent and strength and voluntarily gathered around him, they were all geniuses in martial arts. It was impossible for a top-notch figure to be called around by him wantonly as his servant. After all, take care of their emotions. Seeing Chao Yong nod his head, the boys breathed a sigh of relief and sat down to rest one after another. While several people were chatting idly, a person rushed in from the outside like, desperately. Chao. 723-inch. Chao Yong. Something big thing happened. The visitor was out of breath, and it must be very urgent to be able to run a formal warrior like this. What's the big deal? What else can be the big deal in training camp? Chao Yong replied lightly, and suddenly seemed to have thought of something, stood up abruptly. A ray of light shot out from his eyes, and said, Meng Jinha broke the record? Or is it Charlene? The visitor stroked his chest while calming his breath, shook his head and said, it's not Meng Jinha or Charlene. Who is that? It's Lu Sheng. That Lu Sheng from Baiha City. The person who came here could be regarded as smoothing his breath and finished speaking in one breath. Lu Sheng entered the quadruple gravity training room. Hey, I can't tell. Anyway, it is about to break your record. Go and have a look. Lu Sheng. Chao Yong was taken aback. It was a name he had never thought of. Go and have a look. Chao Yong thought for a while, grabbed the clothes on the ground and strode out of the training ground. For times the gravity is almost familiar. Lu Sheng stopped his physical movements. His face was full of calm. The gravity training room was much more interesting than he had imagined. It should be said that it is very suitable for his current state. After a month of specialization, Lu Sheng, whose ability in all aspects has skyrocketed, just needs such an environment that can constantly provide him with pressure to settle down. Double gravity has almost no effect on me. It just feels a little more burden on the body, as if the air has become thicker, and it takes more effort to do the same action as usual. With 4 times the gravity, this feeling is even more obvious. In the beginning, even breathing was a little uncomfortable, but it's just uncomfortable, and it's the same if you get used to it. Lu Sheng thought, picked up the remote control on the ground, and pressed the plus button on it. Gravity doubled again, 5 times the gravity. A sudden pressure suddenly added to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng felt his body sinking heavily, as if he had suddenly plunged into a quagmire, and it became more and more difficult to move. This pressure is almost... Lu Sheng's eyes lighted up slightly, and he took a deep breath. Now, I can try out my new harvest during this time. Switch the breath. In an instant, Lu Sheng's breathing changed. This is a change that cannot be described in detail. Lu Sheng's chest began to rise and fall in accordance with a strange rhythm, and his body also swayed strangely. His feet gripped the ground tightly. Through the thick floor cushion, it seemed that an invisible force poured into his body continuously through the ground. This is one of Lu Sheng's harvests during this month's penance. One of the special breathing methods learned from the advanced chapter of Natural Breathing Method, Breath of the Earth. Although Lu Sheng is still far away from comprehending the corresponding earth attribute inner strength, what he can grasp now is enough to greatly benefit his strength. For example now, hiss. Outside the training room, the crowd gathered here to watch all gasped when they saw this. At this time, the door of this small room was already full of people. At the same time, people kept running in and rushing over from the 8 entrances and exits of the stadium. Among them, there is Chao Yong, who just arrived with someone. How? Has Lu Sheng come out? How long has he been in the quadruple gravity chamber? As soon as Chao Yong arrived, he asked. Before the person he questioned had time to answer, he heard a violent exclamation from the crowd at the glass window. Damn, 5 times the gravity. Lu Sheng adjusted the gravity to 5 times. My dear, if I go in, I will probably be crushed to death. Abnormal, 5 times the gravity? Chao Yong was stunned for a moment when he heard these discussions, and then rushed over quickly, pushing aside the crowd with a sullen face. Grass mud horse, pick up your old man. A boy who was dragged out by Chao Yong's shoulders turned his head angrily, only to meet Chao Yong's frighteningly gloomy face. I froze for a moment. Chao Yong is here. The news quickly spread in a small area. People around the one-way glass turned their heads one after another and looked at Chao Yong with strange eyes. Now there's a good show to watch, someone muttered secretly. Chao Yong pretended not to hear the sound and looked straight into the room. In the room, a tall and straight young man was standing in the center of the room. His body was swaying slightly with a special rhythm. His breathing was gentle, and his handsome face was calm. Just at the first glance, Chao Yong's pupil shrank suddenly. Can he still stand up? Chao Yong turned his head to look at the small display next to him in disbelief. The crowd took the initiative to give way to a line of sight, and someone jokingly shouted, "Don't look at Chao Yong. It is indeed 5 times, and the display screen is not broken." Ha ha. There was a slight chuckle from the crowd. Chao Yong glared at that person fiercely, then turned to look back at the training room. A look of shock and disbelief quickly appeared on his face. 5 times the gravity. It's really 5 times the gravity. How did Lu Sheng manage under such pressure? He, Chao Yong, has a mysterious and powerful talent warrior teacher who guides online every night. He has so many points that he can't run out. He spends 10 times more than others in the gravity training room every day, and his blood value progresses by leaps and bounds. Under so many unique conditions, he only dared to try quadruple gravity a week ago. It took a week to achieve more than 3 minutes in quadruple gravity, and still can't move around. Can't move at all. Under 4 times the gravity, it is hard to even blink, let alone stand and shake like Lu Sheng. How on earth did he do it? Didn't he just come out of retreat from the dormitory today? Chao Yong pressed his hands on the one-way glass window, staring fixedly at the room, with a ferocious and exaggerated expression, even a little funny. At this moment, no one could laugh. All of these people's attention was also on Lu Sheng in the room, with complex expressions that were hard to describe. Lu Sheng is back. In the crowd, someone suddenly said something softly. There were quite a few people who heard these words, and their expressions all fell silent. Yes, Lu Sheng, back. Lu Sheng, who shocked and oppressed everyone when he entered the camp, was like a demon king. Now, come back. The breath of the earth can reduce the pressure by about 10% under 5 times the gravity. Lu Sheng silently came up with a statistic in his heart. It's already an amazing effect. After all, among the several breathing methods that I have comprehended, the attainment of the breath of the earth is the shallowest. It is not the direction of my major. The concept of the natural breathing method is already very obvious. It is the unity of man and nature, so that practitioners can display their combat power 100%, or even 120% in any environment. The power of the 11th level exercises can only be understood after real practice and experience. That kind of level and pattern is simply not comparable to ordinary exercises. 5 times the gravity is almost suitable for my current cultivation in a normal state. Under 5 times the gravity, I should be able to barely do the movements in the star body training technique. If it goes up, it will probably be enough. However, Lu Sheng knew that this was in a normal state. Stellar body refining technique cannot be easily exposed to the eyes of outsiders. So, he still has to look for pressure. More pressure. The pressure that can push him to the limit. In this case, then continue to increase the gravity multiple. Lu Sheng calmly picked up the remote control at hand and lightly pressed a certain button. Lu Sheng is almost unable to hold on and is about to turn off the gravity effect. After all, it's under 5 times the gravity. It's amazing to be able to last for so long. If you ask me, I can't support it for a second. Outside the training room, everyone saw Lu Shang's movement of holding the remote control through the window. Almost everyone subconsciously believed that Lu Shang had reached his limit and was about to stop practicing. Is anyone timing it? How long has Lu Shang stayed in the five-fold training room? Has he broken the record? Someone suddenly shouted. Everyone reacted immediately. That's right, 5 times the training room. This is enough to break the record of the training camp's gravity training room. But whether the record is broken or not, we have to read it to know. Is anyone clocking it? Some people followed suit. What the F asterisk asterisk K? Isn't there a time record on the display? You can tell at a glance. Someone replied speechlessly. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Immediately, a group of people cheered and gathered in front of the display screen at the door of the room. Chao Yong was also among the crowd. His expression was calm, but his eyes were eager. Obviously, he was also very curious about this matter. A group of people crowded in front of the small display screen. Each of them desperately moved forward until the faces of the few people in the front were almost stuck on the display screen. The people behind kept urging, "How much time? How much time? You read it, so tell me quickly." Grass mud horse, I'm so crowded by you that I can't see it. A boy yelled with a thick neck. The people behind slowly backed up a little. The display screen is finally visible. The few 02 people in the front row tried to stare at the numbers on the display screen with wide eyes, for fear of misreading a decimal point. Under 5 times the gravity mode, the opening time is 7 minutes. Hearing the beginning of 7 minutes, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Damn, 5 times the gravity for more than 7 minutes. Has this already broken the record? It's too perverted, Lu Shang. What's it called? If you don't sing, you're already a blockbuster? Did you say he was in retreat a month ago, practicing some peerless martial arts? With this achievement, I'm afraid Lu Shang is already a third-level warrior. TSK tisk. Listening to the discussions in his ears, Chao Yong felt mixed feelings. He suddenly felt that his efforts for more than a month had been in vain. What is the online guidance from the mysterious teacher? What is the time spent in the gravity training room every day is 10 times that of others? It's all a joke. 3 minutes under 4 times gravity and 7 minutes under 5 times gravity are not the same concept at all, okay? The difference in this? Chao Yong's pride was shattered at this moment, and he felt like a clown standing in the crowd. How much is 7 points? You haven't finished yet. Yes, 7 minutes and seconds. Read it quickly. There was another commotion in the crowd, but at this time, the few people in the front line stopped talking. His head was stuck straight in front of the screen. His expression was blank, and he couldn't say a word. Damn. Occupy the latrine and don't shit. A fat man with a fiery temper couldn't stand it anymore, so he rushed up and pushed several people away. It's just a few numbers. Is it so difficult to pronounce? As he spoke, he looked up at the screen to solve the problem. Seeing this, the whole person froze in place for an instant, without making a sound. After the fat man pushed and pulled, the people in the front part dispersed a lot, and the people behind also took advantage of the opportunity to see the whole picture of the display screen. All of a sudden, everyone was quiet. His eyes were fixed on the small display screen. His expression was like seeing a ghost. Nima, someone choked out a sentence, opened and closed it, but couldn't get a word out of it. I saw that on the small display screen. A line of clear words showed, 6 times gravity is on. 6 times the gravity. Lu Shang did not leave the practice room. His action of holding the remote control is not to pause, but to continue to increase the gravity multiplier. Chao Yong stood in the crowd, staring at the big 6 characters on the screen with a dull expression. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the numbers on the display change again. The original 6 times the word quietly changed into 1, 7. 7 times the gravity is on. In an instant, the crowd exploded. Today, 2 more students couldn't persist and applied to leave the camp. Dong Qingxue casually threw the 2 documents aside and said indifferently. Holding the coffee, Qin Shaojun comforted him with a casual expression. They are all spoiled and spoiled geniuses in the city. It's normal that they can't stand the anger here and can't hold on. Well, can't stand this little bit of anger? Can't hold on to this little difficulty? Then when they go to the battlefield and fight with strange beasts, can they hold on? Dong Qingxue said with a sneer. Geniuses in the safe zone are never considered geniuses, and geniuses who have experienced the baptism of the battlefield are called real geniuses. You're just too serious. Qin Shaojun shook his head and said, actually, the quality of this class of students is quite good. I estimate that at least 80% of them will be able to persist until the day the camp is closed. I hope. Dong Qingxue ended the topic and was about to continue reviewing the documents at hand, when suddenly, the computer in front of her issued a crisp message notification tone. Ding dong. A trace of surprise appeared on Dong Qingxue's face. When she clicked on the message, she was overjoyed by the first words that caught her eyes. Someone broke the historical record of the gravity training room. Dong Qingxue said something. Qin Shaojun, who was beside him with an old god, immediately became interested. So fast? Who? Chao Yong? This kid can do it. Qi Ming taught well. I can find time to treat him to dinner later. Dong Qingxue's expression became more and more strange after reading the news. He suddenly raised his head, looked at Qin Shaojun in a daze, and said, it's not Chao Yong. It's someone you can never imagine. I absolutely can't think of it. Qin Shaojun was a little puzzled. Who is it? Dong Qingxue looked into Qin Shaojun's eyes and said word by word, it's a saint. Puff. Qin Shaojun just drank the coffee in his mouth and sprayed it out, spilling it all over the ground. Who? Lu Shang? That kid is out? After staying at home for more than a month, can you still break the record? Qin Xiaojun asked a series of questions, his face full of disbelief. Dong Qingxue nodded and thought about it. It seems that he hasn't been completely wasted for more than a month. Coupled with his original strength, it is still possible to create this achievement. Qin Xiaojun held the cup, wiped his mouth and said in a daze, "That's right. But this kid still gave us a big surprise. It seems that the whetstone project can continue." Dong Qingxue smiled and said confidently, "Since Lu Shang is back, that's great. I'm worried that Charlene's strength has improved too fast, and no one in the training camp can put any pressure on her. Lu Shang's current strength is almost perfect. It can be used as Charlene's sharpening stone." Dong Qingxue paused for a moment and said with a more emphatic tone, "One person's whetstone. Look what you can." Qin Xiaojun shook his head and walked over to Dong Qingxue. "Show me Lu Shang's record-breaking results. I remember that the highest record in the gravity training room seems to be how many minutes under 5 times the gravity." As Qin Xiaojun said, he walked to Dong Qingxue, and Dong Qingxue gave him the computer. He was about to pull out the news records for Qin Xiaojun to check. Suddenly, ding dong, another new message came in. Another record-breaking news about the gravity training room? Qin Xiaojun showed surprise on his face and clicked on the news to see. Damn, 6 times the gravity. 750 is a land monster. Dong Qingxue was also a little surprised. It seems that Lu Shang's progress in this month is beyond our imagination. This kid. Dong Qingxue hadn't finished speaking yet. Ding dong. A third message arrives. It is still a gravity training room, and it is still a reminder to refresh the record. Still, it's Lu Shang. 777. 7 times the gravity. Qin Xiaojun was so shocked that he stuttered. He suddenly turned his head to look at Dong Qingxue. How much strength does this kid hide? Is he AF G monster? Dong Qingxue also had a shocked expression, not knowing how to answer Qin Xiaojun. "I have to go to the gravity training room." Qin Xiaojun couldn't hold back and said quickly. Dong Qingxue's eyes flickered, and she also stood up. "I will go with you." "Okay, let's go meet that kid together." The two of them were ready to leave. At this moment, ding dong, a crisp and pleasant voice sounded in the room. This voice seemed to have some kind of special magical power, which attracted Qin Xiaojun and Dong Qingxue to look at the computer screen together. Qin Xiaojun didn't know what kind of mood he was in. He moved the mouse slowly and clicked on the message. When the words 8 times gravity and Lu Shang printed in the news jumped into his and Dong Qingxue's eyes, the expressions of the two were in the same room. There was a deathly silence in the room. Then, there was Qin Xiaojun's long exhalation. "Lu Shang, what level is he now?" No one answered him. Neither can Dong Qingxue. Yang Yuan stood on tiptoe, trying hard to wipe the stains on the glass. "After finishing this work, I can get 5 points, and with the savings I saved before, it is enough for me to ask the instructor for advice once, and the rest can be used to enter the agility training room." With the back of her hand, Yang Yuan wiped the fine sweat oozing from the tip of her nose, thinking about it. It stands to reason that with the strength of her official warrior, which is several times stronger than that of a normal adult male, this little work will not make her sweat at all. But I can't stand it. In one morning today, Yang Ming traveled to at least 7 or 8 places, doing 4 or 5 different jobs. Each job was completed in less than 20 minutes. Under such a high-intensity workload, with Yang Ming's physique, his physical strength is almost bottoming out. Thump thump. A girl ran in quickly. Seeing the girl, Yang Yuan hurriedly said, "You came just in time. I don't know what's wrong today. A lot of jobs have not been snatched up. I've already earned 40 or 50 points. Come on." The girl ran up to her and looked at her like she was looking at an alien. "It's a pity I've been looking for you for so long. I didn't expect you to have the mind to clean the windows here." Yang Yuan squeezed the rag in her hand and said strangely, "Why can't I clean the windows here? You have a lot of points?" The girl stomped her feet heavily and quickly said in a rather helpless tone, "Everyone is going to the gravity training room. Why don't you go?" Yang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Today's collective assessment? Why didn't I know? Why didn't anyone notify me? What assessment? It's Lu Shang. Lu Shang has come out. The girl's face was glowing, and she shouted excitedly. And he broke the record in the gravity training room as soon as he came out. Not to mention how exaggerated it is. Now most of the people in the training camp are watching there. The girl chattered endlessly. Just halfway through the conversation, Yang Ming suddenly disappeared in front of him, leaving only a lonely bucket with a rag hanging on the edge of the bucket that will not be wrung dry in the future. Turning around, a figure was almost running out of the stadium gate. "I'm going so fast. Are you using it to fly?" The girl screamed exaggeratedly and hurriedly chased after her. 7 times the gravity. Lu Shang's body maintained a slight posture, slowly resisting and adapting to the pressure on his body. The breath of the earth has been used to the extreme by him. With continuous use under high gravity pressure, Lu Shang's understanding of the breath of the earth is gradually becoming deeper. It's almost the limit. Lu Shang thought silently in his heart. After all, the multi-gravity environment is not actual combat, and the test is the blood, physique, and will of the warrior. Under this kind of pressure evenly applied to all parts of the body, techniques such as stellar force have no effect at all. Then try that trick. Taking a deep breath, the mental power quickly entered his body like flowing water, reaching the position of the heart. The spiritual power turned into silk, and in just a few breaths, an invisible heart exactly like Lu Shang was woven. It's a pity that this uncanny scene cannot be seen by outsiders, Otherwise, they will be so shocked that their jaws will drop. The skill and hard work involved in this is amazing. This invisible heart, which almost represents most of the hard work of Lu Shang, who has been working day and night for more than a month, perfectly overlaps with Lu Shang's original heart. Both hearts beat in unison. In an instant, a majestic force gushed out from Lu Shang's heart. In the absolutely quiet environment of 7 times the gravity, Lu Shang could almost hear the sound of blood rushing through his veins. That's his soaring qi and blood value. With the increase of qi and blood value, the pressure brought by 7 times the gravity is also lightened. Just after constructing the heart part, the qi and blood have been strengthened by nearly 10%. The effect of the Divine Illumination Pluto Sutra is really terrifying. Lu Shang slowly stretched his body bound by gravity. Vitality and blood are the foundation of warriors, and the improvement of vigor and blood value can improve the strength of warriors in all aspects. Not as simple as strength +1 or speed +1. Nearly 10% of the increase in qi and blood value brought Lu Shang a huge boost. And unlike techniques such as star power, this kind of increase does not require any physical fitness. Also different from ordinary qi and blood boosting methods, the boosting of the Shenzhou Pluto Sutra does not have any side effects and lasts longer. Lu Shang can feel that his mental power is slowly being consumed, and this increase will always exist until his mental power is completely consumed. Then increase the pressure. Lu Shang felt that after his qi and blood were boosted, the limit he could bear was raised again. So he picked up the remote control at hand and pressed the plus button again. 8 times the gravity. A strong pressure was exerted on Lu Shang. Boom. Lu Shang couldn't stand stably and fell to the ground on one knee. After all, he still underestimated the terrifying pressure brought by 8 times the gravity. It felt as if 10,000 small rollers were rolling crazily on every surface of his body, and Lu Shang could even hear the creak sound of his muscles and bones squeezing and colliding with each other. Even the breathing method of the earth has little effect under such terrifying pressure. It's almost at the limit. At this time, Lu Shang was fortunate that he was practicing star body refining. This 11th level supreme body training technique usually tempered his external physique, but also tempered and strengthened his internal organs. The strength of his internal organs far exceeds that of ordinary fighters. Otherwise, Lu Shang may have fallen to the ground injured due to internal organs squeezing and bleeding. Under this condition, the consumption of mental power has also become much faster. Every extra second is a challenge for me. But Lu Shang breathed slowly, and the light in his eyes danced. Isn't that exactly what I want? Giggle. Lu Shang's eyes were firm, and he straightened his back bit by bit. 8 times the gravity. Outside the room, a person looked dull and murmured, grave accent, "He still wants to stand up." A group of people whose faces were filled with shock and disbelief could no longer find suitable words to describe their specific inner feelings at this moment. Under a series of huge shocks, all words and expressions seemed too pale. They just want to be sure of one thing now. Are they dreaming right now? Is there such a possibility that I fell asleep exhausted in the process of practicing hard, and now I am still living in a dream and have not been awakened? Yang Yuan tightly covered her mouth with her hands, fearing that she would cry out because of being too excited. In her beautiful eyes, only the boy in the one-way glass, Shikan, who was trying to get up from the ground bit by bit, was left. Why do I feel so excited when I see Lu Shang coming back? Is it just because they are also from Baihe City? Perhaps even Yang Yuan herself was not aware of this problem. Chao Yong stood in the crowd, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly, his hands clenched into fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, almost piercing his skin. The tingling sensation from his palm reminded him of the reality of the scene in front of him all the time, but he would rather he was dreaming now. K. How could it be so outrageous? Chao Yong roared in his heart. This guy. Good king, good. Qin Shaojun and Dong Qingxue stood in the distance, and with their eyesight, they could clearly see the scene in the training room through the one-way glass window. Next to him was a soldier holding a laptop computer, which displayed the real-time monitoring in the training room. It can be seen that the soldiers were also greatly shocked, and the hands holding the computer were still trembling slightly. He remembered the student on the screen. On the first day of entering the camp, he beat a lieutenant of a 3rd-level warrior half to death, and it seemed that he had just recovered and was discharged from the hospital some time ago. It's hard not to be impressed by this monster-like existence. It seems that this monster has become more terrifying now. Are you still confident that Charlene can defeat him? Qin Shaojun asked Dong Qingxue. Dong Qingxue couldn't see any joy or anger on her face. She was silent for a while and said calmly, "Before the master, the power of a spiritual master is beyond your imagination." All right. Qin Shaojun nodded helplessly, but muttered in a low voice. A woman with a hard mouth. Isn't she afraid that the whetstone is too hard and the knife will be broken? At this time, Dong Qingxue's eyes suddenly moved, and she whispered, "Come out." Qin Shaojun raised his head and looked into the distance. Drop. Accompanied by the sound of the reminder, everyone's eyes unconsciously looked at the display screen outside the room. Many people's hearts were hanging slightly, for fear that the number on the display would accidentally jump up by another frame. Under 8 times the gravity. Hold on for 4 minutes, 3 seconds, 2-4. Someone almost groans and reads a value on the display. The crowd stirred for a moment, then fell into a collective silence. Sometimes there are too many shocks, and when you are numb by the shock, you will get used to it. This is not the real limit of Lu Shang. Someone was silent for a while, then spoke slowly. No one refuted, and many people looked complicated. Indeed, Almost everyone who has ever talked about the gravity chamber said so. In that environment, it is really difficult to move your little finger when you really reach the limit of your physical strength, and you have to be helped by someone outside to turn off the gravity. On the other hand, Lu Shang, not only can you press the remote control to close the gravity chamber by yourself, but you can even stand up. The gap between the two can no longer be described as big. Crunch. The door to the gravity chamber slowly opened from the inside. Everyone looked stunned, and then saw a handsome young man with a tall figure and a calm face walking out of the room. Lu Shang. Seeing the dark group of people around the door, Lu Shang didn't have any fluctuations on his face. After he stopped practicing, he let go of his highly concentrated mental power, and he had already noticed the existence of these people. Lu Shang towel. A medium-sized, slightly chubby boy took the initiative to hand a clean white towel in front of Lu Shang. Lu Shang froze for a moment, quickly took the towel, nodded at the boy, and said, "Thank you." He vaguely remembered this boy, who seemed to be one of the students from Baiha City who came to participate in the training this time. "No. You're welcome, you're welcome. It should be." The boy's face was flushed red, and he was so excited that he spoke incoherently. It seemed that it was an extremely honorable thing for Lu Shang to take his towel. A few people next to him even showed envy to him. Lu Shang grabbed the towel to wipe off the thin sweat on his body and turned to check the results on the display screen. After seeing the specific statistical time, Lu Shang showed a pity expression on his face. "If I had known it would take so little time, I would not have deducted 3 hours of points, and a lot of points would have been wasted." But Lu Shang remembered something, took out his ID card and swiped it on the display screen. He should have broken the gravity room record this time. If I remember correctly, there are points rewards for breaking records. A value pops up on the display. Remaining points, 4,335 points. Hiss. Before Lu Shang could speak, a gasping sound came from behind him. A full 4-digit integral value. Many people subconsciously reached out and touched the ID cards in their pockets. A number popped up in their hearts, and then a sad expression appeared on their faces. It is estimated that the total points of everyone present are less than half of Lu Shang's. The point value that most people have is less than a fraction of Lu Shang's. Is this the difference between people? No, this is the gap between Akba, people, and monsters. Many people think firmly in their hearts. More than 4,000 points. Lu Shang nodded, almost enough to squander himself. Even if you spend every day in the training room until the end of the training camp, these points may not be spent. Where should I go next? Lu Shang thought for a while and quickly determined the direction. The crowd dispersed like a tide and parted to both sides, spontaneously making way for Lu Shang. Lu Shang casually walked in one direction, with a light breeze all over his body. A group of people followed closely and deliberately kept a certain distance from them. The scene is like a tiger traveling in the forest, followed by all the beasts behind him. Where is he going? Dong Qingxue frowned as she looked at Lu Shang's figure. Qin Xiaojun glanced in one direction and thoughtfully said, "It seems to be the Shenfa room." Dong Qingxue's eyes flickered, and she suddenly said, "Call Charlene over for me." The training is over, and the results of this training. The completion of the second stage is 87%. Congratulations to warrior number RU284363. Your agility has surpassed 52% of trainers. A pleasant reminder sounded, and Daohe stopped his movements with a smile on his face. In this training, the degree of completion of the second stage has increased by another 6%. The transcendence has also increased a lot. Transcendence is a feature of the Shinfa training room. It is said that every time a warrior achieves in the agility training room, it will be uploaded to the Martial League terminal to obtain his world ranking in agility. Although this ranking does not include all warriors in the world, it is quite authoritative. I have completed 87% of the second stage of body training, surpassing 52% of the warriors in the world. More than half of it. How many warriors in the whole world have used the Shinfa training room? How could this have hundreds of millions? Not to mention that there may be many people who are stronger than themselves in martial arts. Moreover, this result may continue to improve when he makes a breakthrough in martial arts. The future is promising. Surrounded by a great sense of accomplishment and self-satisfaction, Meng Jinhe walked out of the training room lightly. He was ready to meet all kinds of admiration from those outside the door. But the expected scene did not happen. The training room was empty, and the group of people who used to be waiting at the door were all gone. Not even a water towel. What happened? Meng Jinhe was a little puzzled. Fortunately, he was working so hard in the training room just now, so he just wanted to shock the others. I didn't expect that there was no one, and I dared to wink at the blind man. Huffing, a boy with dark skin and a somewhat simple and honest appearance ran towards Meng Jinhe quickly. "Ah, into the river. You come out?" The boy cried out in surprise when he saw Meng Jinhe. Yes." Meng Jinhe smiled, looked at the display screen outside the training room, and said, "Today is in good condition, and I have made a lot of progress." Meng Jinhe also wanted to mention the matter that he had completed 87% today, but the boy ignored him at all and just said quickly, "Oh, since you're done, come here quickly, everyone is here woolen cloth." After speaking, the boy grabbed a bottle of water on the ground, turned around and ran away without looking back. Well, Meng Jinhe froze in place, not knowing how to express himself. He looked in the direction the boy was leaving, and then he noticed that not far from him, a large group of people gathered there. It is also in front of a Shinfa training room, separated from Meng Jinhe by 4 or 5 training rooms, and the crowd is bustling, very lively. Could someone break my record? Meng Jinhe's first reaction was to think of this possibility. Otherwise, it is also a matter of cultivating agility, so there is no reason for others to look at other people instead of Meng Jinhe. Meng Jinhe quickly walked to that position. When he arrived at the place, Meng Jinhe glanced at the dense crowd, found the group of people who were usually with him, and joined them. Who are you looking at? Meng Jinhe grabbed a person's shoulder. Into the river? When the man saw Meng Jinhe, he quickly stepped aside and greeted him warmly. Come on, come to me quickly. This seat is good. Who are you looking at? Meng Jinhe was a little impatient. Lu Sheng. We are watching Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng is coming in. A person next to him quickly replied. Lu Sheng? The Lu Sheng from Baihe City? Meng Jinhe was stunned for a moment, and then said with a smile. You don't think Lu Sheng can break my record, do you? Crazy? The person who answered him looked him up and down with a strange look, and turned his head away from him. Meng Jinhe felt baffled. What's wrong? Was he still wrong? As far as Lu Sheng's virtue of not going out for a month, his strength has degraded. So what's so good about it? Blow him and not me? Crazy. At this time, the familiar boy next to him secretly pulled Meng Jinhe's arm, and said in a low voice, Jinhe, don't say such things first. Lu Sheng just broke the record in the gravity training room of our training camp. He persisted abruptly for more than 4 minutes, blinding Chao AI. Now he is preparing to practice agility, in case he surpasses you. Look and say, OM. Meng Jinhe's head was already dazed when he heard words like, 8 times gravity. The mouth gradually opened wide, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. 8 times the gravity? For minutes? Lu Sheng, did you make a mistake? If any part of the body touches the light, it is considered a failure. The difficulty of training will increase step by step. Lu Sheng carefully read the introduction to the rules of the Shinfa training room posted on the wall, and he had a general understanding of the rules of this training room in his heart. My agility has been stuck after breaking through the bottleneck period. For more than a month, although I haven't done much actual combat training in the dream space, the cultivation of the advanced chapter of Stellar Body Refining Technique has improved my physical fitness in all aspects. It has improved a lot, plus the growth of qi and blood, and the growth of mental power. There should also be a considerable improvement in body speed, but I don't know how much it has improved. Now is the time to test it out. Lu Sheng thought, reaching out and pressing the training start button on the wall. Drop. A beep sounded as if the machine was starting up. In the next second, several laser probes on the wall emitted red light, and several red light rays shot straight towards Lu Sheng. That's the way it is, so you just need to avoid the rays, right? Lu Sheng turned his body slightly, and the red lines swept past him. When he came in, he noticed that the walls around the Shinfa training room were covered with round holes the size of thumbs. It is densely packed, and there are no less than tens of thousands of them in total. It now appears that each of these holes may emit light. From this point of view, being unable to predict which direction the light will come out from is also one of the difficulties in agility training. But this difficulty does not exist for me. Lu Sheng thought about it, like a prophet, standing there and tilting his head. A red light passed his ear and shot on the opposite wall. Mental strength. Lu Sheng's huge mental power enveloped the entire agility training room, accurately grasping every change of the laser probe. Before the red light is emitted, he can easily know the direction of all the light rays. It's almost like cheating. It is still a bit difficult for me to predict the opponent's attack by capturing the changes in the opponent's muscles and expressions during the battle. But if it is a machine, it is simply not too easy. Lu Sheng stood in the center of the room, thinking about this, while moving his body randomly, avoiding the strafing rays of light. The posture is calm, as if he is not doing body training, but just getting up early to do morning exercises in the park. Outside the training room, a group of onlookers looked at each other in blank dismay. They looked at each other and saw the deep shock in their eyes. Incredibly shocking. How did he do it? Someone couldn't help asking. No one can answer. Even Meng Jinhe, who has always boasted of being a genius in physical skills and has great self-confidence, was dumbfounded. Walking into the Shinfa training room, who was not concentrating, trembling, and highly nervous. There are tens of thousands of laser probes in the training room, and no one knows which probes will emit light in the next moment. And as long as one is not paying attention, it is slightly rubbed by the light. Even if it fails, the training will stop immediately and enter the settlement stage. Don't look at Meng Jinhe has reached more than 80% of the second stage. But this does not mean that he can take it lightly and treat it casually in the first stage. At most, it can only be a little more skillful and relaxed than others. But what about Lu Sheng? Are you sure it's his first time entering the Shinfa training room? Meng Jinhe questioned the boys around him in disbelief. The boy nodded with a complicated expression. Sure. All of us followed him. Meng Jinhe stopped talking. Looking at the figure strolling in the room under the mysterious light, I fell into deep self-doubt. At this time, he heard someone say something. The first stage is almost over. The voice did not fall. Only a beep of D was heard. Words popped up on the small display outside the room, ready to enter the second stage of training. Everyone was silent. How did this kid do it? Is it really the first time he has practiced agility training? Qin Xiaojun stared closely at Lu Sheng in the monitor and said in disbelief, why does it look like he has practiced hundreds of times before? Oh no, even after practicing hundreds of times, he can't be as easy as he is. Although the first stage of training is not difficult, the ray arrangement of each training is random and irregular. How does he seem to know where the light will come from every time? Kachaka, it's like this again. Too strange. Dong Qingxiu was also staring at the screen, looking up from time to time. Regarding Lu Sheng's strange behavior, she had a faint guess in her heart, but she quickly rejected it. Battle intuition. This kid's actual combat ability is super strong, and his natural combat intuition is definitely not weak. It's not a big deal for him to want to do this. Dong Qingxue explained slowly. Qin Xiaojun swears, the fighting instinct is the fighting instinct, and the prophet of the unknown is the prophet of the unknown. I can still tell the difference. But before he could say anything, a quiet girl walked up to the two of them. Hello, Chief Instructor. Hello, Deputy Chief Instructor. When Dong Qingxue saw the girl, her eyes softened a little, and she said, You're here. I'll show you something. Afterwards, Dong Qingxue greeted Qin Xiaojun. Let's get closer so we can see better. Get closer, and Dong Qingxue can use her mental power to detect the situation in the training room. The first phase is over so soon? Lu Shang was a little surprised when he heard the notification sound coming from his ear. This first stage ended too soon, and the difficulty was too low. He didn't even force his body skills. What about training? It seems that I can't continue to cheat by relying on mental strength, otherwise I won't get the effect of exercise at all, so I can use it when necessary. As Lu Shang thought about it, the mental power that enveloped the training room quietly shrank back. Suddenly, Lu Shang's expression changed slightly. He noticed that not long after his mental power was withdrawn, another spiritual power immediately took over the practice room and even swept it around him, unscrupulously. Judging from the strength of mental power, it should belong to Dong Qingxue. An idea suddenly popped up in Lu Shang's mind. If Dong Qingxue is here, it seems that I can implement my plan. Meanwhile, practice outdoors. A wave of fluctuation flashed across Dong Qingxue's face, and she secretly said in her heart, Sure enough, I was thinking too much. Turning his head, he said to Charlene beside him, You should observe Lu Shang's strength carefully. He should be your biggest opponent in this training camp. Charlene snorted and nodded. Then he tried to find out his own spiritual power and penetrated into the Shenfa training room little by little. Under the detection of spiritual power, Lu Shang's figure seemed to be standing in front of her. Charlene couldn't help shivering slightly and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Come on, Charlene. You can do it. This person may not be as scary as you imagined. Defeat him. Eliminate the shadow and make up for the spiritual loophole. Come on, you can do it. Charlene desperately cheered herself up in her heart, staring at Lu Shang intently. I have to say that this person's figure is still very good, and he looks good. Charlene looked at Lu Shang's streamlined and well-proportioned muscles, slender and tall body, and couldn't help but a thought came to her heart. Let me touch it and feel how powerful he is. Well, just touch it. Just one click. It is simply to perceive Lu Shang's strength. Charlene comforted herself, then stretched out her spiritual power and landed on Lu Shang carefully. 0. Ask for flowers. At the moment when the mental power dropped, a strong electric shock came back suddenly. Charlene let out an ah and quickly withdrew her mental power. Then she saw Lu Shang in her field of vision, took a deep look in her direction, his eyes full of warning. He can see me? Does he know it's me touching him? Charlene was stunned for a moment and stood there blankly, motionless. What happened? Dong Qingxue's doubtful voice came from beside her ear. Charlene came back to her senses and shook her head subconsciously. No. It's nothing. Charlene didn't dare to tell Dong Qingxue that she didn't know if what she just experienced was an illusion. In the field of vision, Lu Shang still stood there calmly as before, as if nothing had happened. Probably, maybe, it's really my illusion, Charlene thought to herself, but Charlene glanced at Lu Shang again and couldn't help but shrink back her mental strength. This person is still terrifying. It seems more terrifying than before. I'd better stay away from him. 0. Look at it. What does it mean to touch it with your hands? It's too much. It is very impolite to use mental power to detect others at will. If you offend a strong and bad-tempered warrior, it is very likely that you will kill yourself. It is necessary for Lu Shang to give this guy who hastily detected him a little warning. This reckless mental power, one can know without guessing. It must be Charlene. Instead of taking care of Dong Qingxue and Charlene, Lu Shang returned his attention to the agility training in front of him. The second phase has already begun. Swish. 6 red rays shot out at the same time, sweeping towards Lu Shang in a staggered manner. Compared with the first stage, the rays of the second stage are much stronger in terms of quantity and speed. The red ray is silent. There is no sound of breaking through the air and no trajectory to follow. Without the foreknowledge of mental power, Lu Shang can only dodge by relying entirely on his own nerve reaction and body speed. Still more than enough. 10% complete, 20% complete, 30% complete. Lu Shang spent the first 80% of the second stage of training with a calm face. Until after 80%. Only then did he look a little more serious. But only a little seriously. Breaking through the first bottleneck period, the agility that got stuck in the second bottleneck period is still able to face this level of training with ease. After all, the training of those powerful zombies in the dream space is no joke. Walking among a group of zombies is much more exciting than dodging rays in the training room. As the number of rays increases, the scanning speed becomes faster and faster. Lu Shang gradually felt that his agility that was stuck in the second bottleneck period was a little loose. His accumulation is too strong. As long as there is a little pressure, the breakthrough is quite simple. But just when Lu Shang began to look forward to and excited, Ray's momentum came to a screeching halt. Drop. Lu Shang was taken aback for a moment and then quickly realized, gone. The second stage of training is also over. How so fast? Past, a confused and tentative voice. After a few seconds, the voice became high-pitched and excited. Passed. Lu Shang passed. Lu Shang has completed all the agility training of the second stage. Except for a few people who were excited, many people were dumbfounded. looking at each other, and hadn't reacted yet. They didn't really realize it until the words "ready to enter the third stage of training" popped up on the small display screen outside the room. Yes, Lu Shang's second phase of agility training is over. Already. All done. Boom. The crowd roared, and then a fierce exclamation broke out. Damn, the second stage of agility training is just like that? I didn't even pay attention. Me too. I feel that the kung fu is over in a while. It's too fast. How does it feel different from the second stage I've seen before? Yeah, I feel that Lu Shang's second stage is very simple. The onlookers talked a lot. Apart from being surprised, they were more surprised and puzzled. In their view, Lu Shang's second stage of agility training just now is completely different from the second stage of agility training in their impression. $718. It was especially easy. Someone faintly said, "It's so simple. It's just that Lu Shang's 577 is very relaxed." The crowd quieted down, and many people suddenly realized it. It seems to be the case. It is precisely because Lu Shang lives too easily and casually. So much so that when they entered in the age of onlookers, they unconsciously had the illusion of, damn, it's so simple, it's so easy, and even I can do it myself. This is true of many things in life. Watching the plenary session, everything was done. There is a reason. It's not that the agility training in the second stage has become easier, but that the strength and level of the objects they watch have become stronger. I used to find it difficult to practice by myself or watch others practice. Looking at Lu Shang now, it is natural to feel that the difficulty of the second stage has been reduced. After careful consideration, a trace of a huge sense of shock gradually emerged from the bottom of my heart. Looking at the calm Lu Shang in the room, everyone's eyes suddenly changed. How powerful is the attainment of body skills to give us such a sense of ease? Someone murmured, and all the onlookers had complex expressions and were speechless. This is over? Meng Jinhe is still in a state of bewilderment, standing there blankly, unable to accept what he saw in front of him. He has worked so hard for the second stage of body training for 9 years. It was Lu Shang's first time entering, and he finished it so easily. This feeling is like taking a fancy to an expensive toy and saving pocket money for a long time. Seeing that he was about to save enough money, one day he saw a child who was about the same age as him, and he took out more banknotes than the pocket money he had saved for several months and bought the toy with a relaxed expression. The huge psychological gap caused Meng Jinhe to lose almost all his fighting spirit in an instant. It seems that I can't find my goal and direction all of a sudden, and I don't understand the meaning of my hard work all the time. The blow was too great. Now if Meng Jinhe enters the agility training room again, it's hard to say whether he can achieve his previous results. Not far away, Qin Xiaojun, Dong Qingxue and Xiaolin were also watching this scene. Dong Qingxue's eyes narrowed slightly, and she said, "Did you see it?" Qin Xiaojun nodded, and replied with a somewhat complicated expression, "Perfect state of movement, and not ordinary perfect state of movement, probably has entered the perfect state for a while. Otherwise it would not be so easy." Dong Qingxue couldn't help sighing, perfect boxing skills, plus perfect body skills. How did this kid cultivate? He has never been on a battlefield, and the safe zone can practice to this extent at this age? Qin Xiaojun said helplessly, "You have to admit that there are indeed a small group of people in this world who have several times, even 10 times more talent than ordinary people in a certain aspect. Do you still think Charlene can defeat him?" Dong Qingxue didn't answer, but said indifferently, "Let's continue reading." Charlene next to her trembled visibly when she heard these words. She cautiously raised her head and glanced at Dong Qingxue, as if she wanted to say something, but she closed her mouth again. At this time, in the training room, Lu Shang has already started to face the third stage of agility training. From the perspective of onlookers, it is obvious that the sense of relaxation on Lu Shang's body is rapidly disappearing this time. The difficulty of training in the third stage is several times higher than that in the second stage. Those red rays crisscrossing and elusive, even if you look at them, you can feel a great pressure coming towards you. Many times, almost everyone thought that Lu Shang was going to fail. But in the next second, I saw him dodging dangerously and dangerously. The whole process was full of dangers, and people couldn't help but sweat for him. Lu Shang is reaching his limit. Dong Qingxue suddenly spoke. She observed Lu Shang's current state more clearly through her spiritual power. Obviously, he has reached the limit of his body's reaction. As long as the difficulty of the next wave of rays is a little bit higher, it will have to fail. There is no need to continue watching. Qin Xiaojun glanced at the training progress and said, "It's amazing too. It has set a new record in the agility training room of the training camp. TSK, TSK." The two were about to look away when they suddenly heard Charlene beside her exclaiming, "Yeah?" Then, there was a commotion among the crowd gathered outside the practice room not far away. Dong Qingxue suddenly revealed her mental power. Surprised to find, Lu Shang continues, "This kid." Qin Xiaojun was also a little surprised, and hurriedly looked at the monitoring screen on the screen. Soon, his eyes opened wider and wider, and a trace of shock climbed up his pupils. Finally, Qin Jingjun raised his head. Facing the shocked Dong Qingxue, she slowly spit out a few words. Into the micro level. In the distance, Lu Shang in the training room seemed to have regained the sense of relaxation he had experienced in the second stage. Finally broke through. Lu Shang heaved a sigh of relief, and his brows were filled with joy. He deliberately pressed himself just now, without using additional means, and simply relying on body skills to avoid the rays. As a result, he successfully broke through the second bottleneck period of agility. With this level of agility, his body's reaction instincts can reach an unimaginable height. It even surpassed the speed of neural response. With almost no need to think, the body subconsciously avoided it perfectly. With such agility in the dream space, I can even try to challenge a master-level zombie. As Lu Shang thought about it, he carefully felt the different experience brought by this realm of physical skills. After breaking through in body skills, the training in the third stage also became easier. 60% complete, 70%, 80% drop with a bang. The third stage of agility training is over. Lu Shang stopped the swing of his body, breathed gently, and silently regained his strength. He was starting to get a little excited. He wants to know now, if I use all the remaining methods, plus the agility after the breakthrough, how far can I pass this agility training tutorial? It's been a long time since I encountered such an interesting game in real life. Compared with the roughness of the gravity training room, Lu Shang still prefers this kind of technical content and extremely challenging things. My dear, outside the training room, a group of onlookers had been shocked to the point of numbness. The third stage of agility training has been completed. These words made them dizzy. When the vast majority of people were struggling in the first stage, a monster who had completed the third stage suddenly appeared. That kind of feeling really makes people doubt life. It is estimated that the previous record holder in the Shinfa training room will come here now, and seeing Lu Shang, he will also doubt life. Meng Jinhe has completely stopped talking. His expression was numb, like a walking dead. Chao Yong was watching him specially. Seeing him like this made me feel a lot better. Lu Shang is AF G monster, and the huge oppressive force from evildoers must not be allowed to bear by him alone. Yang Yuan and other students in Baihe City were going crazy with excitement, although they don't know what they are excited about. Euro. Lu Shang broke the records of the two major training rooms, the gravity training room and the body technique training room, and they broke them hard. As a person from the same Baihe City, proud of them, the halo on Lu Shang's body covered them. They stood among the crowd, looking at the shocking faces beside them. They felt that they were also shining brightly. Lu Shang awesome. Shirakawa City is awesome. Qin Xiaojun and Dong Qingxue are also full of shock now. I just finished talking about Perfect Realm 3.3. How long is it? Lu Shang broke through right under their noses. Break through to the sublime state of agility. Into the micro realm. That's a microscopic realm. Even veterans who have been on the battlefield, those 4 or 5 level warriors. How many people can temper their body skills to the subtlest level? And Lu Shang amazingly achieved it like this? Easily. It's as simple as eating and drinking. I remember when I was 22 years old and only broke through to the subtle realm. Qin Xiaojun spoke. Dong Qingxue glanced at him and said indifferently, I am 25, but I'm AF G speed type talent fighter. Speed type. I'm born with a bonus to body skills. Qin Xiaojun became frantic and wanted to scratch his head with his hand. How old is this kid? 17. It's also AF G strength talent. Is this reasonable? Does that make sense to you? Dong Qingxue was silent for a while and said, You said it yourself, there are a small group of people in this world who have several times, or even 10 times more talents than ordinary people in a certain aspect. Qin Xiaojun was choked by Dong Qingxue's words, and he froze in place. A few seconds later, he cursed in a very depressed voice. Depend on. Ignoring Qin Xiaojun, who was full of depression, Dong Qingxue thought about it and looked down at Charlene. Do you think, if you formally break through to the first-level psychiatrist, you can skillfully manipulate 6 star cones, and if you meet Lu Shang, would it be? There was a trace of expectation in Dong Qingxue's words, but Charlene shook her head immediately before she finished speaking. Like a rattle. Impossible, Instructor Dong. I'm still far behind. Charlene is not stupid. She can guess what Dong Qingxue means. Let her challenge that Lu Shang? She refuses. She might have had some thoughts before she came. After all, the other party was a loophole in her mental power, and she always wanted to make up for it. But that's just an idea. Now, do not make jokes. She doesn't want to fight such a perverted guy. She can clearly see Lu Shang's performance in the Shinfa training room with her mental power, especially in the third stage. The dense ray network, even if he thought he could control the star cone, he might not be able to avoid it. But Lu Shang passed. Such a big living person. He just didn't get hit a bit. It's outrageous. How can such a perverted and terrifying guy be regarded as an opponent? Mental vulnerability? Don't make it up. Don't make it up. If you don't mend it, you won't die. But if you mend it, he might be beaten to death by that guy. Just like the instructor during the camp assessment. Charlene still clearly remembered the day of the camp assessment. The young man who was grabbed by Lu Shang's 02 leg and lay on the ground like a dead man. Thinking about it now, I still have lingering fears like that. Dong Qingxue saw the determination on Charlene's face and suddenly felt a little helpless, so she could only nod her head and said, Okay. Charlene breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Lu Shang in the training room has already begun to face the 4th stage of agility training. Dozens of rays are densely intertwined into a net shape, and the grid between the rays is no more than the size of a square. The speed is also amazingly fast, almost instantaneous. Lu Shang, who had just broken through a new level of body skills and regained a sense of relaxation, immediately felt bursts of pressure. Lu Shang took a deep breath, and the rhythm of his breathing changed wonderfully at this moment. Switch, breath of the wind. In an instant, Lu Shang seemed to be surrounded by a breeze. and his already extremely fast speed suddenly became a little faster. This is the second special breathing method that Lu Sheng has comprehended during more than a month of retreat. Breath of the wind. In the eyes of outsiders, Lu Sheng's speed at this time has already become a phantom. They couldn't see Lu Sheng's body movements clearly. Only glimpses of ray webs emerged. Fleetingly, Lu Sheng's body seemed to shake. Then it passed. As for how it passed, there is no way of knowing. Many people looked at the ray net as fine as a fishing net, with shocked and confused expressions. They can't understand it at all. Such a small distance, and you can't touch a little bit if you dodge it by body skills alone. How did Lu Sheng get through? Zoom out for a split second. Get bigger for a split second through the grid? Please, this is not a fantasy movie plot. At this moment, Lu Sheng's figure quickly became tall and distant in the eyes of all the students, and a strong sense of mystery lingered all over his body. The unknown is the most awe-inspiring thing. This kid, not only his body skills, but also his physical fitness and physical reaction speed are frighteningly fast, which is definitely beyond the reach of ordinary third-level warriors. Qin Shaojun smacked his lips and sighed. Dong Qingxue didn't speak. At this time, she had already spread her spiritual power throughout the practice room, observing Lu Sheng from all angles. She tried to dig out something from Lu Sheng. If it wasn't for the fear of affecting Lu Sheng, her mental strength would have climbed onto Lu Sheng. It's getting harder and harder. It became more and more difficult for Lu Sheng to dodge. Every time the ray grid sweeps, he needs to make a few or even a dozen evasive moves in less than a second. It is impossible for outsiders to know that there are actually gaps in space between the rays that seem to be like a net. They seem to be swept at the same time, but in fact there is still a difference in speed. What Lu Sheng has to do is to use this time difference to quickly dodge one ray after another. One can imagine how difficult this is. The speed bonus of Breath of the Wind is almost not enough. Lu Sheng's breathing became more and more rapid, and more sweat oozed from his body, but his crystal-clear eyes became brighter and brighter, like stars in the sky. It's nearing my real limit. Lu Sheng narrowly missed a round of rays again. He glanced at the data on the wall of the room. The completion of the fourth stage was 23%. So, Lu Sheng took a deep breath, and a bright light suddenly burst into his eyes. Just go all out. With the next breath, the huge mental power in his mind exploded. The two spiritual forces entrenched in the air around him were forcefully squeezed out by his sudden outburst. Inside the chest, two hearts were pounding, and the blood roared in the blood vessels. At this moment, Lu Sheng felt that the wall seemed to be moving away from him rapidly. Everything in front of me is zooming in, and the speed is slowing down. Lu Sheng could clearly see rays of red light moving towards him at a rather slow speed. This feeling is very wonderful, as if the flow of time has been slowed down. A burst of enlightenment rose in Lu Sheng's heart, and he recalled the information about the spiritual teacher he had inquired through the optical brain in the dream space. This state, if I remember correctly, to use the terminology of a psychiatrist, it should be called sense of time, the feeling of time being stretched. Spiritual power has achieved a qualitative change, and this kind of qualitative change usually only happens when, on the third-level psychiatrist, that is to say, Lu Sheng, who has worked tirelessly for more than a month in the advanced chapter of Crystal View Thoughts, Diamond View Thoughts, has finally officially stepped into the ranks of the third-level psychiatrist. At the same time, outside the training room, boom, a huge roar alarmed everyone in the venue. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound explosion in surprise. I saw Dong Qingxue, the chief instructor of their genius training camp, standing not far from them at this time, staring blankly at the direction of the training room with a strange expression. Under Dong Qingxue's feet, the hard floor tiles shattered into large pieces like spider webs. Bursts of terrifying and huge energy and blood fluctuations were erupting wantonly from Dong Qingxue's body. Are you crazy? Qin Shaojun let out a low cry in disbelief, and didn't notice Xiaolin beside him at all. At this time, her mouth was wide open and her eyes were wide open. Dong Qingxue stared blankly at the training room for a long time, turning a deaf ear to the reactions around her. It wasn't until the strange brilliance in her eyes slowly subsided that the fluctuations in her body's energy and blood subsided little by little. Dong Qingxue turned her head slowly, looked straight into Qin Shaojun's eyes, and then said softly in a low and strange tone, Lu Sheng turned out to be a spiritual teacher, and his spiritual strength not inferior to me. Ah. Qin Shaojun let out an ah, as if he didn't understand. 3 seconds later, a loud F***K resounded through the venue. Boom! Another terrifying chi and blood fluctuation erupted. Large pieces of tiles on the ground were shattered. Only this time, all the cracks came from Qin Shaojun's feet. The students in the distance looked confused and puzzled, not knowing what happened. It can make the two chief instructors make strange behaviors like taking too many drugs one after another. A round of ray nets swept quickly. Lu Sheng's body suddenly froze, and then quickly relaxed, standing quietly in place. Failed. Lu Sheng's expression was a bit regretful, but he also realized that he had indeed reached his limit. Although he has already turned on the time sense, he still uses the breath of the upper wind and the chi and blood increase of the Divine Illumination Pluto Sutra. But the hard power 587 is still a bit worse. Being able to see the trajectory of the ray clearly does not mean that you can avoid it. The time was stretched, but Lu Sheng's own movements were also slowed down. In the end, the speed of ray was getting faster and faster, and he really couldn't keep up. Unless I continue to make breakthroughs in my vitality and physique, this is my real limit. Lu Sheng looked at the final grades on the wall of the room. The training is over, and the results of this training The completion of the fourth stage is 56%. Congratulations to warrior number RU285632. Your agility has surpassed 97% of trainers. A pleasant reminder sounded in the room. Listening to the final grade report, Lu Shang secretly reminded himself, there are still a full 3% of people who are stronger than me in terms of body skills. How many percent of warriors are there in the world? There must be hundreds, or even thousands of squares. I am still very weak, and I need to work harder. Thinking about it, Lu Shang pushed open the door of the agility training room and walked out. The crowd at the gate had already petrified. All of them opened their mouths wide, with expressions as exaggerated as if they had just been punched hard on the forehead. They watched Lu Shang come out of the training room, the sound of the result announcement just now echoing in their minds. 56% completion of the fourth stage. Agility surpasses 97% of warriors in the world. How many warriors are there in the whole world? There must be hundreds of millions of people. Lu Shang is already ahead of hundreds of millions of people. Especially Meng Jinhe was dizzy. He remembered that his previous performance report surpassed 52% of the warriors in the world, while Lu Shang's was 97%. There is a 45% difference between him and Lu Shang. 45% of the total number of warriors in the world. That is to say, in terms of body skills that I am most proud of, there is a difference of hundreds of millions of rankings between myself and Lu Shang. Meng Jinhe's pride and self-esteem were completely broken. Lu Shang casually took a towel from the hand of a girl with a blank expression beside him and slowly wiped the sweat off her body. He looked over the crowd and looked directly at Dong Qingxue, who was tens of meters away. Huge mental power came out through the body. The invisible wind blew up the clothes of the crowd around them. At this moment, they felt that the light in front of them dimmed rapidly, and large shadows rose from behind Lu Shang. Above Lu Shang's head, there seemed to be an invisible tornado raging and roaring. The expressions of each student changed from shock to horror, subconsciously stepped back, looking at Lu Shang as if seeing a ghost. At this moment, Lu Shang gave them a terrible feeling. Just like the dark clouds before the storm, terror was bred in the silence, accompanied by low air pressure, making people breathless. Lu Shang's expression was calm. The powerful spiritual power that belongs to the third-level psychiatrist, the impact on the people around him is the result of his efforts to restrain it. He looked at Dong Qingxue from afar. Although the two of them are still the students and chief instructors of the training camp, after stepping into the third-level psychiatrist, even if they are not as good as Dong Qingxue, they still have the qualifications to talk to them on an equal footing. Dong Qingxue was also looking at Lu Shang. Her beautiful eyes were shining brightly. She knew exactly what Lu Shang meant by releasing his mental power. This is an ancient etiquette between spiritual masters, just like shaking hands in modern society, and it's like shaking hands between ancient martial artists. But this feeling is quite strange. Dong Qingxue never thought that one day she would be able to perform this kind of etiquette with a boy who was only 17 years old, and it was still in an almost equal attitude. Beside Dong Qingxue, Charlene curled up behind Dong Qingxue like a frightened little white rabbit. Her mental power, which was less than the first level, was sandwiched between Dong Qingxue and Lu Shang. Trembling. In Charlene's eyes, Lu Shang at this time seemed to be surrounded by thunderstorms, and his posture was like a demon king. The shadow area in her heart is constantly expanding, due to expansion. Dong Qingxue's mental power was about to be absorbed at the touch of a touch, and she turned and left immediately. Lu Shang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Dong Qingxue recognized his existence. His whole card of the third-level psychiatrist was exposed, and there should be some different treatment in the future. Lu Shang thought, casually holding the towel after wiping off his sweat. At this time, a pair of girls' small hands suddenly reached out, quickly took the towel from his hand, and handed over a bottle of water. Lu Shang looked up and found that it was Yang Yuan. Lu Shang, where shall we go next? Yang Yuan's fair and delicate pretty face flushed slightly because of the excitement. Looking at Lu Shang, her eyes were full of admiration and anticipation, and she suddenly looked like a fangirl. Practice training room, or Yang Yuan announced the names of all the practice rooms in one breath. Lu Shang was taken aback for a moment, then scanned around and found that other people were looking at him with the same eyes. It's like a group of soldiers with high morale, waiting for the general to lead them to conquer new continents one after another. Lu Shang laughed dumbfoundedly and shook his head. Not going anywhere. Well, Yang Yuan froze for a moment. Lu Shang looked up at the huge electronic clock on the far wall and said, "It's time for dinner, and the most important thing is to eat." After speaking, Lu Shang returned and left with a calm face. Behind him was a group of stunned students. After lunch, Lu Shang didn't go to the training room again. His goal of verifying his own strength has been achieved, and there is no need to waste time on other things. Lu Shang has studied it, and the training rooms that are valuable to him in the training camp are the gravity training room and the agility training room. Back in the dormitory, Lu Shang continued to stay behind closed doors, silently doing his original homework. With 4 11-level exercises in his body, his time became more and more urgent, and he couldn't even sleep at night. Lu Shang has made a plan. From now on, he only needs to take 1 to 2 hours a day to soak in the gravity and agility training room. I practiced the star body training technique several times, and in the evening, a soldier came to inform me. Lu Shang, the chief instructor invites you to come over. It's finally here. Lu Shang was not surprised. He tidied up a little and followed the soldiers out. Along the way, Lu Shang found that all the soldiers standing guard and patrolling in the base were staring at him in awe. It seems that his performance in the training venue has spread throughout the camp. Warriors already worship the strong, let alone in the military camp. Dong Qingshue's office is located in the deepest part of the training camp. When Lu Sheng arrived, he saw Charlene coming out of Dong Qingshue's office. Charlene's original expression and posture were quite calm and quiet, giving people a calm and well-behaved feeling. But as soon as she saw Lu Sheng, her body immediately tensed up. His walking posture also became unnatural, with his head lowered, getting closer and closer to the wall. When Lu Sheng passed her by, Charlene even managed to bury half of her face on the side of the wall, as if she was being punished to face the wall and think about her past, and she didn't dare to move. Do I look so scary? Why are you so afraid of yourself? Lu Sheng was quite speechless, but he had always had a good impression of Charlene. Seeing Charlene's appearance, Lu Sheng had a bad taste in his heart. When he walked to Charlene, he deliberately coughed and stomped his feet heavily. This foot seemed to be on Charlene's tail. Charlene's whole body trembled violently, as if she had been electrocuted, and she ran out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ha ha, Lu Sheng couldn't help laughing. Don't tease her all the time. You are the one who frightened her out of her spiritual loopholes. A voice came from the front. Lu Sheng looked up and saw Dong Qingxue standing at the door with her arms folded. Hello, Chief Instructor. Dong Qingxue nodded at him and greeted him. Come in. Lu Sheng followed Dong Qingxue into the office. Dong Qingxue's office is much bigger than Lu Sheng imagined. Entering the door is a 5-meter-long and 2-meter-wide slate desk. A handsome young man with a melancholy expression is leaning on the edge of the table with a cup of coffee in his hand. Qin Xiaojun. At the end of the office is a huge instrument with a huge screen and console. This instrument alone takes up at least 1/3 of the office space. Even so, there is still an open field with less than 1,000 square meters of cars reserved in the middle. When Qin Xiaojun saw Lu Sheng coming in, the coffee cup in his hand shook violently, and then his eyes fixed on him, as if seeing an alien. Hello, Chief Instructor Qin. Lu Sheng greeted him politely. Well, Qin Xiaojun's expression was complicated, and he didn't know what was going on in his mind. Sit whatever you want. Dong Qingxue called Lu Sheng to sit down, and then said, please come here. The main thing is to give you a simple strength test, and then discuss something with you. Before Lu Sheng came, he probably guessed that there would be such a step, so he stood up readily. Dong Qingxue has professional testing equipment in her office. A blood tester, a combat index tester, and one he hadn't seen before. Dong Qingxue fetched a disposable blood collection needle, handed it to Lu Sheng, and asked, have you tested it yourself? Lu Sheng shook his head. No. Dong Qingxue felt strange. Aren't the student dormitories equipped with blood measuring instruments? Lu Sheng hesitated for a moment, and then replied truthfully, the blood needle can't go in. Puff. Qin Xiaojun next to him spit out a mouthful of coffee when he heard this, and then pointed at Lu Sheng and shouted at Dong Qingxue. Let me just say, this kid has definitely entered the 3rd level, and he has started to beat his muscles and bones. His skin is so hard. Dong Qingxue took out a pack of new blood collection needles from the drawer with a complicated expression and handed it to Lu Sheng. This is a blood-taking needle specially prepared for 5th-level warriors. It should be able to pierce your skin. Lu Sheng was thoughtful. It seems that both Dong Qingxue and Qin Xiaojun should be level 5 warriors. Otherwise, they would not be equipped with level 5 blood-taking needles. The needle of the 5th-level blood-taking needle was beautifully bright gold, and it easily pierced Lu Sheng's skin that had been initially tempered by the advanced chapter of Star Body Refining Technique. A drop of bright red blood rolled down the blood test tank, and a blue light fell. Dong Qingxue and Qin Xiaojun stared at the display screen of the blood tester unconsciously. Soon, a value popped up on the display. 123.651. Hiss. A slight inhalation sound came from Qin Xiaojun's mouth, and he couldn't help sighing. I haven't seen such a young 3rd-level warrior for almost 10 years. Dong Qingxue's eyes also contained a trace of shock, but the expression was not calm. Test the combat power. She greets Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was not surprised by the result of his promotion to the 3rd-level martial artist. He had already had a premonition in his heart after the cultivation of the advanced chapter of Stellar Body Refining Technique became regular. But how much combat power? Qin Zhao. He really can't estimate the specific value. I only know that it must have reached the 4th-level warrior, but it is not clear how much the minimum combat power standard of the 4th-level warrior is exceeded. Just took this opportunity to test it together. Lu Sheng walked to the equipment for testing combat power and took a deep breath. There seemed to be fire in his eyes. Switch, breath of flame. Boom. In an instant, it was as if a flame exploded in Lu Sheng's chest, and even his breathing became a little hotter. Breath of flame. The stellar body refining technique made his physique blazing like fire, and a star-like seed was planted in his body. Comprehending the breathing method of inflammation is a matter of course, and it is a matter of course. Therefore, the breath of inflammation is also the earliest comprehension of Lu Sheng's practice of natural breathing method, advanced chapter, and it is also the deepest breathing method, but he never used it in combat. The breath of inflammation affected Lu Sheng's whole body, as if there were streams of heat flowing in the blood vessels along with the blood. 2 hearts pounded. Qi and blood roared. Divine Illumination Pluto Sutra. Breath of flame. Perfect boxing. 8 times the power of stars. Since you want to test, go all out. Let's see how big my ultimate combat power is now. Lu Sheng punched hard at the fist groove of the force measuring instrument. At this moment, his eyes were as bright as stars. Boom. A value pops out from the screen. 271920. Crack. The coffee cup in Qin Xiaojun's hand was crushed by him, and his expression was even more exaggerated, as if someone had punched him hard in the stomach. Dong Qingxue was slightly better than him, but the sudden constriction of her pupils still betrayed her restless mood at this moment. A total of more than 270,000 combat power, a terrible value, infinitely approaching the category of a 5th-level warrior. Even if this kid doesn't have the talent of a psychiatrist, he's still a monster. Qin Shaojun pointed to the number on the force measuring instrument and exclaimed, "Is this something that a human 3rd-level warrior can do? It is said that the strength-type talent warrior is fierce in the early stage, but I have never seen such a fierce one." Xiangpeng back then was a scumbag compared to him. Dong Qingshue's expression was extremely complicated. As Qin Shaojun said, with Lu Shang's abnormal progress rate and ridiculously exaggerated combat power index, even if he is not a spiritual teacher, he is definitely the top martial arts seedling. Strength talents are not as good as speed and defense talents, but if they are as strong as Lu Shang's, those two said, those who can break the rules cannot be judged by common sense. The most important thing is that Lu Shang was born to be a spiritual teacher, and the talent of the spiritual teacher is extremely powerful, almost reaching the level of his own. With the superposition of the two phases, it simply cannot be described as horror. To use Qin Shaojun's words to describe it, if you don't see it with your own eyes, it's really hard to believe that humans can give birth to a monster like Lu Shang. Lu Shang himself was a little surprised. He knew that his current combat power would be very high, already breaking through tens of millions. But 857 did not expect it to be so high, reaching a full 270,000, almost comparable to a 5th-level warrior. A 3rd-level warrior has a combat power close to that of a 5th-level warrior, spanning 2 levels, and no one will believe it. The main reason is that the power of the stars has broken through to 8 times, plus the effect of increasing the energy and blood of the Divine Illumination Pluto Sutra. All kinds of 11th-level skills and secret arts are added together. It's strange that I can't do this, Lu Sheng thought to himself. It took Dong Qingxue and Qin Shaojun a long time to calm down the shock on their faces. You are now enough for the standard of a 3rd-level official warrior. Dong Qingxue turned on the printer in the office and said to Lu Sheng, "The military region is still qualified to evaluate the strength of warriors. I will make a report for you, and I will go to the Wushu Association later, and then I can directly report to the Wushu Association. The level of registration has been raised. Thank you, Instructor Dong." Dong Qingxue signaled that she was fine, and then said to Lu Sheng, "Is it convenient to test your mental strength here?" Lu Sheng was taken aback and subconsciously looked at the first instrument in the room that was placed together with the dynamometer. Just as he had imagined, Dong Qingxue walked up to the instrument and said, "Yes, this is the instrument developed by the Psychiatrists Association for professional testing of spiritual strength." Dong Qingxue gently placed her hand on a raised light yellow hexagonal crystal in the instrument. This is called energy crystal. It is a special crystal discovered in the Ansterla Canyon of the Lion Country more than 100 years ago. It has a strong absorption to spiritual power and was later developed to test the spiritual power of a psychiatrist. The transmission tool of strength. During the test, you only need to concentrate and pour part of your mental power into it. Like me, as Dong Qingxue said, a strange light flashed in her eyes. Immediately after that, the pale yellow crystals under her hands began to glow, emitting a beautiful warm yellow light. From Lu Sheng's point of view, Dong Qingxue seemed to have pinched a fluorescent tube. DD. Accompanied by the prompting sound from the instrument, 2 values popped up on the display screen of the instrument. Mental strength, 143.24 T. Psychic purity, 4.2. Your strength has improved again, and even the purity of your mental power has improved a lot. I remember you were only past 3 o'clock last time. Qin Shaojun leaned over, looked at the value on the instrument and sighed. Dong Qingxue glanced at him and said lightly, "Do you think I'm you? You eat and die every day." Qin Shaojun jumped up. "Dong Qingxue, you can insult me, but you can't insult my way of life." Lu Sheng watched the conversation between the two from the side. He could see that whether it was Dong Qingxue or Qin Shaojun, the family background should not be simple. In addition to being able to become a school officer at such a young age and serve as the chief and deputy chief instructor of a provincial-level training camp, their own conversation and temperament are also different from ordinary people. Noticing Lu Sheng's thoughtful gaze, Dong Qingxue realized that she and Qin Shaojun were acting a little bit less dignified. She coughed lightly and straightened her posture, and said to Lu Sheng, "Come on, try it, try." Lu Sheng nodded and walked to the instrument. Following Dong Qingxue's demonstration just now, she put her hand on the light yellow crystal column in the middle of the instrument. Qin Shaojun also hurried over. Although Dong Qingxue had clearly stated to him that Lu Sheng possessed an extremely powerful talent as a spiritual teacher, and his mental power was not even inferior to her. But after all, I didn't see it with my own eyes, and I still had doubts in my heart. How old is Dong Qingxue? How old is Lu Sheng this year? It's true that Lu Sheng is a genius monster. Dong Qingxue can't be worse. There is still a gap of more than 10 years between the two. If you say that Lu Sheng has half your strength, I will believe it. Not weaker than you. I really can't accept it. Shut up. Dong Qingxue gave the murmuring Qin Shaojun a hard look and said coldly, "Don't disturb the test." Qin Shaojun quickly shut his mouth and stared at the instrument obediently. At this time, Lu Sheng had injected mental power into the light yellow crystal in his hand, as Dong Qingxue had taught him before. The crystal began to emit a warm light like a fluorescent tube, but it did not have any temperature itself. The tentacles were cold, and Lu Sheng seemed to be holding an icicle that couldn't be warmed. Soon, 2 values jumped out on the instrument. Dong Qingxue and Qin Shaojun hurriedly looked up. With just one glance, The expressions of the two were as if they had seen a ghost. How can this be? This time, it was Dong Qingxue who cried out uncontrollably. Dong Qingxue stared at the two numerical values on the instrument. Her beautiful eyes widened, full of shock and disbelief. Mental strength, 113.56 T. Psychic purity, 20.3. The first value is nothing. Dong Qingxue had already sensed it when she was practicing in the gymnasium. Lu Shang's spiritual power was very strong, and she had already stepped into the ranks of a third-level spiritualist. Now the test results came out, proving her judgment was correct. What really shocked Dong Qingxue was the second test result. Purity of mental power, 20.3. It is 5 times as much as hers. What kind of concept is this? This means that Dong Qingxue has compressed and purified her current mental power by 5 times. Almost like Lu Shang. But is it possible? It is extremely difficult for a spiritual teacher to purify a little bit of spiritual power, let alone remember it all at once. Just like what Qin Shaojun said before, Dong Qingxue's spiritual purity has increased from more than 3 points to 4 points. Don't look at the improvement of only a few tenths in the middle, but Dong Qingxue spent 2 full years of hard work. One can imagine how shocked Dong Qingxue was. At this time, the way Dong Qingxue looked at Lu Shang had completely changed. If before, Dong Qingxue thought that Lu Shang was a monster because of the group, so now she feels that the calm and handsome boy standing in front of her is an out-and-out pervert, freak, and inhuman. A 17-year-old third-level psychiatrist is exaggerated enough, and the purity of mental power is 5 times that of an ordinary third-level psychiatrist. Oh no, not an ordinary psychiatrist. She, Dong Qingxue, can be regarded as the best among the third-level psychiatrists? Okay, then the purity of Lu Shang's spiritual power, compared with ordinary spiritual masters, the multiples drawn will be even more outrageous. For a moment, Dong Qingxue even had the urge to cut open Lu Shang's brain and study it carefully on the spot. Obediently, Qin Shaojun also looked dull. Although he is not a spiritual teacher, but with an excellent family background, and Dong Qingxue beside him, he still has some insight under the influence of his ears and eyes. He didn't know the specific concept of the mental strength of 20 points, but he knows. Lu Shang is awesome. Very awesome. It's so awesome that it's about to go to heaven. Do you have a teacher? Have you learned the practice of spiritual power before? Dong Qingxue stared closely at Lu Shang's eyes and asked quickly. Lu Shang hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yes, I have a teacher. My teacher taught me a technique for cultivating spiritual power. Lu Shang knew his current level of mental power, and it was hard to explain it with talent as an excuse. It's better to admit it openly. And in a sense, Lu Shang is not lying. He does have a mentor. His teacher comes from 10,000 years in the future. Strength reaches level 11. Name is Duan Yifeng. Really? When Dong Qingxue heard Lu Shang's answer, her eyes were obviously relaxed. It is only normal to have a teacher. If Lu Shang did not have a teacher, he would have come to this point entirely by his talent. She really can't accept it. Actually, the purity of my spiritual power was not so high. After practicing the practice method given by the teacher, I broke through twice before reaching this level. Once, he successfully visualized the crystal human form. One was successfully transforming the crystal humanoid into a diamond humanoid. Lu Shang thought to himself, that is enough to prove that your own talent is strong. Dong Qingxue couldn't help sighing. You should have awakened your talent not long ago, right? Less than 3 months. There is nothing to hide about this point. As long as you check your own information a little bit, it will be clear at a glance. Tisk. Dong Qingxue looked at Lu Shang with a bit of envy. As soon as I wake up, I have a mental strength of level 2 or even close to level 3, and the purity is so high. Even the Psychiatrists Association has been out for decades. Not many monsters like you. Psychologists also have associations? Lu Shang couldn't help asking. You do not know? Dong Qingxue was a little surprised, but quickly realized, it is estimated that your teacher did not tell you on purpose, for fear of affecting your practice. After all, the more you understand, the more distracting thoughts you will have, which will affect the purity of your spiritual power. But since I mentioned it, I will mention a few words to you by the way. Psychic masters also have associations, but not many people know about them, and their positions are more hidden than ordinary warrior associations. The strength of a psychiatrist can also be officially recognized. You are now qualified to participate in the certification assessment of a spiritual teacher. If necessary, I can write you a letter of recommendation. Of course, it must be under the premise that your teacher does not object. Dong Qingxue emphasized the last sentence emphatically, as if she was very taboo about it. My teacher should not object. In fact, I have never seen what he really looks like. Every time I accept his teaching, the way is very mysterious. Lu Shang didn't even bat an eye. He has mastered the skill of making up nonsense. Every sentence is true, but every sentence is very different from the real situation. Your teacher is probably a great person. Dong Qingxue was in awe. This can be seen from the attitude towards Lu Shang and the way of teaching Lu Shang. With such a powerful talent like Lu Shang, most people would have already praised him as a gold bump after discovering it. The teacher in Lu Shang's mouth is still allowed to develop freely, unwilling to show up. Only characters with a very high level of hierarchy can behave in this way. Thinking about it this way, Qingxue felt much better. Lu Shang is very evil, but his evil is still supported by external conditions. Sure enough, there are no unprovoked geniuses in this world. Even Lu Shang, who has a simple background, has a powerful and mysterious spiritual teacher behind him. Actually, I invite you here today, mainly to discuss a few things with you. Dong Qingxue calmed down a little, regained her composure, and sat down at the desk. Qin Xiaojun also put away his foolish look and sat aside in a well-behaved manner. "Two chief instructors, please speak." First thing, Dong Qingxue gave Qin Xiaojun a look. Qin Xiaojun took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Lu Shang. "Here is 5 million, which is your #1 training camp this time, plus extra rewards for outstanding performance." Although the training camp is not over yet, but with Lu Shang's performance today, his dominance has been completely established. Unless some of the remaining students suddenly have a big, very big breakthrough, it is impossible to shake Lu Shang's position. But the size of this possibility, it's not much more likely than Qin Xiaojun's possibility of never salting fish from tomorrow. Don't be dissatisfied. This is already the maximum amount we can apply for. The Eastern Military Region has always been tight on military expenditures, and most of the funds for this training camp are spent on providing 3 days a day for you little guys. For dinner, Qin Xiaojun looked at Lu Shang and curled his lips and said, "Your boy is famous in the whole training camp for being able to eat, and counting the money you ate, it must add up to 10 million. Lu Shang, are you kidding me?" Dong Qingxue glared at Qin Xiaojun and said to Lu Shang seriously, "Student Lu Shang, although the money is a little short, it is enough to prove the sincerity of our Eastern Military Region." Lu Shang caught the word Eastern Military Region in Dong Qingxue's words and said thoughtfully, "Is this considered solicitation?" "You can understand it that way." Dong Qingxue nodded and said, "Martial arts geniuses like you will go to the battlefield no matter what. You can't raise a real dragon warrior in the safe zone. The support and privileges given to martial artists by the country and the Martial Arts Alliance are not for free. Sooner or later you will get to this point. What we hope is that when you face the choice of military region, you can give priority to our Eastern Military Region. The Eastern Military Region is good. All the female soldiers have long thighs and smooth hair." Qin Xiaojun sang loudly. "Lu Shang." "Okay." Lu Shang accepted the bank card and said seriously, "I accept this sincerity, and I will consider it carefully." Dong Qingxue seemed to be waiting for his promise, with a smile on her face. "Then let's talk about another thing." Dong Qingxue looked directly into Lu Shang's eyes and said seriously, "Major Qin Xiaojun and I have decided that you represent the talent training camp of Dongning Province to participate in the selection of Qiming generals in the entire Eastern Province." "The selection of Qiming generals?" Lu Shang's expression was shocked. "Yes," Dong Qingxue explained, "all the provinces in the East, each province holds a talent training camp like ours every year. The purpose is to select real geniuses with the potential to be a general star. You should know that a general star represents what?" Lu Shang nodded and said 2 words. "Grandmaster." "Yes." Dong Qingxue continued, "The general star of Qiming is the future master, the general star who is preparing. There is only one such person in the entire East every year, and this one was selected from the chiefs of many provincial talent training camps. Although there is only one Qiming general, and even if he becomes a general, he is not necessarily destined to be a master. But as long as you get it, you will definitely be able to leave a strong mark on your resume. Anyone who participates will have this resume, and this resume will be very helpful to you no matter where you go in the future. Think about it." "There's nothing to think about, I'll go." Lu Shang agreed without hesitation. Since we live in this era, some things are unavoidable. Lu Shang had a big heart, and he tried to change the fate of the entire human race with his own power, turn the tide, and act as a prairie fire. From the moment this belief was planted, it was doomed that he could not choose peace in the future. 0. Asking for flowers, since sooner or later, you will have to go to the battlefield to fight against alien beasts, and now there is such a good opportunity in front of you. Why should you consider it?" "Okay." Dong Qingxue was very satisfied with Lu Shang's attitude and praised, "Major Qin and I both believe in your ability. If you are not good enough, then there will be no one in Dongning Province this year. By the way, forgot to tell you, for the selection of Qiming generals, the rewards are directly issued by the Eastern Military Region, which is much richer than what our small talent training camp can offer." "I see. This is also the purpose of Lu Shang all along. Show more talents and get more resources." There are still a few months before the start of the selection of Qiming generals, and the official start will not begin until the training camps in all provinces are over. I will let you know when exactly. Anyway, it won't make you miss the college entrance examination." Dong Qingxue blinked and said with a smile, "In fact, with your current ability, it doesn't matter whether you take the college entrance examination or not. You can choose the martial arts universities in the entire East. So do I still need to stay in training camp?" Lu Shang asked. 0. Dong Qingxue replied, "Look at yourself. You can stay if you want to stay, and you can leave whenever you don't want to stay. After thinking about it, let me have time." Although the training camp is meaningless to him, at least there are gravity training room and agility training room that are of great help to him. And the food here is really good. This kid definitely stayed here for food. Qin Xiaojun secretly said to Dong Qingxue. Lu Shang. After listening to Dong Qingxue explain everything, Lu Shi took his leave and left. Seeing Lu Shang's back disappearing through the door, the complexities in Dong Qingxue's eyes finally surfaced bit by bit. "I never thought that I, Dong Qingxue, would be jealous of someone because of my talent." Dong Qingxue sighed and said softly, "Yes." Qin Xiaojun couldn't help sighing. "Lu Shang is such a monster. We should be glad we didn't join him in the same class. Otherwise, it wouldn't be comparable to the little psychological shadow left by the original item. I really feel sad for the other youngsters in this year. I guess everyone will be hit to the point of doubting their lives." Qin Xiaojun had a gloating expression on his face. Dong Qin gave him a white look, but did not speak. "Oh, right." Qin Xiaojun suddenly remembered something and said with a smile, "With Lu Shang in the Qiming general selection, Isn't it a sure thing for us to win? We will both be rewarded by then. I didn't expect to go out for a vacation and get a lot of merit for nothing. I, Qin Xiaojun, am indeed a winner in life, haha. Dong Qingxue was not as optimistic as him. Don't be too happy, although Lu Shang is a monster. But with a population of hundreds of millions in the entire East and a huge base there, it is not impossible for a few monsters like Lu Shang to appear every year. Or even worse than him. You have heard a sentence. It is easy to get a title on the gold list, but it is difficult to win the title in martial arts. In this world, there are too many geniuses, evildoers, and monsters. Qin Xiaojun was silent. After a while, he said solemnly, Qingxue, your pretending to be deep is so sexy. I almost fell in love with you. Dong Qingxue. Qin Xiaojun, do you want to die? Just kidding, kidding. Don't slap your face. Baihe City, Martial Artists Association. In the president's office, Xiao Yuhe led an old man in a Chinese tunic suit to sit down in front of the tea table. Sit down, Lao Xia. Xiao Yuhe's face was full of red, and he was quite happy to make tea for the old man in the Chinese tunic suit. It's rare to come to the door, but you still want to come and see me. Not bad. Not bad. Drink tea. The old man in the Chinese tunic suit took a sip from the teacup in front of him and said in surprise, Oh, Xiao Yuhe, even this top-quality mother tree de Hongpo is willing to entertain me. It seems that something good has happened recently. Why? The old tree sprouted and replaced it. Baba, what do you call it? What's the change of mistress? I don't have any mistress. Xiao Yuhe's old face was dark, and he said angrily, You and my old comrade in arms of more than 30 years, it's rare to come here once. Why don't I treat you well? The old man in the Chinese tunic suit gave a long cry, but didn't answer, just looked at Xiao Yuhe quietly, waiting for his next words. Sure enough, Xiao Yuhe chuckled, pretending to be reserved and said, But there is indeed a good thing. What a good thing? Let's hear it. The old man in the tunic suit took a sip of his tea and said slowly. This action undoubtedly scratched Xiao Yuhe's itching spot. Xiao Yuhe's whole body suddenly became excited, 257, and said with a smile, I found a good seed in martial arts this year, a genius. Guess what? 17 years old, a talented warrior, his blood value has reached the 2nd level standard, and his combat power index has even broken through the 3rd level. Great, isn't it? What kind of strength did you have when you were 17 years old? And your blood value probably didn't break too. Coincidentally, this good seedling is coming to me today, and I will let you meet later. What does my top genius in Baihe City look like? Xiao Yuhe spit out all the joy in his heart in one breath. His face was slightly flushed with joy, and he sat on the chair expecting the old man's various expressions of shock and envy. But to his surprise, the old man in the Chinese tunic suit was there, with no emotion on his face, and even let out a rather disdainful snort. Old Xiao, that's it? The old man looked at Xiao Yuhe with the eyes of a country bumpkin, and said contemptuously, A 17-year-old 2nd-level warrior with a 3rd-level combat ability should be a talented warrior of strength. That's it? Is this the top talent in your Baihe City? Isn't that enough? Xiao Yuhe became anxious and said a little unconvinced, Then call one and show me. What is a real martial arts genius? The old man in the tunic suit looked down at the tea leaves in the cup and blew gently. I can't call out now. Then what a fart. Xiao Yuhe was amused. But the old man changed the subject and argued, I can't call out now, but it doesn't mean I won't call out in a while. Xiao Yuhe was taken aback. What do you mean? The old man didn't answer directly, but looked at Xiao Yuhe and asked, If I'm not wrong, the top genius in Baihe City you mentioned should have been sent by you to participate in the talent training camp in Dongning province a while ago. Bar, right? Xiao Yuhe nodded. He just came back from the training camp today. And shit. The old man said, Do you know why I have time to visit you this time? Don't you miss my old comrade in arms? Xiao Yuhe wondered. I don't think you will call you. Why did you come all the way to Baihe City just for you? An old man? Then what are you doing here? The old man raised his chin slightly, with a look of pride on his face, and said arrogantly, I am sending my precious granddaughter to the training camp, and by the way, I am traveling nearby, and I have come to Baihe City by the way, and I will come to see you. Your granddaughter? Xiao Yuhe frowned, sensing something was wrong. Sure enough, the old man said with a smile, Yeah, my old Xia family managed to produce a psychiatrist who was specially recruited by the training camp to participate in some kind of training. I have no choice. If it gets bumped, I'll be so heartbroken. Psychologist? Xiao Yuhe stood up from his seat with a swish, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Your granddaughter is a psychiatrist? Is it true? Seeing Xiao Yuhe's reaction, the old man almost turned into a smile on his old face and said, Then it can be falsely estimated that he is an official 10th-level spiritual teacher from the training camp. Hey, I don't know if a 17-year-old 1st-level spiritualist can compare to a 17-year-old 2nd-level martial artist. 17 years old is a 2nd-level martial artist. Really amazing. The old man heaved and sighed strangely. Xiao Yuhe's face was as black as a pot of charcoal, extremely ugly. But he could only swallow the breath abruptly and sat back on the chair angrily. Psychic masters are not the same concept as ordinary talented warriors. Psychic masters are much rarer than ordinary talented warriors, and they can almost be regarded as strategic talents. This kind of rare talent like a giant panda has not been produced in the whole Baihe City, but I didn't expect that old man Xia's family would come across one. What's really amazing is that the ancestral graves are smoking. No wonder he came to see him with such good intentions. It turned out that he had been waiting to show off in front of him. Lu Shang's talent is good, but compared with Xia's granddaughter, it really can't be compared. Almost all of them are ordinary people. A 17-year-old first-level official spiritual teacher. Xiao Yuhe looked at old man Xia's smug old face, gnashing his teeth with envy. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you one thing. The old avatar in the Chinese tunic suit thought of something and added, the talent training camp in the provincial capital of Dongning never ended. My granddaughter played video with me yesterday, saying that it will be at least another month. That genius of yours in Baihe City came back early. Do you understand what I mean? When Xiao Yuhe heard these words, his complexion became even darker. Of course he knew what it meant. That is to say, the top talents in Baihe City are not strong enough, and they were eliminated early by the training camp and came back. Fortunately, I wanted to use Lu Shang's talent to show off in front of the old man, but I didn't expect that in the end. The other party took out his granddaughter to mock and humiliate him, and rubbed him on the ground in various ways. Damn, this time I was slapped in the face and I couldn't understand it. It is estimated that there are tens of thousands of God characters away from the Grandmaster. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuhe felt as if his chest was holding his breath, and he couldn't breathe it out. He could only sit in a chair and drink tea without saying a word. I said, Old Xiao, don't be too angry. Think about it. Not everyone can be as good as my precious granddaughter. There are many people who are worse than my precious granddaughter Charlene. Not bad for you in Baihe City. The old man in the Chinese tunic suit comforted Xiao Yuhe. Xiao Yuhe's complexion became more and more ugly. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. Xiao Yuhe suppressed his anger and shouted. Soon, the door of the office opened, and the secretary led a handsome and tall young man in. President, Lu Shang is here. Oh, really? Lu Shang, come in quickly. Xiao Yuhe forced a smile and waved to Lu Shang, who was standing at the door. Hello, President Xiao. Lu Shang walked into Xiao Yuhe's office and noticed that there was another person in the office. It seems that he is Xiao Yuhe's friend. Old Xiao, this is the top genius in Baihe City that you have been telling me to show me. The old man in the Chinese tunic suit saw Lu Shang stand up quickly, with a big smile on his face. Sure enough, he is a young talent. Not bad. Only Xiao Yuhe could hear the sarcasm in the old man's words, smiled at Lu Shang with an ugly face, and then waved the secretary to go out. This is my old comrade in arms. You can call him Mr. Xia. Xiao Yuhe introduced. Hello, Mr. Xia. Hello. The old man in the Chinese tunic suit smiled brightly, patted Lu Shang on the shoulder and said, I'm about the same age as my family Charlene. If there is a chance, I can pull it out and meet together. You say yes, Lao Xiao. Xiao Yuhe said with a dark face, I don't think this is necessary. What? You still think that the humiliation is not enough, and you want to call everyone together and smear him in front of you. Look at my brain. The old man patted himself on the forehead with a smile, and said to Lu Shang with a smile, Lu Shang, you just came back from the training camp in Dongning province? Although Lu Shang felt that the atmosphere in the office was not right as soon as he entered the door, and Xiao Yuhe's face was also not right, but since Xiao Yuhe himself said that the old man was his friend, he didn't think much about it, and nodded, Yes, Mr. Xia, my training session when it's over. Come back? It's good to end. It's good to come back early, the old man said leisurely. That kind of place is really not suitable for ordinary people like you to stay. Although my family Charlene is excellent, she often complains to me about the hard work. Why do you say that there are many monsters 3.4 in the training camp? Even my family, Charlene, felt like a monster. Do you think normal people can bear it? They must be hit. Oh, by the way, young man, do you know our Charlene? Lu Shang was taken aback. The old man said something he didn't quite understand for a long time, but it turned out to be Charlene's grandfather. Thinking of the Charlene in my memory who was either running or pretending to be a quail every time I saw her, and then looked at the old man in front of me. A strange look appeared on Lu Shang's face, but he still nodded. Yes, Charlene is still very famous in the training camp. This sentence immediately comforted the old man, and he couldn't help laughing and said, Our Charlene must be excellent everywhere she goes. It's a pity, young man. If I had known that you were a talent Lao Xiao valued, I would have asked Charlene to take care of you more in the training camp. In this way, you will not be eliminated so early. Say yes, old way. Xiao Yuhe looked at the old man's hypocritical expression, snorted coldly, and said nothing. But Lu Shang seemed to hear something, thought for a while, and tried to explain, Actually, I'm not. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Xiao Yuhe. Lu Shang, you came to see me just after you came back. What's the matter? Xiao Yuhe winked wildly at Lu Shang, implying that he should not give old man Xia another chance to pretend, and said quickly. Lu Shang was amused, but he still took out a document sealed with craft paper from his backpack and handed it to Xiao Yuhe. The chief instructor Dong Qingxue of the training camp asked me to give it to you. I hope you will approve it. Can the chief instructor of the training camp have any documents to give you a little Baihe City Martial Arts Association president for approval? Before Xiao Yuhe could speak, the old man Xia next to him moved his head closer. He glanced at Lu Shang and said with a strange look in his eyes, Young man, did you make a mistake in the training camp and let Lao Xiao, the recommender, give you the blame? Dr. Lu didn't even bother to talk to him. He could see it. This old man is really annoying. No wonder Xiao Yuhe's face was so stinky when he came in, probably because of him. None of your business, shut your mouth. Xiao Yuhe scolded old man Xia angrily, then tore open the craft paper and took out the documents inside. Xiao Yue's eyes quickly scanned the contents of the file. It was quiet at first. When scanning to a certain position, suddenly, Xiao Yue's hand holding the document shook violently. He suddenly raised his head to look at Lu Shang in front of him. His eyes widened, and an expression of extreme shock and disbelief appeared on his face. You, Xiao Yuha said a word with a trembling voice. When did you break through to the third-level warrior? Standing beside Xiao Yuha, old man Xia stopped serving water and drinking tea for an instant. He raised his head, fixedly looked at Xiao Yuha with an expression of doubting that his ears had misheard, and said, "Huh?" No one paid him any attention. Lu Sheng said calmly, "It was more than a month ago. The chief instructor of the training camp helped me test it. She said that the military region has the qualifications to certify the strength of warriors. I just need to ask you to stamp it afterwards." Qualified, of course qualified. Too qualified. Your chief instructor represents the Eastern military region. Xiao Yuha lived instantly. His back was straight, his face was shining brightly, and his eyebrows were flying so high that he was almost dancing. The same depressed look as before. Different from each other. "I'll stamp you now." Xiao Yuha raised his eyebrows. His face was flushed. He surrounded the documents and was about to go behind the desk to find the official seal. But he was grabbed by Old Man Xia, etc. Old Man Xia pinched his tongue and shouted, "Show me the document." 17 years old, a third-level martial artist? Is it real or fake? Could it be a fake document from somewhere to fool you? Old Man Xia looked Lu Sheng up and down with suspicious eyes. A 17-year-old, third-level warrior. It's not a concept at all with a 17-year-old second-level warrior. Although the difference between the two is only a mere level, but there is a full 90 points of vitality in the middle difference, which is not something that can be crossed casually. The difference in talent represented between the two is vastly different. If he was really a 17-year-old third-level martial artist, his martial arts talent was terrifying, almost comparable to his granddaughter Xiaolin's spiritual teacher talent. Can this ordinary kid in front of him be a third-level warrior? Can he be comparable to his precious granddaughter? Old Man Xia couldn't accept it and was full of doubts. Before Lu Sheng opened his mouth, Xiao Yuha retorted first. "You can't see the big steel stamp of the Eastern military region. Fake documents? Go get me a fake document and have a look." Old Man Xia's face was flushed red by Xiao Yuha, and he couldn't help shouting, "So what if it's true? There are third-level warriors all over the street. Aren't they just a little younger and still don't have my grandchildren?" Xiao Yuha squinted at Old Man Xia and said with a sneer, "Then what if it's a third-level warrior with a combat power index of more than 270,000? Almost reaching the 5th level standard? 270,000 combat power?" Old Man Xia almost didn't come up in one breath. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he said in disbelief, "Bring me the document. Let me see it." Xiao Yuha didn't stop him either and let Chen Honest grab the documents. Old Man Xia's eyes quickly scanned the document, and shock gradually crept up on his face. Finally, he suddenly raised his head and stared at Lu Sheng with disbelief. "You? A guy who was eliminated early by the training camp. How can you have a combat power index of 270,000? Lu Sheng looked directly into Old Man Xia's eyes and said calmly, "I didn't say I was eliminated from the training camp. It's just that you always think so." "Then why didn't the training camp end and you came back early?" Old Man Xia asked. Lu Sheng said flatly, "For me, the training camp could have ended a month ago, but I chose to come back now." "Oh, yes, Chairman Xiao?" Lu Sheng turned his head to look at Xiao Yuha and said, "The chief instructor asked you to call her back. She is afraid that you don't believe this document and wants to confirm it with you in person." "Ha ha ha, how can I not believe it? I am such a suspicious person." Xiao Yuha laughed loudly, and when he said, "suspicious ghosts," he even took a special look at the old man next to him. "But this call still needs to be made." Xiao Yuha took out his mobile phone and said with a smile, "It is said that the chief instructor of this training camp is a well-known genius in the Eastern military region. So let's take a look at it and play a video." After finishing speaking, the video call on Xiao Yuha's mobile phone has been broadcasted. Old Man Xia fixed his eyes on Xiao Yuha's phone screen without blinking. Soon, the video was connected, and Dong Qingshue's figure appeared on the screen. Dong Qingxue didn't seem to be in the office, and there were strange noises around her from time to time. It was a slight cracking sound like something flying by. "President Xiao Yuha of Baihe City?" Dong Qingshue's expression was a little surprised, but she quickly returned to normal and greeted Xiao Yuha seriously. "It's me. I'm Xiao Yuha, hello, East Chief Instructor." Xiao Yuha responded with a smile. "Hello, President Xiao. Lu Sheng has returned to Baihe City, right?" Dong Qingshue's eyes fell on Old Man Xia, who was poking his head out and couldn't help frowning. "Who is this?" Old Man Xia straightened his shriveled chest and said, "I am Xia Weixing from Baoding City." Dong Qingxue shook her head. "I don't know." Old Man Xia. The Old Man Xia felt awkward and suddenly seemed to remember something and said quickly, "I am Xiaolin's grandpa." This time it worked. Dong Qingxue showed a look of surprise on her face and said lightly, "Grandpa Xia, hello?" Old Man Xia breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a little helpless in his heart. "I have lived most of my life, but I didn't expect to have to rely on my granddaughter's name to be recognized by people when I was old. It is really sad." At this moment, a small head popped out from behind Qingxue in the middle of the screen, and she cried out in surprise as she looked at the screen. "Grandpa, where are you? How did you communicate with the instructor of Dongzong?" When Old Man Xia saw Charlene, he immediately became excited. But before he could say a few words to Charlene, Dong Qingxue turned her head and scolded coldly, "Charlene, have you achieved the goal I set for you? Are you still distracted? 10 times more training today." "Yes, Instructor Dong." Charlene replied weakly and disappeared from the screen. Old Man Xia looked distressed, but he was embarrassed to say anything, and even if he said it, considering the character of the chief instructor, he might not give him face. Okay, I'll talk about business with the Dongzong instructor, and your grandparents want to chat and go talk on your own. Xiao Yuha squeezed old man Xiaowei angrily and said to Dong Qingxue on the screen, Instructor Dong, I have read the document you asked Lu Shang to bring to me. The matter will be settled for him soon. Good. Dong Qingxue nodded. President Xiao, please. What trouble are you talking about? Lu Shang is the pride of our Baihe city. Xiao Yuha laughed loudly and asked again. By the way, Instructor Dong, I think the training camp is not over yet. Why did Lu Shang come back early? The old man Xia next to him immediately pricked up his ears when he heard this. Then I heard Dong Qingxue reply indifferently. Oh, that's right. We decided a month ago that Lu Shang would represent Dongning Province Tian 577 before the training camp to participate in the selection of Qiming generals in the entire eastern province. He is recognized as the strongest talent in this training camp. So this training camp is over for him ahead of schedule, and he only needs to prepare well for the selection of Qiming generals. Xiao Yuha and old man Xia couldn't hear a word of Dong Qingxue's words. Their brains were as if someone had knocked hard on their ears with a gong and drum. Buzz buzz. Only a few words are left to echo in it. Qiming general star, recognized as the strongest. Xiao Yuha suddenly turned his head to look at Lu Shang. His eyes completely changed. He already thought that Lu Shang was talented and good enough, but he still underestimated Lu Shang. Of course, Xiao Yuha knew what the existence of Qiming's selection of generals was. Compared with this grand selection event, the talent training camp is nothing. It was a grand event in the East where only the top talents were eligible to participate. Only one person per province is eligible to participate. There are only a few dozen people in the entire East, and Lu Shang is the only one in their entire Dongning provincial capital this year. The most important thing is that this was decided a month ago. What does this mean? This shows that Lu Shang had conquered the entire training camp a month ago, and he directly asked the chief instructor to determine the candidates. There must be such a big gap in strength and talent that the situation can be established so early. At this time, Xiao Yuha is like drinking a glass of century-old Chun Bingtown wine in the scorching heat of summer. An old face quickly flushed with excitement, but it was extremely refreshing from the inside to the outside. Good Dongning instructor, during this period of time, I will definitely supervise Lu Shang's practice seriously and try to let him get a good ranking in the selection of Qiming generals, so as not to embarrass our entire Dongning province. Xiao Yuha's words were coherent, extremely beautiful. There seems to be wind in every gesture, and the indescribable spirit is soaring and round. Look at old man Xia again. At this time, old man Xia was completely frozen. His mouth was opened unnaturally, and his expression was shocked and astonished. Although old man Xia didn't know what the selection of Qiming generals was, he could hear the weight of certain words in Dong Qingxue's words. On behalf of Dongnin province, the whole East, none of these words did not show Lu Shang's position in the training camp and in the mind of the chief instructor, Dong Qingxue. Moreover, he could clearly hear the meaning of Dong Qingxue's whole sentence. The talent training camp in Dongning province was specially established for the purpose of screening the candidates for the so-called Qiming general star selection. The candidate was determined to be Lu Shang more than a month ago. The purpose of the training camp has long been achieved. It doesn't matter when it ends. That's probably what it means. Old man Xia was a little confused. At this time, he heard Dong Qingxue's cold voice coming from the screen of the mobile phone in Xiao Yu's hand, as if reprimanding someone. Charlene, get up for me. I can't bear the difficulty of such training. I don't want to beat Lu. Who? Instructor Dong. I don't want to defeat Lu Shang at all. I've seen him run before. Can I run away when I see him in the future? You're going to guess me off, Charlene. The voice from the phone was clearly audible, and old man Xia's body trembled slightly. Okay, the monster in the training camp that the granddaughter complained about in the video before. So this is Lu Shang. Okay, Instructor Dong, then I won't bother you. I'll hang up the video first. Xiao Yuha was about to hang up the phone with a smile on his face, but he never thought that Dong Qingxue would suddenly yell, "Don't hang up, President Xiao. I'll have a few words with Lu Shang by the way." Xiao Yuha was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly understood. Oh good. Xiao Yuha pointed the phone screen at Lu Shang. Dong Qingxue's cold and handsome face appeared before Lu Shang's eyes. Lu Shang, you asked me to help you find the crafting materials for the exclusive weapons of the psychiatrist. I have found almost all the materials that can be found. I have sent you the specific list and prices in a form. If you need me to help you buy something, just tell me when the time comes. Xiao Yuha, who was holding up his cell phone, was giving a proud and flaunting look to the old man Xia whose face was frighteningly dark beside him. In just a few minutes, the faces of the two of them immediately dropped, completely reversed. Even Xiao Yuha himself couldn't help sighing in his heart that the world is wonderful, and feng shui takes turns. But listening to what Dong Qingxue said to Lu Shang, Xiao Yuha felt that something was wrong the more he listened. Old Xia next to him obviously felt something was wrong. The two looked at each other, and looked at the mobile phone screen in Xiao Yuha's hand almost at the same time. Just right, Dong Qingxue said at this time. Speaking of which, you still have to pass the assessment of the psychiatrist as soon as possible, so that you can be eligible to log on to the Star Network to buy it yourself, saving you from having to trouble me every time. Well, I'm done talking. Tell Chairman Xiao, I'll hang up first. I'm still busy here. Beep beep beep. Video hangs up. Xiao Yuha and old man Xia looked like they had seen a ghost. Lu Shang. Xiao Yuha swallowed his saliva forcefully, thinking about opening his mouth. The tone of the voice was slightly distorted, as if he was suppressing some emotion. Just now, what did Instructor Dong Qingxue tell you? Xiao Yuha's voice began to tremble a little. What do you mean? let you take the psychiatrist assessment quickly. After asking, Xiao Yuhe and old man Xia stared straight at Lu Shang, expecting his answer. Lu Shang replied naturally, oh, because I was detected to be mentally gifted in the training camp. The chief instructor Dong Qingxue wrote me a letter of recommendation, allowing me to have time to participate in the psychiatrist assessment. That's all. That's all? What do you mean? Xiao Yuhe almost exploded. The whole person jumped up almost on the spot. He has always admired Lu Shang's calm personality, but now he feels that Lu Shang's appearance is particularly deserving of a beating. It's fine if you don't talk about such a big thing as becoming a psychiatrist. Why are you still acting so calm, kid? Could it be that if Dong Qingxue didn't say anything, you weren't going to mention it? You have been hiding it from me, the president of the Martial Arts Association? Damn, can it still be good? I thought so in my heart, but when it came to my mouth, there was only one sentence left. Okay, Lu Shang, I really didn't misread you. You are the top talent in Baihe City that hasn't appeared in 100 years. Xiao Yuhe was so happy that his heart was trembling. 17 years old, a third-level martial artist, with a combat power of 270,000, and the key is that he has the talent of a spiritual teacher. This is simply the addition of countless halos, so dazzling that it cannot be more dazzling. In addition, Lu Shang is about to represent Dongning Province to participate in the selection of Qiming generals. If he is selected, then Xiao Yuhe took off completely. Maybe before Lu Shang grows up, he will be able to improve his status in the Martial Arts Association and thus gain the opportunity to be promoted to Grandmaster. Even if you don't choose the general star, with Lu Shang's growth rate, as long as he has a good relationship with him, he will definitely benefit in the future. Anyway, I am still young, and it will take several years for my body's vitality to slowly decline, so I can still afford to wait. In other words, how should I develop a relationship with Lu Shang? By the way, old man Xia has a granddaughter. He is not as old as him, but he has a niece. Although the nieces are not very talented and not very good-looking, but find a chance to try it. Sometimes, it's hard to tell the taste of a monstrous genius. Maybe it's just right. When Xiao Yuhe thought about it, the more he looked at Lu Shang, the more he felt pleasing to the eye, and a smile bloomed on his face. On the other hand, old man Xia had a stiff face and his lips were trembling. Lu Shang is also a spiritual teacher. It seems to be better than granddaughter Charlene's talent. The last trace of pride in old man Xia's heart was completely shattered at this moment. Do you really need me to send you a car to take you home? Xiao Yuhe sent Lu Shang to the gate of the wuxia all the way and put him in a taxi. No, I'll just go home by myself. Thank you, President Xiao. Lu Shang politely declined Xiao Yuhe's offer. Xiao Yuhe didn't try to force it either, but his expression was still full of regret. Then come to my house for dinner when you are free. I will cook some dishes for you to taste. By the way, I will introduce some children to you. Those who are about the same age, as you should have something in common. Must. After getting out of the rough car and starting, Xiao Yuhe waved his hand at Lu Shang, and then turned around. Immediately, his back straightened up, and the corner of his mouth was smiling, and his spirit became different. Now he can't wait to go back and call his old comrades, old buddies, and old colleagues to brag. Tell me how powerful a martial arts genius has been under the jurisdiction of the Martial Arts Association. And by the way, let me talk about how dark the face of the old man surnamed Xia is today. Haha, it's cool to think about it. Lu Shang watched Xiao Yuhe go away from the window, and when he looked back, he found that the taxi driver was looking at him curiously through the rearview mirror. Noticing his gaze, the driver couldn't help but said, "Young man, who are you from President Xiao? I don't think he is so polite to you." Lu Shang smiled and said, "I'm not anyone. I just know him. President Xiao has always been very polite to people." Yeah, that's rare. President Xiao is a 6th-level martial artist, so he didn't expect to have such a good temper in private. "Young man, I think you look familiar." The taxi driver stared at Lu Shang for a while, then suddenly slapped his thigh, almost throwing the steering wheel. "I recognize you. Your name is Lu Shang, right? The martial arts genius reported on the TV news 2 months ago. No wonder even President Xiao is so polite to you. I heard that you were only in the 3rd year of high school this year, and you are already a 2nd-level martial artist? Be good. My daughter adores you. Can you autograph it for me? I don't need to charge you for the car." Listening to the taxi driver's chatter, Lu Shang felt a little helpless. Is it true that taxi drivers all over the world are talkative? Fortunately, this road is not too long, and I will soon arrive at my own community. By the way, do you have any unique skills in martial arts? Can you teach me a few, and I will teach my daughter when I go back? The taxi driver was still talking to himself when he suddenly heard Lu Shang say something in a low voice. "Master, please stop the car first." The sound was not too loud, but it exploded in the driver's ear like a thunderbolt. The driver shuddered, slammed on the brakes, and looked back at Lu Shang. At this moment, Lu Shang was staring out of the window. It was a rather grand store. The door was open. Half of the glass door fell to the ground, and broken glass slag was scattered everywhere. There was still a smashed signboard lying on the ground at the door. A few words can be vaguely seen on the signboard. Hongchuan Wuguan. Many people are standing far away to watch the excitement. Lu Shang threw down 100 yuan, got out of the car, and left. "Just go here. Thank you, master." The taxi driver grabbed the 100 yuan in a daze. Suddenly, he remembered something and shouted quickly, "Sign." The signature hasn't been signed yet. It's a pity that Lu Shang, dragging his suitcase, has already gone a long way. Why do people fight every day in this martial arts gym? Who says it's not? People are injured every day, and people are sent to the hospital every day. The beatings are too fierce. Who dares to send children here like this? You said that these martial arts practitioners are capable of fighting their own people. Why don't they go to the battlefield to fight strange beasts, so as not to disturb the people? It's just. Several ants in their 40s and 50s were holding vegetable baskets in their hands, standing not far from the gate of the martial arts hall, talking in a low voice, talking nonstop. Suddenly, a voice came in. Ant, is this martial arts gym like this recently? Several ants looked up and saw a tall boy with a tall figure and fair skin standing in front of them at some point. The boy looked clean and handsome, dragging a suitcase in his hand, as if he had just returned from a trip. A pair of dark eyes are clear and deep, shining like crystals. The ants were stunned for a moment and subconsciously replied, "Isn't that right? It happened half a month ago. Every day people come up to kick the gym, one batch after another, and both sides injured many people. I heard that the master of the martial arts gym they're all hurt." The handsome boy frowned, then asked, "Do you know why?" An ant quickly said, "I know this. It seems that this martial arts school borrowed the name of a martial arts genius, recruited many students, and robbed other martial arts schools of business. The other martial arts schools were not angry, so they joined hands come to rectify it. It is estimated that it will be collapsed in a few days. The signboard has been broken several times in the past half month. Hey, what's the name of that martial arts genius? He seems to live in a neighborhood near here." An ant next to her couldn't help interjecting, "Young man, don't you want to sign up for this martial arts gym? Listen to my aunt's advice. You should change to another martial arts gym. This place is a troubled place now. Don't be implicated when in." The young man smiled and said, "No, I'll go to the martial arts hall and find someone from 213. Oh, that's all right. But you'd better come another day, or wait a little longer, and then go in when they're done beating." Where's the person? The ant was halfway through speaking. When she looked up, she suddenly found that the boy standing in front of her had disappeared. Not far from the entrance of the martial arts hall, you can still see a suitcase being slowly pulled in. Hey, young people just don't like to listen to what their elders have to say, and if they make it clear that they have to jump into a fire pit, they will suffer sooner or later. At this time, suddenly an ant stared at the direction the boy left and yelled loudly, "Ah, I remembered. Isn't this kid the high school martial arts prodigy that was reported on the TV news more than 2 months ago? I remember. It was this white and clean look. These martial arts fights are all for him." The other ants were taken aback, and only then did they realize that they just accidentally came into contact with the person at the center of the incident. Immediately, the fire of gossip was burning again, and there was another heated discussion. Lu Shang dragged his suitcase and stepped into the gate of Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. The scene inside the door is even worse than outside. The entire front desk table in the martial arts hall had been kicked over and smashed to the ground. A pile of decorative indoor potted plants had been beaten to pieces. There were fragments of flower pots and soil everywhere, and the floor was in a mess. A large group of people surrounded the martial arts hall, and it seemed that two sides were confronting each other. Lu Shang saw faint blood stains on the ground and some places on the wall. It seemed that someone had already fought here. Lu Shang put down the suitcase casually and slowly moved towards the crowd. Now all the Akba people are looking at the center of the crowd, and no one notices him coming in. Lu Shang walked around behind a group of people and patted the shoulder of a pretty girl who was looking around on her feet. The girl turned her head and saw Lu Shang froze for a moment. Then a look of great surprise and excitement appeared on his face, and he turned around and was about to call out. But before she could cry out, a long, white hand gently covered her mouth. "Hush!" Lu Shang made a silent gesture to the girl, shook his head slightly, and reminded her to keep quiet. The girl nodded obediently. Lu Shang let go of his hand and raised his eyes to look at the center of the crowd. This beautiful girl who recognized his identity is the front desk of the Hongchuan Martial Art Museum. www. The two groups of people stood facing each other in the lobby of the martial arts hall, and some equipment and furniture that were originally placed in the lobby were roughly pushed aside. One of them was wearing a bright red martial arts uniform with a big Chuan printed on the back. This group of people stood in the lobby. A chair was placed in front of them, and a middle-aged man with a square face and a dignified appearance sat on the chair. Judging from his appearance and imposing manner, he should be the real owner of the Red Martial Art Museum, a fourth-level martial artist who has long been famous in Baihe City. But at this moment, an Ai Hongchuan seemed to be seriously injured. His face and lips were slightly pale, and he stretched out his hand to cover his chest from time to time. Standing beside an Ai Hongchuan was a man and a woman. One of them was an Ai Shuang whom Lu Sheng knew, and the other was a short and thin young man whom he had never seen before. There are not many people in the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall, and almost everyone has some injuries on their bodies. Some are just bruised and swollen, and some even have plaster and bandages on their hands or feet. This look of an old, weak, and remnant soldier is far worse than the group of guys in dark blue martial arts uniforms on the opposite side in terms of momentum. Lin Taizhan, isn't it too much for you to do this? My Hongchuan Martial Arts School has promised not to recruit students within a year. What else do you want? An Ai Hongchuan stared at a man wearing a black martial arts uniform and spoke in a deep voice. The man in the black martial arts suit is close to 2 meters tall, with a slender body, dark skin, and muscles on his body that are lumpy like rocks. The people in dark blue martial arts uniforms are faintly headed by him. Hearing an Ai Hongchuan's words, he grinned, showing his neat teeth. Master and I, today we don't talk about business, we only talk about martial arts. We, Taizan Martial Arts, Came here specially to ask your Hongchuan martial arts for advice today. Lin Taizhan, thanks to the fact that you are still a 4th-level martial artist, taking advantage of my father's injury and coming up to kick the gym, why don't you show some shame? Before An Hongchuan could speak, An Shuang who was beside him had already cursed. Lin Taizhan laughed and said, Ni's words are really interesting. Whether it is possible to kick in the martial arts competition depends on the day. Your father and Hongchuan's injury is his business, and it is my business that I come to kick the gym. Since you Hongchuan Wuguan dare to hang up the signboard, you must be prepared to be smashed at any time. As he said that, Lin Tieshan's aura was released, causing a group of people in the Hongchuan martial arts school to change their expression slightly, and they all took a few steps back. An Hongchuan's face was like water, and he nodded slowly. You are right. Since the signboard has been revealed, you must be able to keep it. An Hongchuan, came to Baihe City 20 years ago. I was alone, and I built this foundation with a pair of fists. It was possible then, and it is the same now. An Hongchuan stood up suddenly, and an unnatural flush quickly appeared on his face. He was already injured, but this time it affected the injury even more, and he coughed violently. Dad, Master. Seeing this, An Shuang and the short and thin young man quickly reached out to support him, their faces full of worry. Fine. An Hongchuan reached out to block the hands of the two, shaking his head to indicate that he was fine. Lin Taizhan on the side laughed when he saw this and said coldly, Since you don't have the skills, don't make such a big deal. A 17-year-old 2nd-level martial artist? Heh, is that a student you and Hongchuan can teach? It deserves to be beaten and disabled. As I said earlier, Lu Shang is not my dad's student. He is just a member of ours. An Shuang tried to explain. Lin Taizhan waved his hand and said indifferently, I don't care about that. I only know that you have robbed more than half of the business of our martial arts gyms by using the name of that kid named Lu Shang. If you dare to stretch your claws into our pockets, don't blame us for chopping them off. Students return their cards and want to come here. Who do you blame? I know. That's why we decided to tear down the signboard of your Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. Your martial arts hall is down, and the students have no place to go, so they will naturally come back. You. An Shuang gritted her teeth in anger, unable to speak a word. Lin Taizhan clapped his hands and said, Okay, enough nonsense. Send someone up quickly. I packed them up together. You guys go to the Martial Arts Association today to cancel the martial arts hall. There was grief and indignation on the faces of the people in the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. Since half a month ago, people have come to kick the gym almost every day. It was okay at first, and everyone was able to cope. But then it became more and more violent, and the owner of another martial arts gym personally brought people up. And Hongchuan played a few games in person and was seriously injured, almost unable to fight again. Now there is another 4th-level warrior-level gym owner who came to kick the gym, and their Hongchuan martial arts gym may really be forced to cancel and close the gym. I'll fight you. An Shuang gritted her teeth and walked out. An Hongchuan's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, An Shuang, you come back. You are only level 3, and you are not his opponent. An Shuang shook her head and said with a firm face, Dad, I caused this incident, and I should be responsible. Don't worry, the worst thing is to get hurt. Maybe he dared to beat me to death. Junior sister, I'm with you. The short and thin young man standing on the other side of An Hongchuan also stood up. Although the young man was unattractive, he had a calm demeanor. He looked at Lin Taizhan and said, Master Lin, you are a 4th-level martial artist and bullying my junior sister. A 3rd-level martial artist? Is it unreasonable? Lin Taizhan nodded with a smile and said, Don't worry, as many people as you Hongchuan Martial Arts School want to attend, feel free to attend together. I follow along. Joining hands with senior brothers, we may not have no chance. Seeing that Lin Taizhan agreed to come down, An Shuang showed a bit of joy on his face. An Hongchuan shook his head with a wry smile. No chance. Lin Taizhan has a lot of hard work, and he is still a 4th-level warrior. If I don't get injured, I can only fight with him at a 50-50 odds. What's more, Dad, you really underestimate me and senior brother too much. My strength may be a bit weak, but no matter what my senior brother said, I am also a top student of Dongning Wuda University. The two of us joined forces. Are you still afraid of Lin Taizhan? An Shuang said confidently. The short and thin young man next to him also said in a deep voice, Master, junior sister is right. If you don't fight hard, who knows if you have a chance? And the young man stretched out his hands to Lin Taizhan ping. Lin Taizhan was stunned for a moment, and soon his face showed surprise, and he said in the original voice, Have you made a breakthrough? The young man shook his head and said, It's still a little short of training internal strength, but the blood value has reached 200. Isn't it half a foot into the 4th level? An Shuang was overjoyed. An Hongchuan was also quite excited. Okay, let me tell you that you have always had a calm personality. So why did you act impulsively with An Shuang today? It turns out that you were sure. Dad. An Shuang frowned. Ha. An Hongchuan laughed, and most of the depression on his face disappeared, and it seemed that even his injuries had healed a bit. I said, When are you going to discuss it? Lin Tieshan's voice came. If you drag it any longer, the Martial Arts Association will be closed. Do we have to make another trip tomorrow? Shut up. An Shuang glared at him and said coldly, I'll beat you down later. I want you to carry the signboard of our Hongchuan Martial Arts School through the streets. Lin Taizhan smiled slightly, with a cold light in his eyes. A sharp-mouthed little girl, really annoying. In the next second, Tieshan's figure suddenly disappeared. An Shuang was shocked, and then heard the voice of a short and thin young man next to her ear. Junior sister, be careful. Immediately afterwards, the two figures collided fiercely. A figure suddenly stepped back 7 or 8 meters, revealing the slightly pale face of the Faxia youth. Brother, and Aishuang hurried up and asked eagerly, are you okay? Only then did she realize that it was the short and thin young man who blocked Lin Tieshan's blow for her just now. Don't worry, I'm fine. The short and thin young man squeezed out a smile and shook his head. And Aishuang didn't see that the right hand of the short and thin young man, quietly hid behind him, was trembling constantly. Witnessing this scene, Hongchuan looked solemn and slowly frowned. It turned out to be such a trick. Lin Taizhan glanced at the short and thin young man, showing some surprise. That's just right, they will be scrapped together, so as to save me from getting revenge on me in the future. If you get sick, you will die of sickness. Lin Taizhan took a step forward, and in an instant, his whole body seemed to swell slightly. The muscles all over his body were knotted and swollen, and his skin had a faint iron-colored luster. A mountain-like momentum rolled towards the short, thin young man and Aishuang. The faces of the two changed drastically. Lin Taizhan at this time and Lin Taizhan before almost looked like two different people. Hongchuan suddenly stood up from his chair with a shocked expression on his face. Lin Taizhan, have you broken through level 5? Lin Taizhan grinned ferociously and said, it's still a bit close, but my Taizhan Jin has already achieved great success. Hongchuan, you are a coward. You dare not compare yourself, so you sent 2 little dolls to die. Then I will fulfill you. As he spoke, Lin Taizhan stretched out both hands. The 2 black fleshy palms are like palm leaf fans, which are several times larger than ordinary people. They make a whirring sound in the air, and even scrape the curtains a few meters away. The momentum is extremely frightening. Hongchuan was startled and angry, and wanted to stop him, but his injury was affected. His face turned pale and he collapsed on the chair suddenly. Shuang and the short and thin young man were enveloped by this aura. Their faces turned pale, but they could only grit their teeth and press on. Snap, accompanied by a crisp sound. The short and thin young man screamed and flew upside down, hitting the ground. One arm was bent at a strange angle. The pain made cold sweat break out on his face, and his lips were trembling. Shuang is slightly better. Most of Lin Tieshan's strength was used on the short and thin young man. She only had one arm pinned by the edge of the iron palm, but it was still dislocated. Just a face-to-face. The 2 big and 3rd-level fighters under Hongchuan in the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall were all injured and fell to the ground, completely losing their fighting power. Lin Taizhan was so powerful and terrifying that everyone could barely breathe. Anyone else? Lin Taizhan twisted his neck, smiled and glanced at everyone in the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. Anyone caught by his gaze lowered their heads in fear, and no one dared to look at him. Enough. Hongchuan's chest heaved violently. He stood up slowly and said word by word, don't you just want our Hongchuan Martial Arts gym to be closed? Yes, I will do your wish. Go to the Martial Arts Association to cancel the martial arts gym now. Qualification. When Hongchuan said this sentence, he seemed to be 10 years old in an instant, and even his back was bent. Dad. Shuang's eye circles turned red all of a sudden, and the self-blame and guilt in her heart flooded up like a tide. Everyone in the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall was downcast and desolate. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Lin Taizhan smiled and said, I can still trust the character of Master and I. If this is the case, I will bring someone back first, etc. At this moment, suddenly 10 voices came from the crowd. Everyone was taken aback and looked subconsciously. A well-proportioned, tall, fair-skinned, handsome young man came out. A good martial arts gym will not open if it can't be opened. Where can I go to exercise in the future? The boy glanced at Hongchuan and said calmly. Hongchuan looked shocked and did not speak. Shuang, however, recognized the boy's identity at a glance and said in shock, Lu Shang. Lu Sheng nodded at Shuang. In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on Lu Shang, and their eyes were miraculous. So he is Lu Shang. It is he who caused our martial arts hall to be reduced to this point. Shut up. The people in the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall became commotion and discussed a lot. Many people glared at Lu Shang, as if blaming him for everything in front of them. 0. Asking for flowers. Even Hongchuan's face was complicated after knowing Lu Shang's identity. Lin Tieshan's eyes lit up. He looked Lu Shang up and down and said, so you are the signboard we snatched? Not bad. You are really imposing and talented. Is little brother Lu worried that there will be no place to practice after the Hongchuan Martial Arts School closes? Don't worry. We Taizhan Martial Arts Hall welcomes you anytime. Lin Taizhan pointed to Hongchuan and the short and thin young man on the ground and said with a smile, you have also seen that the Hongchuan martial arts are all rubbish. Even I can't catch them at once. What can this kind of martial arts teach you? Come to our Taizhan Martial Arts Hall. I can teach you Tieshan's secret skills in person, and I will never hide my secrets. Iron Mountain secret technique? Lu Sheng seemed to be a little interested. Seeing this, Lin Taizhan hurriedly hit the rails while it was hot. Tieshan's secret technique is a non-inherited technique in our Taizhan Martial Arts Hall. After practice, it will become invincible horizontally. I'm not bragging. Lin Taizhan patted his chest and boasted confidently. In the same level, there are few who can break my defense, not Hongchuan, nor the others. Hongchuan's face was a little ugly, but he was powerless to refute. Lin Taizhan has shown his strength just now. His defense is like iron, and his momentum is like a mountain. It is indeed not what he is capable of fighting now. Such a powerful exercise. Are you willing to teach me? Lu Shang said lightly. Lin Taizhan felt that Lu Shang seemed to be a little moved, and the smile on his face was even bigger. He hurriedly said, "Of course I am willing. As long as you join our Taizhan martial arts school and take Lin Taizhan as your teacher, I will definitely support you with all your money." Lu Shang took 2 steps forward, looked at Lin Taizhan calmly, and said casually, "Then how are you going to teach me?" Lin Taizhan frowned, thinking to himself why this kid has so much shit, but considering the identity of the other party, he patiently said, "If you come, I will." Lin Taizhan hadn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, Lu Shang in front of him suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying momentum like a volcanic eruption swept across the sky. Lin Tieshan's scalp went numb in an instant. His hair stood on end all over his body, and a great sense of life and death crisis surged out from his heart. "Hey!" he shouted wildly. The muscles all over his body turned black and swelled. His whole body swelled suddenly, and then he pushed his palms forward fiercely. But a white fleshy fist easily swung his palms away, drove straight in, and landed on his chest. Kacha kacha, the sound of bones breaking. Boom! The terrifying power contained in the fist exploded, and Lin Tieshan's mountain-like body flew backwards with a swish. He smashed through the crowd and flew straight to the side wall of the martial arts hall entrance. With a boom, a big hole was smashed into the wall, deeply embedded in the wall. Tat tat tat. The sound of crisp footsteps sounded in the quiet lobby. Lu Shang walked step by step, with a casual posture and an indifferent expression. He stopped in front of Lin Taizhan, whose face was full of pain, shock, and fear, condescendingly, and said lightly, "How are you going to teach me? On your knees?" At this moment, the entire martial arts hall, there was no sound, deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them. Their expressions were in a trance, like a dream. An Shuang's beautiful eyes widened. Her mouth was wide open, enough to stuff a duck egg in. Even An Hongchuan was shocked, sitting on the chair, holding on to the armrest with both hands. It seemed that only with such support, he would not slip and fall to the ground. Lin Taizhan, defeated. A 4th-level martial artist has achieved great success in Kung Fu. Invincible, tyrannical, Lin Taizhan is like a devil. To be punched by Lu Shang, it was blasted into the wall abruptly. The powerful defense he was proud of was as fragile as a piece of paper under Lu Shang's hands, and it was broken without even blocking Lu Shang's punch. Everyone looked at the ground. On the floor of the martial arts hall, there is a trace of dragging that is more than 20 meters long and very clear. That was the trajectory where Lin Taizhan was blown away by Lu Shang's punch. Terrible. It is impossible to imagine how such a terrifying punch came out. Most importantly, this punch came from Lu Shang's people. To be able to instantly kill Lin Taizhan, who was at the peak of level 4, so easily, must a level 5 warrior be able to do it? 17 years old, high school student, 5-level martial arts, 237. When these words were connected together, everyone felt their scalps go numb and their bodies trembled violently. Not out of fear. It is a kind of guessed reaction caused by the brain stimulating the body after being too shocked. It seems that the Iron Mountain secret technique that you have blown up to the sky doesn't seem to be very good. Lu Shang shook his head and stopped looking at Lin Taizhan. Behind him, Lin Tieshan's black face was almost distorted, but there was still a lingering deep shock and fear. This kid, simply a monster. Lu Shang casually picked up the suitcase that had just been placed at the entrance of the lobby and said to An Hongchuan calmly, "Don't let the martial arts hall close, otherwise I will find it very troublesome to find another one so close to home." An Hongchuan stood up from the chair with a swish. His face was full of excitement. "Sure." Lu Shang ignored him, turned around and left with the suitcase dragging. Behind him was a look of awe and shock. Lu Shang has no special feelings for Hongchuan martial arts. This time, the main reason for making the move was because I had received the naming fee from an Shuang. Not much money, Tianwan. But after all, the other party's misery now was indirectly caused by him, but only once. If similar things happen to Hongchuan Wuguan in the future, Lu Shang will ignore it. He can protect the other party once, but he cannot protect the other party forever. In this world, after all, it is still above martial arts, strength. If you don't have enough strength, you can't keep some things. And if someone takes them away, you can't blame others. Thinking about it, I have already reached the door of the house before I know it. Open the door, and a smell of meat and coriander blows in your face. Mother Zhang Yufan heard the door open and came out of the kitchen. When she saw Lu Shang, she hurried up to help him with his luggage. "Why is it so late? Didn't you say you can arrive in the morning? It made me cook a table of dishes at noon, and no one helped me eat it." Before Lu Shang came back, he called home. "Oh, I went to the Martial Arts Association, and I have something to do with Chairman Xiao. On the way back, I saw a group of people bullying a few old, weak, sick, and disabled. So I helped them out." Delayed. Lu Shang explained a little apologetically. When Zhang Yufan heard this, her expression immediately changed, and she looked at Lu Shang up and down with great vigor. "Fighted with someone? Did you get hurt? Let me take a good look." "No injury. Mom, you underestimated me too much. Anyway, I am also a formal warrior now. I went to a training camp and became even stronger. How did a few punks hurt me?" Lu Shang stretched out a finger to lift the suitcase, moving up and down easily, showing that he is very strong now. "Only you can. No matter how good you are, you're still just a high school student. There are plenty of people out there who are better than you. Don't try to be brave again. You know? Zhang Yufan babbled a few words, reached out and pinched Lu Sheng's arm, and said with satisfaction, "It seems to be a lot stronger." Lu Sheng walked into the living room and found that his mother was the only one in the house. "Where are Qinghe and Dad?" "One went to school and the other went to work, but didn't come back." Lu Sheng frowned and said, "Didn't you tell Dad not to be a porter anymore? His body can bear it for a few years, and he will be full of injuries when he grows old. What else can he do if he doesn't move?" Zhang Yufan comforted, "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it for you. Since eating the meat you sent back last time, your father is in much better health." Lu Sheng nodded. His expression relaxed a little. Relying on the care of Dong Qingxue and Qin Xiaojun in the training camp, Lu Sheng sent back some of the exotic animal meat eaten by the training camp students. Not much, dozens of catties, enough to feed the whole family for a long time. The nutritional value of exotic animal meat is tens to hundreds of times that of ordinary beef and mutton, and it is much better than some health medicines on the market. "How's Qinghe's recent grades?" "I have made a lot of progress and my blood is almost 1.1. Lu Sheng casually asked his mother about the situation at home, then went into the room to put down his luggage, and then took a shower. In the evening, Lu Dehai and Lu Qinghe came back one after another. Because of Lu Sheng's return, this small family was complete again, and the whole family was very happy. Lu Haihai even had a drink or two during dinner. Hearing that Lu Sheng had taught a few gangsters a lesson on the way back, Lu Dehai was even more blushing with joy. This is how martial arts should be practiced. Seeing injustices in the road, weeding out the strong and supporting the weak, and taking action when it is time. Otherwise, why do you still practice martial arts? You can just find an office building to work. His mother, Zhang Yufan, scolded him. "If you drink 2 cups, you won't know who you are. What if your son gets hurt? You don't feel bad, do you? Boy, it's no big deal to get hurt and bleed a little bit. My Lu Haihai son will go to the battlefield to kill strange beasts and defend his family and country." Lu Dehai tapped the wine glass with his chopsticks, shook his head, and began to sing. "Be in command, put on armor, and go into battle." Lu Sheng watched this scene. His brows and eyes gradually softened. He has a big heart and a lot to do. But so far, this home is all he wants to protect. Turning around, he found that Lu Qinghe was secretly looking at him. Lu Qinghe took a mouthful of rice, twitched, and said in a low voice, "Brother, how are you doing in the training camp?" Lu Sheng smiled slightly and said softly, "It's okay. The instructor takes good care of me." "Have you worked hard?" "It's not hard work." "What is the daily training?" "At night, the night is as cool as water." Lu Sheng sat quietly on the yoga mat in the middle of the room. The mental power slowly circulated in the mind, bringing a sense of coolness. Soon, Lu Sheng fell into a dream. On the dilapidated street, Lu Sheng's figure quietly appeared. Lu Sheng looked calm as he strolled through the desolate streets. He started walking in the direction of the city center. "Go to the next street." A series of wandering figures appeared in front of Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's expression was calm, and the powerful spiritual power of a third-level psychiatrist came out through his body. Those zombies who tried to get close to him were thrown out instantly, like straws that were uprooted under the tornado storm. The zombies weathered in the air and turned into black lines of smoke, which belonged to Lu Sheng. As the zombies along this street were cleaned up, more and more smoke was generated from these black lines, and the speed of absorption could not catch up with the generation. These black lines of smoke gathered behind Lu Sheng, like a scarred black cloak. Boom! A zombie was thrown away by the mental force, but it shot back at a faster speed in an instant. Lu Sheng's eyes were as bright as morning stars. His feet kicked heavily on the ground, and he leaped high. Lu Sheng raised his right fist in the air, and the breath in his mouth was as hot as fire. Heroic spirits are immortal. The not-so-big white fleshy fist slammed down, smashing into the zombie's body. The tall zombie roared and exploded into a cloud of dust, and a thick black line of smoke came out. Level 6 warrior. After punching the zombie blocking the way, Lu Sheng's face remained unchanged, and he continued to move forward. With his current strength, this kind of zombie who was a 6th-level warrior in his lifetime can be dealt with just one punch. Lu Sheng 3.4 has been going forward and gradually penetrated into the city. At least hundreds of zombies were sent away along the way. The memory fragments of these zombies gathered together and filled Lu Sheng's mind. It made his brain ache, and the urge to vent continued to emerge in his heart. The desire to destroy everything. Lu Sheng knew that this was the aftereffect of absorbing too many battle memories in one go. You only need to sit down and practice the crystal concept for a while, and the sequelae of this point will be eliminated immediately. But Lu Sheng still doesn't want to. What is he looking for? Boom! Suddenly, a thin figure landed in front of Lu Sheng. Large cracks appeared on the hard street floor under the figure's feet. Lu Sheng's pupils contracted, and he stopped abruptly. Lu Sheng looked at the uninvited guest in front of him who was attracted by him, stretched out his hands to rub his swollen temples, and grinned. He found what he was looking for. Why didn't he choose to clear those complicated memories in his mind? Because he is afraid. He was afraid that he would lose the desire to fight and destroy caused by going crazy. You will lose yourself? The guts to fight this master-level zombie in front of you. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes and looked at the appearance of the zombie in front of him. He is about 1.75 meters tall and thin, but it gives people a sense of solidity made of steel. The appearance is very ordinary, wearing a rather delicate streamlined battle armor. This zombie is like an ordinary middle-aged man in his 40s. If you don't look at his completely out-of-focus eyes and dead gray skin, it is almost no different from normal people. The mighty power of time washed over its body. It seemed that it just took away some of the moisture in its body making it shriveled and covered with dust. Compared with the decayed and broken zombies that Lu Shang has seen before, this zombie is extraordinarily new and complete. Grandmaster's blood is as thick as mercury, and his body is like fine steel. It is not comparable to warriors of level 6 and below. It is too powerful, but it is such a powerful Grandmaster level zombie. But a large hole with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters is broken in the heart. The inside is empty, and you can clearly see the scene on the opposite side. It's hard to imagine what kind of terrifying beast was able to poach the heart of this martial arts master in the first battle when the base was destroyed. At this time, this Grandmaster level zombie was standing in the distance and watching him quietly, as if waiting for something. "Let's fight." Lu Shang took a deep breath, and the rhythm of his breathing changed quietly. Switch. Breath of the wind. A faint wind lingered around Lu Shang's body. Lu Shang turned around and disappeared in place in an instant. With the subtlety realm movement technique fully deployed, he was at an astonishingly fast speed. Like a cloud of green smoke, he approached the zombie in just a few breaths. The Grandmaster level zombies seemed unaware and stood still. Lu Shang whipped and kicked the head of the Master level zombie viciously. Driven by the strong chi and blood of the third level warrior, this whip leg was like a steel knife, tearing the air and making a sharp, whistling sound. Boom! It fell silent. The Master-level zombie still stood still, but raised his right hand at some point. The palm is in a naturally stretched state, gently blocking the side of the face. But it was such a casual gesture similar to raise your hand to speak in class, but it forcibly blocked Lu Shang's powerful whip kick. There was shock in Lu Shang's eyes. He felt as if his leg had kicked an extremely thick cushion, and all the strength was absorbed into it, completely dispelled. The huge strength contained in the legs fell on the palm of the Master-level zombie, but it was like a mud cow entering the sea, without causing any waves. Lu Shang flew back immediately, his face still deeply moved. The kick I just did, although I didn't go all out, but it also used 6 times the stellar force, and the bonus of the perfect leg skill. How come the combat power index is more than 100,000, and even it can't be shaken with one hand? Grandmaster level zombies are indeed terrifying, and this is only the master level with only fighting instinct left. If it is a real martial arts master, the strength is so powerful that it is simply unimaginable. Lu Shang did not hold back. 10 times the strength of the stars, the perfect boxing technique, the breath of flame. Except for not using the chi and blood boost of the Divine Illumination Pluto Sutra, he almost went all out. But no matter what kind of attack he has, the master-level zombie in front of him can always easily resolve it. Lu Shang had a faint illusion. What he is facing now is not an ordinary person who is more than 1.7 meters tall. It's a wall, a mountain. Can't be broken. Can't be surpassed. Hoo-hoo. Lu Shang stood tens of meters away from the Grandmaster-level zombie, breathing heavily, with a dignified expression. There's no way to beat it, and you can't even hurt it. Lu Shang felt that there seemed to be an invisible film on the body of this master-level zombie. All his attacks hit this layer of film, and the calendar was directly removed by 9. So much so that although Lu Shang's combat power is as high as hundreds of thousands, he doesn't even have the qualifications to let the opponent move his position. This probably is. Lu Shang took a deep breath and slowly uttered a word. Grandmaster Force Field. It is rumored that the martial arts master has an invisible force field. Even bullets can't pierce it. After shooting into the force field, it will be blocked by stagnation and completely turned into useless scrap iron. I saw it today, and it really lives up to its reputation. This is still the meager force field left by the dead Grandmaster outside his body. If it's a martial arts master in its prime, I guess I won't be able to get close to the opponent, let alone attack. The strength of the Grandmaster's force field exceeded Lu Shang's expectations, and he was almost at the end of his skills. Now I understand why there is only one level difference between the 6th level and the 7th level, but the status is very different. The 7th level can be called a master, but the 6th level can only be called a warrior. It is because the gap between the two is too great. That is a qualitative difference, a gap in the level of life. Reaching the realm of a 7th level Grandmaster can almost be regarded as another kind of life form. However, there is good news. This master level zombie doesn't seem to regard me as an opponent at all, and only passively resists my attacks, never actively attacking. Otherwise, I should have been beaten to death on the spot. Lu Shang now has a feeling that he seems to have become a low-level number who strayed into the high-level monster map again. In the face of the huge level gap, even if the monsters in the high-level map stand still and let themselves chop, they cannot break the opponent's defense by themselves. I can't even do a forced blood deduction -1 to 1. Lu Shang was a little helpless. No, it seems that there is blood loss. Lu Shang tried a few more times, and unexpectedly found that the invisible force field outside the body of this master-level zombie seemed to have weakened a little bit. Although very little, only a trace. Almost negligible, but definitely weakened. Lu Shang has attacked nearly 1,000 times, and he already knows the defensibility of the master-level zombies like the palm of his hand. If you grind a little bit, you may have a chance, but I'm afraid that when you grind it below the killing line, you will suddenly go berserk, and this is too slow. I estimate that it will take millions of attacks to grind this force field. Lu Shang already felt that his physical strength was exhausted. This is because he has been using the natural breathing method to recover. It is not known how many times he got tired and fell down if he was replaced by other 3rd-level fighters. Or, retreat first. When I am stronger, come to solve this tough bone. Lu Sheng flinched in his heart, but some are not reconciled. Level 6 zombie fighters have almost lost the value of actual combat training for him now. After reaching level 3 mental power, hunting zombies below level 6 is like mowing grass, etc. Lu Sheng suddenly thought of something. Mental strength. Yes, divine attack. He hasn't tried it yet. Attacking directly with mental power. I haven't practiced the real psychic combat skills yet, so I have always used spiritual power as an auxiliary means, and the fuel for the increase of chi and blood by the Divine Illumination Pluto Sutra. I almost forgot that I am still a third-level psychiatrist. Compared to my strength in martial arts, my strength in the field of spiritual masters is even stronger. After thinking this through, Lu Sheng suddenly felt a bright light before his eyes. Although Lu Sheng has not learned the corresponding mental power combat skills, his mental power is strong enough. It was as if Lu Sheng was holding a piece of iron in his hand. Although he hadn't learned how to forge this piece of iron into a sword to slash people, the power of swinging the piece of iron and throwing it out was quite impressive. Try. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible. There is another benefit of using mental 0-20 force attack. After my mental power is exhausted, I replenish it quickly, because there are zombies everywhere, as long as I absorb some memories casually, and then use the crystal concept to purify it, much faster than recovering physical strength. Thinking about it, Lu Sheng immediately condensed his mental power into a ball, and ruthlessly punched out the Grandmaster-level zombie in front of him. Just like a physical attack, the moment the mental power touches a Master-level zombie, it's like touching an invisible barrier. The mental power hit it and disappeared. But at the same time, part of that invisible barrier was also consumed. So much better than physical attacks. Lu Sheng was surprised and delighted, and after thinking about it, he quickly understood. The Grandmaster Force Field is the externalized manifestation of the Grandmaster's will, and the Grandmaster's will is simply the spiritual power of the Grandmaster. Using mental power to consume mental power will naturally come quickly. Hey, I'm so stupid. I should have thought of this earlier. Lu Sheng didn't delay any longer, and quickly manipulated his mental power to attack the force field of the Master-level zombies again and again. The Grandmaster Force Field of the Grandmaster-level zombies was consumed rapidly, and the invisible barrier rapidly weakened and thinned at a speed that Lu Sheng's spirit could perceive. Halfway through, Lu Sheng's mental power was exhausted twice, but fortunately, he harvested a lot of ordinary zombie memories before him. As soon as the idea of crystal conception works a little, a steady stream of spiritual power emerges. During this process, Lu Sheng's Shirquan martial arts has grown again. More than 80% of martial arts skills have broken through a bottleneck period, that is, they have reached perfection. This is a terrifying improvement to Lu Sheng's comprehensive combat ability. But Lu Sheng didn't have the time to pay attention to these things now. All his attention was on the Master-level zombie in front of him. He is really looking forward to it. After killing this Grandmaster-level zombie, what kind of martial arts treasures will be in the memory of the Grandmaster that burst out? Boom! Lu Sheng bombarded the Master-level zombie with a mental force. The body of the Master-level zombie shook slightly, but there was no fluctuation. Its exterior looks unchanged from the original. But in Lu Sheng's eyes, this Grandmaster-level zombie has become extremely dark. It is like a light bulb that is gradually going out. It looks like the outer shell has not changed, but in fact the tungsten filament inside is rapidly dimming. Boom! Another mental attack. With the continuous use of mental power, Lu Sheng became proficient in using this simple and crude technique, and he can feel his mental power attack is getting stronger every time. This is because of the rapid consumption of mental power and the quick recovery by using the idea of crystal conception. If Lu Sheng takes another mental power test now, the strength of mental power will definitely far exceed before. At this moment, only a thin layer of force field remained around the body of the Grandmaster zombie. Thin as a layer of window paper. It feels like it could be broken at any moment. Boom! A strange light flickered in Lu Sheng's eyes, and he didn't know how many mental power attacks were launched. This time, the mental power attack fell on the Master-level zombie and encountered a slight obstacle and then passed through abruptly. It's done. Lu Sheng's figure instantly disappeared in place. Breath of the wind. When it reappeared, it was already in front of the Master-level zombies. Compared with the initial stage, the Grandmaster zombie at this time gave Lu Sheng a much weaker feeling. Divine illumination of Pluto Sutra, chi and blood increase. Boom. Inside Lu Sheng's body, 2 hearts were beating violently, roaring with anger. 10 times the power of the stars. Switch. Breath of flame. Perfect boxing. The light in Lu Sheng's eyes bloomed, and his right fist was raised high. At this moment, the killing line for the Master-level zombies has arrived. This punch hit the head of the Master-level zombie hard. The head of the Master-level zombie exploded. Under the impact of Lu Sheng's fist, its not-so-stalwart body staggered backwards. A trace of guilt rose in Lu Sheng's heart. From the beginning to the end, this Master-level zombie never attacked him once, and he was always attacking the opponent. Heroic spirits are not fire. Your will be inherited by me. Lu Sheng was thinking silently in his heart. The body of the Master-level zombie is rapidly weathering, leaving only a set of solitary combat armor. A black thread of smoke as thick as a forearm emerged from its body, like a black python, and slammed into Sheng's body. Lu Sheng retreated violently as if he had been hit hard. There is only one thought left in my mind. Grandmaster memory. Shi Shengning, congratulations on reaching the 7th level. From today onwards, you can be called a master. The situation is getting worse and worse. Although the masters of the star realm have been running around, there are still bases falling. The top 100 bases are located in the center of Wuming. It is the safest place in the whole world. I have already arranged the airship, and you will leave in the afternoon. Dad, won't you come with us? I am the Grandmaster. I should stay at the forefront and shed the last drop of blood for the human race. The beasts of the 9th level are too scary. Even if I just take a look at them from a distance, I still feel terrified. I am a master. I am strong in my will, and I am fearless. Why am I still afraid? Why work? Is there really hope? Where is the future of the human race? Master Wang He, who is known as East Pole Evil Sun, has come. He has descended on our number 1359 base. I am honored to see Master Wang He make a move. It is too powerful and shocking. With a powerful existence like Master Wang He, the human race will definitely win this battle. Definitely. The last time I saw Lord Wang He make a move, I got more insights. Inspiration erupted like a spring. I should have a skill to conceive. I succeeded. Ha ha ha. It may not be impossible to aspire to the realm of the 8th level Grand Master in this life. It hurts so much. My heart has been dug out. Is this what it feels like before death comes? I heard that the Martial League has launched the Fire Seed Project, intending to gather the power of the entire human race to create an unprecedented 12th level powerhouse. It should work. Too bad I can't see it anymore. It is bigger than any memory absorbed by Lu Shang in the past. Countless broken pictures quickly passed through Lu Shang's mind. What a legendary and wonderful life of a martial arts master. The idea of crystal conception has already been in operation, and the diamond figure has been dyed pure black. A large amount of martial arts experience and fighting skills and memory were quickly absorbed by Lu Shang. Lu Shang was lucky. This martial arts master named Shengning. His major was boxing during his lifetime. Lu Shang could feel that his attainments in boxing were improving crazily. Perfect Realm's boxing skills quickly improved to the bottleneck of Perfect Realm. Then, breakthrough. Get into it. Then continue to improve rapidly. The advanced level of micro-level. The pinnacle of micro-level. Breakthrough again. Realm of control. Martial arts master Shengning's lifelong learning. The control boxing method refined in countless life and death fights with strange beasts is now perfectly inherited by Lu Shang without omission. Lu Shang was delighted. This harvest alone is enough to be called a treasure. Not to mention, he hasn't discovered the core treasure yet. Wang He. Lu Shang captured the name in Shengning's memory. This name seems to be quite important to Shengning. In the last memory of Master Shengning's life, besides his wife and children, this name was mentioned the most by him. And just so, Lu Sheng knew the name. The creator of stellar body refining technique is called Wang He. He has been in martial arts for 10,000 years, and he is obviously a well-known super big man, nicknamed Dongji Xieyang. Even a 7th level martial arts master like Shengning is also his fanboy. Lu Sheng practiced the stellar body refining technique created by Wang He, which can be regarded as having a certain relationship with him. Now that I understand the legendary figure's scaly claws through the perspective of others, I can't help but feel a lot of emotion in my heart. Shengning seems to be inspired by Wang He's martial art because he saw Wang He's attack once and created an extremely powerful martial art. Why can't I find it? Lu Shang was a little puzzled and kept searching Shengning's memory. At this moment, he saw a golden light spot suddenly appear in the diamond figure in his mind. With the continuous breathing of the diamond figure, this golden light spot also slowly melted. In an instant, a memory screen that Lu Shang had never seen before appeared in Chaochen. It was a vast and barren wilderness. Thick black mist filled the sky and the earth. In the black mist, a large number of uncountable strange beasts poured out from the earth and the sky, tearing apart the black mist. Like a tide, it's pouring over here. Lu Shang perceived that his heart was trembling, his mouth was dry, and his legs were a little weak. I am a grandmaster. I am fearless. Why am I still afraid? In this case, even a grandmaster will be torn apart in an instant. A deep sense of despair enveloped Lu Shang's heart. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in his field of vision. This figure was extremely fast, and its body exuded brilliant golden light, like the sun rising slowly. Lu Shang watched that figure. He vaguely saw that figure seemed to raise his right hand. Next moment, 10 suns appeared in the dark sky at the same time. Incomparably dazzling sun. Golden sun. The endless golden light shone down, and Lu Shang's eyes were filled with tears. He tried hard to open his eyes, but he could only see a piece of golden light. I don't know how long it has been. The golden light gradually faded, and Lu Shang's sight recovered. He sees the countless strange beasts that were overwhelming before have all disappeared, and there is nowhere to go. The whole world is empty. All filth is washed away. Only the thin but stalwart figure was left, hovering in the distant midair. In the dream space, Lu Shang suddenly opened his eyes. At this time, his pupils were completely smudged into a brilliant golden color, like 2 rounds of stars emitting endless light and heat. Soon, the golden color slowly faded, and the stars disappeared. There was a strange light in Lu Shang's eyes, and he said to himself, in ancient mythology, the son of the Emperor of Heaven is the Golden Crow. Jinwu has the responsibility of being on duty. Each Golden Crow represents a round of the sun. When the 10 suns appeared in the sky at the same time, the rivers dried up, the earth cracked, and the infinite light and heat burned everything. No living thing can survive 10 days. Martial arts master Shengning has spent his whole life to learn, painstakingly, and even intends to use it to aspire to the supreme master skill of the 8th level Grandmaster. The name is 10 days, same day. Lu Sheng punched violently. With this punch, his huge mental power quickly shrank towards the center of the brain nucleus and collapsed. 2 rounds of golden sun ignited in his eyes. A surging heat wave rushed out of his fist. The light and heat distorted the air, forming 10 rounds of illusory golden suns behind Lu Sheng's head. This style of master technique is in the same line as mine and complements each other. 10 days, same day. Now it's mine. Along with the comprehension of this master skill, Lu Sheng felt a drastic change in his mental power. The huge spiritual power shrank sharply, condensed into a point, collapsed inward, and emitted a golden glow. It's like a small sun floating in the heart of the diamond figure visualization. With every breath of the diamond figure, the light of the sun changes accordingly. The countless black spiritual impurities in the diamond human figure are also fading away under the golden sun. Conversely, this little golden sun is slowly rising bit by bit. My mental strength has undergone a qualitative change. Lu Sheng was a little shocked. After visualizing the diamond figure, the purity of his mental power was already very high, 5 times that of Dong Qingxue. Beyond the ordinary spiritual teacher does not know much. But compared with the present, his previous mental power seemed mixed and loose. Lu Sheng can feel that the total amount of mental power he has now has not changed much, but the quality is completely different from before. If Charlene's mental power is air, then Dong Qingxue's mental power is water, and my previous mental power is ice. The difference between the 3 is like gas, liquid, and solid. But now, my spiritual power is like a steel ball made of pure steel. Although it is still the same shape, its quality and hardness are many times higher than before. Great progress. With a thought in Lu Sheng's mind, his mental power radiated out. In an instant, with him as the center, cracks appeared on the surrounding street ground. A cement-like concrete block with a diameter of more than 10 meters and a thickness of 4 to 5 meters was slowly suspended. 770. But it didn't take long for the mental power to drain, and the huge clod fell back to the ground. Lu Sheng's eyes were burning. The grasping power of mental power is dozens of times stronger than before. If the total amount is not too small, it is not impossible to achieve imperial flight, as described in the novel of Cultivating Immortals with mental power alone. Lu Sheng felt that in a certain sense, he had completely stepped into the level of an extraordinary life form, which even ordinary warriors could not imagine. He is confident that he can crush a 3rd level or even 4th level warrior to death with just relying on his mental strength. This is a completely different concept from ordinary psychiatrists sweeping warriors of the same level with the help of weapons or challenging high-level warriors by leapfrogging. The latter mainly relies on attack methods, and it is pure force crushing. Now I have a force field similar to that of a master-level zombie. Lu Sheng clearly felt that a faint film appeared on the surface of his body. This film comes from his spiritual power Sun Core. If you don't deliberately control it, there will only be a very weak layer. If you increase the output of mental power, it will become much stronger. Even if it is enhanced to the limit, the thickness of this scene is less than 1% of that of the capital-level zombies. But it does exist. It's equivalent to the embryonic form of a Grandmaster's will. Although it's just a seed now, sooner or later it will grow into a towering tree, from which it will transform into my own, true Grandmaster-level martial arts will. People crawled on the ground. Now, he needs to find a few suitable subjects to test the master skill he just learned. The next day, Lu Sheng woke up earlier than usual because he spent a lot of time experimenting with Grandmaster skills in the dream space last night. Looking at the still dark sky outside the window, Lu Sheng simply practiced Stellar Body Refining Technique for a while. Immortal Golden Body in the advanced chapter of Stellar Body Refining Technique. Every time you practice, you need to cooperate with your spiritual power. After the prototype of the master's will is formed, your spiritual power will transform again. As a result, Lu Sheng's practice of this method has become much smoother. There is almost no need to think about the need to deliberately manipulate mental power to cooperate with movements as before, and it becomes more comfortable, and the efficiency of cultivation is at least 3 times higher than before. The movements in the advanced chapter of Star Body Refining Technique are more mysterious and in-depth than those in the introductory chapter. Lu Sheng can feel a different sense of stimulation in the fascia and bones of his whole body during and after each movement, like tingling, like cold, like burning, like being cut by thousands of knives, like countless ants biting. At the beginning, this kind of stimulation made Lu Sheng feel overwhelmed with pain, and if it wasn't for his strong will, he would hardly be able to persevere, but then slowly get used to it. Now that the prototype of the master's will was formed, Lu Sheng even began to enjoy the excitement. The core of pain is transformation, evolution, and the process of growing stronger. If you think about it this way, this is the most wonderful feeling in the world. Lu Sheng exhaled slowly. The turbid air was wrapped in a roiling heat wave, and it blew to the desk more than 2 meters away, curling the pages of several books on the desk. As the spiritual power penetrated into his body, Lu Sheng could see every bone in his body began to take on a trace of gold, giving off a faint metallic luster. The fascia connected to the bones is like steel bars, extremely tough. The blood also became thicker, at least several times that of ordinary people. The external manifestation is that Lu Sheng's skin has become extraordinarily delicate and smooth, even surpassing most girls, and approaching the skin of a baby. From an outsider's point of view, The whole person seems to have added a layer of beauty filters, making his facial features, which are not bad, reach the level of richness and beauty. When I really reach the point of immortal golden body one day, the bones may really turn into pure gold. A sigh, Lu Shang thought of the figure in the memory of the master Shi Shengning who shot 10 rounds of scorching sun with one hand. East Pole Sheiyang Wang River. Sure enough, none of the existences who can reach the 11th level of martial arts and create 11th level kung fu is a simple character. Now that we've left the training camp and don't have the daily supply of exotic animal meat, we need tonics to assist in our cultivation. It's also time to get in touch with the people from Xingshantang. Lu Sheng thought silently in his heart. He had already checked the history and future development trajectory of Xingshantang in the dream space. The former is the focus of his attention. Historical data show that Xingshantang still has a certain family background, and the family style is simple and honest, and it can even be said to be relatively old-fashioned. It is precisely because of this that Xingshantang has only existed in history for less than 200 years before disappearing. Of course, since Lu Shang chose it, it means that the history of this world doing charity church will inevitably change. As for whether it is a short-term rise or a long-term prosperity, it depends on their specific performance. Jingle bell. The alarm on the phone by the bed rang. It's 7:30 in the morning. Feeling that it was almost time, Lu Shang tidied up and walked out of the room. Breakfast has been cooked, and most of the tables are full, but my mother Zhang Yufan is still busy in the kitchen. Mainly there are 2 martial arts students in the family. Their appetites are astonishing, and every meal is a big project. Fortunately, both Lu Shang and Lu Qinghe are competitive. Before that, Lu Shang also won a 1 million martial arts association bonus, and now his mother Zhang Yufan feels full of motivation and energy when cooking. In her own words, tired is a bit tired, but I am happy in my heart. Others don't know how much they envy me. The son of Aunt Wang in the 3rd unit is a sophomore this year, and his blood value is less than 0.7. He cooks a table of dishes every day. Suppose 2 bites are full. The couple are almost dying of worry every day. Lu Dahai had already left for work early. Only his younger sister Lu Qinghe was sitting at the table eating. Lu Qinghe is also particular about eating. Carrying a school bag, only half of her buttocks are placed on the chair, with both hands non-stop, stuffing buns and steamed buns into her mouth hungrily. It's exactly the same as Lu Shang used to be late for school, and he hurriedly grabbed 2 breakfasts before leaving. It's just that Lu Qinghe is a student of martial arts, and her random bites are almost worth a serious meal for ordinary people. Why are girls so poor at eating? Who will dare to chase you in the future? Lu Shang sat down beside Lu Qinghe, picked up the breakfast on the table, and ate it slowly. His eating speed is not slower than Lu Qinghe's at all, even much faster. But the appearance of eating is much more beautiful than Lu Qinghe. Gentle and refined, like a modest gentleman. Lu Qinghe wanted to refute Lu Shang, but her cheeks were stuffed with meat buns, so she choked and rolled her eyes. Lu Shang looked at her unbearably and kindly poured her a cup of hot milk. Don't rush. Eat slowly. Lu Qinghe gulped down a glass of milk in one gulp, refilled another glass, slowed down, and ate other breakfasts slowly. I really don't understand. You have to sleep until 8 or 9 every day before getting up, and you have to catch up with sleep from time to time during the day. Why is your martial arts strength so high? It's unreasonable. Lu Qinghe muttered, unconvinced. Lu Shang swallowed a steamed stuffed bun elegantly and said calmly, "This is talent. You can't learn it." Lu Qinghe gave him 2 big eyes. "Oh yes, bro." Lu Qinghe suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, "Our school's 3rd year of senior high school is about to suspend classes and go home for self-study. Does your school not have one?" Lu Shang shook his head. "I don't know, but I guess it will be soon. Suspension of classes and self-study should be a unified high school in the city. By the way, how long has it been since you reported to the school?" Lu Qinghe asked suddenly. Lu Shang stopped what he was doing and thought about it. "It's been a long time. Let's go today." "Master, go to number 3 middle school." After breakfast, Lu Shang took a taxi to Baihe number 3 middle school. Lu Qinghe's words reminded him. The college entrance examination is approaching, and the school will be closed soon. If he doesn't go to school again, if he wants to meet some people in the future, it will be very difficult to have another chance. The taxi stopped at the gate of number 3 middle school, and Lu Shang paid the fare and got off. It was already past school time, so the school gate looked extremely cold and empty. Lu Shang walked to the small security room next to the sliding door at the gate, knocked on the window, and half his head poked out from inside. "How late are you? Call your homeroom teacher to come and pick up the person yourself." "Master, I asked for leave before, and I just returned to school today." "Oh." The security uncle in a military coat came out of the security room, holding a small notebook in his hand. "Which class?" "I'll register first." "Lu Shang, class 5, grade 3, and the class teacher is Hong Jianjun, senior 3, class 5. Lu." Uncle Security suddenly stopped his movements and raised his eyes to look carefully at Shang through the reading glasses on the bridge of his nose. "What did you say your name is?" "Lu Shang." "Is it this Lu Shang?" "Right." Seeing Lu Shang nodding, and seeing Lu Shang's appearance and demeanor, Mr. Security's old face instantly became agitated. "You're Lu Shang? That martial arts genius who was on TV? From our 3rd middle school? Wait a minute, I'll make a call." Before he finished speaking, the security guard hurried back to the security room. Lu Shang was left standing at the school gate with a helpless face. "Master, you let me enter the door first." "Class 5, grade 3, math class." Class teacher Hong Jianjun was spitting all over the podium, and the students below were drowsy. "Let me tell you, don't underestimate the results of cultural subjects. I know that many of you have applied for Wuhan University, but don't forget that cultural subjects are also included in the score of martial arts. Sometimes it may be just 1 point away, and you will miss your favorite Wuhan University. This point is converted into blood value, and you may have to spend several weeks or even months to exercise. But if it is in the cultural class, it will be a matter of several big questions. When can I finish class? Under the podium, a thin white boy wearing glasses muttered listlessly, then reached out and poked a little fat man in the seat next to him. Lu Qiming, do you want to go online after school? I'm almost by, Jean. The little fat man turned his head, shook his head and said, I won't go, you go. I signed up for a martial arts sprint class, and I have to go to extra training after school. Why have you worked so hard recently? It's not like you anymore. Brother, the college entrance examination is coming soon. I really don't want to go to the construction site to move bricks after graduation. Not so. The white and skinny boy was about to say a few words, but the head teacher Hong Jianjun's cold voice came from the podium. Zhu Xingji, Lu Qiming, you two stand up for me. The white and thin boy and the little fat man suddenly looked bitter and stood up slowly. Originally, I thought it was inevitable that the head teacher would reprimand and educate, but I never thought that someone suddenly waved at the head teacher at the door of the classroom, and Hong Jianjun glared at the two of them and hurried out. Wow, good luck. The school leader came just in time. The white and thin boy smiled openly. Lu Qiming glared at him and complained, what's more, don't talk to me in class from now on. There are not many classes to talk about, and the class will be suspended soon. Yes, classes will be suspended soon. Someone on the side immediately picked up the conversation. Oh, classes are finally going to be suspended. After a while, the whole class became noisy. At this time, Hong Jianjun, the class teacher who went out to talk to the leader, walked back quickly. The huge classroom was silent for a moment. A few of the happiest mischievous people who had just made a fuss shrank their heads, wishing to stuff their heads into the desks. But to everyone's surprise, Hong Jianjun didn't mean to be angry at all. Instead, his face was full of spring breeze, and his face was filled with excitement and joy. Isn't there a 10-level salary increase? Zhu Xingji muttered something in a low voice, and Lu Qiming next to him gave him two big white eyes. Students, this class is suspended. Everyone prepare. It turns out that the leader is coming to inspect. Zhu Xingji guessed with certainty, but Hong Jianjun's next sentence caused the whole class to fall into an eerie silence. Lu Shang from our class is coming soon. After finishing speaking, Hong Jianjun ignored them, turned around and ran out of the classroom. In the next second, the entire class erupted into a burst of heated discussions, and everyone was boiling. F***K. Did I hear correctly? Lu is back to class? It's not like coming back to class. The class is about to be suspended, and you come back to give a fart. It must be something to do when you come back. He came back to see us. God, I thought I'd never see him again. I heard that Lu Shang was accepted as a close disciple by the head of the Wushu Association. He practiced hard every day on the top floor of the Wushu Association building, preparing to hit the Grand Master level. I heard that the mayor wanted to marry his daughter to Lu Shang, but Lu Shang refused because he wanted to concentrate on martial arts and prepare for the college entrance examination. Sign. It's so easy to meet Lu Shang once, and I must get him to sign. Where is my classmate record? Where's my classmate record? F***K. I have to find out the test paper with the highest score, get Lu Shang to sign it, frame it and hang it on the wall at home. All of a sudden, the huge classroom was noisy and chaotic, and everyone was rummaging through boxes and boxes. Lu Shang is coming. Lu Qiming sat blankly in his seat for several seconds before he suddenly realized that he was busy looking for things. Although he didn't know what he was looking for. 10 minutes later, the boy who was standing at the door of the class inquiring about the news ran back quickly, gesturing, I'm coming. The entire class 5 students were silent for a moment, sitting neatly in their seats, each with their backs straightened, their necks stretched out, and their heads neatly turned towards the door of the classroom. On the face, excitement, anticipation. Lu Qiming was also looking around, expecting the appearance of a certain figure. Not long after, everyone saw a group of people walking towards him quickly. Homeroom teacher Hong Jianjun, practical class teacher Zhong Xinghua, principal, vice principal, teaching director. Almost all the leaders in the school came. Each of them has a smile on their face, and they are amiable and approachable. In the center they surrounded was a young man who was about the same age as them, about 1.8 meters tall and straight. The boy has a tall nose, star-like eyes, and fair skin. Although it is just a simple dress of white t-shirt and black slacks, it gives people a sense of sight of an idol star on TV and a schoolboy hero in comics. There is an indescribable demeanor and temperament in every gesture. 0. Ask for flowers. Even surrounded by a group of leaders who are much older than him, he still has a strong aura. Like the sun at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, it is dazzling but not hot. The students in class 5 were stunned. Many girls stared at the boy, as if little stars popped out of their eyes. Lu Qiming was also in a trance. The radiant and handsome young man in front of him was completely different from the ordinary best friend in his memory. He felt as if something was rapidly moving away from him and disappearing. He couldn't grasp it at all. Students, welcome back Lu Shang. Class teacher Hong Jianjun strode onto the podium and said loudly with a red face. The students in the 5th class below were stunned for a few seconds, and then there was a burst of intense screams, cheers, and applause. Lu Shang stood on the podium with some embarrassment and helplessness. He originally just wanted to go back to school to take a look, but he never wanted to make such a big commotion. He is not a leader, just an ordinary student. Lu Shang thought for a while, raised one hand and pressed it down. The noisy classroom instantly fell silent. The students in class 5 didn't even realize that Lu Shang seemed to have some kind of special magical power, which made people subconsciously want to obey. Teacher Hong. Lu Shang turned his head to look at Hong Jianjun and said, I want to have a culture class at the end. Is that okay? Well, Hong Jianjun was stunned for a moment. Then his face in Chinese characters flushed red, and he was almost incoherent with excitement. Yes, of course. Thank you, Teacher Hong. Lu Shang stepped off the podium and found his seat. He saw Lu Qiming staring at him blankly and smiled at him. In the following time, Hong Jianjun seemed to be 20 years younger. On the podium, he was excited and frustrating, using both hands and feet, and gave the most outstanding lesson in his teaching career. And the students in class 5 have never listened so carefully. The bell for the end of get out of class rang once, and students from other classes came out. They unexpectedly saw that class 5 was quiet here. Only the sound of lectures echoed in the corridor, and the school's top 1,000 leaders all stood at the door with smiles on their faces. Curious, I walked over and looked around. It didn't take long for the news that Lu Shang, class 5, grade 3, returned to school spread throughout Baihe No. 3 Middle School. The whole school is boiling. Get out of class is over. Hong Jianjun swears that he has never said these two words so beautifully and reluctantly. Hong Jianjun looked at a certain position under the podium, and the students in class 5 also looked at that position. The bright boy who was sitting in his seat stood up and glanced at the whole class. It seems that he wants to keep every face here in his heart. Then I'll go first. Goodbye, everyone. Before leaving, the young man patted Lu Qiming on the shoulder lightly, leaned down, and whispered in Lu Qiming's ear, Come on, if you have time. Let's score points together. Lu Qiming could not help but tremble slightly as if struck by lightning. He looked at the back of the boy leaving and swore secretly in his heart. Lu Qiming, even if he was desperate, he was exhausted. Also admitted to Wuhan University. When Lu Shang walked out of the school, there was still joy behind him. He found that he still underestimated his current influence. Or rather, he almost forgot. What is the concept of passing the second-level official martial artist assessment at the age of 17 for a group of high school students whose average blood value does not exceed 0.8 and are struggling to pass the undergraduate course? Is God be legendary, especially for the students of their alma mater, Baihe No. 3 Middle School. That is their legend. And proud. They will become the class that will be included in the history of Baihe No. 3 Middle School. The school leaders of Baihe No. 3 Middle School also enthusiastically expressed that they welcome Lu Shang to come back to the school to observe at any time. They have decided to make Lu Shang an honorary alumnus of Baihe No. 3 Middle School. The deeds and experiences of Lu Shang will be placed on the top of the alumni column for countless future students to look up to. There was a lot of delay in school, and it was almost lunchtime. Thinking that he still had something to do when he came out, Lu Shang took out his mobile phone and made a call. Almost seconds to be connected. Lu Shang said calmly, I'm Lu Shang. A voice that was so excited that it was about to deform came from the other end of the phone. 977. I know. Miss He. If you want to talk about cooperation, in 20 minutes, ask the person in charge of your Xingshantang to wait for me at Inghe Restaurant in Century Square. After finishing speaking, Lu Shang hung up the phone before the person on the other side could respond. Exit skillfully and shut down. Lu Shang stopped a taxi casually and went to the upper floor. Master, go to Century Square. The taxi driver looked at Lu Shang through the rearview mirror. Student, are you skipping class? Lu Shang was stunned for a moment, then laughed, nodded and said, Yes, if someone treats you to dinner, you have to skip class. It looks like a big restaurant. Yes, quite advanced. He Lingsu was sitting in the lobby of this high-end Western restaurant, wearing a black one-piece dress, no jewelry, just simple makeup, but still looked very beautiful. He Lingsu didn't know how many times he turned on the phone screen to check the time. She is in a hurry. It's just that 5 minutes have passed since the time agreed by the other party, but He Lingsu feels like a long time has passed. She has waited too long for this day. There is no hope. But he never thought that, in a turn of events, the other party would offer to cooperate with her again. He Lingsu was so ecstatic that it took her less than 15 minutes from putting on makeup to arriving at the appointed place. Before the other party comes, think about how to talk later. He Lingsu made a plan in his mind. After taking over the family business for so long, she has met many people and experienced many scenes, so she has rich experience. When it comes to cooperation, the most important thing is aura. As long as you overwhelm the other party in aura, you can naturally lead the conversation. This is what He Lingsu learned in a certain business management class. The other party is just a high school student, even if the martial arts talent is a bit stronger, but the momentum will definitely not be too strong. As long as I behave appropriately, it should be fine. I am afraid that it is not just the high school student who is here. He Lingsu frowned slightly. She knew very well how such a prescription could be researched by a high school student. There is a high probability that there is someone behind the opponent. This time I took the initiative to contact myself, probably at the behest of the person behind it. Ding ding dong dong. The phone rings. He Lingsu glanced at the caller's name and quickly answered the call. Ma Fei's voice came from the other end of the phone. Miss He, here we come. People are coming. Several people? He Lingsu asked. One, just Lu Shang himself. Didn't see anyone else. Good. He Lingsu hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just Lu Shang, that high school student, then it would be easy to handle. She's absolutely sure of it. Thinking of this, He Lingsu regained his previous calmness and wisdom, checked his makeup and clothes a little, and sat quietly waiting for the other party to arrive. Not long after, a Lingsu saw a tall and thin boy walking in from outside the restaurant. It is the same as on TV, to be precise. It is more dazzling than what He Jungsu saw on TV. With the well-proportioned, tall, and slender body that martial arts students are accustomed to, coupled with fair skin and handsome facial features, for a moment He Lingsu almost thought it was some idol star who had appeared. The boy walked towards He Lingsu without any search after entering the restaurant, as if he knew she was sitting here a long time ago. The handsome boy walked up to He Lingsu, sat down casually, picked up the menu on the table, and said to He Lingsu like an old friend he hadn't seen for many years, "I heard that the steak in this restaurant is pretty good. Don't mind if I talk over lunch?" "Certainly." He Lingsu faintly felt that this opening was a bit different from what he had expected. She was thinking about how to speak when she heard the boy on the opposite side say to the waiter who had followed up earlier, "Which kind of steak is the best quality for you?" 1,280, sir. "Okay, then give me 20 servings first, medium rare." "Okay, yes, sir." "Well." He Lingsu choked for a moment and looked up at the other party deliberately. "Is it a pig? You have to eat 20 servings of steak in one go." "That's right. The other party is a martial arts student, so it's normal to have a bigger appetite." 1,280, 25,060. He Lingsu quickly calculated the account in his heart, feeling a little pain in the flesh. But when she thought that the other party ate so much, she might not be ashamed to let herself pay for it, so she felt relieved. "Do you want to eat?" Lu Sheng asked while holding the menu. He Lingsu shook his head. Things haven't started talking yet. How can she have any appetite? "Okay, that's it for now." Lu Sheng waved off the waiter. Seeing that Lu Sheng didn't do anything else, He Lingsu straightened his mind and was about to speak. Land. He Lingsu, 22 years old, was born in Yixin County, Guanglin City, Xing'an Province. His great-great-great-great-grandfather, He Jiming, was originally just a small apprentice in Laojian medicine shop. In the early decades of martial arts, relying on good martial arts talents and extraordinary pharmaceutical talents, he became a fifth-level pharmacist and founded the Xingshantang. Xingshantang was quite prosperous in the early years, with branches in more than 20 cities in Dongning Province, with a total of 213. It's a pity that due to poor management, it declined rapidly in the generation of your father He Haji. Before He Lingsu had time to speak, he heard Oh Yang talking about Tian Sanyao. After the initial astonishment, He Lingsu calmed down quickly and said sarcastically, "Mr. Liu just reads such a large piece of information that can be found on the internet. What do you want to express? Is your memory amazing?" "No, it's not just that." Lu Sheng smiled and said, "I also know that your mother, Chen Lan, has not come back to Dongning Province for 20 years due to family reasons, and has never seen your daughter once. And the reason why your Hajia Xingshantang collapsed so quickly under your father's hands was that it was really old-fashioned and poorly managed. It is inseparable from your mother's secret suppression by the Chen family for many years." "What?" He Lingsu was taken aback, because he was so shocked that he even accidentally knocked over the lemonade on the table in front of him. "Mr. Liu, what you said is true or false? You know that some things should not be said indiscriminately." He Lingsu stared closely at Lu Sheng's eyes. His complexion became ugly. But with her aura, Lu Sheng just made a slight movement of leaning forward, and it immediately collapsed. "It's not true what I said. You can go home and ask your father He Haji, and you will know." "Thank you." 20 steaks from Lu Sheng arrived, and the table was full. After that, Lu Sheng didn't say a word, and concentrated on eating the steak in front of him. To Lu Sheng, the steaks are tasteless. What he fancy is the quality of the steak. The better the quality of the meat, and the higher the nutritional content, the more energy it can provide for his martial arts practice. That's why he chose this restaurant on purpose. At this time, He Lingsu was in deep shock and doubt. What Lu Sheng said about her mother, she didn't even know many things about her mother. But her mother did leave when she was 2 years old, and her father He Haji's answer was that the two had a disagreement, and they divorced and separated very early. When she was young, He Lingsu complained in her heart more than once that her mother was too cruel. Even if she was divorced, she lived with her father. Why didn't she even look at her for so many years? He Lingsu also often saw his father He Haji hiding in the room alone and holding his mother's photo and crying secretly. His expression did not look like he was at odds with each other. Thinking about it carefully, during the 2 years when my mother had just left, my father traveled far away several times a year, almost every year. Every time I came back, I was tired, depressed, and embarrassed. These doubts buried deep in her memory were almost forgotten by her. Now, after Lu Sheng made such a small change, there is a sense of deliberation and fear when they are connected in series. The most crucial point is, the last point in Lu Meng's story is the reason why the business of the Hejiaxing Shantang collapsed so quickly. It was like a flash of light, awakening He Jungsu suddenly. That's right. The decline of the He family Xingshantang seems to have happened in the past 10 or 20 years. It started slowly when my father took over. It plummeted. He Lingsu clearly remembers that at the most exaggerated time, the He family had shops closing down almost every day, which lasted for several months. Logically speaking, even if the management is not good and the products are not competitive, it is not so exaggerated. And his father's ability is clear to him. Not so stupid and incompetent. Think about the time when you took over the He family's business. He ran around for new medicines, but every time he talked about a good cooperation project, it would always be inexplicably yellow. Take the time when I found out about the new tonic in Lu Sheng's hands a few months ago. Obviously, the other party had promised to let her go to talk about cooperation, but when she was still on the way, the other party suddenly changed her mind. And this is not the first time this has happened. It's happened many times before. He Lingsu used to think that he had bad luck and bad luck. But now he understands. It turns out that everything is because there is a man behind the scenes. If it's really what Lu Sheng said, it's the mother's fault. He Lingsu broke out in a cold sweat in broad daylight, his hair standing on end. Seeing He Lingsu's appearance, Lu Sheng knew that she had already believed most of it. He found all these information from Curry, the kindling resource of the dream space. It has to be said that the Tinder resource library is indeed powerful. In the thick historical books, a person, a family, may be summarized by a sentence or even a punctuation mark. But because of the existence of 02 in the Tinder resource library, this punctuation can be refined to a very exaggerated level. Lu Sheng raised his hand and called the waiter, asking him to remove the discs from the table, then ordered another 20 steaks of the same order, and then turned his gaze back to He Lingsu. Miss He, don't blame me for being too in-depth and detailed. For a partner who may have a long-term cooperation in the future, a certain understanding is necessary. He Lingsu took a deep breath, barely calming down the restless heart. I will naturally verify what Mr. Lu said later. So let's talk about cooperation. Lu Sheng nodded, and then said bluntly, I'm responsible for providing prescriptions and corresponding technical guidance, and your Xingshantang is responsible for production and sales. I will take 90% of the final profits. 90%? He Lingsu almost jumped up from his chair. More than sneer. Why didn't Mr. Lu say he wanted all of them? I think so, but I'm afraid you won't agree. He Lingsu's chest heaved violently with anger. Lu Sheng thought for a while and said, what is Miss He's psychological expectation? He Lingsu said without hesitation, 60%, at most 70%, 20% more, 10% is to guarantee the follow-up long-term cooperation, and the other 10% is? Lu Sheng smiled slightly and said, help Miss He deal with some troublesome extra rewards. What do you mean? He Lingsu spoke in a deep voice. Lu Sheng skillfully called the waiter to serve the 20 steaks that had been cooked again. Then one bite at a time, chewing quickly and gracefully. He Jungsu's eyelids twitched. She had never seen a person who could eat so well, so fast, but not ugly at all. The He family has been punished by the Chen family in Kyoto province for so many years. Doesn't Ms. He want to take revenge? Even if she doesn't. Lu Sheng ate the steak with big mouthfuls, took a sip of the lemonade on the table from time to time, and at the same time said casually, can you make sure that they won't come to you again in the future? He Lingsu's face changed drastically. She didn't realize it at all. At this time, in this negotiation, she has completely fallen into the dominance of the young man on the opposite side who has been burying his head in eating steak. Okay, even if I think about it, how can you guarantee that you can help me seek justice from the Chen family? He Lingsu spoke coldly, almost acquiescing to the truth of everything Lu Sheng said about her mother before. When Lu Sheng heard these words, he suddenly stopped what he was doing. He put down the knife and fork, picked up the tablecloth at hand, and wiped his mouth carefully, then put his right hand in front of He Lingsu. Look here, Miss He, Lu Sheng said softly. He Lingsu was taken aback, not knowing what Lu Sheng wanted to do. But Lu Sheng's voice and movements seemed to contain some kind of special magic, making her eyes follow the past unconsciously. In the next second, He Jungsu saw it. I just accidentally knocked over the lemonade that was poured on the table, and it floated up bit by bit, just like the lens in a sci-fi movie. A transparent water ball quickly condensed under He Lingsu's eyelids, and finally converged into Lu Sheng's palm. He Lingsu's eyes widened suddenly, subconsciously wanting to exclaim. But Lu Sheng gently stopped him and made a silent gesture. Miss He should understand what this means. The lemonade balls transformed into irregular shapes in Lu Sheng's hands, suddenly boiled, and finally evaporated without a trace. He Lingsu stared blankly at the water ball disappearing in Lu Sheng's palm, and the large piece of tablecloth that had just been soaked in lemonade was clean without any trace. He Lingsu is not an ignorant woman. She knew it wasn't magic or sci-fi, but a representation of. You are a psychiatrist. He Lingsu said the word with a dull expression. Re-examine Lu Sheng's profile. 17 years old, a second-level martial artist, with the best martial arts talent in Baihe City. Now, add a legendary psychiatrist talent. He Lingsu didn't know what to say anymore. Even if she is not a martial arts practitioner, she knows the weight of this qualification. Very exaggerated. Very exaggerated. Outstanding talent, coupled with Lu Sheng's skill, intelligence, and skills that have been displayed so far. Given time, who knows how far Lu Sheng will grow. Lu Sheng withdrew his hand and said lightly, Miss He also mentioned you just now. It seems that Miss He doesn't think that I researched this prescription myself. How can this be? He Lingsu blurted out. With such an exaggerated martial arts talent, if he also has such an outrageous talent in medicine, then do you still want to live? Absolutely impossible. That's right. Lu Sheng smiled and said, 10% profit in exchange for me and the support of my backing forces. Is there any more cost-effective business than this in the world? Miss He Lingsu's face changed color rapidly. If everything is as Lu Sheng said, then she will have to face the Chen family sooner or later, even if she didn't have any complaints or revenge for the 20 years of experience. But the other party may not be willing to let her go. The cooperative prescription she and Lu Sheng are talking about now is the best excuse. He Lingsu still understands the truth of Huai Bai's crime. After some choices, He Lingsu finally made up his mind. Good. He Lingsu agreed. I hope that what Mr. Lu promised can be fulfilled. Must. Lu Sheng smiled, then took out a small memory card from his pocket and handed it to He Jungsu. Here is the prescription of Lingji Zhuangxue decoction. Please take the time to register the patent with the Pharmacists Association. Feel free to ask me if you don't understand anything during the preparation process. I don't care about the others. I believe in your ability. Also, I'm going to borrow your pharmacy dispensing room recently. Please arrange the time. He Lingsu couldn't help nodding. She felt that from the moment the cooperation was formally negotiated, the aura on Lu Sheng's body changed, become condescending, become more oppressive, more aggressive, more assertive and irrefutable. It was as if what she was facing now was not a 17-year-old high school student, but a certain high-ranking big shot. He even speaks in a commanding tone. Her address also changed from Miss He to you, but she still can't give birth to any rebellious heart, as if everything is in order. Okay, I'm full. If there's nothing else to do, I'll go first. Happy cooperation. Lu Sheng stood up, pointed to the 20 empty plates stacked high in front of him, and said to He Lingsu, "The quality of this steak is 707. I suggest you try it." After speaking, he turned and left. He Lingsu stared blankly at Lu Sheng's leaving back and was in a daze for a while, thinking of her meticulous preparations. But in the end, she gave up 90% of the benefits. She felt like a dream. This is completely different from what she expected. Miss, a person's call interrupted He Lingsu's thoughts. He Lingsu looked up and found that the waiter in the restaurant was standing in front of him. "Can I settle the bill, please?" He Lingsu was taken aback and immediately realized that Lu Sheng wanted her to pay. Although he was a little upset, He Lingsu still nodded. "Yes, how much?" The waiter glanced at the bill and said, "The total is 115,200 yuan. 200 yuan will be added to your change, and the total is 115,000 yuan. He Lingsu was about to pay, but was stunned when she heard the number. She wondered if she heard it wrong. How much? 115,000. Yes. He Lingsu was so anxious that he almost didn't cry out. Didn't he order 1,280 steaks? 40 servings in total? The waiter patiently explained. It's 1,280 steaks. That's right. But this gentleman ordered 90 steaks in total. 90 servings? Where did 90 servings come from? He ate 40 servings. He even said he was full. He also packed 50 copies and said he would bring them home for his family to taste. He Lingsu opened his mouth wide and stayed in place, motionless. Immediately afterwards, her breathing began to rush. Her chest heaved up and down rapidly, and there seemed to be an animation of burning flames playing behind her. Lu. Holy. He Lingsu gritted his teeth and said the name. In the end, he looked helplessly at the waiter in front of him. "Do you accept credit cards here?" Lu Sheng carried a full 50 packs of top-grade steaks and strolled on the pedestrian street of Century Square. It attracted passers-by to look sideways. Lu Sheng is quite satisfied with the results of the cooperation with Xingshantang today. He got what he wanted and exceeded expectations. Lu Sheng's original idea was 80% of the benefits, and he shouted 90% of the benefits. He didn't expect that He Lingsu actually agreed with the addition of communication skills. When He Lingsu comes back to his senses, he might be able to regret all his intestines. Not to mention that before he left, he insisted on giving her a whole family bucket of steak. He Lingsu's family style is simple and honest, and his character is honest. Although his ability is not strong, I don't need someone with too much ability. Just be obedient. This point is very important. Lu Sheng also carefully studied the 3 generations of the He family before finally deciding to cooperate with He Lingsu. As for He Lingsu's own troubles, none of this matters to Lu Sheng. As long as the strength is sufficient, any trouble is not a trouble, as long as you can crush it at will. Although Lu Sheng's current strength is not strong, but he's talented. Talent itself is also a part of strength, and it can drive a lot of power invisibly. If the power driven by talent is not enough, then show more talent. Lu Sheng's way of thinking is so simple and rude, and he also checked. The Qin family in Kyoto province behind He Lingsu's mother is not too powerful. It is just an insignificant small family in Kyoto province. The reason why the He family can be organized like this, the main reason is that the He family is too weak. In fact, Lu Sheng didn't think too much about it. Since he shouldered the mission of reversing the fate of the human race, any conflicts within the human race are considered trivial to him. It was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon when I walked back home slowly. Mother Zhang Yufan had already left work early and was preparing dinner at home. After Lu Sheng came back, Zhang Yufan turned down most of her part-time jobs in order to free up more time to cook for him. "What did you bring back? Why so many?" As soon as Lu Sheng entered, Zhang Yufan smelled a tempting smell of meat and followed the kitchen to find the living room. Lu Sheng put the takeout box on the table and said with a smile, "Steak from a high-end restaurant. You don't need to cook at night. Let's eat steak. If you want to eat steak, tell me. I'll go to the vegetable market to buy beef and cook it for you. Why go to the restaurant to buy it? It's expensive and the portion is small. How much does it cost?" Zhang Yufan's face was pained. Lu Sheng replied casually, "It's not my money. It's a friend's treat. Rich second generation. Rich? If I don't want it, I can't do it. People are in a hurry with me." I don't know how He Lingsu, who has just maxed out his credit card and walked out of the restaurant, will feel when he hears this sentence. That's it. Zhang Yufan's expression immediately relaxed when he heard this, but he still told him, "Don't do this in the future. Even if it was given by someone else, it's not good to take other people's things. Then I'll stop cooking and warm up these steaks in the kitchen." "Hey, this is too much to buy." Lu Sheng let Zhang Yufan to toss and go back to the room alone. Back in the room, Lu Sheng sat down at the desk, thinking about the next plan. Tomorrow, let He Lingsu buy the ingredients and make Lingzhi's Wangertang and Mei Dan. These 2 tonics have special effects on strengthening muscles and bones, and they are also the most cost-effective. As long as the quantity is enough, it should be enough for me to take it to level 4. Then there's the matter of the psychiatrist's weapon. Lu Shang looked at the computer in front of him. This computer was bought by Lu Haihai for Lu Shang on his 10th birthday, and he has been using it until now. The configuration is very old, and the operation is extremely slow. Lu Shang used the optical brain technology of the next 10,000 years in the dream space, and then used this thing. It is as uncomfortable as driving a tractor for someone who is used to driving a sports car. Fortunately, what he has to do is not complicated. Just log into the mailbox to receive the emails from Dong Qingxue, and then check the information online. Because Lu Shang has not passed the formal psychiatrist assessment, he cannot log in to StarNet. Xinguang is similar to the Warrior's home website that Lu Shang logged on once after obtaining the official Warrior qualification. A small circle dedicated to psychiatrists. Almost all the needs of a psychiatrist can be met on it. Find time to pass the psychiatrist assessment before Qiming's selection. Otherwise, I can't bother Dong Qingxue every time, and my own secrets will be easily exposed. Lu Shang secretly made up his mind. Lu Shang clicked on the email sent by Dong Qingxue, which contained a clean and refreshing form. It lists the price of each kind of spiritual master weapon material that Lu Shang wants to know, and introduces Lian in detail. Lu Shang examined it carefully. The materials he asked Dong Qingxue to inquire mainly came from two kinds of weapons. One is the endless knife wheel, and the other is the silver air shuttle. The names of these two weapons also represent the corresponding spiritual combat skills. These two are the strongest skills below level 6 that Lu Shang found from the Tinder resource library. Although it has not been included in the Fire Seed project, it is still a recognized spiritual skill in martial arts for more than 10,000 years. Of course, these two weapons are not the only ones that are powerful, but Lu Shang doesn't like other types of weapons very much. Like what kind of all-needle wire? It doesn't feel masculine enough and is used by female spiritualists. Lu Shang quickly scanned the information recorded on the form, and at the same time quickly calculated the cost of building these two weapons in his mind. 5 minutes later, Lu Shang looked a little disappointed. Too expensive to afford. Lu Shang now finally understands why when Dong Qingxue put the 5 million bonus in front of him, she told him not to think too little, mainly because of sincerity. At first, Lu Shang thought it might be that Dong Qingxue and Qin Xiaojun had extraordinary family backgrounds, and their vision was too high. So he felt that 5 million was not enough. Only now do I know. It turns out that 5 million is really very little. Just counting the dense iron, which is the main material that consumes the most to make the knife wheel and shuttle, it needs 9,100 grams, nearly 10,000. No matter what, a piece of knife wheel must weigh a caddy, which is more than 5 million yuan. Not counting other auxiliary materials, it is also impossible for me to build only one knife wheel. Moreover, the quality of my spiritual power is far superior to that of my peers. An ordinary dense iron knife will may be too light to use. It is best to use higher quality dense silver. That would cost more. The price of mithril of the same quality is 10 times that of mithril. It's too exaggerated. After Lu Shang calculated it, he found that he couldn't even build one of the sets, let alone build a set of spiritual weapons. No way. I have no money, so I can only dig in the wild. Lu Shang frowned and said to himself, it's unrealistic to dig all of them. It's better to dig a part and buy a part, gather all the materials, and then entrust a blacksmith to make it. Previously, Lu Shang found a distribution map of strategic material resources for the 300 years of martial arts from Curry, which came in handy at the moment. It is best to find mithril or dense iron. The main materials are ready, and other auxiliary materials are easy to handle. And if you find enough mithril or mythite, you can sell them for money, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Trademark. Lu Shang cleared his mind and breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the voice of younger sister Lu Qinghe shouting for dinner came from outside the door. Coming. Lu Shang responded casually, got up and walked out the door. A week later, Xingshantang, the entrance of the medicine dispensing room. He Lingsu stood at the door and waited anxiously, looking at the watch on his hand from time to time. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, the door of the preparation room opened with a creak. He Lingsu suddenly became energetic. Even his back straightened unconsciously. Lu Shang's figure appeared at the door. Lu Shang, dressed in snow-white pharmacist uniform, has a tall and straight figure with a calm face, and his increasingly handsome features against the backdrop of the pharmacist uniform give off a calm, rigorous, and charming temperament. Although he knew that Lu Shang was 5 years younger than him, He Lingsu was still in a daze, feeling his heart beating. All right. He Lingsu came back to his senses and quickly opened his mouth to cover up his slightly developed cheeks. Lu Shang nodded and casually took off his gloves and pharmacist uniform. How much did this batch of materials cost? About 200,000. He Lingsu replied. Lu Shang said lightly, record it in Zhao Zhaohao's account first and deduct it from the profit later. Yes. He Lingsu habitually responded with the tone of a subordinate. There was a burst of helplessness in my heart. The marketing of the new drug has not yet started, and the profit has not yet been seen. After this week, she has already spent nearly 1 million yuan just to advance funds to Lu Shang. If it weren't for the other party's aura being too strong, I would have stood in front of Lu Shang, let alone resisted, and would not have dared to say a word. And she also successfully used the prescription to prepare the perfect Lingji Zhuangxue soup. It is estimated that the rebellion has long been unbearable. Lu Shang seemed to see He Lingsu's little emotions and comforted him casually. Don't worry, I will go out in the next 2 days. If it goes well, there should be startup funds for the listing of Lingji Zhuangxue decoction. By then we'll call you. Demon. He Lingsu nodded obediently and didn't ask what Lu Shang was doing. Then I'll go first. Lu Shang greeted He Lingsu and left quickly. He Lingsu didn't wait for Lu Shang's back to disappear completely, so he took a deep breath and rushed into the allocation room quickly. There is a slight medicinal fragrance in the air of the mixing room. He Lingsu's eyes searched around like a radar, and soon, she locked on a small medicine bottle that had been used and hadn't been cleaned. He Lingsu almost threw himself in front of the medicine bottle. Some black powder was obviously left on the bottom of the completely transparent vial. He Lingsu picked up the small medicine bottle as if he had found a treasure and carefully took out the black powder in it. Then start a series of skilled operations. Drug property analysis, drug effect analysis, pharmacological analysis. After half an hour, the results came out. He Lingsu raised his head in front of the analytical instrument and said to himself with a complex expression, "Sure enough, it's still that kind of mysterious medicine. He has been preparing this medicine for a week. This mysterious medicine with black powder is the second treasure that He Lingsu found on Lu Shang, and it is a huge treasure that far surpasses the Lingji Zhuangshu's soup." After analyzing the efficacy of the drug, He Jiangsu found that the effect of this black powder drug was several times stronger than that of Lingji Zhuangshu decoction. A lot of messy effects are missing, but an extremely powerful effect is added. Tempered bones. He Lingsu is not a novice who has no understanding of martial arts. She is very clear that the third stage of martial arts, the main process, is to temper the muscles and bones. In other words, this is a tonic specially developed for third-level warriors to break bones. Currently on the market, there are very few tonics that truly have the effect of quenching bones. Even if there is, it is a medicine of level 4 or 5. Not to mention the difference in effect compared with this black powder medicine. The difference in price is big enough. Any kind of level 4 or 5 tonic would cost millions. Ordinary people simply cannot afford it. However, the new type of bone-hardening drug in Lu Sheng's hands is much cheaper. Lu Sheng allocated for a whole week, and I don't know how much 440 allocated. I don't know how many false materials were mixed in the cost materials, and the total cost was only 1 million yuan. The value for money is simply heaven and earth. However, so far, Lu Shang is unwilling to disclose any information about this new type of bone-quenching drug. It's fine if he doesn't say it, but the key point is that he deliberately keeps a little bit every time. A little bit? Deliberately luring He Lingsu to find out by herself. It made her feel like a cat scratching her heart, which was hard to scratch. He Lingsu is so angry. He definitely did it on purpose. He Lingsu gritted his teeth and said. Lu Shang made it clear that he wanted to tell her that he had many precious prescriptions in his hand. As long as she was obedient, there would be opportunities for cooperation in the future. It's not that He Lingsu never thought about stealing lessons, but Miss He, Ma Fei walked in. Is there any gain? Without. Ma Fei shook his head helplessly. I stared at the monitor the whole time, and the monitor was broken all the way, and I couldn't find someone to fix it. As soon as Lu Shang left, it would return to normal immediately. He Lingsu sighed, nodded, and Tong let Gong Fei out. I knew it would be like this. Lu Shang is a spiritual teacher who can make He Lingsu's methods invalid at will, and make He Lingsu completely cut off the idea of stealing. Forget it. Let's follow him honestly. No matter what, the He family finally has hope of rising again. He Lingsu shook his head and casually threw the medicine bottle in his hand into the trash can. A codge. A total of 93 marrow-nourishing pills should be enough for me to use for a while. This is the result of Lu Shang's more than a week's work. He spent a total of more than 1 million yuan, which translates to an average production cost of only more than 10,000 yuan for each pill of nourishing marrow. It can be regarded as very conscientious. Next, we should prepare to go to Qiuming City. Lu Sheng thought to himself. During this period of time, he looked at the resource distribution map every day, combined with the current map of Dongning Province, and finally found a suitable location. It is a small mithril quang storage area, located in Qiuming City hundreds of kilometers away from Baihe City, hidden in a deep mountain. Because of its remote location, Lu Sheng speculates that no one has discovered it yet, and there is a possibility of exclusive possession. Back home, Lu Sheng booked the nearest high-speed rail ticket from Baihe City to Qiuming City online, then quickly packed his luggage, sent a message to his family members, and embarked on the journey to Qiuming City alone. Qiuming City, on a mountain road. On the tour bus named Xianlin's High 3-day 2-night tour group in Qiuming City. A young and beautiful female tour guide is enthusiastically introducing the itinerary and scenic spot information to the tourists in the tour group. Xianlin village is located in the depths of Nyoto Mountain, with beautiful scenery and far away from human habitation. It is one of the few 5-level scenic spots in Dongning Province. There, you can feel the warm and simple folk customs of the people in Xianlin village, taste the unique traditional food of Xianlin village, appreciate the quiet and magnificent scenery of Nyoto Mountain, and even have the opportunity to buy mysterious and exquisite Xianlin village traditional handicrafts. The female tour guide was spitting, but the tourists below were not interested. Only a few ants wearing red travel caps listened seriously and asked a few questions from time to time. Are you going to force us to shop again? Where do we live at night? Are there many mosquitoes in the mountains? Is there a signal in the mountains? What if I encounter a lion? I am most afraid of wild animals. The female tour guide answered patiently one by one. Auntie, we are a conscientious travel agency and will not force you to spend. In the evening, we will live in a homestay in the stockade. The conditions are very good, with air conditioning and TV. There may be no signal in some places, but as long as it is not too deep, the phone can be guaranteed. Also, there are no lions in the mountains, and the lions are on the grasslands. It's so boring. What kind of nerve did I make wrong? I will accompany you to this ghost place to relax. There are still 3 days and 2 nights. How can I stay up? In the back row of the bus, a girl with silver earrings, sunglasses, and a purple tight short sleeve howled, venting her dissatisfaction. Sitting next to her was a beautiful girl with long, straight black hair, a good face, and a quiet temperament, who withdrew her gaze from looking at the scenery outside the window and said softly, "I didn't ask you to come. You insisted on coming." The girl in sunglasses replied angrily, "Please, it's because you were broken in love. I'm afraid you won't want to go to the mountains and old forests alone to seek suicide. I'm worried about you, big sister, and you'll be treated like a donkey." "Okay, I know you're the best." The long-haired girl patted the sunglasses girl's hand and coaxed with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. It's just that I haven't come out for a long time. Take this opportunity to relax. This tour group is a bit poor. The scenery of Nutushin is still good. You will not regret it." "You won't regret it." The girl in the sunglasses muttered something, but her eyes unconsciously looked to the side. There came the cheerful laughter of the little girl giggling, looking extremely happy. The long-haired girl looked along and saw a middle-aged couple sitting in the last row of the bus. The male has an elegant temperament, while the female is gentle and virtuous, looking at a little girl in a red dress in front of him with a smile. The little girl was playing a game of tossing a ball with a big boy in the right-hand seat in the penultimate row. Red plastic balls flew between the seats, making the little girl giggle and giggle. Feeling the gaze of the long-haired girl, the husband of the middle-aged couple looked up at the girl. The middle-aged man's eyes seemed to contain some kind of powerful aura, but with just one pair of eyes, the long-haired girl felt inexplicably flustered and hurriedly lowered her head. When she looked up again, she found that the other party had stopped looking at her. The long-haired girl was a little surprised. She was not an ignorant girl. She had only felt this kind of look in some big shots. Looking at the clothing and temperament of the family of three, she immediately labeled each other as not ordinary people in her heart. "Take me for a smash." At this time, a gentle and clear voice attracted the girl's attention. She followed the prestige and saw the scene where the boy in the penultimate row who was playing a ball game with the little girl raised an arm and gently knocked out the plastic ball. The boy was wearing a white lapel t-shirt, and the movement of raising his hand perfectly showed the shapely and strong muscle lines on his arms. Coupled with the other party's clean and handsome, white and tough side face, it looks like a male protagonist who came out of a comic. Even the long-haired girl looked dazed for a moment. Only then did she know what her best friend had been secretly watching. "I see. I'll help you pick it up." At this time, the girl in sunglasses, who had been watching for a long time, finally couldn't hold back the commotion in her heart. She leaned back and reached out to stop the ball from the handsome boy, and began to join in the ball-throwing game between the boy and the little girl. The long-haired girl shook her head amusedly. "Virtue." He turned his head and continued to stare at the passing scenery outside the window, no longer paying attention to this side. The bus staggered on the mountain road for more than an hour, and finally stopped in a rather lively cottage. A group of people got off the car one after another under the command of the female tour guide. "It doesn't look very good. Can this be regarded as a 5-level scenic spot?" The girl in sunglasses got out of the car, glanced at the colorful, not modern, ancient cottage, and muttered. The long-haired girl explained, "This is just where we live. The places with good scenery are all in the mountains. You will know when you enter the mountains tomorrow. I heard that there is a big waterfall. As long as you like it." The girl responded, and immediately turned to look around. Not long after, I saw a handsome boy with a tall figure, a backpack, and a suitcase walking out of the car. Behind the boy was a family of 3 with extraordinary status. The little girl obviously hasn't enjoyed the game of tossing the ball just now. She ran to hold the boy's hand as soon as she got out of the car, and said coquettishly, "Big brother, let's play with my aunt tomorrow, okay?" The boy bent down and touched the little girl's head with a smile, nodded and said, "Okay, I will play with you tomorrow if I have the chance." The little girl nodded happily. At this time, the girl in sunglasses leaned over and said, "Sister will play with you tomorrow with big brother, okay?" "Don't want." The little girl made a face at the girl in the sunglasses and shouted, "The bad sister always grabs the balls from the girl. The girl doesn't want to play with you. The girl only wants to play with the big brother." The hand of the girl in sunglasses froze as she tried to touch the top of the little girl's head. Her fair and pretty face was instantly filled with embarrassment. The middle-aged couple smiled and looked at the little girl dotingly. "Say hello to a few people, and the family leaves." "I'm not happy to play with you, little brat." The girl in sunglasses muttered in the direction where the family of 3 left, looked at the handsome boy standing alone, rolled her eyes, pulled the long-haired girl's arm, and walked towards him. "Hey, handsome guy, can you add me as a friend?" The girl in sunglasses took out her mobile phone and said to the boy with a smile. The handsome boy hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Good. Soon the two added each other as friends on social software, and even the girl with long hair added it together by the way. Lu Sheng. The girl in sunglasses read it out to the phone and said with a smile, "This name is really domineering. All right, handsome guy. I won't bother you. See you later." The boy nodded at the two and watched them leave. When the girl with sunglasses and the girl with long hair went away, the smile on Lu Sheng's face disappeared little by little, and his eyes gradually became sharper. In just a few breaths, his aura changed from harmless to humans and animals, to cold and elusive. "It's interesting, but I can still meet a psychiatrist here." Lu Sheng glanced in the direction where the middle-aged couple left before. The destination of Lu Sheng's trip was in the depths of Nutushin. Because he was not familiar with the place, and it was inconvenient for him to be alone, He simply signed up for a tour group to Nutushan. Then there was the scene before. To Lu Shang's surprise, there were actually 2 formal warriors and a second-level spiritualist hidden in this small tour group of no more than 30 people. The 2 girls who just made friends with him. The one wearing sunglasses is called Zhang Dandan, and the one with long straight hair is called Lin Zishan. Both of them are official fighters with blood value over 1.5, especially Lin Zishan, who is still a second-level warrior. As for the little girl in the red dress who was holding his hand just now, her father, that elegant middle-aged man, was a rare second-level spiritualist. But he probably didn't discover my identity. At best, he could only feel that I practiced martial arts. In this regard, Lu Shang is still very confident. After forming the prototype of the Master's will, Lu Shang's spiritual power was highly concentrated and collapsed into the form of a golden sun in the brain nucleus. As long as he doesn't take the initiative to release it, ordinary people won't be able to discover the fact that he has a strong mental power. No matter what purpose these people come to Nutushan, as long as it doesn't hinder my purpose, if it happens to hinder, Lu Shang said calmly to himself, that can only be crushed to death. With that said, Lu Shang dragged his suitcase and walked towards Shangkong BNB. Wow, the environment here is nice, and you can see the creek opposite. Do you think you can smell the fragrance of plants and flowers when you wake up in the morning? As soon as Zhang Dandan entered the room, he immediately threw away his luggage, took off his sunglasses, and ran to the balcony of the room. His face was full of joy and happiness. Didn't you just complain about the backwardness here? Just now is just now, now is now. Zhang Dandan picked up the phone and shook it, then gave Lin Zishan a, you understand. Look, Lin Zishan was speechless and said angrily, I don't think the scenery is really good, but someone's heart has sprouted. Hey, Zhang Dandan said with a smile. It's hard to find such a high-quality handsome guy now, okay? Young, handsome, with good skin, good figure, caring and gentle. He is simply the best little milk dog. Don't say I'm not mean enough. Let's have a girlfriend. If you like it, I'll let you. Lin Zishan shook her head. Let's forget it. I don't like this kind of bad-tempered little boy. You can keep it to yourself. I will delete my friend later. Don't. You don't like it. I like it, Zhang Dandan exclaimed. Maybe he will be my boyfriend in the future. You deleted him as a friend. How embarrassing I am. By the way, you still miss Fei Chun in your heart. Zhang Dandan changed the subject and began to comfort Lin Zishan. If you want me to say, there's nothing so sad about that kind of scumbag. Isn't it just that his martial arts talent is a little bit better? He's not handsome, and he's a playboy, flirting with girls everywhere. It's far worse than my Lu Shang. Besides, you haven't even held hands with him before. What kind of boyfriend and girlfriend are you? What a sad fart. Maybe they don't have you in their hearts at all. Lin Zishan looked lonely and said nothing. She and Zhang Dandan are both students of Dongning Wuhan University, sophomores this year. The Fei Chen that Zhang Dandan was talking about was the president of the Wuhan University Student Union, and he was Lin Zishan's ex-boyfriend. As Zhang Dandan said, Chen Fei has a good talent in martial arts, has a sweet mouth, can coax girls, and can make troubles, so Lin Zishan, who was ignorant when she first entered college, was quickly deceived by him and became the other party's girlfriend in a daze. But because of Lin Zishan's conservative personality, Chen Fei gradually lost patience with her. By the time Lin Zishan found out that something was wrong, Fei Chen had secretly changed several girlfriends. That's why we have this relaxing trip to Nutushan. Okay, isn't it just a man? There are plenty in the world. You are a second-level warrior with a beautiful figure and a good figure. Are you afraid that you won't be able to marry in the future? It is true to grasp the present and enjoy youth. Zhang Dandan patted Lin Zishan on the shoulder, then took out her mobile phone and happily opened a friend contact and used it with a message. Little big brother, are you in your room yet? Cute, 0. Asking for flowers, www. Lin Zishan watched her best friend's operation quite speechlessly, turned her head to look at the scenery outside the window, and suddenly felt that she was doing well now. At least, the sadness of losing was diluted all of a sudden. Run slowly. The floor is uneven. Be careful not to fall. The middle-aged beautiful woman followed behind the little girl, exhorting her with concern. Beside her, a refined middle-aged man walked into the room. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and an invisible force spread out, instantly covering the entire room. After a while, the light in the man's eyes disappeared, and he said, there is no surveillance, and there is no tracker. This room is very clean. The beautiful woman coaxed the little girl into bed, turned her head and said softly, you are too cautious. Then, no matter how powerful Wu Shijing is in Baoding, can he still extend his tentacles to Nutushan? Take you and Nan, there is nothing wrong with being careful. The elegant man said in a deep voice, don't forget that we are running for our lives now. Wu Shijing is a long-established third-level spiritual master, nicknamed Purple-Eyed Demon Spider, who is narrow-minded and will take revenge. 0. If you offend him, you will definitely be punished. I hope we can successfully escape his pursuit this time. As long as we hide in Xianlin village for a year or so, we should be fine. If he really accidentally catches you, with your dad around, we might be able to deal with him if we join forces. Of course, that was the worst possible outcome. Hey, I hope it will go smoothly and safely. The beautiful woman sighed softly and said, I haven't seen my father for a long time, and I don't know how he is. The elegant man's eyes became gentle. He took a step forward and gently hugged the beautiful woman and comforted him softly. Your father is not weak in martial arts. He is still a second-level peak spiritual teacher, Maybe he is now a third level, and he is in his prime. What could be wrong with the body? Don't worry. I will definitely not let you and your daughter get hurt. The beautiful woman nodded and leaned gently on the elegant man's chest, feeling a little relieved. Not far away, a little girl in a red dress was standing on the bed, bouncing around with a plastic ball in her arms, giggling nonstop. Lu Shang walked into the homestay room arranged for him by the travel agency, briefly scanned around, found nothing unusual, and put down his luggage. He tidied up a little, then sat on the bed, and took out a glass vial from his pocket. The bottle contained a dozen small, pitch-black pills. Lu Shang poured out one and threw it into his mouth, feeling that the yang sui pill was cut open in his body, turning into streams of heat and rushing towards his limbs. He began to practice the movements in star body refining technique. This process continued until it was completely dark. Lu Shang just stopped, feeling that the value of qi and blood has increased, and the progress of the immortal golden body training has also moved forward. Lu Shang showed a satisfied smile on his face. With the help of pills, it is indeed much faster. According to this progress, it is estimated that in less than 2 months, I will be able to completely complete the first stage of cultivation of the immortal golden body, generate inner strength, and officially step into the ranks of 4th-level warriors. Lu Shang went into the bathroom to take a shower, and after coming out, he wiped his body with a bath towel and picked up his mobile phone to check. His parting messages to his family were answered. Dad Lu Dahai and Mother Zhang Yufan told him to be careful when going out alone, pay attention to changing clothes, and be careful not to eat badly. In their eyes, he, a 3rd-level martial artist, seemed to be just a child. The younger sister Lu Qinghe replied, "Run out to play again, hum?" Lu Shang showed a smile on his face and jumped a satisfied expression to reply to the pressure. Lu Qinghe replied in seconds, "Sister Yang Yuan is back at school today, and I want to ask you to have dinner together. To be honest, are you in a relationship?" Curious, Lu Xing thought for a while and replied, "Concentrate on your own martial arts and take care of other people's affairs. Remember to take the tonics I left for you every day. If your qi and blood value has not broken through 1.3 by the time I come back, then you can kill yourself to thank the world." Dog head warning. After waiting for a while, Lu Qinghe replied with one word, "Cut." Lu Sheng shook his head and did not reply. Before he left 20 bottles of Ling Muzhuang Shuetang for Lu Qinghe, plus the exotic animal meat in the refrigerator at home. As far as the cultivation conditions are concerned, Lu Qinghe, who is now on February 27th, is no better than many rich second-generation families are poor. As long as she works a little harder, the blood value will break through 1.3. Not difficult. Then Zhang Dandan, who just added during the day, sent him a bunch of messages. Little big brother, are you in your room yet? Cute. Little big brother, are you packing up? Cute. Lu Shang, little big brother, can we travel together tomorrow? I am a formal warrior. I can't protect you. Proud. Little big brother, it's time for dinner. Do you want to have dinner together? Little big brother, why don't you reply to me? Did you not look at your phone all the time? Crying. Lu Shang stared at the phone in silence for a few seconds and suddenly regretted adding him as a friend. Turn off the phone casually. No reply. Lu Shang found clean and fresh clothes to change into and walked out of the room. The tour group that Lu Shang reported included board and lodging, but it was already past the meal time, and if Lu Shang wanted to eat, he had to pay for it himself. When Lu Shang went downstairs, he saw that some grandparents in the tour group were also going downstairs. Unlike him, they had already eaten and returned to their room to pack up and go out to visit the Shanghai night market. Lu Shang walked to the dining hall on the 1st floor of the BNB. He thought he was the only one so late, but unexpectedly saw the little girl's family, Zhang Dandan and Yang Zishan, sitting in the dining hall. As soon as Lu Shang appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the two of them. Lu Shang, this way. Zhang Dandan stood up and waved to him loudly, regardless of other people's eyes. Lu Shang silently found a seat nearby and sat down. This location is not far from the little girl's family. The little girl's father smiled at Lu Shang and nodded slightly. Lu Shang nodded in response, then picked up the menu on the table and began to order. Why don't you sit on our side? It's lively when there are more people eating. Zhang Dandan pulled Lin Zishan, who was full of helplessness, over and sat down beside Lu Shang familiarly. Lu Shang asked suspiciously, "Have you guys not eaten yet?" "Not yet." "Have eaten." The two voices spoke at the same time. Zhang Dandan gave Lin Zishan a hard look and said with a smile on his face, "Just now I didn't have an appetite. I couldn't eat after ordering, but now I feel hungry. I just want to eat with you. I think it's beautiful and delicious, but the drunkard's intention is not to drink." Lin Zishan spoke leisurely. Zhang Dandan pretended that she didn't exist and talked to Lu Shang on his own. Oh no. I heard that these dishes are pretty good. Do you want to try them?" Beside, the little girl looked at Lu Shang's table eagerly, raised her head and said to the middle-aged couple, "Dad, can I go and have dinner with the big brother? Isn't it the same for Nanny to eat here?" The beautiful woman patted the little girl's head and said softly. The little girl plausibly said, "My daughter thinks the meal will be more delicious sitting next to the big brother." The beautiful woman looked at her husband beside her. The elegant man smiled and said, "Let her go. She won't leave our sight. There is nothing to worry about." Seeing that her husband agreed, the beautiful woman couldn't say anything, so she could only tell her, "Then niece, be good after she passes by, and don't disturb the big brothers and big sisters for dinner. My daughter knows." The little girl picked up the plate and ran quickly towards Lu Shang's table. Seeing the little girl successfully join the table, the beautiful woman's eyes relaxed a little. She turned her head and complained to the elegant man, Why do you let her go to the stranger's table? The elegant man smiled and said, you also said that I was too cautious. I think you were too cautious. Nanan likes to eat with that young man, so it's up to her. That young man has a good personality and pure eyes, so he won't be a bad person. And just a high school student, even if he has practiced martial arts for several years, his strength will not be that strong. As long as it is within my line of sight, and I have a thought, he will die. The elegant man's expression was flat, and his words revealed a strong confidence. The beautiful woman really believed in this. She knew that her husband was a powerful second-level psychiatrist. Although they were fleeing now, they were not something ordinary warriors could provoke. Instead, the other two. The elegant man's eyes lightly fell on Lin Zishan, and he said with great interest, that long-haired one seems to have noticed that my body is abnormal, but she is very smart, so she doesn't know it. The other one is the big and brainless type, with average strength, only a first-level warrior. Anyway, they are ordinary people who can settle easily, and you don't have to worry too much when I'm watching your daughter. The beautiful woman nodded, completely relieved. The elegant man patted the beautiful woman's hand and said softly, now think about seeing your father tomorrow. What gift should I buy him? The beautiful woman glared at him angrily. I just remembered to buy a gift for my dad now? It's all in the mountains. What should I buy for him? Mountain products? The stockade is in the mountains. The elegant man was taken aback for a moment, and then an embarrassed smile appeared on his face. Yeah, look at my brain. Forgot. Hee hee, little big brother. You eat so much? Zhang Dandan stared at the table full of food that Lu had ordered, with a surprised expression on his face. Lu Shang responded casually, and then gently said to the daughter sitting next to him, who will finish eating first? Okay, good. Nanan responded with a milky voice, and began to work hard to pick rice into her mouth. Lu Sheng also quickly ate. Lin Zishan glanced at the table full of food, and looked at Lu Shang with a slightly lighter look. Only people with average family conditions, and who have not yet become a formal warrior would eat so much for a meal. After ordinary fighters have entered the level, those who have the conditions basically rely on tonics to supplement the energy needed for daily practice. Those who have no conditions will choose some higher quality ingredients instead. For example, Shi and Zhang Dandan carry synthetic compressed jerky with them. A first-level martial artist would be full after eating a few pieces every meal. Otherwise, eating so much food at once would take a long time to poop. However, Lin Zishan was relieved when she thought that the little boy named Lu Sheng was still very young. Zhang Dandan didn't dislike Lu Sheng eating too much. He did what he said, and Lu Sheng ate it. Seeing the three gobble up food in front of her made Lin Zishan a little hungry. If you want to eat more, and consider your own image as a lady, just think about it. After staring at the three people eating for a while, Lin Zishan couldn't help but sigh in her heart. There is one thing to say, this boy named Lu Sheng, his appearance is really impeccable. He can be called one in a million. Appearance, figure, temperament are all very good. Even eating so much and eating so fast, it still feels pleasing to the eye. It's a pity that the only thing left is the good appearance. Lin Zishan was muttering in her heart, and couldn't help but think of her scumbag ex-boyfriend again. Although he is not good-looking and his character is scumbag, but in other aspects, such as martial arts, he is truly brilliant. Full. Lu Sheng put down the tableware, picked up the tissue at hand, wiped his mouth, and said calmly, my daughter is full too. Nanan put down the plastic spoon in her hand, patted her round belly, and imitated Lu Sheng's way of speaking. Hi, 3.5 Zhang Dandan also wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he was full of big hiccups. Pretty face suddenly flushed. In order to hide his embarrassment, Zhang Dandan quickly brought up the topic and said to Lu Sheng, little big brother, why are you going after dinner? Go back to the room. Lu Sheng said calmly, watch TV, then sleep. Why don't we go to the cottage? It's very lively and fun. I heard that there will be a performance by the villager Wang Tuesday. Zhang Dandan looked at Lu Sheng expectantly. Lin Zishan interjected, before I called you to go, didn't you say that you must be bored to death? Those villagers are all pretending to be outsiders, Bara. Zhang Dandan continued to pretend that Lin Zishan did not exist, and continued to stare at Lu Sheng helplessly. Lu Sheng is thinking about it. The girl next to her raised her hand. My daughter wants to see a performance. Lu Sheng looked at Nan, then at Lin Zishan, and finally nodded, okay. Let's go out for a stroll. Yeah. Zhang Dandan jumped up excitedly. Lin Zishan was speechless. Her best friend is really hopeless. Xianlin village at night is quite lively. Walking along the village gate covered with ribbons and red lanterns, there are stalls selling all kinds of snacks and handicrafts on both sides. There are small lanterns hanging on every small stall, and there are a large group of indigenous villagers in colorful clothes and silver ornaments singing and dancing on the road. Lu Sheng held his daughter's hand and wandered among the various stalls. The elegant man and his wife followed them. Behind them are Lin Zishan and Zhang Dandan walking side by side. You don't really like this Lu Sheng, do you? Lin Zishan asked Zhang Dandan beside her. Zhang Dandan stared intently at the sharp and eye-catching figure in front of him, and casually replied, isn't my performance obvious enough? Lin Zishan frowned. But he is younger than us. It's only 3 or 4 years old, and age is not a problem. Little milk dog, must be young first. The brilliance in Zhang Dandan's eyes flowed, and the corner of his mouth was smiling. Lin Zishan turned her head to look at Zhang Dandan carefully, and said, are you serious? Zhang Dandan nodded and said affirmatively, of course, I believe in fate. I think I will accompany you to Nutushin this time. It was arranged by God to let me meet Lu Shang here. This is fate. Lin Zishan frowned. She and Zhang Dandan are classmates in high school, and they have been best friends for 4 or 5 years, and they know each other very well. Don't look at Zhang Dandan's usual carefree, nonchalant scumbag appearance, always talking about handsome guy and little milk dog and little wolf dog 02. But he is actually a very pure person in his heart. She won't fall in love with someone easily. From high school to now, Zhang Dandan has never been in a relationship. Many people in the school chased after her, but none of them could catch her eyes. It's Zhang Dandan who fell in love with a high school student 4 years younger than her in less than half a day this time. This is what makes Lin Zishan feel the most incredible. But don't forget, the gap between you. Lin Zishan said seriously, you are a high-achieving student from Dongning Martial Arts University, a first-class official martial artist. Lu Shang is just a high school student. Judging by his appearance, he probably has poor martial arts qualifications and family background. How would you get along if you were together? Long-distance relationship? Even if your relationship is deep enough to survive these years in different places, what about the future? He's not a formal warrior, but after graduating, he's earning 5,000 to 6,000 a month salary. Where is the house? Where is the car? Dandan, love is not a momentary passion, but life's necessities. Moreover, as your martial arts strength becomes stronger and stronger, the gap between the two of you will only increase. Contradictions will increase day by day, accumulate over time, and eventually explode one day. Zhang Dandan replied with a smile. The problems you mentioned are not problems. I am a first-level official martial artist, and I can guide Lu Shang in martial arts. Even if he doesn't get into Dongning Wuhan University, I can go to him by car every week. You know the conditions of my family. The house and the car are not a problem. Taking a step back, even if Lu Shang can only be an ordinary person, then I will be an ordinary person with him at the worst. I wasn't very interested in martial arts at first. If it wasn't for my family's pressure and my desire to enter a university with you, I wouldn't have practiced so desperately back then. If I can be an ordinary person without practicing martial arts every day, I don't know how happy I will be. I feel that recently my calves have been trained again. Besides, our Lu Shang is just ordinary. Zhang Dandan shook her head, pointed to Lu Shang who was holding her daughter's hand in front of her, and said proudly, in my heart, he will always be so handsome and dazzling. Lin Zishan was dumbfounded. You are really crazy. You actually want to give up the martial arts that you have insisted on for more than 10 years for a high school student. Lin Zishan touched Zhang Dandan's forehead in surprise. If your parents hear these words, they will definitely break your legs. Hey, it's too early for me to say that you are worried. Zhang Dandan hugged Lin Zishan's arm and strode forward. Let's wait until I catch up with Lu Shang to teach me these words. Neither Zhang Dandan nor Lin Zishan saw it. In front of a small stall 7 or 8 meters away from them, Lu Shang, who was picking out small handmade pendants with his daughter in his arms, showed a speechless expression on his face. With his current strength, even if he doesn't release his mental power, he can still hear the conversation between the two clearly. It's outrageous. Lu Shang couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. The girl in her arms turned her head to look at him after hearing this. Big brother, what does outrageous mean? Nothing. Lu Shang thought for a while and said casually, it's just to praise a sister for being beautiful. Nan nodded thoughtfully. She turned around suddenly, pointed at Zhang Dandan and Lin Zishan who were walking towards them and said loudly, Big brother, these two sisters are so outrageous. Lu Shang was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and nodded 5 times. Right. Zhang Dandan and the two looked stunned, not knowing what happened. At the same time, on the highway hundreds of kilometers away from Xianlin village, an extended car was speeding. In the luxurious carriage, a middle-aged man wearing a brown-plaid casual suit was casually sitting in the back seat. The middle-aged man has snow-white skin, a cold temperament, and a pair of eyes that are strangely lavender, which makes his originally ordinary facial features a bit more evil charm. In front of the man, a bottle of red wine was suspended in the air, slowly pouring the dark red liquid into the glass. If this scene is seen by ordinary people, I am afraid that they will exclaim, what a powerful magic show. The half-filled glass of red wine automatically flew into the hands of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man picked up the wine glass and shook it slightly in front of his eyes, sniffed the aroma emanating from the wine glass, and said, how about it? Have you found Tang Maolin's whereabouts? Only then did I notice that there were 2 people kneeling in front of the middle-aged man. Both of them were burly and strong men, and the muscles on their arms bulged out the black suits on their bodies. It's been found. It's on Yodo Mountain in Xiaoming City. Tang Maolin brought his wife and daughter, probably planning to enter the mountain. One of the burly men in suits replied with respect in his tone. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. Tang Maolin has a bit of a brain. If he really plunges into the deep mountains and old forests and can't get out, I really have nothing to do with him. Don't worry, my lord. We have sent people to watch them. Even if he really intends to be a wild man, I guarantee that I can find out exactly which cave he is hiding in. The strong man replied quite confidently. The middle-aged man glanced at the strong man appreciatively, nodded and said, well done. You just need to be responsible for keeping an eye on him. When I arrive at Nutushan, I will naturally take action myself. Although Tang Maolin is only a small character, he is a 2nd-level spiritual teacher after all. You 2 4th-level fighters are not his opponents. Clear. Tang Maolin, don't blame me for being cruel. The middle-aged man took a sip from his wine glass and said to himself, you offended me this time, so I won't kill you. Others will think that Wu Shijing is easy to bully me, and more people will come to me in the future. Offend me, even stepped on my head to shit and pee. So, I can only wrong you and your family." The middle-aged man sighed softly, and silver-white silk threads protruded from the cuffs of his suit, dancing in the dark carriage, like a spider's silk spit out from a spider's mouth. In front of them, the faces of the two strong men in suits became more and more respectful, and they buried their heads deeply. She stayed in the cottage until 9 o'clock in the evening, and she was so sleepy that she fell asleep directly on Lu Sheng's shoulder. After returning the daughter to the elegant man and his wife, Lu Sheng and his party went back to the hotel to rest. "Lu Sheng, see you tomorrow. Remember to message me." Zhang Dandan waved to Lu Sheng, but was dragged into the room by Lin Zishan. The first thing Lu Sheng did when he walked into his room was to turn off his cell phone. "Go into the mountains tomorrow, find an opportunity to leave the group, and then slowly look for the location of the mithril mine." Lu Sheng thought about it, took out another marrow-nourishing pill and swallowed it, and then began to practice the stellar body refining technique. Wait until the last trace of physical strength is squeezed out by the stellar body refining technique, and then enter the dream space. Nothing to say all night. The next morning, the tour guide knocked on the door of each room, shouted everyone to get up, and assembled downstairs half an hour later. After breakfast, the group members of the Nutushan Xianlin village, 3-day 2-night tour group, gathered at the door of the hotel. The young tour guide held a big yellow horn in his hand and told him all kinds of precautions before entering the mountain. "Please follow my footsteps and don't fall behind. It is very dangerous to get lost in the mountains." Lu Sheng stood in the crowd, silently listening to the nonsense of the young tour guide. Beside him, Zhang Dandan stared at him with wide eyes. "Lu Sheng, did you not sleep well last night?" Lu Sheng's face twitched slightly, and he nodded. "Yes, I had a nightmare." "Oh." Zhang Dandan was stunned. "No wonder your complexion doesn't look good." Lu Sheng really didn't sleep well last night. To be precise, he died last night. Just yesterday, Lu Sheng sent out his first drop of blood in the dream space, and the first girl died. Now recalling the experience of last night, there is still a little shadow in Lu Sheng's heart. Comprehending the 10 days same sky of the Grandmaster's technique, and forming the prototype of the Grandmaster's will, Lu Sheng's self-confidence was a little inflated. So last night, he rushed to find the second Grandmaster zombie. This zombie is located 2 streets away from the place where Grandmaster Shi Shengning was found. Is a female guru, wearing a Grandmaster combat armor similar to Shi Shengning's, holding a broken spear weapon. Her figure is well-proportioned and perfect, just like a Valkyrie in ancient mythology. But it's different from Shi Shengning. The battle consciousness remaining in this Valkyrie Grandmaster, it's just too much. Lu Sheng was discovered by her when she was within 100 meters of the Valkyrie Grandmaster. Then Lu Sheng lost sight of the other party. When he thought of releasing his mental power, he finally sensed the figure of the other party. But at this time, the Valkyrie Grandmaster had already approached him within 5 meters of him. In an instant, Lu Sheng felt countless red exclamation marks light up around him, accompanied by rapid and piercing sirens. Danger! 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 Before Lu Sheng had time to react, he was directly shot off by the Valkyrie Grandmaster. Before dying, Lu Sheng saw a bright and majestic glacier. Hiss! Too strong. Lu Sheng was deeply shocked. For a long time, Lu Sheng's exploration in the dream space has been considered difficult. After entering the advanced map several times, I can play those dull, advanced monsters with my calmness and wit. So much so that he didn't realize it himself. Subconsciously, he was already a little floating. Grinding Shi Shengning, a master-level zombie, and obtaining Shi Shengning's martial arts treasure made this kind of exuberance swell to a peak. Then, he finally rolled over. The consequence of the car rollover was that Lu Sheng retired instantly from the dream space. It was like waking up suddenly from a nightmare, flustered and with a splitting headache. In the second half of the night, I could no longer enter the dreamland. The dream space seems to be entering a cool down. This cooling time will gradually shorten as Lu Sheng recovers his mental power. Dream space is not paradise lost as I thought. On the wasteland after the collapse of civilization, only blood and fire can create a real savior. Lu Sheng was completely enlightened. His state of mind returned to the original tranquility, and the negative impact brought about by the extreme expansion of his strength for more than 3 months disappeared at this moment. He is still the frail young man walking on the wilderness, trembling and walking on thin ice, trying to find a ray of light in the boundless black mist. If I hadn't taken it lightly, with my full state, relying on the controlled boxing technique and Grandmaster skills, it might not be impossible to deal with that Valkyrie Grandmaster. Lu Sheng analyzed afterwards. There is no doubt about the strength of the Valkyrie Grandmaster, and his fighting instinct far exceeds that of Shi Shengning. It should be a Grandmaster who is stronger than Shi Shengning, maybe even an 8th-level Grandmaster. Lu Sheng thought of the glaciers pierced by the spear. Perhaps it was the embodiment of the will and skills of the Valkyrie Grandmaster. If you can get it, it's too early to think about this now. Let's talk about it when I'm stronger. Lu Sheng shook his head self-deprecatingly to dismiss the idea. Lu Sheng's face looked a little pale because of the shock of the mental power of the dream, death. Zhang Dandan was so distressed that he kept asking him about his health, and his daughter's family also came over to care about him. Either don't go into the mountain today, rest up and go tomorrow. Zhang Dandan persuaded Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng originally wanted to say that there was nothing serious about him and that he would not delay entering the mountain. But after thinking about it, this is not a good time to take this opportunity to leave the group so that he can enter the mountain alone. Good. After speaking, Lu Sheng went directly to explain the situation to the tour guide. The tour guide was very talkative and told Lu Sheng to take a good rest, but was urged by a group of ants to lead the team to set off. Hey, I should stay and take care of Lu Shang. Zhang Dandan turned his head 3 times a step, sighing. Then why don't you stay? Lin Zishan gave her a sideways look. Zhang Dandan was a little shy and said embarrassedly, after all, he and I are not boyfriend and girlfriend. If we stay, it would be too unreserved. And how can we take care of it? And we can't enter Lu Shang's room. Zhang Dandan didn't know if he thought of something while talking. His fair and handsome face turned red. Lin Zishan rolled her eyes and said speechlessly, Big sister, do you still know the word reserved? I see 4 words written on your face. Which 4? The heart of spring is rippling. Zhang Dandan snorted, turned her head, and ignored Lin Zishan. At this time, the tour group had already entered the mountain, and Xianlin village was left behind by them, gradually disappearing. Both Zhang Dandan and Lin Zishan are full-fledged warriors. Although the mountain road is uneven, it is very easy to walk. By the way, have you ever thought about whether it's really suitable for someone as weak as me to be your boyfriend? Lin Zishan talked to Zhang Dandan while walking. Even having a nightmare can make my face pale. How low is my vitality? I am afraid that it will be difficult to enter the first level in this life. From now on, when the two are together, who will carry the rice bags, flour bags, and gas tanks at home? Dandan, you can't be eaten for being handsome. Lin Zishan spoke with sincerity. Zhang Dandan looked indifferent. I am a first-level official warrior. What kind of bag can't carry it? Besides, Lu Shang is just weak in constitution, not a handsome boy. Even if it's a little boy, what's wrong with me raising him? You are really hopeless. Lin Zishan shook her head with an expression of, you are hopeless, and stopped talking. Thinking about it now, her ex-boyfriend Fei Chen seems to be pretty good. Although it is a bit scumbag, it is also a bit ugly. But at least Fei Chen is strong in martial arts. In the future, he can easily obtain good living conditions and support his family instead of relying on himself. Lin Zishan even started to think about whether to ask Fei Chen out to have a good chat after this trip. The two followed the tour group and gradually went deep into nutrition. Lin Zishan and Zhang Dandan didn't feel anything, but the ants in the regiment couldn't take it anymore, and they all started shouting tired, and some even just sat on the ground and couldn't get up. We are here to travel, not to suffer. That's right. I've been on my way, and I haven't taken a single photo yet. The ants collectively protested. The young tour guide looked puzzled, saw that there was a small stream next to it, and the surrounding scenery was not bad, so he simply announced that the whole group had a 10-minute rest in place. But before the ants were happy for a while, someone in the group shouted, it's gone. That family of 3 is gone. Everyone was shocked. The elegant man's family who followed the tour group into the mountain at the beginning disappeared. As for when and where, nobody knows. The young tour guide hurriedly took out her mobile phone and started to make a call, but she panicked suddenly when the prompt sound of, the person you dialed has turned off, came from the other end of the phone. Everyone helped to find. The young tour guide began to call on the whole group to help find someone, but he suddenly reacted halfway through the shouting. Already lost 3 people. If she loses a few more, then she doesn't have to be a tour guide. Quickly changed his mind. Everyone rest in place for an hour. I will go to the search and rescue team. After finishing speaking, regardless of the ants who protested again and again, they hurriedly ran to the side to make a phone call. Zhang Dandan and Lin Zishan saw this scene in their eyes. The 3 good-looking people. Why did they suddenly disappear? They were still there just now. Zhang Dandan muttered. Lin Zishan frowned slightly. Yes, they were all there just now. It stands to reason that a family of 3 with such a strong sense of existence suddenly fell behind, and no one should have noticed. Moreover, the husband and wife have a steady personality. If they really get lost, they should call the tour guide as soon as possible. Now the phone is turned off. There are only 2 possibilities. Or, it was a sudden collective accident, and it was too late to call for help. Or, they left the team on their own initiative, and they didn't want outsiders to find them. Reminiscent of the palpitation in the eyes of the elegant middle-aged man when he looked at each other before, it is obvious that the second possibility is greater. This family of 3 has mysterious origins, so they must not be ordinary people. Lin Zishan concluded with a serious face. Zhang Dandan looked indifferent. I don't care if they are ordinary people or not. Hey, you said that the tour guide is busy looking for people now, and the next itinerary is probably going to be ruined. Or we can just go to Lu Shang and forget it. He has a good relationship with Nanny, so he should know about this news. Zhang Dandan suggested. Wang Zhaozhao, Lin Zishan thought about it, nodded, and agreed. Good. The 2 immediately left the main force and returned along the way they came. According to the map, the mithril mine should be not far from here, and it's only a few kilometers away. Lu Shang was walking in the mountains with a big hiking bag on his back, like walking on flat ground. Subtlety and agility, coupled with a strong spiritual succession. Wherever Lu Shang passed, the trees and leaves blocking the path on both sides gave way one after another, at an astonishingly fast speed. On the way, a large number of snakes, insects, rats, ants, hares, pheasants, hedgehogs, and so on ran out one after another and fled in all directions, as if it was the end of the world. That is, in the depths of the dense forest, where there was no one, Lu Shang dared to show his abilities so unscrupulously and make such a big commotion. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, Lu Shang stopped suddenly. A bright golden light bloomed in his eyes, and he scanned the area in front of him indifferently. If someone else was present and saw this scene, they would be so shocked that they would kneel down and call out, God. Searching through a carpet of mental power, Lu Shang's eyes finally locked on a position, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Found it. Next second, wherever his gaze fell, the earth and rocks cracked and the vegetation exploded. Like an invisible tornado raging across the border, it is extremely terrifying. Soon, a head-sized clod wrapped in wet yellow mud flew out. In mid-air, the clods of soil disintegrated, and a touch of silver flickered among them. After a few breaths, 7 or 8 silver nuggets of different sizes appeared in front of Lu Shang. The largest of these silver nuggets was the size of a fist, and the smallest was only the size of a thumb. They were irregular in shape, with pits and pits on the surface, like silver soaked in sulfuric acid. But the color is brighter than silver, and it can reflect a faint color in the sun. Hardness is higher than ordinary steel. Lu Shang reached out and made a clear fingerprint on the silver block. Spiritual power was poured into it, and the metal, which was stronger than steel, quickly softened and became like dough. It's indeed mithril, that's right. Lu Shang compared Dong Qingshue's previous introduction to the information he had given him, and after verification, he confirmed that the silver in his hand was the secret silver that was close to 100,000 yuan per gram. The mithril in his hand weighs about 4 to 5 caddies, which means it is worth more than 200 million yuan. It's not that exaggerated. Lu Shang said to himself, this is just the first mine mithril. If you want to use it to make a psychopath weapon, you need dozens of processes to smelt it. 4 or 5 caddies of mithril can be left in the end for a caddy. Not bad. It also depends on the purity of the mithril in this mine, but no matter what, it can save Lu Shang a lot of money. Lu Shang has already probed with mental power. The total length of this dense silver mine is about 20 meters, and the width is more than 4 meters. To say that it is small is an exaggeration, and the miniature is not enough. According to the Tinder Resource Bank, this mithril mine was later discovered by several mountaineering tourists. At first, it was sold as ordinary silver, but they were told that the silver content was too low and worthless. A few people simply reported it to the local government. After the government surveyed, only one first-level psychiatrist was sent, and it was finished in less than a week. This is also one of the reasons why Lu Sheng 960 chose to come here alone. The mine is small, so it is convenient for him to dig, and it is also convenient to take it out. Although this mithril mine was only the size of a sesame seed on the map, the mithril extracted from it was more than enough to make him a set of psychopathic weapons. Lu Sheng didn't delay, and after confirming that the mithril mine was correct, he immediately used his mental power to quickly dig it. The huge spiritual power, far surpassing that of ordinary third-level spiritualists, came out of the body and penetrated into the ground. The ground suddenly seemed to be boiling, rumbling, and shaking. Dilong turned over. Pieces of earth and stone wrapped in yellow mud flew out of the ground, and then quickly peeled off the surface of the earth under the action of mental power, exposing the mithril mine inside. Then fly to the side of the grass to pile up. Lu Shang's progress is very fast, comparable to 4 or 5 small excavators working together. In just a few hours, he excavated about 70% of the entire vein. The main or lode was hollowed out, leaving only some scattered parts around the main or lode that have not been dug clean. In this way, the dug-out mithril mines also piled up into a hill in the forest. The ground is uneven, and if Lu Shang hadn't protected it with all his strength, it might have been scattered all over the ground. Then Lu Sheng ran into a problem. How to ship it out? His original idea was to use his backpack to take out the mithril mine in batches. Dig a little, take a little, save up enough mithril to build a set of psychiatrist weapons, and stop for the time being. But Lu Sheng overlooked a very important point. Greed. Everyone has greed, and he is no exception. Looking at the 100,000 yuan per gram of secret silver piled up in front of him, he can dig it up with a little thought. How could he just stop it? How can this one be worth 5 million? This one is bigger, 10 million. This one is 8 million, 5 million, 10 million, 22 million. There seems to be a virtual wealth value in front of him, jumping up crazily. Call everyone the same. You can only dig harder and harder. It seems that we can only find someone to help transport it out. Some troubles will definitely be unavoidable during the transportation, but there is no way around it. At worst, contact Dong Qingxue and ask her to send someone over to meet her. Lu Shang made up his mind, and then put the mithril ore back into the big pit he dug before. Cover with earth and rocks. Although it is still obvious, it can be seen at a glance that the land has been moved. But fortunately, this place is really remote, and it is still far away from the most remote trail developed by the scenic spot. So basically no one will come here. The few tourists shown in the Tinder database were also coincidentally. They came here by mistake, and then discovered the ore lode. It happened 100 years later. Most likely there is no risk. The map shows that there is a small village where ethnic minorities gather a few kilometers away, and you can go there to find help. Villagers in small isolated villages are generally more honest and sincere, and if they are paid more, it should not be a big problem. If money really touches people's hearts, then you can just squeeze it to death. Lu Sheng thought naturally. In the next second, he froze for a moment, shaking his head somewhat self-deprecatingly. Damn, what do I think now? I'm getting more and more violent and brutal. Legal society. Legal society. There are many ways to solve problems. Lu Sheng picked up his backpack and walked slowly towards the target village according to the guidance of the map, etc. Zhang Dandan, who was on the way back, was suddenly stopped by Lin Zishan's low shout. What's wrong? Zhang Dandan turned to look at her suspiciously. Lin Zishan's eyes were fixed on a certain place in the forest next to the stone road, with a strange light flashing in her eyes. Lin Zishan quickly ran into the forest beside the road, stopped 7 or 8 meters away from the main road, picked up something with her body, and said to Zhang Dandan, What do you think this is? Zhang Dandan stared at the thing that looked like a red, akba, plastic cloth bag in Lin Zishan's hand for a while, suddenly called out, "Ball. It's the plastic ball my niece has been playing with." Lin Zishan nodded. What she picked up was the red plastic ball that Lu Shang, Zhang Dandan, and Nanan were playing with on the tour group bus on the way here. It's just that the ball is broken now, leaking air, and becoming deflated. It was left in the forest. If it wasn't for Lin Zishan's sharp eyes, she wouldn't have been able to find it. Nanan's ball fell here, and their family probably left the tour group here. Lin Zishan guessed. Then let's hurry up and notify the tour guide and the search and rescue team, Zhang Dandan said quickly. Lin Zishan shook her head. I don't think it's necessary. Nanan's family is not ordinary people. Since they don't want people to know where they went, it's useless for us to notify the search and rescue team. 11. Then let's go back and tell Lu Shang. Zhang Dandan quickly changed his mind. Lin Zishan looked at Zhang Dandan with an idiot look and said speechlessly, "Isn't it more useless to inform Lu Shang? He is just an ordinary person. And can he be more powerful than a professional search and rescue team? So what do we do now?" Zhang Dandan said helplessly. Lin Zishan casually threw the leaking red ball on the ground, clapped her hands, and said indifferently, "The best way is to pretend that we haven't seen anything. When the search and rescue team finds out by themselves, it's up to them whether they can find the girl's family. It's up to you. As for us, let's wait for the news when we go back. It's not our business, so it's best not to get involved." Zhang Dandan hesitated for a moment and was about to speak. At this time, a man's voice suddenly came from behind the two of them. "That's right, it's not my own business. It's best not to get involved. Otherwise, if you get into any trouble, it's too late to regret." "Who?" Zhang Dandan and Lin Zishan turned their heads immediately. "I saw 3 people appearing 5 or 6 meters behind them. A middle-aged man in a brown-plaid casual suit seemed to be wearing color contact lenses. His eyes were light purple, giving off an evil feeling. Behind the middle-aged man stood 2 burly men with a height of nearly 2 meters. They were also wearing suits, but the muscles in their chests were so strong that the buttons of their shirts were about to burst. The two stood quietly behind the middle-aged man, watching Lin Zishan and Lin Zishan indifferently, like 2 thugs. "It's a pity. You can't get involved now." The middle-aged man glanced at the 2 women and ordered lightly, "Catch them." "Yes." The 2 thugs in suits nodded indifferently and took a step forward together. Boom. There was a crisp sound in the secluded mountain forest, and 2 thugs in suits left 2 clear shoe prints where they stood, and their figures disappeared instantly. Lin Zishan's pupils contracted violently and subconsciously shouted, "Go!" But the 2 thugs in suits had already approached them. The rabbit rises and the falcon falls. Within a few breaths, the 2 thugs in suits had returned to their original positions. Lin Zishan and Zhang Dandan, who were struggling endlessly, were still tightly strangled in their hands. "My lord, how do we deal with these 2 people?" the thug in suit asked in a low voice. The middle-aged man glanced in one direction and said calmly, "Someone is coming. Take them first, and then kill Tang Maolin together when you find Tang Maolin. At that time, you can just blame Tang Maolin." The middle-aged man looked down at the terrified Lin Zishan and the 2 daughters, and said with a smile, "I didn't want to kill someone extra, but unfortunately you were unlucky, and you found Tang Maolin's trail, and the key is not ordinary people, a 2nd-level warrior, a 1st-level warrior. TSK. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed, just in case. After speaking, he quickly walked into the place where Lin Zishan found the plastic red ball with 2 thugs in suits, and disappeared in the mountains and forests in a blink of an eye. Not long after the few people left, a burst of noisy footsteps came from the mountain road. The young tour guide ran down hurriedly with a group of ants. His young face was full of anxiety and sweat profusely. "Why are there 2 less people? Didn't I tell you to wait in place and not run around?" "Hey, okay, don't cry. Mom will buy you a new one later." "Oh no, buy a bigger and more beautiful ball for my daughter than the previous one." The beautiful woman hugged the little girl and comforted her gently. The little girl's face was still stained with tears. Her eyes were red. It was obvious that she had just cried. "Mom, when are we going back? I want to find my big brother to play with." The little girl sniffed her nose and said pitifully. The beautiful woman was thinking about how to answer the little girl's question when her husband's voice came from the front. "We've arrived at the village." The beautiful woman's eyes lit up, and she quickly looked up. They saw the dense jungle separating from the 2 sides in front, and a small village surrounded by mountains and rivers appeared in front of them. "My niece is going to see my grandpa soon. Does my niece miss my grandpa?" As soon as the little girl's eyes lit up, she immediately forgot about the broken red ball and the big brother, and clapped her hands and shouted happily, "Grandpa! Girl misses Grandpa. Okay, now take my daughter to see Grandpa." The elegant man smiled and took the little girl from the beautiful woman's hand. The family walked out of the forest, and the hidden small village was completely presented in front of them. Looking from a distance, you can see several women wearing clothes that are very different from the outside world and with their hair wrapped, squatting by the stream to wash clothes. The laundry women found them too. One of them ran quickly towards the village. Not long after, 4 or 5 men came out of the village quickly, walking towards the direction of the little girl's family. As the people on both sides approached, a young man who was the leader among the 4 or 5 men suddenly froze for a moment and immediately showed excitement and joy on his face and turned his head and shouted, "Big sister is back. Big sister's family is back." The little girl in the arms of the elegant man also clapped and cheered when he heard the sound. Oh! People on both sides burst out laughing, and quickly gathered together. Big sister-in-law, little girl. The young man with thick eyebrows, big eyes and bronze complexion greeted the three of them one by one. The beautiful woman's expression was also a little excited, and she responded. Several people said a few words. Tang Maolin said, "Go in and talk about it." Good. The young man led the three of them into the village and greeted the people around on the way. Hurry up and hunt some wild game, big ones. Let's have a good time at night. The beautiful woman next to her smiled and said, "Little brother, the wild animal protection law is very strict now, so be careful not to be caught." Hey, the young man waved his hand and said indifferently, "In the mountains, who cares about us? Besides, we are not completely closed, and we have to go out several times a month. Hunt a few deer, roe deer, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter." The little girl suddenly yelled, "My niece wants to eat bird soup, the kind I drank last time." Okay, I'll cook kite soup for my daughter at night. The young man pampered the little girl's face. The beautiful woman looked at the two of them with a smile and asked, "Where is Dad? Are you in good health?" Hearing these words, the smile on the young man's face slowly subsided. "Father is resting at home and is not in good health." The young man smiled wryly and said, "It's just that I'm not in a good spirit." What's the meaning? The beautiful woman was a little anxious. Tang Maolin next to him said in a deep voice, "Is it because of hitting the third level?" The young man nodded and said with a complicated expression, "Daddy tried to break through the third level half a year ago, but failed, and his mental state has been unstable. Originally, I wanted to inform you, but Daddy refused. I gonna go see." The beautiful woman could no longer bear the worry in her heart and hurried forward with her daughter in her arms. Tang Maolin looked at the back of his wife and daughter leaving and said to the young man, "It seems that Daddy has completely handed over the plug to you, and you have officially broken through the first level." The young man scratched his head embarrassingly and said with a simple smile, "It's all because of Daddy's training. Your talent is not bad." Tang Maolin praised a few words, but his smile was a bit forced. A group of people quickly came to an old earthen house. The beautiful woman and her daughter had arrived early, and they were sitting beside a thin, wrinkled, stooped old man, talking softly. The little girl's voice was crisp and bright, which made the old man laugh nonstop, and the pipe in his hand kept shaking. Tang Maolin and the young man walked in front of the old man. The old man raised his head and squinted his eyes to look at the two of them. Coming. The old man tapped the cigarette stick on the stone steps. "Big Daddy," Tang Maolin shouted, with a complicated expression on his face. The last time he saw his wife's father, his eyes were shining brightly, sitting like a dozing liger, but now it became cloudy, as if he was 10 years older. It seemed that the other party's situation was worse than he had imagined. "What's going on this time, tell me?" The old man waved away the others, leaving only Tang Maolin's family and the young man, holding his daughter and saying calmly. Tang Maolin briefly explained the matter. The young man jumped up instantly. "Level 3. Big sister, how did you mess with a psychiatrist of level 3? The old man continued to sneer and said, "I knew that nothing good would happen if you came. Since you broke into the village and took away Minghua, I guessed that there would be such a day." Tang Maolin's face was a little embarrassed. The beautiful woman called softly, "Daddy." The old man snorted, fell silent for a while, and said, "Now we can only use soldiers to cover it up. Anyway, old man, I have no hope of reaching the third level in this life anyway. If the third level spiritualist really finds the village, you take your whole family and run out with the people in the village, and I will resist for a while." The young man couldn't help but said, "Daddy, who can you run out to ask for help? Who are you looking for?" "Of course you are looking for the government and the police." The old man's eyes widened. He picked up the pipe and slammed the young man on the head, cursing angrily. "In a society ruled by law, even if he is a third-level psychiatrist, can he still kill people in the street?" The young man smiled embarrassingly, holding his head and daring not to speak anymore. Tang Maolin's expression was not optimistic. He knew very well that Wu Shijing, the purple-eyed demon spider, could do such a thing as killing people in the street. Moreover, the people in the village have been closed in the mountains for too long, and they don't even know how much privilege a third-level spiritualist has. If calling the police had worked, he would have done so. It's not like dragging your family to this deep mountain and old forest. Okay, you must be tired after coming all the way. Go down and have a good rest first. Don't disturb me whispering to my granddaughter." The old man seemed a little tired. He waved his hand impatiently, motioning for several people to go down. Tang Maolin nodded and said nothing. Now he only hopes that Wu Shijing can't find it here, so that the whole village can get through this in peace. Tang Maolin and the others were about to leave the earthen hut when suddenly someone rushed in and whispered something in the young man's ear. "Zero looking for flowers." After listening to the young man, he said to Tang Maolin, "The villagers who just went out to hunt came back and said that they encountered outsiders breaking in on the road." Tang Maolin's heart sank instantly. Is this the earthen village marked on the map? Lu Shang was carrying a backpack, just like an ordinary mountaineering tourist, following behind a few villagers, looking curiously at the village in front of him. The entire stockade is not big, and you can see it at a glance from a high place. There are only a dozen households in total, and the total number of all the villagers does not exceed 50. The village is located in a valley with a quiet environment. There is a clear stream flowing by the gate of the village, and it seems that the sound of a waterfall can be heard in the distance. The environment is very good, just like Xanadu Geniki. Whether you can stay or not, you have to ask the old village master. If you have anything to do, You can also discuss it with the old village master. The old village master nodded before we agreed. A dark-skinned, middle-aged man with a shotgun in his hand said to Lu Sheng as he walked. Lu Sheng nodded. When he was on his way in the mountains and forests, he ran into this group of villagers and was brought here without a hitch. 0. Now it seems that there are still a lot of young and strong people in this village, enough to help him transport the mithril mine. Moreover, the villagers looked very simple. Although they were not surprised by foreign tourists like him, they were very pure and honest people. Not long after, Lu Sheng was taken to the village. As soon as he entered the village, Lu Sheng saw a group of people walking towards him. One of the skinny old men held a little girl in his arms. When he saw him, he immediately waved to him and shouted, Big brother, are you here to play with Grandpa? Lu Sheng was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect to meet the little girl's family here. When Tang Maolin saw Lu Sheng, who was carrying a mountaineering bag and his face was full of astonishment and surprise, his heart sank heavily. It turned out to be him. He thought it was Wu Shijing who came to the door so quickly. My boy, how did you come here? Tang Maolin stepped forward and asked Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng scratched his head embarrassingly and said, After you set off with the group, I felt better, so I wanted to come to you. I wanted to take a shortcut on the way, but I lost my way unconsciously. A group of people had, really so, expressions on their faces. It is very common for tourists to get lost in the mountains. Lu Sheng is not the first person to stumble into the village by mistake. After all, their Xianlin village is only remote, not truly isolated from the world. Brother Tang, why are you here? Did you get lost too? Lu Sheng asked, curiously, without blinking his eyes. Tang Maolin laughed and said, This is my grandpa's house. We come back every year to visit relatives. This time, we just joined a tour group, by the way. Oh, Lu Sheng suddenly realized, since it's such a coincidence, why don't we stay together at night? Tang Maolin subconsciously looked at the skinny old man. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly, looked Lu Sheng up and down, nodded and said, This young man's eyes are very pure. I like it very much. Xianlin village welcomes such guests. Smiles appeared on the faces of Tang Maolin and the others. The bronze youth grinned and opened his hands to Lu Sheng. Foreigner, welcome to the real Xianlin village. Thank you everyone for listening to this story so far. If you're looking forward to the next part, please like and subscribe. It lets other viewers like you know that my content is worth watching. I will release the next part if there are 500 likes.